Chapter 1. A Return. Congratulations. You and players Mu Chun and Ruo Shi have defeated the Dark Dragon Emperor Gano level 255, 255-star Super God level boss, earning a reward of 280 billion experience points. As the system's notification echoed in his ears, the colossal form of the Dark Dragon Emperor Iguno plummeted from the sky, its lifeless body collapsing in defeat before Zhang Yi. Bending down amidst the mountain of loot scattered around the boss's corpse, Zhang Yi picked up a fragment of a golden scroll, his heart racing with exhilaration as he exclaimed, "The final fragment! At last, I have collected them all." With that, he opened his spatial backpack and retrieved the other 8 identical fragments. Zhang Yi fused the 9 pieces together, resulting in a complete golden scroll manifesting in his hands. Congratulations! You have acquired the 255-star super artifact Dragon Blood Scroll. Gazing at the scroll that he had painstakingly obtained, Zhang Yi turned around only to be abruptly pierced through the chest by a gleaming sword. His smile froze instantly as he looked into the eyes of Mu Chun, who stood before him, the sword still embedded in his body. Disbelief etched across his face. "Mu Chun, I'm sorry, brother. The Dragon Blood Scroll and Ruo will be safe with me. I will take good care of them," Mu Chun replied, withdrawing the blood-soaked sword from Zhang Yi's body. Beside him, the sorceress Ruo Shi, clad in a white robe, watched as Zhang Yi collapsed to the ground with a soft thud. "You have been attacked by player Mu Chun using the critical strike skill, losing 32.68 million health points. The system has detected that you have no remaining resurrection opportunities. You have perished." With the final notification from the system, Zhang Yi, lying in a pool of blood, gradually closed his eyes. As Mu Chun crouched down, intent on retrieving the Dragon Blood Scroll from Zhang Yi's grasp, he was taken aback to see the scroll, now soaked in Zhang Yi's blood, transform into shimmering golden particles that merged into Zhang Yi's lifeless body. In an instant, Zhang Yi's form dissipated in a flash of white light. How could this happen? Mu Chun stared in disbelief at the puddle of blood left behind, his mind reeling in shock. In a rented room in Lehigh City, a young man abruptly sat up in bed. "Mu Chun, Ruo, why did you betray me?" Zhang Yi let out a roar of unbridled anguish and fury, only to realize the peculiar surroundings that seemed both familiar and strange. "What is this place?" Zhang Yi paused for a moment, hastily climbing out of bed and surveying the cramped rental room, recognizing it as the very dwelling he had rented after graduating and entering the workforce. Suddenly realizing something, he turned to the calendar on the bedside table, where the date read, August 28th, 2025. Stunned, Zhang Yi gasped. He had been reborn. Still somewhat incredulous, Zhang Yi hurried to the living room and turned on the television. As expected, every channel was broadcasting the same news. "Apocalypse: The World Gate will open in 2 hours and 12 minutes. Players from around the globe, are you prepared?" Rushing to the window, he opened it to witness countless promotional vehicles adorned with apocalypse posters slowly traversing the streets, blaring announcements through loudspeakers. Passers-by were engaged in animated conversations, all centered around apocalypse, while the buildings above were festooned with its promotional banners. It was only at this moment that Zhang Yi dared to believe he had indeed been reborn, returning to the year 2025 from the post-apocalyptic world of Apocalypse 8 years later. Specifically on the very day the game commenced. In 2025, a major online game titled Apocalypse, developed through the collaboration of the renowned domestic gaming company Tianyin Group and over 100 listed gaming companies worldwide, was officially announced for public testing. This monumental project, which brought together thousands of elite game designers from both domestic and international realms, had consumed an investment of 300 billion renminbi over 5 years. Breaking away from traditional gaming conventions, it was said that Apocalypse would allow players to immerse themselves in the game world through specialized equipment, experiencing a thrilling and fully immersive virtual reality. Moreover, Tianyin Group had announced that the in-game currency could be exchanged for real RMB based on the conversion rate. With these two remarkable features, the announcement made in May 2025 regarding the public testing of Apocalypse, set to take place at the end of August, ignited a global frenzy. However, what no one anticipated was that the game they had been dreaming of, eagerly awaiting its worldwide synchronized public testing, would herald an impending global cataclysm. Zhang Yi recalled the events of his previous life, that on August 28th, 2025 today following the public testing of Apocalypse, All players who entered the game encountered a shared predicament. They could not exit and were doomed to remain within the game indefinitely. And one understood how this had come to pass only that death within the game equated to true mortality. Humanity faced an apocalypse. Do not be misled into thinking that avoiding the game would spare one from disaster. Those who refrained from entering were, in fact, the first to perish. This grim realization first dawned upon a player who, while undertaking a quest, discovered that the NPCs he encountered bore an uncanny resemblance to a friend from reality. Furthermore, it became evident that nearly all NPCs in the game were modeled after individuals who had not entered the game, implying that these people had likely been eradicated by the apocalypse system in the real world and subsequently reconfigured as NPCs within the game. In his previous life, Zhang Yi, as a player immersed in the apocalyptic realm of the game, struggled valiantly for 8 long years. To his astonishment, he did not perish at the hands of formidable alien races or monstrous beasts, but rather met his demise at the treachery of his dearest brother and the woman he cherished most. Reborn, Zhang Yi vowed to ensure that this treacherous pair would pay dearly for their transgressions in his former life. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was precisely 6 o'clock in the evening, leaving him with merely 2 hours until the grand opening of Apocalypse at 8 o'clock. Suddenly recalling something, Zhang Yi jolted to attention, hastily donned his shorts and flip-flops, and dashed out of his residence. He sprinted to a nearby convenience store, Old Lee's convenience store. In his previous life, prior to the game's launch, several sensational news stories had captivated the entire internet. He distinctly remembered one particular tale. A certain overweight individual, while purchasing instant noodles at the inconspicuous Old Lee's convenience store in Coastal City, discovered within his noodles a rare and coveted Tier S talent card, of which only 10 were distributed worldwide by the Tianyan Group. Chapter 2. The God-level talent card in the world of Apocalypse. Every player is randomly endowed with a talent skill by the system upon entering the game, which profoundly influences their future. The disparity between a player commencing their journey with a God-level talent and one with an ordinary talent is akin to the chasm separating a top student from a struggling learner. Although the gap in talent can be compensated later through a player's attributes and skills, the initial advantage held by those with God-level talents is unfathomable to those with mere ordinary talents. In Apocalypse, the quality of talent skills is categorized into several tiers: ordinary, superior, rare, epic, legendary, and God-level. It is reported that in the previous iteration, fewer than 20 players globally began with a God-level talent, among which 6 had acquired God-level talent cards prior to the game's launch. To promote this game, the Heavenly Fate Group randomly distributed 10 cards worldwide that guarantee players a God-level talent at the outset. These cards were released a month in advance, cleverly concealed in mundane aspects of daily life, waiting for players to stumble upon them by chance. In the month leading up to the public beta of Apocalypse, 5 God-level talent cards had already been discovered, given that these cards could be freely traded before the game commenced. Reports indicated that the value of a single God-level talent card had soared beyond 1 billion RMB. Wealthy players were aplenty, and for the sake of a dreamlike beginning, they scarcely regarded the cost, illustrating just how immensely popular the game had become even before its public launch. When Apocalypse finally began and the Apocalypse manifested, those who had splurged on God-level talent cards reveled in their fortune, while those who had sold their cards at a 1 in a billion chance regretted it deeply, some even contemplating despairing actions. In the realm of Apocalypse, money held no value. As the individual who discovered the 6th God-level talent card, the chubby fellow emerged from Old Lee's convenience store with a cup of instant noodles and iced tea, ultimately selling it for an astounding 1.5 billion renminbi. Zhang Yi, who resided a mere few hundred meters from Old Lee's store, felt profound regret upon learning the location of the card. Why hadn't he been the one to buy those noodles? In this lifetime, Zhang Yi is determined to alter this fate, aspiring to become the one who obtains the 6th God-level talent card. To his astonishment, upon arriving at Old Lee's store, he encountered a rotund man clad in shorts and slippers, clutching a bucket of instant noodles and iced tea as he exited the store. Oh my, this is the very man, his noodles, worth 1.5 billion renminbi. Zhang Yi's heart raced with excitement as he hurried toward the chubby man. Hey, will you sell me your noodles? I'll give you 100. The man looked utterly bewildered. What? Zhang Yi, in a fit of urgency, escalated his offer. I'll buy that bucket of noodles from you for 1 000. I'll transfer it to you via WeChat. As he spoke, Zhang Yi had already pulled out his phone, opening the scanning interface. The bewildered man also retrieved his phone, displaying the WeChat payment interface. The notification chimed. 1000 RMB received. Is this fellow out of his mind? The chubby man pondered, utterly bewildered as he handed a bucket of instant noodles to Zhang Yi. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi excitedly tore open the packaging right in front of the chubby man, only to discover nothing inside. How could this be? Where was the coveted divine talent card? Wasn't he supposed to belong to this couch potato? Yet, Zhang Yi distinctly remembered that the moment of the chubby man's fortune had been just past 6 o'clock, undeniably him. As Zhang Yi stood there in a daze, he noticed a delivery guy emerging from Old Lee's convenience store, carrying 2 entire boxes of instant noodles. The delivery person addressed the chubby man, saying, "I'll ride my electric bike and drop them off at your doorstep, just as you instructed." The chubby man responded with an approving hand gesture. Now, it was Zhang Yi's turn to be utterly flabbergasted. Unable to contain his impatience, he exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? Why buy so many instant noodles? Isn't the game about to launch? What about food for the upcoming week? Is there a problem?" The chubby man remained perplexed and inquired, "Do you want to buy some? I can offer a discount, 800 per bucket?" "Absolutely not." Zhang Yi seethed, wishing he could kick the chubby man into oblivion. Had he known this fellow would hoard so many, he would never have rashly spent 1,000 yuan on just one bucket. However, the divine talent card must be among these noodles. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yi opened his phone. 2 boxes of noodles, 24 buckets. The WeChat payment had just arrived, 24,000 yuan. The chubby man was left utterly stunned, thinking that this guy must be out of his wits or simply excessively wealthy. Even the delivery guy was taken aback. Suddenly wealthy, the chubby man waved the half-finished iced tea in his hand at Zhang Yi, saying, "Want the rest of this for 500? No." Zhang Yi clutched the 2 boxes of noodles from the delivery guy and dashed back to his residence. In acquiring those 2 boxes, Zhang Yi had nearly exhausted all his savings from years of working, but he understood that, in comparison to the divine talent card, even 1.5 billion was trivial. With a heart racing with anticipation, he began tearing open the noodle buckets with fervor. After opening a dozen or so, he finally found a gold card hidden within a bucket of old pickled cabbage noodles. How the chubby man managed to open this particular bucket just 2 hours before the game launch was a mystery to Zhang Yi. All he knew was that his hands trembled as the 6th divine card was discovered. The tracking system of Tianyun Group, embedded within it, immediately announced the news across the internet, causing the Apocalypse forum to explode with activity. Meanwhile, the chubby man, still en route home, reveled in his unexpected fortune of over 20,000 yuan, but as he scrolled through his phone, he stumbled upon the breaking news, causing his iced tea to slip from his grasp and crash to the ground, leaving him frozen in shock. Zhang Yi paid no mind to the commotion. He quickly took the newly acquired gold card and inserted it into the designated slot at the back of the eagerly awaited Apocalypse game helmet he had prepared long ago. Now, all that remained was to wait for the game to launch in an hour and a half. The world outside remained bustling with activity. Every internet CAF was filled to capacity as countless individuals returned home from work, perusing the official website of the game, eagerly anticipating its launch. Zhang Yi gazed out at the sky, letting out a sigh. In his previous life, he had survived for 8 years within the game. Yet he never grasped how Apocalypse wielded dominion over this world. He understood only that to thrive in the realm of Apocalypse, one must cultivate strength. Having grown up in an orphanage, Zhang Yi, even after his rebirth, felt no ties to the past. His sole concern was a singular question: how to become powerful. As night fell, the clock struck 8, and the moment finally arrived. Zhang Yi settled at his computer desk, opened the Apocalypse game interface, donned his gaming helmet, and logged into the game. Chapter 3. I bring the Dragon Clan bloodline. The game is loading. Logging into server 8. Please wait. In the enveloping darkness, Zhang Yi hears a system prompt. The world of Apocalypse is divided into 34 major regions, each representing one of the 34 provincial administrative areas of the country. Players are automatically assigned to a region based on their first login location. In his previous life, Zhang Yi was also in Server 8, thus he is well acquainted with the various opportunities that it offers. Soon, another prompt resonates in his ears. Please establish your game ID and select your faction. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi inputs his previous ID, as he believes that the name holds little significance, preferring not to ponder over extravagant titles. As for the faction, there is no need for introduction. He promptly chooses the human race. In the world of Apocalypse, factions are categorized into three types: humans, alien races, and beasts. As the game's narrative revolves around these three major factions, Apocalypse is a modern warfare game, narrating a tale set in the mid-21st century, where aliens invade Earth through wormholes, launching an assault on humanity. The ensuing conflict devastates the planet's ecological environment, causing non-human life forms affected by environmental corruption to mutate and develop self-awareness, thus joining the fray for territorial conquest. As the apocalypse unfolds, resource depletion renders firearms ineffective, ushering in a resurgence of the cold weapon era. The distinctions among the three factions are as follows. Joining the alien faction grants players a 20 increase in monetary rewards from daily monster slaying or quests. Aligning with the beast faction provides an additional 20 experience gain, while humans receive a 20 boost in reputation rewards. Zhang Yi's past experiences have taught him that reputation is the most vital asset in the world of Apocalypse. Furthermore, as he was also part of the human faction in his previous life, he possesses a comprehensive understanding of the opportunities and quests available to humanity. After selecting his ID and faction, a melodious prompt chimes. Dear player with the God-level talent card, congratulations on acquiring the randomly assigned God-level talent, Divine Enhancement. Divine Enhancement, God-level talent description. The possessor will attain a 100 success rate in equipment enhancement. Upon witnessing the talent he has received, Zhang Yi's spirits soar. A 100 success rate in equipment enhancement is undeniably extraordinary. Only seasoned players comprehend the perils of equipment enhancement in the world of Apocalypse. In this game, all gear can be enhanced using enhancement stones, with each enhancement raising the equipment's base attributes by 10, up to a maximum of 25 levels. However, the higher the enhancement level, the lower the success probability, decreasing by 4 with each level. From 24 to 25, the success rate plummets to a mere 1. Upon reaching level 25, a powerful equipment talent is unlocked. In his previous life, countless players found themselves in despair over the trials of equipment enhancement. With the extraordinary talent of Divine Enhancement, Zhang Yi felt as if he were on the brink of soaring to new heights. In his previous life, however, he had merely acquired a paltry common talent that granted a mere 1 increase in skill damage, which was virtually useless for an archer who relied on basic attacks and agility to inflict damage. At that moment, another system notification chimed. Ding. The Dragon Blood Scroll has been activated. Congratulations, you have obtained Dragon Bloodline. The Dragon Blood Scroll. The power he had received just before his demise in his former life had inexplicably accompanied him into this new existence. Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback. In the world of Awakening, there existed a race that transcended the three major factions. A race known in his previous life as the most formidable of all, the Dragon Race. The Dragon Race was not among the factions available for players to choose from. Shrouded in mystery and strength, existing in a state of neutrality within the Awakening world. Until the very moment of his death in his previous life, only 3 players had ever gained the recognition of the Dragon Race and been accepted as one of their own over the course of 8 years. The Dragon Race was an aspiration for countless players in the Awakening world, and to obtain the Dragon Blood Scroll, which offered a chance to join this prestigious faction. Zhang Yi, along with his beloved brother Mu Chun and his soulmate Lin Ruo, had united with over 100 elite players to hunt the 9-headed super divine Dragon Emperor boss. After a year of relentless effort, their team was left with only the 3 of them, managing to collect the 9 shards necessary for the synthesis. Overcome with excitement, Zhang Yi opened an interface displaying Dragon Bloodline, LV1. With each upgrade, the owner will receive a unique golden skill exclusive to the Dragon Race, along with passive enhancements. Owner, Inua Qing Chung. Passive, 5-star growth in all attributes. Exclusive skill, Hell Dragon Flame. LV1, golden passive. Each time a normal attack or skill is executed, there is a 0.1 chance to trigger, summoning a Hell Demon Dragon that unleashes the Hell Dragon Flame over a circular area with a radius of 100 meters. Inflicting real damage equal to 150 of your attack power to all enemies within range and placing them in an unpurifiable burning state for 5 seconds. Causing them to lose real damage equal to 30 of your attack power each second. Skill level will increase with the bloodline level. Upgrade requirements. Human Reputation 0-2000. Alien Reputation 0-2000. Demon Reputation 0-2000. Introduction. The Supreme Race of the Awakening World. Those who possess the dragon bloodline will gain initial recognition from the dragon race and will be able to utilize their formidable skills. When the dragon bloodline reaches LV10, the holder will qualify to join the dragon race faction. Good heavens, it is no wonder that the 255-star super artifact, the Dragon Blood Scroll, bestowed upon Zhang Yi the highest quality golden skill in the awakening world right from the outset. Furthermore, it granted a passive enhancement of 5 stars in all attributes. Who would have thought, Muchen, that the very thing you sought through unscrupulous means has been returned to me? A gradually arrogant smile spread across Zhang Yi's face. In this life, Zhang Yi possesses the audacity of confidence, endowed with the lineage of dragons and a divine aptitude from the outset. Coupled with his comprehensive grasp of the apocalypse world, it is indeed a challenge not to soar. Upon observing the requirements for upgrading his dragon lineage, Zhang Yi could not help but feel a sense of relief for having chosen the human faction. At that moment, the system's notification sound echoed once more. Ding. Character establishment complete. Player, 1 Promise, Enchanting City. Welcome to the game world of Apocalypse. This week's survival mission has been released. You may view the details in the mission interface. We wish you a pleasant gaming experience. As the system's announcement faded from his ears, Zhang Yi turned his gaze and found himself within a derailed train. This familiar scene sparked a thrill within him. Indeed, his birthplace remained unchanged from his previous life. Glancing around, he noticed that several other players were gradually respawning in the same carriage. The time in the apocalypse world synchronized with that of the real world. As night fell, through the train window, illuminated by the flickering streetlights, he beheld the railway outside, teeming with colossal spiders and scorpions, feasting upon the corpses of both animals and humans, producing a chilling cacophony of gnashing sounds. Chapter 4. The game begins in the face of the remarkably lifelike gaming scenery surrounding them, apart from Zhang Yi. The other players in the same carriage were eagerly pressed against the windows, their faces alight with excitement as they gazed at the bioengineered spiders outside, exclaiming in wonder. Player A. The level of virtual realism is astounding. This game is truly remarkable. Player B. Indeed, it feels just like the real world. Spending 10,000 yuan on this gaming helmet is absolutely worth it. Player C. Aren't you all afraid? It feels rather terrifying. Player D. What is there to be afraid of? It's just a game. Listening quietly to the discussions of the players, Zhang Yi shook his head. They had yet to realize that the world they inhabited was no longer merely a game. In his memory, the first survival mission of the apocalypse was evidently to locate a safe zone. He casually opened the mission interface, and indeed, it was as he recalled. This week's survival mission. Locate the safe zone. Nightmare level. Background. Alien forces have invaded Earth, and the beastmen have risen in strength, plunging the planet into a crisis of apocalyptic proportions. Mission description. Please follow the minimap to find safe zone number 886 in District 8, Hope Town. Within Hope Town, your safety will be significantly assured. Remaining time for the mission, 3 hours and 58 minutes. Mission reward. 1 revival opportunity. Failure penalty. Death. If a revival opportunity is available, death can be mitigated. The 2 cardinal rules of survival in the world of apocalypse are as follows. First, always ensure you possess at least 1 revival opportunity. Do not take risks without a revival chance. Death is irreversible without one, as I experienced in my previous life. Zhang Yi had perished at the hands of Muchen due to exhausting his revival opportunities before facing the Dark Dragon King, Yaguno, leaving him no chance for redemption. Second, complete the survival mission issued by the system each week. In Apocalypse, the player's main narrative revolves around survival missions. The system releases a uniform survival mission for all players every Monday. Those who complete their missions within the week earn a revival opportunity as a reward, while failure to complete the mission results in the deduction of 1 revival opportunity. Players who do not have a revival opportunity and fail to complete their mission on time face obliteration by the system. Weekly survival missions are categorized into 3 tiers: Normal, Elite, and Nightmare. With each successful completion, the mission level rises. To ensure safety, players must complete all 3 missions each week, thereby accumulating rewards of up to 3 revival opportunities. As today is Sunday and the first day of the server launch, this week's survival mission has been elevated to the Nightmare level and will not be subject to further upgrades. The task interface closed, and the attributes panel appeared before Zhang Yi. Inua Qing Cheng, level 1 profession, none race, human resurrection count, 1 cumulative. maximum of 5 times, talent, divine enhancement, divine talent, strength, 3 growth, 15 stars, affects physical attack, 1 point of strength equals 1. 5 physical attack, intelligence, 3 growth, 15 stars, affects magical attack, stamina, 2 growth, 15 stars, affects defense, agility, 3 growth, 15 stars, affects speed and critical hits, vitality, 5 growth, 15 stars, affects health and energy. 1 point of vitality equals 15 health points and 5 energy points, physical attack power, 5 physical defense power, 3 magical defense power, 3 health points, 75 energy points, 38 experience points, 100 life skill, basic exploration technique, allows viewing of attributes of monsters no higher than 3 levels above oneself. Consuming 1 energy point, special status, Dragon Bloodline LV1 description, a newcomer who has just stepped into the world of Apocalypse, filled with curiosity about everything. Before transitioning to a new profession, players have an initial growth of 10 stars and 5 attributes. However, due to obtaining the Dragon Bloodline, which grants a passive enhancement of 5 stars to all attributes, Zhang Yi begins with an advantage, boasting 50 higher attributes than other newcomers. In his spatial backpack, besides the 10 level 1 health potions provided by the system, which restore 50 health points each, there is only a Novice Greatsword. Novice Sword, quality, 1-star physical attack power, 3 profession restriction, none level requirement, 0 description, a weapon suitable for newcomers, while it may not deal significant damage. It helps avoid engaging in barehanded combat with the grotesque monsters outside. Unfortunately, without enhancement stones on hand, Zhang Yi cannot utilize the power of divine enhancement. Glancing at the time, it is now 8:03 p.m. If he does not enter a safe zone before midnight, he will squander the initial resurrection opportunity granted to each player by the system. Having experienced this once, Zhang Yi knows well that entering a safe zone is far from easy. Otherwise, the difficulty of this survival task would not be classified as nightmare level. At this moment, as the game officially commences, players within the carriage can no longer contain their excitement and leap from the windows, wielding their great swords to slay monsters. In his line of sight, he sees a young man with yellow hair daringly rushing out of the train, brazenly approaching a large spider that is feasting on the carcass of an animal not far away. Before long, a scream pierces the air as the yellow-haired youth is swiftly dispatched by the level 3 spider, causing the novice sword gifted by the system to drop, while his body transforms into a beam of white light and returns to the carriage. The carriage serves as the resurrection point for Zhang Yi and the other players until they reach the safe zone. Alas, after consuming a revival opportunity, the young man with yellow hair returned to the carriage, momentarily rendered speechless by the prowess of the colossal spider. As soon as he regained his composure, another middle-aged male player pointed at the very spider that had just vanquished him and exclaimed, with so many level 1 spiders around, "Why did you choose to engage that level 3 one?" The young man paused, only to notice the red ID indicator hovering above the spider, LV3 Biospider. "My word, I didn't see that," he muttered. "No worries, it's just a game. After all, I'm only level 1. Dying incurs no significant loss. I can always return." With that, the young man leaped out of the window once more. Meanwhile, the other players in the carriage, filled with excitement, brandished their great swords and charged forth towards the level 1 biospiders. Only Zhang Yi remained behind, not in haste to exit the carriage. Instead, he stood by a window and retrieved a safety hammer. As the hammer fell into his grasp, it instantaneously transformed into a formidable black iron hammer. Ding! You have acquired the equipment, Rugged Iron Hammer. Observing the weapon in his hand, which boasted an additional 5 points of attack power, a satisfied smile spread across Zhang Yi's face. Although it shared the same 1-star classification as the Novice Sword, this level 1 hammer surpassed the 0-level Novice Sword by 2 points of attack power, a notable difference in the early stages of the game. Chapter 5. Supreme Reinforcement. Regarding the transformation of a safety hammer into game equipment, Zhang Yi had certainly learned about this in his previous life. At that time, the only safety hammer in the carriage was inadvertently picked up by a player, who converted it into a weapon, prompting envy from Zhang Yi and other players. With that hammer, which boasted an attack power exceeding that of the novice swords held by other players by 2 points, that player became the first among their group of new players to escape the train station. Consequently, equipped with the iron hammer, Zhang Yi's attack power surged from 5 to 10 points, allowing him to exit the carriage unhurriedly. The moment he stepped outside, a powerful stench assaulted his senses, causing several female players around him to wrinkle their noses in disgust. However, Zhang Yi had long since acclimatized to such odors. It was evident that these novice players could barely contend with level 1 giant spiders, as the level 1 bio spider possessed a mere 6 points of attack, 0 defense, and 50 health points, attributes truly subpar. As long as they refrained from engaging in battles beyond their level, players were unlikely to encounter life-threatening situations. Moreover, these novice experienced monsters, programmed by the system, would not attack players unless provoked, which greatly ensured the safety of new players during the early stages. Unlike other players who rushed towards the giant spiders as if they were treasures, Zhang Yi opted to circumvent the areas teeming with these arachnids, carrying the hefty iron hammer. He made his way to the train station waiting hall. Guided by the minimap, the most direct route to the safe zone was to proceed straight along the train tracks. Thus, Zhang Yi's detour to the waiting hall was motivated by ulterior motives. At the entrance of the waiting hall, Zhang Yi encountered a giant spider that differed from the previous black ones. This one was a striking red. He casually cast a probing spell on it. Bio Spider, normal physical creature level, 2 talent. Poison, common talent. The Bio Spider's attack has a 1 chance to inflict poison on the target, causing a loss of 10 of the Bio Spider's attack power and health each second for 5 seconds. Physical attack, 10 physical defense, 2 magical defense, 1 health. 90 description. A spider mutated due to environmental pollution in a post-apocalyptic world. It is exceptionally fierce. However, it will not attack unless provoked. This giant spider seems somewhat unusual in the world of the apocalypse. Not only players but also monsters possess talents. Upon reading the data panel's description, Zhang Yi was further convinced this was indeed the creature. He had inadvertently discovered this opportunity in his previous life. It was not until he had painstakingly reached the safe zone, Hope Town, after more than 2 hours, that he heard fellow players mention the welfare monster at the train station's waiting hall, which, when defeated, could yield a treasure chest. Reportedly, that player had forgotten to check the map and, by chance, thought that leaving the train station would surely involve exiting through the waiting hall, ultimately leading to an encounter with the welfare monster. According to the account of that player, he sacrificed his life once to defeat the welfare monster, ultimately obtaining a treasure chest that seemingly contained numerous valuable items. In this life, Zhang Yi reached the waiting hall before anyone else. Thus the welfare monster was destined to be his. While a level 1 player would undoubtedly struggle to contend with a level 2 biochemical spider, this posed no challenge for Zhang Yi, who possessed the dragon bloodline and wielded a formidable iron hammer. Consequently, Zhang Yi's gaze fixed upon the level 2 biochemical spider resting at the entrance of the waiting hall. Adhering to the principle that as long as the player did not engage, the biochemical spider would not initiate an attack, Zhang Yi approached with his iron hammer in hand. With a resounding clang, he delivered a blow to the towering biochemical spider, which stood at least a meter tall. A roar erupted as a crimson damage number 8 materialized above the spider's head. The 5-star growth afforded by the dragon bloodline, combined with the hammer, enabled Zhang Yi's attack power to nearly double that of other novice players wielding basic swords, resulting in substantial damage to the level 2 biochemical spider. Caught off guard, the spider immediately swung its 8 long, hairy legs around and lunged at Zhang Yi with its gaping maw. Zhang Yi swiftly retreated to evade the assault, countering with another strike that dealt another 8 points of damage to the spider's head. Though he was not considered a top-tier expert in his previous life, he had acquired some fundamental positioning skills. Thus, Zhang Yi dodged the spider's attacks as best as he could while seeking opportunities to strike with his hammer. After all, should he fall victim to the spider's assault, his meager 3 points of defense would still result in a loss of 7 hit points. And if he triggered the poison talent, an additional 5 points would be lost. Resources were scarce in the early game, and the potions granted by the system were not meant to be used lightly at such a juncture. In half a minute, Zhang Yi landed a total of 10 strikes, whittling down the spider's health by 80 points. With the final blow, he achieved a golden critical hit, dealing 16 damage. The spider let out a final roar before collapsing at Zhang Yi's feet. A notification chimed. You have slain the biochemical spider, gaining 2 experience points. As the biochemical spider perished, a resounding thud echoed as a gleaming golden chest fell from its corpse. Indeed, a treasure had been dropped. Zhang Yi, filled with delight, knelt to open the 1-star treasure chest. Congratulations. You have opened the 1-star treasure chest, receiving level 1 strengthening stones, x30. Treasure chests in the world of Apocalypse function similarly to lottery tickets, categorized by rarity according to their star rating. The higher the star level, the more exquisite the items contained within. For Zhang Yi, who possessed the godly strengthening talent, the 30 strengthening stones from this chest were akin to a timely gift in the midst of winter. Eagerly, Zhang Yi commenced the enhancement of the formidable iron hammer in his possession using the enhancement stones. Each enhancement consumed a level 1 stone, and a series of delightful notification chimes resonated in his ears. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations, your equipment, rough iron hammer, has been upgraded to level 1. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations. Your equipment, rough iron hammer, has been upgraded to level 2. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations, your equipment, rough iron hammer, has been upgraded to level 25. Unlocking exclusive talent, severe injury. Once more, he perused the attributes of the rough iron hammer. Rough iron hammer, 25 quality, 1-star physical attack, 18, 13. The figure in parentheses denotes enhancement bonus, class restriction, none level requirement. 1 exclusive talent, severe injury passive. The wielder deals an additional 30 points of damage with each attack. Description: do not underestimate this hammer. It can effortlessly shatter your novice sword into fragments. Chapter 6. A hammer's might against the giant spider. With merely 25 enhancement stones, Zhang Yi successfully upgraded a piece of mundane equipment to the pinnacle level of 25. This was a power that countless elite players in his previous life could only dream of, yet now, reborn, Zhang Yi possessed it in reality, while enhancing a lowly, quickly obsolete level 1-star piece of equipment to level May 25th seemed trivial. Given its inherently low base attributes, the resulting boost would not be significant. However, for Zhang Yi, endowed with the divine enhancement talent, such concerns were inconsequential. At the very least, this hammer, now at level 25, would allow him to traverse to the safe zone without hindrance. He recalled that in every region, the first player to reach the safe zone would receive a substantial reward from the system. Moreover, even though this equipment would soon become obsolete, once Zhang Yi attained a higher level and acquired superior weaponry, the 25 enhancement stones would merely be a stepping stone. With divine enhancement at his disposal, obtaining level 25 equipment would be a trivial matter. Notably, the talent, severe injury, unlocked by enhancing this hammer to level 25 was exceptionally formidable, augmenting the wielder's attack damage by 30 points, effectively increasing Zhang Yi's attack power beyond that of the equipment itself. Armed with this exclusive talent, Zhang Yi's offensive capabilities were significantly amplified. Upon reviewing his status, his attack power had risen to 23 points. Coupled with severe injury, it was likely that he could vanquish a level 2 biospider with just 2 strikes. Without a doubt, this hammer could serve him well until level 5. In addition to the 1-star treasure chest, Zhang Yi discovered a single copper coin beside the carcass of the level 2 biospider. This coin served as the universal currency in the Apocalypse world and was an essential resource, albeit the novice creature proved rather stingy. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, which in turn equals 10,000 copper coins. Thus, Zhang Yi pocketed the solitary copper coin and departed from the waiting area. According to the layout on the minimap, exiting the waiting area to reach the safe zone was not a prudent choice. Upon returning to the train tracks at the spawn point, he encountered a large group of players from his batch, engrossed in battle with level 13 biospiders, having completely forgotten about the survival quest, finding the safe zone, lost in the thrill of monster slaying. After all, apart from Zhang Yi, all the players were experiencing this hyper-realistic game for the first time, and the exhilarating sensation was indeed captivating. He recalled that in his previous life, he too had spent nearly half an hour battling spiders before remembering to pursue the survival quest. Opening the map and following the directional arrows, Zhang Yi proceeded westward along the tracks. Just then, a flash of white light descended, and a level 3 biospider materialized right before him. The proximity of the spawn left Zhang Yi with no time to react, as the level 3 biospider appeared almost at his feet, and he inadvertently stepped on it roar. With a piercing roar, the biochemical spider, unjustly provoked, immediately directed its wrath towards Zhang Yi, unleashing a torrent of green venom from its gaping maw. The venom splattered across Zhang Yi's chest. Ding! You have been attacked by the biochemical spider, losing 13 health points. The ferocity of the level 3 biochemical spider's assault was overwhelming, without any protective gear, even with a formidable stamina growth of 15 stars. Zhang Yi could scarcely endure its onslaught, as his health bar plummeted by 1/6. With a total of 75 health points, he could withstand a mere 6 strikes from this menacing creature. Meanwhile, the players engaged in slaying the level 1 biochemical spiders gazed upon Zhang Yi's predicament with a mix of sympathy and astonishment. That kid is audacious, daring to provoke a level 3 spider, one remarked. Indeed, he's as good as doomed, another chimed in. As discussions swirled behind him, Zhang Yi hefted his massive iron hammer and brought it crashing down upon the head of the level 3 spider before him. Bang! A crisp sound resonated as damage numbers leapt into the air, leaving the onlookers momentarily dumbfounded. With an attack power of 23, Zhang Yi was only capable of inflicting 17 points of damage on the spider, whose defense stood at 6. However, the hammer's severe injury trait contributed an additional 30 points of damage. Swiftly evading the spider's retaliatory strike, Zhang Yi swung his hammer down once more. 94 critical hit. Fortune favored him, and the golden critical damage resulted in a swift demise for the creature. With a mournful cry, the level 3 biochemical spider, boasting a total of 130 health points and perceived as nearly invincible by the surrounding players, was vanquished by Zhang Yi's 2 mighty blows, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Ding! You have slain the biochemical spider, earning 6 experience points. Indeed, the adage high risk, high reward held true, as the experience from a level 3 spider equaled 3 times that of a level 2 spider. Furthermore, this formidable foe dropped 2 copper coins and a fist-sized silver stone. Level 1 enhancement stone. Description: a precious item for enhancing 1-star quality equipment. Significantly boosting a player's combat prowess, 2 stones of the same level can be combined to create a higher level enhancement stone. Fortune smiled upon him, for he had acquired an enhancement stone. With a swift motion, Zhang Yi collected the copper coins and the stone, then, wielding his hammer, he strode confidently over the carcass of the level 3 biochemical spider towards the safety of Hope Town, leaving a bewildered crowd of players in his wake. Player A: did I just imagine that? Player B: imagine? I must be blind. Did he really kill a level 3 spider with just 2 strikes? Is he even human? Player C: he must be cheating. With that 25 damage hammer, Zhang Yi could easily dominate the train station, using those level 13 biochemical spiders to elevate his level beyond 3. In a previous life, perhaps Zhang Yi would have acted differently. However, at present, he harbors grander ambitions and dismisses such trivial gains. Following the railway tracks, he traveled in a straight line at great speed for over 20 minutes. After crossing the guardrail and surmounting a hill, Zhang Yi stood atop the incline, finally gazing upon the quaint Hope Town nestled at the foot of the mountain. The town was encircled by a wall of cement, and from his elevated vantage point, he could discern the serenity and tranquility within, while beyond the walls, the urban ruins teemed with countless bioengineered beasts. Had it not been for the protective barrier, these creatures would undoubtedly have surged into the town, annihilating the survivors within. As of now, no regional announcements have been issued, indicating that the number 886 novice safety zone remained untouched by players. The achievement for being the first to enter the safety zone still awaited its claimant. Thus, Zhang Yi, wielding a massive iron hammer, advanced through the darkness towards Hope Town. Chapter 7: The first achievement in the world of Apocalypse. Beyond possessing 34 independent regions, each region is further divided into over 1,000 small safe zones, known as novice villages. Each novice village can accommodate more than 10,000 players. This is merely the domestic scenario. There are numerous international servers as well. It was only a few years later, when the regions merged and national wars commenced, that Zhang Yi truly comprehended the immense popularity of this game. Zhang Yi was assigned to the safe zone designated as Hope Town, with the identification number 886. Surrounding the 886 safe zone, countless players, hailing from various birthplaces, were flocking towards Hope Town, guided by the survival mission, finding a safe zone. Zhang Yi needed to reach Hope Town before them to trigger his achievement. Do not presume that since Zhang Yi was less than a mile from Hope Town, he could easily enter. In truth, the stretch from the train station was merely a warm-up. The real challenge of the nightmarish survival task, finding a safe zone, commenced from here. Along the path to Hope Town, Zhang Yi encountered formidable level 15 biomonsters, which were not subjected to any novice protection mechanism. This meant that even if players did not provoke them, they would still be attacked upon proximity. In his previous life, A significant fraction of players perished en route to the safe zone. Had he not teamed up with several players, Zhang Yi too would have met his demise. However, in this life, Zhang Yi had no intention of joining forces with others. Armed with a reinforced level 25 iron hammer, he required no assistance. As he leaped down a slope, a colossal level 2 bio-cockroach scuttled towards him. Unperturbed, Zhang Yi continued forward, waiting for the creature to approach. Before delivering a resounding blow with his hammer that flattened the cockroach's head, 51 damage. With its head pinned to the ground, the bio-cockroach temporarily lost its ability to attack. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yi struck again, dealing another 51 points of damage, resulting in a knockout. You have slain a level 2 bio-cockroach, gaining 2 experience points. After collecting a copper coin dropped by the defeated creature, Zhang Yi pressed on. Shortly thereafter, a level 3 bio-ret darted towards him. Unsurprisingly, it too fell to Zhang Yi's hammer, yielding 6 experience points and another copper coin. There is nothing that cannot be resolved with 2 strikes. If it cannot, then 3 strikes shall suffice. Originally a mere 1-star level 1 iron hammer, after being reinforced to level 25, it transformed into a divine instrument in the early stages. Thus, Zhang Yi navigated through this path with ease. Even level 4 or 5 biomonsters, which other novice players would struggle against in groups of 3 or 4, fell to Zhang Yi's might in mere moments. And so you have slain a level 3 bio-ant, gaining 6 experience points. With a swift strike, you vanquished a level 2 bio-spider, earning 2 experience points. Another strike brought down a level 4 bio-centipede, granting you 12 experience points. At last, upon reaching the entrance of Hope Town, a radiant beam of golden light cascaded from above, accompanied by a melodious system notification that echoed in Zhang Yi's ears. Congratulations. You have leveled up. You have been awarded 5 free attribute points, and the next level requires 250 experience points. Despite the challenges faced along the way, Zhang Yi finally attained level 2. Upon accessing the status panel, he allocated all 5 points to stamina, enhancing his vitality, regardless of the profession chosen at level 10. The player's freedom to allocate points before this threshold remains unaffected, as a respec opportunity is granted upon class transition. Thus, prior to reaching level 10, one may invest points into any low attributes. The 25 damage from his hammer ensured Zhang Yi's offensive capabilities were solid. However, his survival skills remained a vulnerability. The additional 5 points in stamina, correlating to 15 stars of growth, translated into a remarkable boost of 75 health points and 37 energy points, effectively doubling Zhang Yi's vitality. After finalizing the attribute allocation and closing the status panel, Zhang Yi stood at the entrance of the safe zone, stepping through an impenetrable white barrier that led into the town. Upon crossing the threshold, he beheld a serene and tranquil settlement, with pristine roads flanked by undamaged houses, bustling with NPCs adorned with blue IDs, a vibrant scene that made Zhang Yi, who had just traversed the desolate ruins of the outside world, feel as though he had entered paradise. Simultaneously, a resounding system notification echoed from above. Announcement for Safe Zone 886. Congratulations to player Yin Nua Ching Cheng for being the first to enter Safe Zone 886, Hope Town, achieving the accomplishment of first newcomer and receiving rewards, 120 human reputation, including a 20 faction bonus, and 10 silver coins. The reward of 120 reputation was commendable, as typically, one would need to complete several challenging quests to amass such prestige. As this announcement reverberated around Hope Town, players belonging to Safe Zone 886 erupted in excitement, igniting the regional chat channel with fervor. Lonely brother, male, level 1 player. Wow, that was fast. You've already reached the safe zone, while I just respawned. Wait for me. I'll make it there in an hour. Mouse loves cat, female, level 1 player in Nua Ching Ching. Are you a brother or sister? You made it to the safe zone so quickly, that's impressive. Expert, male, level 1 player. Damn. I've been grinding mice and almost forgot about the safe zone quest. Hold on, brothers. I'm on my way. Ding dong. The chat channel buzzed incessantly, yet Zhang Yi paid no mind and swiftly muted the notifications. As the reality of this apocalyptic world had yet to dawn upon others, many players still engaged in idle chatter, unlike Zhang Yi. Following the regional announcement, a private system notification chimed in his ears. Congratulations, you have completed the survival task, finding the safe zone, nightmare level, and have been rewarded with 1 revival opportunity. This week's survival tasks have been entirely accomplished. Please await the system's release of new survival tasks at midnight on Monday. Glancing at the time, it was 8:30. Zhang Yi had reached the safe zone in merely half an hour. In his previous life, the first player to arrive at Hope Town did so around 9 o'clock, indicating that Zhang Yi was ahead of the others by at least half an hour, thus able to reap the benefits that the safe zone provided. Chapter 8. The mission begins. Having returned to life, Zhang Yi possesses a singular, formidable ambition to cultivate his strength with unwavering determination. Thus, his foremost objective is to swiftly amass prestige and elevate the level of his dragon bloodline. Achieving a level 10 status in the dragon bloodline would grant him the opportunity to join the dragon clan, a distinction that transcends mere possession of the bloodline. Once inducted into the dragon clan, players are afforded the formidable support of the dragon lineage. In his previous life, Zhang Yi vividly recalls a moment years later when the realms of the apocalypse world merged, igniting a national war. During this chaos, a player from the Heavenly Kingdom Dragon Clan summoned a dragon cavalry and decimated the secondary stronghold of Cloud City, which housed a staggering 100,000 players. Attaining this ultimate goal would likely take no less than a year and a half to elevate the dragon bloodline to level 10. Thus, prior to that, Zhang Yi's immediate target is to reach level 10 and complete his job transition, for only through this transition can he acquire skills. Level 10 marks a significant threshold for early players. Drawing from the collective experience of gamers, it is well understood that the swiftest path to leveling up lies in the combination of quests and monster hunting. As Zhang Yi has been reborn, he retains a near-perfect recollection of Hope Town's layout, including the locations of NPCs offering quests, as well as the potion and equipment shops. In his former life, he was an exceedingly mediocre player, spending a full month in the novice village before ascending to level 30 and venturing to the level 3 stronghold. In that month, Zhang Yi could even recall the places where signs warned against public urination. Thus, guided by his memory, Zhang Yi strides along the streets, weaving through the throngs of NPCs. Before long, he arrives at the entrance of a quaint house with a red roof, where he notices a young girl, seemingly no more than 8 or 9 years old. Squatting at the doorway, she sports 2 playful pigtails and rests her chin on her hands, her expression one of despondency. Above her head, alongside a blue spirit emblem, hovers a large yellow question mark, signifying that players can undertake ordinary quests from this NPC. In the world of Apocalypse, quests are categorized as either ordinary or hidden. The presence of a question mark indicates an ordinary quest, while hidden quests, devoid of any prompts, are notoriously difficult to trigger, yet offer rewards that are beyond imagination. However, Zhang Yi is acutely aware that there are no direct hidden quests available in Hope Town. Approaching the girl named Ling Ling, Zhang Yi gently initiates a conversation, inquiring, "Little sister, what troubles you? Why do you seem so downcast?" Ling Ling lifts her gaze, her tear-filled eyes locking onto Zhang Yi's as she replies, "Big brother, 2 days ago, a monster killed my father. Could you avenge him and slay the monsters that took my father from me?" As soon as the girl's voice fell silent, a luminous screen appeared before Zhang Yi, announcing, "Do you accept the mission, Revenge for Father, difficulty level 20, classified as a beginner's task. The system recommends you undertake it?" The message was succinct and straightforward, prompting Zhang Yi to accept the mission without hesitation. "You have successfully accepted the mission Patricide Revenge. Upon completion, as per the rules, you shall receive generous rewards. Best of luck, adventurer." He casually opened the mission interface. Patricide Revenge, normal task difficulty level 20 description, with the invasion of foreign races upon Earth and the rise of the beast folk. The entire world has plunged into an unprecedented apocalyptic crisis. Countless human survivors have met gruesome fates at the hands of ferocious monsters in the wild. Ling Ling's father ventured to the factory 3 days ago to gather materials for weapon crafting, but has yet to return, and it is feared he has perished. Players are tasked to follow the map's guidance to Doomsday Factory, eliminate the man-eating worms inside, and avenge Ling Ling's father. Task progress: 0-100 task rewards, 600 experience points, 100 copper coins, 10 level 1 enhancement stones, 1 random equipment, 20 human race reputation. Remaining time: 11 hours 59 minutes at first glance. This seemed no different from the beginner tasks available in the safety zone, which involved slaying mutated creatures. However, only Zhang Yi understood that this mission was far from ordinary. After accepting the task, Zhang Yi bid farewell to Ling Ling, who remained squatting at the entrance, her face etched with sorrow and a question mark hovering above her head, awaiting the next player to accept the mission. Turning back to glance at the NPC girl, Zhang Yi felt a pang of emotion. Although he did not know her, he realized that Ling Ling was a transformation of a real girl from the world outside. This meant that, in reality, Ling Ling had been eradicated by the apocalypse system. Not only Ling Ling, but also this safety zone and all NPCs within the entire apocalypse world were remnants of individuals who had been obliterated in reality. Zhang Yi shuddered at the thought of what might be unfolding in the real world at this very moment. Glancing down at his attire, shorts and flip-flops, he felt it was rather unseemly. Thus, before venturing out of the safety zone to undertake his mission, Zhang Yi decided to visit the equipment shop in the town. After battling his way from the train station to Hope Town, he had accrued a total of 21 copper coins from monster drops along the way, supplemented by 10 silver coins from achievement rewards. In less than an hour since the launch of Apocalypse, Zhang Yi had amassed a small fortune of 10 silver and 21 copper coins. With this wealth, he chose to spend a modest sum at the equipment shop, purchasing a set of novice gear, novice boots, 2 defense, priced at 20 copper coins, novice pants, 2 defense, priced at 20 copper coins, novice shirt, 25 health, priced at 25 copper coins, novice ring, 3 attack, priced at 35 copper coins, a complete set of level 1. 1-star equipment, deemed utterly worthless, was purchased by Zhang Yi solely to enhance his appearance marginally. Clad in novice attire, he glanced at the streamlined status bar. Nua Ching Cheng, LV2 Revival Count, 2 Talent, Divine Enhancement Physical Attack, 26 Physical Defense, 7 Magical Defense, 7 Health Points, 175 Energy Points, 75 Experience Points, 250 Special Status, Dragon Bloodline, LV1. After acquiring the equipment, Zhang Yi proceeded to the apothecary, where he spent 50 copper coins on 50 bottles of level 1 red potions. With his hefty iron hammer in tow, he ventured forth beyond the outskirts of Hope Town. Chapter 9. Fear not, fair maiden, for I shall stand in your stead. Darkness enveloped the earth, the stench of death permeating the air. Stepping beyond the protective barrier of the safety zone, Zhang Yi felt as though he had plummeted from paradise into the depths of hell. As he surveyed the smoldering ruins of the city, he beheld a myriad of bizarre, level 15 biochemical monstrosities traversing the desolate landscape, while crows flitted chaotically overhead. Undaunted, Zhang Yi brandished his massive iron hammer and boldly advanced into the throng of beasts. With a thunderous roar, as Zhang Yi entered the aggro range of these creatures, a cacophony of growls erupted, and one after another, the lowly biochemical beasts lunged towards him. He swung his hammer in a whirlwind of fury. Bang, bang, bang. 48, 48, 51, 94 critical hit. Ding. You have slain a level 3 biochemical cockroach, earning 6 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 2 biochemical rat, earning 2 experience points. One by one, the biochemical beasts fell, transforming into mere specks of experience that Zhang Yi eagerly collected. For him, the level 14 monsters posed no challenge, easily dispatched with a mere 24 strikes. The only potential threat was the level 5 creatures, whose attack power soared to 25 points. A single hit from them inflicted 18 points of damage. And with a health pool of 240, it required 6 strikes for Zhang Yi to vanquish one, necessitating the consumption of a healing potion for every kill. Yet, the rewards were equally substantial, each level 5 beast yielding a bountiful 20 experience points, with a minimum drop of 1 copper coin, and on occasion, as many as 3. As Zhang Yi made his way towards the safety zone, he encountered several players hastening in the opposite direction. These individuals, who had fought valiantly to reach this point from the spawn area, regarded Zhang Yi with puzzled expressions, particularly upon noticing the white ID hovering above his head, a promise to the city. Wait. Isn't that the player who just received a system announcement for being the first to reach the safety zone? One exclaimed. Indeed. A promise to the city was the name. Goodness. He has even changed his weapon. While we are still struggling to reach the safety zone, he's already venturing out to hunt. We must hasten to the safety zone ourselves. I read in the game manual on the Apocalypse official website that daily quests have limited claim opportunities. If we delay, we might miss out entirely. Thus, a throng of players brushed past Zhang Yi, quickening their pace towards Hope Town. In their eyes, even as the first to arrive at the safety zone, this promise to the city possessed considerable strength. Yet venturing out alone to hunt seemed a perilous endeavor. Just then, a shriek pierced the air. Gazing ahead, Zhang Yi spotted a young woman clad in a tank top and shorts, pinned beneath a level 5 biochemical spider. Her health bar dwindled to half, having lost a quarter of her life following a bite from the creature. "Help!" she cried out. "Fear not, fair maiden, for I come to your rescue." Upon witnessing a beautiful damsel in distress, a young lad brandishing a novice sword charged towards the menacing biomechanical spider. However, to his dismay, before he could draw near, the spider retaliated ferociously, inflicting a critical hit of 44 damage that activated the poison talent, coupled with a toxic damage of 3 points per second. The young hero was swiftly vanquished. A heart-wrenching cry echoed as he transformed into a wisp of white light. The level 5 biomechanical spider then advanced towards the bloodied maiden. The other players, witnessing this formidable foe and the horrific spectacle of one of their own being annihilated, were gripped by trepidation. Although it was merely a game, the prospect of returning to the spawn point upon death loomed large. They had painstakingly fought their way to this moment, on the brink of entering the safe zone, and none wished to squander their progress for the sake of an unfamiliar, albeit aesthetically pleasing, damsel. Just as the spider was about to consume her, Zhang Yi approached, wielding a formidable hammer. Onlookers scoffed at his audacity. They believed he fancied himself a hero seeking rewards for being the first to enter the safe zone. Merely by switching weapons, they anticipated his swift demise, certain that the hammer's damage would far exceed that of the novice sword. As Zhang Yi drew near the spider and the maiden, the creature sensed danger and lunged at him. With a powerful upward swing, he struck the spider, sending it flying. A golden critical hit of 94 erupting from its head. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the spectators as Zhang Yi swiftly closed the distance, delivering 2 consecutive blows that dealt 47 damage each, ultimately slaying the not fully healed level 5 spider. This extraordinary display left the onlookers, who had hoped for mere entertainment, utterly astounded. Player A exclaimed, "Good heavens, what is this monstrous damage?" Player B remarked, "Surely that hammer he wields must be a legendary artifact." Player C added, "I couldn't inflict such damage in 10 strikes with my sword," as the crowd remained in shock. Zhang Yi quietly collected 2 copper coins from his spoils and departed without a sound. Following the map's guidance, he traversed for over 10 minutes, battling low-level beasts until he reached the Doomsday Factory. The experience gained along the way had elevated his experience bar to 70, bringing him close to leveling up to 3. Before him lay an abandoned chemical processing plant, nestled in the wilderness, overrun with weeds, its once great smokestacks entwined with vines, exuding an air of desolation and lurking peril. Were it not for the extraordinary resolve of Zhang Yi, an ordinary person might have hesitated to approach the factory. Paralyzed by trepidation in the absence of a team during their inaugural venture into a post-apocalyptic survival game. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yi boldly grasped his hefty iron hammer and strode into the factory. Inside, the scene was chaotic. Barrels laden with chemical agents lay haphazardly strewn across the floor, while litter and debris cluttered every corner. The air was thick with the stench of decay, as numerous NPC workers' corpses, rotting and foul, littered the premises. Moreover, ominous black creatures resembling beetles, with 6 spindly legs, scuttled over the remains, voraciously feasting and producing a chilling cacophony of crunching sounds. These grotesque insects were none other than Zhang Yi's intended quarry, the man-eating worms. Chapter 10. Massacre Hellfire Dragon. Within this factory, the man-eating worms, though not particularly formidable, range in level from 34, as the difficulty coefficient of the quest, Revenge for the Father, is merely 20. Man-eating worm. Physical ordinary creature level. For talent, corrosive damage. The worm's attack can seep its venom into the enemy, inflicting a corrosive effect that drains 5 health points per second for 3 seconds. Physical attack, 18 physical defense, 9 magical defense, 7 health points, 180 description, originally dwelling underground. These creatures mutated due to environmental pollution and now prey exclusively on humans. To avoid becoming their meal, it is wise to keep your distance. Although the worm is 2 levels above Zhang Yi, armed with the formidable 25-pound iron hammer, which can be deemed a legendary weapon in the early stages, he regards it with indifference. The task requires the extermination of 100 man-eating worms, a task that is purely a test of endurance. Zhang Yi locates the nearest level 4 man-eating worm and approaches, wielding his iron hammer. Roar. As Zhang Yi draws near, the worm, engrossed in rummaging through the corpse of a worker, quickly notices him and scuttles over. Unfazed, Zhang Yi continues his advance until the worm is right before him. With a resounding thud, he strikes its forehead 47. For a novice player, the worm's defense of 9 is already considerable. Without a proper weapon or at least a fully leveled character, attempting to confront a man-eating worm with merely a beginner's sword would be tantamount to suicide. However, for Zhang Yi, this creature is merely a source of experience. As a novice monster, the worm's attack speed is sluggish, granting Zhang Yi the opportunity to deliver a second blow before it can retaliate, inflicting another 47 points of damage. A deft sidestep allows him to evade the worm's attack, and with 2 more strikes, he effortlessly dispatches it, earning 12 experience points and 2 copper coins, bringing the progress of the Revenge for the Father quest to 100. Having slain the man-eating worm without sustaining any damage, Zhang Yi requires no recovery and sets his sights on the next target. Bang, bang, bang. The factory reverberates with the sharp sounds of the hammer striking the worm's hardened exoskeleton, mingling with the creature's anguished wails. After dispatching several more worms, as Zhang Yi delivers the final blow to the 8th worm, a sudden commotion erupts above him. Startled, he looks up to behold a massive purple rift tearing through the sky, as if the heavens themselves were being rent asunder. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a colossal fire dragon, engulfed in flames, bursts forth from the rift, its cavernous maw opening wide as it unleashes a searing torrent of dragon fire upon the ground below. As Zhang Yi, with an instinctive reflex, shielded his eyes with both hands, the dragon flames swiftly enveloped a radius of 100 meters around him, consuming the hordes of man-eating worms within that vast area. Amidst the crackling sounds, a multitude of these grotesque creatures leapt into the air, their heads erupting with a white critical damage notification, 69. Subsequently, the afflicted worms experienced a continuous burn, suffering an additional 40 points of damage every second, their health rapidly depleting. Within mere seconds, dozens of these worms surrounding Zhang Yi had been incinerated. The hovering dragon in the rift vanished, leaving Zhang Yi in awe as he gazed at the charred remains of countless worms. The incessant notifications echoed in his ears. Ding! You have slain a level 3 man-eating worm, awarding you 6 experience points. Ding! You have slain a level 4 man-eating worm, awarding you 12 experience points. A golden light cascaded down, propelling Zhang Yi directly from level 2 at 80 to level 3 at 57. It was only upon reviewing the battle log that he realized his regular attack had triggered the dragon-exclusive skill bestowed by the dragon bloodline, Hellfire Dragon Flame. With a minuscule probability of 1 in 1,000, this golden level 1 ability inflicted 150 of his attack power as true damage to all hostile targets within a 100-meter radius, along with an unremovable burn damage of 30 attack power over 5 seconds. With Zhang Yi's attack power at 26 points, combined with the severe wound damage bonus of 30 points, this Hellfire obliterated the entire group of 34 level man-eating worms in an instant. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhang Yi finally managed to utter, "The dragon bloodline is truly remarkable." It is worth noting that this was merely the effect at level 1. Should he elevate the Hellfire to level 10 in the future, it would undoubtedly wreak havoc beyond imagination. While other novice players considered it a luxury to defeat even a single level 3 monster, Zhang Yi had effortlessly annihilated a swarm of level 4 man-eating worms. Upon opening the quest interface, he noticed his progress soar from 8,100 to 55,100, as that single dragon flame had obliterated 47 man-eating worms. Enraptured by the scattered spoils surrounding him, Zhang Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. It took him 3 minutes to collect all the loot from those 47 worms, totaling 70 copper coins, 5 level 1 enhancement stones, and a 1-star treasure chest. The drop rate for equipment from Apocalypse monsters had been criticized by countless players in his previous life, so it came as no surprise that over 40 monsters yielded no equipment. The enhancement stone dropped at a rate of 10. Conversely, the 1-star treasure chest was an unexpected boon. It is well known that treasure chests are rarer than equipment, marking a stroke of fortune. If it were to yield equipment, a 1-star chest guarantees at least 1-star gear, with a slim chance of 2-star items. Notably, opening a 1-star treasure chest does not require a key. Perhaps the recent discovery of the treasure chest had exhausted Zhang Yi's fortune. Upon opening the chest, he acquired 10 level 1 enhancement stones, along with a piece of 1-star armor, man-eating worm boots. Quality: 1-star physical defense, 8 magical defense, 6 class restriction, none level requirement. For description, crafted from the sturdy carapace and soft underbelly of the man-eating worm. These genuine leather boots exhibit an exquisite balance of toughness and comfort, ensuring that your feet remain unscathed while providing unparalleled solace. Though classified as one-star quality, these level 4 boots boast attributes that far surpass the novice boots currently worn by Zhang Yi, which only offer an additional 2 points of defense. This is merely the base attribute. The higher the foundational stats, the greater the benefits bestowed by enhancements. Consequently, without hesitation, Zhang Yi retrieved the accumulated 25 level 1 enhancement stones from his inventory and applied them all at once to the new boots. Ding, 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 ding. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, your equipment, man-eating worm boots, has been enhanced to level 25, unlocking the exclusive talent, Infinite Evasion. Chapter 11. The second artifact in the previous one-star treasure chest, Zhang Yi had obtained 30 enhancement stones, of which only 5 remained. With the addition of 10 stones from the current chest and over 10 more dropped from monsters, he possessed more than enough enhancement stones to elevate a piece of flat equipment to level 25. Of course, the divine enhancement was unparalleled. Otherwise, who would dare to excessively enhance a mere one-star piece of lowly equipment in the early stages? Generally, for transitional gear, most players would consider it remarkable to enhance it to level 10, and reaching level 25 was nearly impossible without 300 or 400 level 1 enhancement stones. Unless one were extraordinarily lucky. Gazing at the level 25 man-eating worm boots in his hands, Zhang Yi felt a surge of excitement. These boots conferred a remarkable 250 boost to attributes, elevating the base defense from 8 points to an impressive 28 points. Moreover, the talent unlocked by enhancing to the highest level, Infinite Evasion, granted the wearer a 20 increase in evasion rate, a formidable advantage. Following the rough iron hammer, Zhang Yi had birthed his second artifact. If he donned these boots, even monsters of level 5 would find it impossible to inflict damage upon him. Unfortunately, as a level 3 player, Zhang Yi was unable to equip the level 4 man-eating worm boots, so he had no choice but to store them in his inventory. Checking his status bar, his experience was fixed at 456,800. After defeating the remaining 45 man-eating worms, he should reach level 4. The man-eating worm boots imbued Zhang Yi with boundless motivation, and thus, wielding the massive iron hammer, he resumed his slaughter of the worm horde. At that moment, he longed for another burst of hellfire, hoping to ascend to level 4 in an instant and complete his task. Alas, the ideal was splendid. But reality was harsh. The 1 in 1,000 chance of triggering hellfire was not so easily replicated. Thus, the ensuing encounters were grounded in tangible combat. With his level 25 iron hammer in hand, Zhang Yi was nearly invincible within this apocalyptic factory. In less than half an hour, he had slain the remaining 45 man-eating worms and completed his quest. Upon checking the experience bar, he found he was merely 3 points shy of leveling up. With a swift strike of his hammer, he dispatched another level 3 man-eating worm, and golden light cascaded from above. Congratulations, you have reached level 4. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The next level requires 2,000 experience points. Having finally attained level 4, Zhang Yi eagerly retrieved the man-eating worm boots from his inventory and equipped them. Upon inspecting his status bar, his defense had surged from 7 points to a staggering 33 points. Suddenly recalling the 5 attribute points he had received upon reaching level 3, which he had forgotten to allocate, he now accumulated a total of 10 free attribute points. With the man-eating worm boots equipped, Zhang Yi's defense had reached saturation. At present, there was no need to further bolster his defense, and thus, he allocated all 10 points to strength. No need to entertain notions of agility for maneuverability. In the face of absolute offense and defense, Zhang Yi required no evasive tactics. The growth of the 15-star power has directly enhanced Zhang Yi's attack by an impressive 15 points, elevating his total attack attribute to a remarkable 41 points. Coupled with the severe injury talent, his effective attack power has soared to an astonishing 71 points. Gazing at his formidable attribute interface, Zhang Yi nodded in satisfaction. It seems I am now ready to confront that formidable foe. With this thought, he raised his head, casting a meaningful glance deep into the factory. However, he first needed to return and submit his quest. With that, he turned away from the apocalyptic factory and departed. On his way back to Hope Town, feeling somewhat bored, Zhang Yi wielded his hammer with one hand, smashing the monsters that charged at him, while with the other, he opened the regional chat interface to observe the interactions among players. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had become a somewhat notable figure in Hope Town. Weakwater 3000, male, level 2 player. Has anyone encountered a player with the ID 1 promise, City of Beauty? That guy's damage output is incredibly high. He dealt over 40 points of damage with a single strike on a level 5 giant spider. Fallen Angel, male, level 1 player 1 promise, City of Beauty? That ID sounds familiar. ISNT that the first person to enter the safe zone and trigger the regional announcement? Undying East, male, level 2 player. I don't believe it. He must be cheating. Who has such high damage output in the early stages? Peppa Pig, female, level 1 player. What he said is true. He killed that level 5 spider to save me. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Green Tea, female, level 2 player. Oh, come on, dear sister. Don't flatter yourself. I was there too. He was saving you, just passing by while farming monsters. Didn't you see that after he killed the spider, he didn't even glance in your direction before leaving? Arrogant Scholar, male, level 2 player. Doesn't that one promise, City of Beauty, wield a large iron hammer? I also saw him farming. He indeed dealt 4 to 5 dozen points of damage. Do you think he received a hidden reward for being the first to enter the safe zone, granting him a novice artifact? Reading through these chat records from over 20 minutes ago, Zhang Yi couldn't help but shake his head. These individuals could certainly engage in conversation. Or perhaps he had indeed been too ostentatious. After all, while everyone else was still poking level 1 creatures with novice swords, Zhang Yi was casually dealing 4 to 5 dozen damage to level 5 monsters. Who could remain calm upon witnessing such prowess? Closing the chat interface, Zhang Yi continued on his journey. Upon returning to Hope Town, he found the place teeming with people. Far more crowded than it had been an hour ago when he first arrived. The town was bustling, reminiscent of a lively market. With over 10,000 players gathered in this safe zone. Among them, all players were at level 12, with only a handful having reached level 3, while Zhang Yi, at level 4, stood out distinctly amidst the crowd. However, many players are fervently searching for NPCs marked with a question mark above their heads, eagerly vying for quests. Oblivious to Zhang Yi. Due to the mechanics of the apocalypse setting, each NPC capable of triggering a quest can only issue a limited number of tasks daily. Refreshing at midnight. Zhang Yi recalls that each quest-giving NPC can issue a maximum of approximately 100 tasks per day, and there are around 50 such NPCs within a safe zone. This implies that at least half of the players will be unable to obtain any quests. In his previous life, when Zhang Yi rushed to the safe zone on the first day, not only were quests scarce, but even the low-level monsters in the vicinity had been entirely claimed, leaving Zhang Yi with just a few mutated wild chickens and wild boars throughout the night, resulting in almost no development. These players resembled bandits, their speed in seizing monsters surpassing the rate at which the creatures respawned. While these players were desperately fighting for quests, Zhang Yi, having already completed one, had no interest in joining them in their frantic quest for tasks, for he had far more pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 12. The Hidden Quest. Thus, weaving through the crowd, Zhang Yi arrived near the red house where he had previously accepted a quest. He discovered that the NPC girl, Ling Ling, was still squatting at the entrance, her face marred by worry. However, the question mark above her head had transformed from yellow to gray, indicating that she had exhausted her available quest for the day, and players could no longer receive missions from her. Zhang Yi approached the solitary Ling Ling and triggered a dialogue. Little sister, I have avenged your father and vanquished those monsters. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Ling Ling lifted her head, her bright, lovely eyes sparkling as she gazed at him, a joyful smile finally gracing her face. Really? Thank you, big brother. Thank you for avenging my father. With that, the girl produced a crystal blue ring from somewhere and offered it to Zhang Yi. Big brother, this is a gift my father once gave me. To express my gratitude for avenging him, I would like you to have it. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Yi selected to submit the quest, and a melodious notification chimed from above. Ding. Congratulations, you have completed the quest, Avenging a Father, earning rewards, 600 experience points, 100 copper coins, 10 level 1 enhancement stones, 24 human reputation points, and the equipment, Lucky Ring. He noted the blue ring gifted by Ling Ling. Lucky Ring quality, 1-star physical attack, 9 class restrictions, none level requirement. For description, this ring is imbued with the power of luck, capable of bestowing good fortune upon its wearer. Furthermore, it serves not merely as an accessory but as a special token, beyond its standard usage. The ring harbors a mysterious function, subtly hinted at in its description. However, few players would deduce this from the text, save for the reborn Zhang Yi. Substituting the newbie ring with 3 attack power for the lucky ring, Zhang Yi's attack rose from 41 to 47 points. Regrettably, he lacked sufficient enhancement stones. Otherwise, upgrading the lucky ring to level 25 would yield even greater attack bonuses. With the 100 copper coins awarded from the quest, equivalent to 1 silver coin, Zhang Yi now possessed 11 silver coins along with over 30 copper coins, marking him as a minor tycoon in the novice village. Consequently, Zhang Yi visited the apothecary. While other players hesitated to spend even 1 copper coin on a level 1 red potion, he splurged 90 copper coins to acquire 30 bottles of level 2 red potions, each capable of restoring 100 health points. Having replenished his supplies, Zhang Yi finally departed from the safe zone, returning once more to the Doomsday Factory. Upon returning to this place, Zhang Yi discovered that a considerable number of players were already engaged in their quests involving the carnivorous worms within the Doomsday Factory. Most of these players were merely at level 2, finding it quite challenging to confront the level 34 worms alone. Consequently, they typically formed groups of 2 or 3. Although the experience points would significantly diminish in a team setting, it ensured their safety. However, Zhang Yi's purpose for re-entering the Doomsday Factory was not to farm these worms again. Therefore, he circumvented both the worms and the players, proceeding directly into the factory's interior. Zhang Yi recalled that in his previous life, a player in Safe Zone 886 had triggered a rare hidden quest within the Doomsday Factory. Apparently, there was an NPC concealed within the factory, and the hidden quest involved safely escorting this NPC to the secure area. Yet, beyond locating the NPC, a specific condition had to be met to acquire the hidden quest from him. This was why Zhang Yi had chosen to undertake the task of farming worms in the Doomsday Factory amidst the multitude of quests available in the safe zone. He did not seek out the NPC immediately upon his first visit to the factory, but opted to complete the quest first. Completing the prior task would yield the reward of the lucky ring, which was essential for triggering the hidden quest thereafter. After wandering through the factory's interior, permeated by the scent of chemical agents, Zhang Yi indeed found an NPC in a storage room. It was a middle-aged man with disheveled hair, a beard that appeared unkempt, and a severed right hand, languidly reclined in the corner of the storage room, as if awaiting his demise. Apart from the blue NPC ID above his head, there was no yellow question mark hovering over him, for hidden quests offer no overt indications. Approaching the near catatonic ill, Zhang Yi initiated a dialogue. "It seems you have been trapped here for quite some time, sir. Allow me to escort you to a safe place." The sudden voice startled ill, who had been curled up in the dark corner, prompting him to raise his head. Upon seeing Zhang Yi, he expressed surprise. "You? How did you find this place?" Dispensing with unnecessary pleasantries and aware of the narrative at hand, Zhang Yi proceeded directly to the point. "I encountered a girl named Lingling in Hope Town. She entrusted me with the task of finding her father." Upon hearing the name Lingling, Il could not restrain his tears. He glanced at his right hand, which had been devoured by the worms, and shook his head. "It's no use. I am beyond redemption. Even if I returned in this state, I would be a burden. It is better to perish here and be done with it." Drawing upon his memories from the previous life, Zhang Yi understood that at this juncture in the game's narrative, no amount of persuasion would rekindle Ill's desire to continue living. The hidden quest to escort Ill back to the safe zone could not be forcibly triggered unless Zhang Yi produced the lucky ring and placed it before Ill. "Do you truly not wish to see your daughter again?" It was only upon seeing the ring that Il's inner defenses completely crumbled. "Lingling, my daughter." As he spoke, Illinois slowly rose from the ground. "Very well, young man, I implore you to take me back to Hope Town." This ring, more potent than 1,000 words, was indeed essential for triggering this hidden quest. Just then, a notification sounded in Zhang Yi's ear. "Ding. Congratulations. You have activated a rare hidden quest. Would you like to accept it? Guardian. This quest has a high difficulty level. The system advises you to consider carefully." Without hesitation, he accepted the quest, and another notification chimed in. "You have accepted the hidden quest, Guardian." As the first player in the 886 safe zone to obtain a hidden quest, the system will make a regional announcement. Would you prefer to reveal or conceal your ID? Conceal. Regional announcement. Ding. Congratulations to player for triggering a hidden quest. As the first player in the 886 safe zone to activate a hidden quest, you have been awarded 1,200 human reputation and 1 gold coin. Chapter 13. The Guardian. Upon the announcement of this regional notice, the chat channel of Safety Zone 886 erupted with excitement. "Chick, you're too beautiful, male. Level 2 player. Which deity discovered the hidden quest so swiftly? That's truly impressive. I aspire to reach the heavens. Male. Level 2 player. Didn't the Apocalypse issue a statement declaring that the probability of triggering hidden quests is merely 1,000th of that of ordinary quests? Moreover, there are no notifications, and even if the NPC capable of activating the hidden quest is right beside you, it's exceedingly difficult to detect. Yet, the rewards for hidden quests are so bountiful that one hidden quest surpasses 10 ordinary ones. What kind of luck is this? Just a few hours after the server launch, and someone has already uncovered a hidden quest. Unbelievable. Mouse loves rice. Female, level 2 player. Wow, the achievement reward is astonishingly generous, directly granting 1 gold coin. My goodness. Storm Angel, male, level 3 player. To the brother who received the hidden quest, please message me privately. Send me your location. I am willing to purchase your hidden quest for 100,000. If you doubt my sincerity, I can find you offline first to transfer the money. Then proceed with the quest transaction. Storm Angel, to the brother who received the hidden quest, please message me privately. Storm Angel, to the brother who received the hidden quest, please message me privately. Subsequently, the chat channel was overwhelmingly dominated by this player known as Storm Angel. His willingness to spend 100,000 on a low-level hidden quest at the onset of the game undoubtedly confirmed his status as a wealthy individual in real life. Previously, the Apocalypse had disseminated announcements, lavishly promoting the immensely generous reward mechanism of hidden quests, encouraging players to diligently seek them out. Additionally, all hidden quests in the world of Apocalypse are unique and cannot be claimed by multiple players, making the value of an early hidden quest comparable to that of a legendary artifact. However, what left the confident player, Storm Angel, who believed he had secured this hidden quest, utterly perplexed was that after several minutes of flooding the regional channel, until silenced by the system, the individual who had claimed the hidden quest did not send him a private message. Could it be that the one who acquired the quest was also a wealthy tycoon? If this were in a previous life, the oblivious Zhang Yi, unaware of future developments, might have genuinely considered selling the quest to Storm Angel for 100,000. However, Zhang Yi now understood all too well that power cannot be purchased with money. Opening the quest interface, Guardian, hidden quest difficulty rating, 100 description, days ago. In search of materials for forging weapons, Illinois, a survivor from Hopetown, became trapped in the monster-infested Doomsday Factory. Please escort IL safely to Hopetown. And prior to that, you must first accompany him back to his hometown to assist him in retrieving an item. Task progress, 01. Should IL perish during the mission, it will be deemed a failure, and no more than 5 individuals may undertake this task together. Task reward, unknown remaining time, 6 hours. The difficulty of this task is rated at a daunting 100. A stark increase from Zhang Yi's previous endeavor, which was merely at a difficulty of 20, thus elevating the challenge 5-fold. In Zhang Yi's recollection, in his past life, once this hidden mission was uncovered by players, a dozen or so adventurers sought to conquer it, all meeting with disastrous defeat. Ultimately, an entire team of players attempted to execute the task, only to face total annihilation. The ultimate objective of this mission is to hunt down a formidable elite monster concealed within IL's residence. Due to the overwhelming difficulty and the fact that it is a hidden task, this event caused quite a stir in the 886 safe zone, leaving a lasting impression on Zhang Yi. He remembers that the task was completed approximately 2 or 3 days after the server opened, when players had leveled up and enhanced their equipment, allowing several players to collaborate and barely vanquish the elite monster. The dual bountiful rewards from both the hidden task and the elite creature significantly bolstered the strength of that player team within the 886 safe zone. Now, Zhang Yi intends to challenge this hidden task solo. He must secure the generous rewards to substantially augment his own power. For according to the historical progression of his previous life, he is soon to confront a nightmare that will cast an 8-year psychological shadow over his future. More specifically, all players in the 886 safe zone will be plunged into this nightmare, where those lacking sufficient strength will endure relentless torment and slaughter. As Zhang Yi accepted the task, Illinois remarked, "Young man, before we return, I wish to visit my hometown to retrieve something. Could you accompany me?" Aware that this was an immutable aspect of the game's narrative, Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall ensure your safety." "Thank you," Illinois replied. "Ding, the system alerts you. You must protect IL's safety at all times until you escort him safely to Hopetown. Should he sustain fatal harm, The mission will fail. Following the system's prompt, Zhang Yi left the factory through the back entrance alongside Il. As if this endeavor was particularly inviting hostility, the moment they stepped out. A cacophony of roars and howls erupted, with countless monsters launching assaults on Il, doubling the range of aggro towards the players. Brandishing a heavy hammer, Zhang Yi walked ahead of Il, and upon encountering an approaching bio-beast, he unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes. Fortunately, the adversaries they faced were mostly low-level monsters, around levels 3 and 4. With Zhang Yi's attack power of 47, combined with the severe wound skill, he could dispatch them in 2 to 3 strikes, preventing the bio-beasts from even grazing Il. After a 10-minute journey, they reached Il's hometown, and remarkably, Il's health remained intact. Upon reaching the base of an old residential building, severely damaged with over 60% destruction, Illinois paused momentarily. "Young man, my home is on the 3rd floor. Please wait for me here while I retrieve my belongings." Zhang Yi understood that if he allowed Il to ascend alone at this moment, all would be in vain. Thus, he disregarded Il's request, asserting, "I will accompany you upstairs." With that, Zhang Yi, wielding a hefty iron hammer, led the way, and together they arrived at the door of room 302. To ensure Il's safety, Zhang Yi instructed, "Please wait for me outside." No sooner had he spoken than he forcefully kicked the door open, crashing into the room. As if anticipating the ensuing chaos, Zhang Yi swung the iron hammer just in time, sending a massive biochemical spider, which had lunged from within, flying across the room. Remaining remarkably composed, he entered, closed the door behind him, and prepared to launch an attack on the colossal spider that lay sprawled on the living room sofa. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as another biochemical spider sprang forth from the right side kitchen, knocking the unsuspecting Zhang Yi to the ground. In disbelief, he stared at the enormous spider that had pinned him down, exclaiming, "Why did no one inform me in my previous life that there were 2 elite monsters here?" Chapter 14. The biochemical spider leader. Foreseeing the challenges ahead, Zhang Yi had prepared extensively before boldly charging in. However, he was utterly unprepared to encounter not one, but 2 elite monsters within the confines of the house, armed with a pair of novice divine artifacts, a hammer and boots, both fortified to level 25. Zhang Yi was confident in his ability to confront a single elite beast. Yet, facing 2 simultaneously would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Upon regaining his composure, Zhang Yi soon realized that only the first spider was elite. The one currently clinging to him was merely a level 5 ordinary creature. This level 5 biochemical spider possessed an attack power of 25, which could not breach Zhang Yi's own defense of 33. Thus, its lunge merely inflicted a meager 1 point of damage upon him. What a false alarm! Sighing with relief, Zhang Yi swung his hammer with a resounding crash, sending the large spider flying from him. The impact resulted in a burst of 63 points of damage, reducing its health by a quarter. Seizing this opportunity, he rose from the ground and cast a probing spell at the larger red spider lounging on the sofa, which was clearly more robust than the ordinary biochemical spiders. However, the results of his inquiry left him bewildered. Biochemical spider leader, physical elite monster level, talent, physical attack, physical defense, magical defense, health points, skills, venom spray, pounce description, a massive spider mutated due to environmental pollution. Having consumed more than its peers, it has evolved into a leader. To his astonishment, the data of this spider leader was beyond Zhang Yi's comprehension, indicating its level was at least 8 or higher. The player's basic probing technique could only reveal the data of monsters within 3 levels above his own, and Zhang Yi had just reached level 4. In the world of Apocalypse, monsters are categorized into 4 distinct qualities: ordinary, elite, lord, and boss. Thus, with a mighty iron hammer in hand, Zhang Yi initiated his 1v2 battle. Boom! Another strike landed on the ordinary level 5 biochemical spider, dealing 63 points of damage and halving its health. In that instant, the massive form of the spider leader leapt over the ordinary spider that had been blocking Zhang Yi's path, launching itself at him. Pounce! Caught off guard, Zhang Yi felt a jolt of 35 points of damage as the spider leader brushed against his shoulder. Not even the 25-point carnivorous worm boots could withstand the force of the spider leader's assault. The spider leader then activated its venom spray skill. But as the ordinary biochemical spider ensnared him, Zhang Yi was struck by the venom, only to see a large miss appear above his head. The infinite evasion talent of the carnivorous worm boots had been triggered. Lifting the colossal hammer, Zhang Yi was poised to deal with the ordinary spider when, perhaps in a moment of inspiration, he redirected his assault towards the spider leader. With a resounding thud, he struck, inflicting a damage of 45 points upon the creature. Yet, the spider leader's health bar only diminished by a fraction, suggesting its total vitality was nearly 1,000. However, undeterred, Zhang Yi had devised a new strategy. He employed the ordinary biochemical spider as a shield, skillfully evading the spider leader's close-range attacks, while leveraging the length of his weapon to strike back. The ordinary spider inflicted a mere compulsory damage of 1 point upon him, which he effortlessly disregarded, maintaining his focus firmly on the spider leader. Fortunately, Zhang Yi's attacks were robust. Each blow accounted for 1/20th of the spider leader's health. Within a matter of minutes, after delivering 20 powerful strikes, he vanquished the elite biochemical spider leader. Thanks to the ordinary spider serving as a shield, Zhang Yi sustained minimal damage during the encounter and emerged from the battle with over half of his health intact. Without hesitation, he dispatched the ordinary biochemical spider that had aided him so significantly with 2 swift blows. A pleasing notification chimed. You have slain the level 8 biochemical spider leader, earning 600 experience points. Human reputation 6. Followed by, you have slain the level 5 biochemical spider, earning 20 experience points. Defeating elite monsters granted reputation. And the experience garnered from an elite level 8 creature rivaled the rewards of a task with a difficulty rating of 20. Thus, after defeating the spider leader, Zhang Yi's experience bar surged significantly. Crouching beside the carcass of the spider leader, he collected 80 copper coins, 12 level 1 enhancement stones, and a gleaming 2-star treasure chest. What fortune! The contents of a 2-star chest are guaranteed to be at least 2-star quality. And the enhancement stones are similarly assured to be of level 2 or higher, their total worth far exceeding that of a 1-star chest. However, the game had a stipulation. Opening 2-star chests or higher required a corresponding key, which could be purchased in the store. Lacking a 2-star key at that moment, Zhang Yi had no choice but to stow the chest away in his inventory. The biochemical spider leader was pivotal to the hidden quest titled Guardian. Slaying the spider leader effectively meant he had nearly completed this task. In his previous life, the spider leader had seemed nearly invincible before countless novice players. Yet Zhang Yi dispatched it with remarkable ease, a feat largely attributed to his 25-level artifact hammer and boots. Without those 2 pieces of equipment, he would have struggled to inflict sufficient damage on the spider leader or withstand the ordinary spider's relentless attacks, rendering this battle perilous indeed. After vanquishing the spider leader, Zhang Yi opened the door and stepped outside, addressing Il, who stood waiting. Please go in and retrieve the items. I shall await your return. Oh, all right. Il gazed in astonishment at the 2 colossal spider carcasses within the room, a hint of trepidation accompanying him as he ventured inside. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi seized this opportunity to inspect his backpack. He discovered that, in addition to the 12 gems dropped by the spider leader, and the 10 awarded from a previous quest, he had accumulated several more from defeating other monsters. Now, he possessed precisely 25 level 1 enhancement stones. Aside from his weapon and shoes, which had already been enhanced to level 25, Zhang Yi's finest piece of equipment was a level 4 lucky ring, armed with divine enhancement. He unhesitatingly applied all 25 enhancement stones to the lucky ring. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations, your equipment, lucky ring, has reached enhancement level 25, unlocking the exclusive talent, Lucky Strike. Chapter 15. Not selling for $1 million, lucky ring, quality. 1-star physical attack power, 32, 23, exclusive talent, Lucky Strike. The wielder's 3rd attack will invariably inflict 150 attack damage on the enemy. Class restriction, none level requirement. For description, this ring is said to bestow luck upon its wearer. Upon enhancement to level 25, the lucky ring's attack power is augmented by 23 points, elevating Zhang Yi's attack power from 47 to 70. Coupled with the severe injury talent of his hammer, Zhang Yi's attack power has now transcended the 3-digit threshold. Invincible. This attack power is truly unparalleled. Within the entire safe zone, no player can withstand the brunt of Zhang Yi's 2 strikes. Should the 3rd attack trigger the Lucky Strike talent, it could obliterate a novice player in a single blow. In the early stages, players seldom allocate points to health and stamina in their quest for damage, resulting in generally low health defenses. Even Zhang Yi, who previously invested 5 points in health, finds his total health only at 175 points. At this juncture, Il stepped out of the house with his belongings. Zhang Yi proceeded to escort Il back to the safe zone. As the hidden quest, Guardian, would not be considered complete until they entered Hope Town. On their journey back, to avoid unnecessary complications, Zhang Yi concealed his ID and level indicators. Along the way, a plethora of monsters could be seen, with players either soloing or teaming up to grind low-level creatures for experience. Zhang Yi refrained from provoking these monsters unless they threatened Il, in which case he would not hesitate to crush them with his massive hammer. Leading a blue-named NPC along the main road, Zhang Yi garnered considerable attention, attracting incredulous gazes from passing players who whispered amongst themselves, puzzled as to why this one-armed NPC was following a player. After traversing the road for over 10 minutes, just as they neared Hope Town, Zhang Yi suddenly halted. Ahead of him approached a group of players he found remarkably familiar. 5 young male players, united in a team. All bore the prefix King in their IDs. Upon spotting the leader, who appeared to be in his early 20s and exuded the air of a wealthy scion, adorned with the ID of King of Glory, Zhang Yi clenched his fist, his eyes instantly bloodshot and filled with hatred. This scene startled Il. The NPC beside him, "Young man, what is the matter with you?" Il's concern prompted Zhang Yi to regain his composure. "It's nothing. I merely thought I saw an old acquaintance." "An old acquaintance?" Il exclaimed. "Shouldn't that bring you joy? Why do you appear so enraged?" Zhang Yi collected his thoughts and remarked nonchalantly, "We are approaching Hope Town shortly. Allow me to escort you home." As he spoke, he deliberately lowered his head. When he brushed past several players of Honor of Kings alongside Il, a blue-named NPC walking beside Zhang Yi immediately captured their attention. One player, a level 3 youth with the ID Return of the King, gazed at Il in astonishment and exclaimed, "Has this NPC encountered a bug? Why is it wandering about alone?" Just as Return of the King was bewildered by this, another player nearby, known as Supreme King, fixated on Zhang Yi, who was attempting to pass by with his head down, and suddenly shouted with excitement, as if he had discovered a new continent, "Brother Hammer! Captain, it's Brother Hammer!" As soon as Supreme King's words fell, the players from Honor of Kings and Return of the King turned their attention to Zhang Yi. "Halt!" Honor of Kings swiftly approached Zhang Yi, blocking his path while observing him thoughtfully. He inquired, "Are you Brother Hammer? Or should I say, Inua Ching Chung?" Before Zhang Yi could respond, Supreme King hastily interjected, "Indeed, Captain, it's him. I've seen him before." He had hidden his ID, but I recognized him. Dread filled Zhang Yi's heart as he silently lamented, "I never imagined I would be recognized like this." Noticing Zhang Yi's tacit acknowledgement, Honor of Kings chuckled. "What a coincidence. I was just looking for you, and here you are?" Zhang Yi raised his head, feigning ignorance of Honor of Kings, and asked with a perplexed expression, "What do you need from me?" In truth, Zhang Yi had yet to recognize him. They had never crossed paths before. Honor of Kings swept his gaze over Zhang Yi, intrigued, and remarked, "I've heard you possess a legendary hammer capable of vanquishing a level 5 monster in just a few strikes." To his surprise, Zhang Yi did not deny it. "What of it? Is it true then?" Honor of Kings replied, his face lighting up. "Let us be straightforward. I have my eye on that hammer of yours. Name your price, for I have plenty of money. I'll buy it." Zhang Yi responded with an impassive demeanor. "I'm afraid it's not for sale." Honor of Kings dismissed this nonchalance. "You haven't even stated a price. How do you know whether I wish to buy it or whether you wish to sell it?" As soon as Honor of Kings finished speaking, Zhang Yi casually remarked, "Even if you offered me 1,000,000, I still wouldn't sell." The smile on Honor of Kings' face abruptly stiffened. "You little brat, do you know who I am?" "I am Honor of Kings." Zhang Yi looked up at Honor of Kings' ID above his head and calmly replied, "I was fortunate enough to play Honor of Kings for 3 years, achieving the rank of Starry Glory." At this, laughter erupted from the nearby players. Return of the King and Supreme King among them. "What is so funny?" Honor of Kings chided his teammates, glaring at Zhang Yi. "Don't push your luck. Do you believe I want to eliminate you and forcefully claim that hammer?" With a resounding clang, the massive iron hammer that had mysteriously appeared in Zhang Yi's grasp crashed heavily to the ground. Steadying himself against the hammer's handle, Zhang Yi calmly gazed at the player known as King of Glory and declared, "Do not say I have not given you a chance. Come, unleash your might." King of Glory, unaccustomed to such provocation, was instantly filled with rage and swiftly unsheathed a gleaming silver longsword from his side. At that moment, a teammate from the rear ranks urgently warned, "Captain, that hammer inflicts tremendous damage. It can deal 40 to 50 points with a single blow. Do not engage him." You cannot prevail. Confident in his level 3 armor, King of Glory dismissed the warning with arrogance, proclaiming, "If he can inflict 40 to 50 points of damage on me, I will livestream myself eating excrement." Upon uttering those words, King of Glory swung his longsword, slicing across Zhang Yi's chest, producing a shocking damage figure of 1. A notification chimed. You have been maliciously attacked by player King of Glory. The opponent's name has turned gray. Attacking them will not trigger a red name. Seeing King of Glory's ID shift from white to gray, Zhang Yi swung his massive hammer with ferocity, landing a devastating blow that sent King of Glory flying with a critical hit of 176. As King of Glory crashed to the ground, his body transformed into a beam of white light, swiftly returning to the safe zone for resurrection. Chapter 16. The Reign of Kings. You have slain the player King of Glory. As your opponent bore a gray name, your evil value remains unaffected. Around you, the majestic kings and the returning kings, alongside 2 other regal players, as well as a gathering of onlookers, are all rendered speechless. As a level 3 player with full power allocation and an upgraded weapon, it is one thing for King of Glory to inflict a mere single point of damage, unblocked, upon his adversary. However, to be one-shot with a critical hit of 176 points is utterly bewildering. The palpable fear among the remaining 4 regal players, who witnessed their captain's swift demise, did not escape Zhang Yi's notice. Yet, he paid them no mind. Instead, he crouched at the sight of King of Glory's respawn and retrieved a black pair of pants that had dropped. In the apocalyptic world, malicious attacks on players with white names trigger a gray name status. Killing a white-named player grants 100 evil points, turning 1 red. While exceeding 1,000 evil points results in a purple name. A white-named player's death has a 50 chance of dropping 1 piece of equipment, while a gray-named player guarantees a 100 drop. Red-named players drop 2 items upon death, and a purple-named player's demise results in the loss of all equipped gear. Moreover, gray and red-named players lose 1 level upon death, with an additional level lost for every 100 points of evil accrued. The punitive measures against red-named players in this game are rather severe, which discourages players from recklessly attacking one another. However, King of Glory, emboldened by his substantial backing, overlooked these game mechanics and was entirely unprepared for the reality that his opponent would dare to strike, and with such lethal efficacy. It is noteworthy that the biochemical pants, dropped by King of Glory, are a level 3 piece of equipment. Although of 1-star quality, their additional 6 points of base defense surpass the 2 points of defense offered by Zhang Yi's level 1 novice pants. Most significantly, they possess a total defense enhancement of 15 points. No wonder King of Glory had exuded such confidence before Zhang Yi. To enhance such an item to level 15 without godly reinforcement would require at least 50 or 60 enhancement stones. To invest so heavily in a level 3 piece of equipment at this early stage truly marks King of Glory as a lavish spender. Thus, before the eyes of the returning kings, Zhang Yi donned the pants recently acquired from their fallen leader, elevating his defense from 33 to 46 points. Yet, as his gaze lingered on the location where King of Glory had perished, a renewed wave of hatred washed over him. Drawing his thoughts back to 8 years prior, a memory etched into his very being, one that would haunt his dreams. In his previous life, within the confines of Safe Zone 886, a 1,000-member player team had, upon realizing the grim reality of this world where death is permanent, exploited their numerical superiority to dominate Hope Town for an entire month, committing unspeakable atrocities that plunged all players of Hope Town into a living nightmare. Zhang Yi, among those tormented by this group, vividly recalls a night when he returned without submitting a sufficient amount of coins, only to have his hands and feet severed, leaving him on the brink of death. In this digitized realm, as long as a player's health points do not reach 0, they cannot truly perish. Severed limbs gradually heal, inheriting the excruciating pain of reality, an agony unbearable for ordinary souls. Due to system constraints, fleeing to a safer zone was not an option. The sole escape from their clutches was to attain level 30 and unlock the teleportation array to the 3rd-tier main city. However, that squad significantly hampered the leveling speed of solo players, mercilessly slaying those of higher levels. This was the reason it took Zhang Yi an entire month in his previous life to reach level 30. The squad that plunged the 886 safe zone into darkness, leaving countless players with psychological scars, was named Kingdom of Glory, led by the Captain ID, Glory of Kings. Yet, even after vanquishing Glory of Kings once, Zhang Yi found no relief, for he was acutely aware that Glory of Kings possessed the chance of revival. The trauma inflicted by Kingdom of Glory in his previous life was insurmountable. In this life, should they dare to run rampant again, Zhang Yi vowed to make them pay. Rising from his seat, Zhang Yi, accompanied by the NPCIL, continued toward the safe zone, while the members of Glory of Kings dared not obstruct his path, retreating in fear to grant him passage. As for these individuals, eliminating them would have been effortless, yet Zhang Yi refrained from doing so, not wishing to become a notorious red name, which would bar him from entering safe zones. Once Zhang Yi and Il departed, the members of Glory of Kings huddled together, gazing at Zhang Yi's receding figure in astonishment. My goodness, over 170 damage. Even without a critical hit, that's still over 80 points. How is that even possible? Could that hammer in his hand be a progressive artifact? Does his attack power increase with his level? Forget about that. Let us hurry back to find the captain. He must be in a foul mood after being taken down so swiftly. We should go comfort him. Meanwhile, before Zhang Yi could enter the safe zone, he noticed the area chat channel inundated with messages from Glory of Kings. Glory of Kings. Male, level 2 player Inua Ching Chung. You better wait for me. From today onward, if I see you again, I'll take you down every time. Glory of Kings male. Level 2 player unless you immediately roll over to the resurrection fountain and kneel before me to apologize and surrender that weapon of yours. I have 1,000 ways to ensure you can never survive in the entire apocalypse world. Observing these messages in the area channel, Zhang Yi remained unfazed. Yet he overheard the surrounding onlookers engaged in fervent discussions. Player A. It is said that the captain of King of Glory, in reality, is a wealthy heir, possessing assets worth billions, being the richest man in Linhai City. Before entering this game, he expended a staggering 100 million, hiring 1,000 professional players at a salary of 100,000 each to forge a formidable team. The strength of this early-stage team is truly remarkable. Player B, indeed. They have even garnered attention across the entire region. That fellow, Inua Ching Ching, is bound to face dire consequences, daring to provoke the captain of King of Glory. I fear he may be hunted down to the point of account deletion. Player C, given the backdrop of King of Glory, that young man might even encounter retribution in the real world. Alas, I can only sympathize for 3 seconds. Hearing the discussions of passers-by, Zhang Yi felt a twinge of discontent. In this life, with Zhang Yi present, he would ensure that the safety zone 886 would not repeat the mistakes of the past. The transgressions committed by King of Glory in the previous life would be avenged in this one. Zhang Yi vowed to make them pay in blood for their sins. Upon returning to Hope Town, Zhang Yi, accompanied by Yi Heir, sought out Ling Ling. The father and daughter finally reunited, embracing each other in overwhelming joy and tears. Meanwhile, a melodious system notification echoed in Zhang Yi's ears. Ding. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest, Guardian. You have earned 3,000 experience points, 10 silver coins, 120 human reputation, 100 level 1 enhancement stones, acquired skill book, critical strike, X1, and received equipment, Guardian armor, X1. Your affinity with blacksmith shop owner is now at 8. Chapter 17. Skill book. A radiant beam of golden light cascaded from above, elevating my level to 5. The rewards for hidden quests are indeed far superior to those of ordinary tasks. As I opened my inventory, the first item that caught my eye was a shimmering silverlight armor, which appeared to be a commendable piece of equipment. I promptly retrieved it. Guardian armor, quality, 2 stars health, 120 additional attributes, agility 3 class restriction, none level requirement, 5 description. This is the glory of the Guardian, symbolizing that the wearer has once protected those who encountered misfortune outside the Town of Hope. May this armor safeguard you as you protect the Town of Hope. Truly, it is remarkable for a hidden quest to reward such a high-quality 2-star piece of equipment. It is worth noting that only a little over 3 hours have passed since the commencement of the Apocalypse game. At this moment, over 90% of players worldwide have not even equipped half of the 7 necessary gear pieces, whereas I have already acquired a 2-star armor. Moreover, the base attributes of this 2-star armor are exceptionally high. The 1-star armor available in shops at level 5 adds approximately 50 to 60 health points. Merely upgrading the quality by 1 level has doubled the base attributes. This is before any enhancements. Once it reaches level 25, the base attributes will increase by another 2.5 times. Truly astounding. Setting the armor aside, my attention shifted to a white book quietly resting in my inventory. In the world of Apocalypse, Players acquire most skills through skill books, aside from learning a basic class skill each time they change classes. Skill books can only be obtained in the wild after players reach level 10 and complete their first class change. This hidden quest has granted me a privilege, rewarding me with a skill book even before my class change. Although it is merely a white skill book of the lowest quality, I, at level 5, am quite satisfied. Skill book quality is categorized by color, ranging from the lowest to the highest as follows: white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and gold. Furthermore, with few exceptions, the quality of regular skill books cannot be upgraded. Thus, I picked up the skill book. Critical Strike Quality, white description, upon use. Grants the skill Critical Strike effect. Charges the weapon to deliver a lethal blow to the enemy, inflicting 115 physical damage. Consumes 2 energy points. With energy consumption scaling with the user's level, this is the consumption at level 1. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Class requirement. Assassin can be used by non-class change players. If not an assassin after the level 10 class change, the skill will revert to a skill book. Consumes skill slot. 1 is expected. The effects of white skills are the most rudimentary. Aside from enhancing damage by 15, this skill possesses no other distinctive features. Nonetheless, it is better than nothing. Additionally, regarding skills, in the world of Apocalypse, every skill possessed by players occupies a skill slot. Starting from level 0, players automatically gain 1 skill slot for every 3 levels they ascend. Learning a white skill requires 1 skill slot, and as the quality of the skill increases, the number of slots consumed rises correspondingly, culminating in the fact that a golden skill demands 7 skill slots. However, one should not underestimate the lesser consumption of skill slots by white skills. A single golden skill far surpasses the potency of 100 white skills. Even discarding several white and green skills cannot compare to the might of a singular red or even orange skill. At present, Zhang Yi, having reached level 5, possesses 1 skill slot. He thus utilized a skill book, and as the book transformed into twinkling starlight and integrated into his being, he received the notification, "Congratulations! You have mastered the skill, Fatal Strike." Upon inspecting the skill list, he noted that at level 5, using Fatal Strike requires 5 energy points. With Zhang Yi's energy value standing at 75, he can utilize this skill 15 times. While not every player in the server has acquired skills through special means before reaching level 10, Zhang Yi felt quite accomplished as the first player in Safe Zone 886 to master a skill. Fortunately, the dragon skill granted by Dragon Bloodline does not occupy a skill slot. Otherwise, the first golden skill, Hell Dragon Flame, would have been quite taxing for Zhang Yi. The 100 level 1 enhancement stones obtained from a hidden quest reward can be synthesized into 50 level 2 stones, more than sufficient for enhancing the 2-star Guardian armor. However, Zhang Yi is in no rush to enhance, as he still possesses a 2-star treasure chest dropped by the Spider Leader. Should he be fortunate enough to unveil a 3-star equipment within it, those 100 level 1 enhancement stones could be synthesized into 25 level 3 stones, directly raising the 3-star equipment to level 25. After all, one should never underestimate the fickleness of fortune. Realizing that he could no longer trigger tasks with the father-daughter duo, Zhang Yi bid them farewell and made his way to the shop in Hopetown, where he spent 1 silver coin to purchase a 2-star treasure chest key. It was time to witness a miracle. Using the key to unlock the treasure chest, he received the notification, "Congratulations! You have opened a 2-star treasure chest and obtained 50 silver coins." To his surprise, it was not equipment. Nevertheless, exchanging 1 silver coin for 50 was a worthwhile transaction, and Zhang Yi was quite satisfied. In the world of Apocalypse, the necessity for gold coins is immense. Without them, one would find it exceedingly challenging to navigate. For the synthesis of enhancement stones, a considerable amount of currency is required. At the blacksmith shop in the town, Zhang Yi spent 125 copper coins to synthesize 50 level 1 enhancement stones into 25 level 2 stones at the rate of 5 copper coins per 2 level 1 stones. Subsequently, under the influence of divine enhancement, he utilized 10 level 1 enhancement stones and 25 level 2 enhancement stones to elevate the 15 biochemical pants, dropped from King of Glory and the Guardian armor, to level 25. Congratulations on the successful enhancement. Your equipment, the Biohazard Pants, has reached an enhancement level of 25, unlocking the exclusive talent, Defense Fortification. Furthermore, your Guardian Armor has also attained a level 25 enhancement, unveiling the unique talent, Angel's Guardian. Originally, the pants provided an increase of 6 points in defense. However, upon reaching level 25, this enhancement has soared to an impressive 21 points. The newly unlocked Defense Fortification talent grants an additional 10 points of defense, elevating Zhang Yi's total defense from 46 to an astounding 61 points. As for the Guardian Armor at level 25, its base health has remarkably increased from 120 to 420, with the additional attribute of Agility rising from 3 to 11 points. The Angel's Guardian effect ensures that when the wearer is attacked, they receive a shield equivalent to 10 of their maximum health, lasting for 10 seconds with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Equipped with the Guardian Armor, Zhang Yi glanced at his status bar and was astonished to see his health surpass the monumental threshold of 500, soaring to an impressive 570 points. Satisfied with his current statistics, Zhang Yi nodded appreciatively, contemplating that it was time to undertake a significant endeavor. Chapter 18. Survival Mission. Zhang Yi was acutely aware that his talent, God-level enhancement, exhibited its most pronounced advantage in the early stages of the game. At this point, other players typically refrained from expending too many enhancement stones on low-level equipment. As the game progressed into the mid and late stages, with gear becoming more established and the rate of obsolescence slowing, enhancing equipment to level 25 would still prove to be a formidable challenge. Generally, players could more readily enhance a complete set of gear to level 20. Thus, Zhang Yi's edge over others would be defined by those few additional levels of enhancement. Even with the advantage conferred by his talent, he could no longer maintain the near invincibility he possessed in the early game. Therefore, he needed to capitalize on this advantage to maximize his strength early on, widening the gap between himself and other players, thereby ensuring that they could not catch up to him in the later stages. Peering at the time, he realized with surprise that it was already 11:50 p.m., with only 10 minutes remaining before the conclusion of the week. In other words, in 10 minutes, the Apocalypse world would unveil a new chapter, announcing fresh survival missions for all players. Simultaneously, those who had yet to reach a safe zone would face obliteration. Seizing the remaining 10 minutes, Zhang Yi, whose inventory held but a few potions, made his way to the apothecary. While other players hesitated to use even the level 2 red potions, Zhang Yi, having acquired 15 silver coins through a hidden quest and a 2-star treasure chest, generously spent 10 silver coins to procure 100 bottles of level 3 red potions, each restoring 300 health points. He further utilized 2 silver coins to purchase 40 bottles of level 2 blue potions, each replenishing 40 energy points. Having completed his resupply, time froze precisely at midnight. Ding! Esteemed players, a new week has commenced. The survival missions for this week have been published. Players may review them in the mission interface and must complete the survival tasks within this week, or face the penalty of death. Congratulations to all players on receiving one revival opportunity. Wishing everyone an enjoyable gaming experience. As this announcement echoed throughout the server, countless players who had yet to complete last week's survival mission, Find a Safe Zone, were suddenly struck by a purple lightning bolt, vanishing into a burst of white light. However, their demise did not garner much attention from the remaining players. Opening the mission interface, Zhang Yi confirmed this week's first survival mission. This week's survival task: Extreme Hunt, Normal Level, Background. The safe zone can temporarily guarantee your safety. But to survive in this world, you must complete the survival tasks as per the rules. Task description: you are required to accumulate the defeat of 1,000 monsters of a higher level than your own within this week. Progress: 1,000. Remaining time for the task: 7 days. Task reward: 1 revival opportunity. Failure penalty: death may be exempted by a revival opportunity. Today marks the first day of the server's opening. Despite the late hour, the streets and alleys of Hope Town remain as lively as during the day, with countless players bustling about. Some are elated to have finally received their tasks at midnight, eagerly teaming up with others to embark on their quests, while others return from the wilderness, ready to submit their completed tasks. Everything seems quite normal, and no one has yet sensed the impending crisis. Zhang Yi, however, gazes at the lower right corner of the main interface, where the logout option has turned gray since he first entered the game. Possessing foresight into the future trajectory, he does not dwell on this for long. His next objective is to continue leveling up, aiming to reach level 10 swiftly to complete his job transition and achieve his goals. Thus, relying on his memory, Zhang Yi arrives at the blacksmith shop in the town, where he receives a quest from the NPC proprietor, Illinois, to collect 100 wolf pelts. Collect wolf pelts. Normal task. Task difficulty 50. Description: with the onset of the apocalyptic crisis, countless biochemical beasts and alien monsters constantly covet the safety of humanity, yearning for the day they can invade and devour the inhabitants within. As the owner of the blacksmith shop in Hopetown, Illinois bears a heavy responsibility, needing to forge powerful armor and weaponry for the Guardians daily, enabling them to defend their homeland. However, the creation of such equipment demands a significant amount of materials. Players are instructed to venture into the dark forest, hunt the corrupted wolves, and collect their pelts to deliver to IL. Task progress: 0-100 wolf pelts. Task reward: 2,000 experience points, 250 copper coins, 15 level 1 enhancement stones, 1 random equipment, 30 human reputation. Remaining time: 1 day. Indeed. Zhang Yi realizes that the NPC he previously saved in the hidden quest, Guardian, is none other than IL, the owner of the blacksmith shop. It is said that IL is a master blacksmith of Hopetown, and even the loss of a hand has not deterred him from his craft. Thus, Zhang Yi once again receives a new task from him. At first glance, this appears to be a rather ordinary task, with a difficulty level just 30 points higher than his previous quest, Vengeance of the Father. Beyond that, it seems unremarkable, since there are no hints provided for the task. Typical players would likely engage in a straightforward hunt for the magic wolves, returning with 100 wolf pelts to submit their quest. However, Zhang Yi is aware of a unique aspect of this task. It can be submitted multiple times. This was also an opportunity that Zhang Yi learned about from a player at the same security distinction in his previous life. He recalled that this task could be submitted repeatedly up to 10 times. While the rewards for the initial submission were standard, the subsequent 9 submissions yielded diminishing returns. However, should a player manage to accumulate 10 submissions of this task, they would be granted an ultimate prize. In his past life, Zhang Yi only learned of this secret after reaching level 10, causing him to miss this opportunity, as he was already too high in level to accept the task. Zhang Yi opted for this task because he was weary of the incessant back and forth of running around to exchange quests. It was exceedingly tedious. This particular task would allow him to dedicate himself wholly to grinding in the Dark Forest map for a day or so. With the combination of task rewards and monster drops, he anticipated that by the time he completed the task, he would nearly reach level 10 and could directly advance his profession. Moreover, completing this task would simultaneously fulfill his survival task, Extreme Hunt, achieving 2 objectives in one go. Thus, after accepting the task, Zhang Yi departed from the bustling Hopetown. Beside the Resurrection Spring in Hopetown, a player, clad only in shorts and appearing somewhat disheveled yet possessing a certain charm, stood there fuming. His frustration was palpable until several players, their IDs prefixed with King, hurriedly approached from a distance. "Captain, are you all right?" asked the concerned player. King returns, stifling a laugh as he looked at King Glory, who was wearing red shorts and had just been swiftly dispatched by Zhang Yi, plummeting from level 3 to level 2, losing his shorts in the process. "What nonsense!" King Glory exclaimed, infuriated. He kicked at King Returns, who was reveling in his misfortune. "You better hand over your shorts to me and tell our teammates to save the enhancement stones dropped by the monsters. Don't use them. Each stone is worth 1,000. When I log off tomorrow, I expect my salary card, and any high-tier equipment should start at 10,000. Save all the good gear for me." King Returns paused momentarily, bewildered. "Huh. Shut it." King Glory couldn't help but kick King Returns again. "Hand over your shorts and relay my orders. One promise to the city: dare to kill me, and I will ensure you can't survive in the entire 8th district." Chapter 19. The Hunt for the Demon Wolf. Following the map's guidance, I arrived at the Dark Forest, situated south of Hopetown, approximately half an hour's journey. Enveloped in the cloak of night, this vast forest, located beside a river and devoid of any human presence, was eerily haunted by countless demon wolves, their eyes glowing with an ominous blue light. Given that it was a level 68 area at this stage, only Zhang Yi dared to venture into such perilous territory for leveling up. A chilling howl echoed from within the forest, sending a shiver down Zhang Yi's spine as he stood at the forest's edge. With a resounding thud, his heavy hammer struck the ground as he stepped into the darkness alone. Bathed in moonlight, the expansive forest revealed itself, teeming with large gray wolves, their fur a dull gray and their eyes radiating an ethereal blue glow. Zhang Yi casually locked onto the highest level demon wolf, an 8th-level creature, and cast a spell of insight. Demonized wild wolf, ordinary magical creature level, 8 talent. Magic Break. The attacks of the demonized wild wolf can ignore 20 points of the target's magical defense. Magical attack. 65 physical defense, 30 magical defense, 22 health, 440 description. Originally wild wolves inhabiting the woods. These creatures have mutated due to environmental corruption. The demonized wild wolves possess formidable magic-breaking capabilities. If one lacks sufficiently high magical resistance, it is advisable to avoid provoking them. Goodness. This level 8 wild wolf boasted an impressive attack power of 65. If it were a physical creature, it would be manageable, as Zhang Yi's physical defense reached 61 points, rendering him relatively safe from the wolf-s threat. However, the concern lay in its magical nature, as Zhang Yi's magical resistance stood at only 45 points. Moreover, the true strength of the demonized wild wolf resided in its magic break talent, effectively reducing Zhang Yi's magical resistance to a mere 25 points. It is noteworthy that this was while Zhang Yi donned the man-eating worm boots and biochemical pants, both offering 25 points of protection. Any ordinary player would likely fall victim to this level 8 demon wolf within just a few strikes. Zhang Yi glanced at his own stats. After allocating 5 points into strength upon reaching level 5, his attack power had risen to 78 points. Coupled with the severe injury talent, which provided an additional 30 points of damage, he felt confident in confronting this level 8 demon wolf with its 30 points of defense. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi decided to commence the battle with the comparatively manageable level 6 demon wolf. After all, his quest was to gather wolf pelts. Why risk facing a stronger opponent when easier targets were available? The level 6 demon wolf possessed only 50 attack power, and its magic break talent could only negate 12 points of magical resistance, posing minimal threat to Zhang Yi. Thus, he targeted a nearby level 6 demon wolf, hefting his heavy hammer as he approached. As he stepped within 30 meters of the wolf's effective attack range, it let out a howl and unleashed a blue magical sphere towards him. Zhang Yi swiftly sidestepped to evade the attack and close the distance to the demon wolf, delivering a decisive blow with his hammer. A critical strike. With a resounding thud, a glowing red hammer descended upon the enchanted wolf, inflicting a damage value of 97. The level 6 wolf, with merely 300 health points, found itself almost a third diminished by Zhang Yi's strike. As a mere level 5 player, the sheer terror of his damage output, bolstered by the enhancements of a level 25 weapon and a level 25 ring, was remarkable. The 11 agility points granted by the Guardian armor significantly accelerated Zhang Yi's speed, allowing him to deliver another swift blow before the wolf could react. 88. Lacking a critical hit bonus, Zhang Yi's ordinary attack still inflicted only a few points less damage. At this moment, the wolf, having lost a considerable portion of its health, lunged at Zhang Yi, finally succeeding in sinking its teeth into his arm. As searing pain coursed through his left arm, Zhang Yi triggered the exclusive talent Angel's Guardian of the Guardian armor, manifesting a faint energy shield that not only absorbed the 17 damage inflicted by the wolf, but also retained over 2/3 of its integrity. Based on the 10 increment of maximum health, the shield possessed 10 of Zhang Yi's total health, equating to 57 points. Without delay, Zhang Yi swung his hammer again, activating the Lucky Strike talent of the Lucky Ring, delivering a staggering 134 damage at 1.5 times the normal output. The wolf's remaining health bar was instantly obliterated, and with a mournful howl, it collapsed to the ground. Ding! You have slain a level 6 enchanted wolf, earning 25 experience points. With 3 strikes, and without sustaining any damage, Zhang Yi had efficiently dispatched a level 6 wolf, crouching beside the fallen beast. He collected not just 3 copper coins but also a gray wolf pelt, precisely what he needed for his quest. With his sights set on the next target, he continued his hunt. Critical strikes, regular attacks, and the fortunate activation of a lucky strike during his third assault typically meant that a level 6 wolf was dispatched in just 3 blows. Although the initial critical strike only surpassed the regular attack by 9 points, those 9 points proved crucial. Given that the level 6 wolf possessed a total of 315 health points, had Zhang Yi opted for a regular attack instead of a critical one, his 3 strikes would only yield 310 points of damage, necessitating an additional blow to conclude the battle. An extra strike for 1 wolf would mean 1,000 additional strikes for 1,000 wolves, resulting in an immense waste of time. Thus, Zhang Yi preferred to expend a bit more energy. With a 100 drop rate for wolf pelts, Zhang Yi's collection efficiency was exceptionally high, and his experience bar surged upward. After slaying over 40 enchanted wolves, a beam of golden light enveloped him, signaling his ascension to level 6. Allocating all 5 newly acquired points to strength, Zhang Yi then shifted his focus from the level 6 wolves to the level 7 wolves. As the extreme hunt, survival quest necessitated the defeat of creatures surpassing his current level. The 7th level demon wolf boasts an additional 50 points of health compared to its 6th level counterpart, along with a slight increase in defense. A mere 3 strikes are insufficient to vanquish it. On average, one requires 4 blows to bring down a single creature. Nonetheless, the experience gained has also risen by 5 points, with each 7th level demon wolf yielding 30 experience points. Thus, commencing just before the break of dawn, Zhang Yi diligently hunted until 8 in the morning, ultimately collecting a remarkable total of 1,000 wolf pelts. At this juncture, having slain 1,000 demon wolves, Zhang Yi's level ascended from the initial 5 to an impressive 9. Regrettably, however, the progress of the extreme hunt quest stood at only 2/5 completion, as the highest level 8 demon wolves in the dark forest were no longer capable of fulfilling the requirements for the extreme hunting task after reaching level 8. Chapter 20. Come to kill me. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yi had immersed himself in the game for an entire night, transitioning from darkness to dawn. It had been a long time since he had felt such fervor in the previous life. Initially, Zhang Yi was alone in the dark forest, battling the corrupted wild wolves. But now, as he looked around, the once desolate woods were bustling with players hunting the magical wolves. Observing that many players had reached levels 7 or 8, Zhang Yi couldn't help but check the regional leaderboard. Safety Zone No. 886. Hope Town level rankings. First, Storm Angel, male, level 9, 72. Second, Glory of Kings, male, level 9, 50. Third, a name not too long, just like mine, male, level 9, 46. Fourth, The Return of Kings, male, level 9, 42. Fifth, Supreme King, male, level 9, 40. Sixth, Kings in Heaven, male, level 9, 37. Upon glimpsing the leaderboard, Zhang Yi was taken aback. His own level 9 at 10 had not made the list. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, he had spent so long grinding monsters in the dark forest without completing any quests for rewards. Meanwhile, other players had undoubtedly completed 2 or 3 quests during the hours from midnight to 8, reaping substantial experience rewards that, combined with their monster hunting, propelled their levels upward. Achieving level 9 solely through monster hunting was already quite impressive for Zhang Yi. He was certain that upon returning to the safety zone to turn in his wolf pelt collection quest, he would instantly ascend to the top of the leaderboard, surpassing the second place by a considerable margin. This was because he was about to receive 10 consecutive quest rewards. Players were fiercely competing for levels in the early stages, with all rankings from 1st to 10th already at level 9. The most astonishing aspect for Zhang Yi was that 5 of the top 10 on the leaderboard were players from Kings of the World. Even Glory of Kings, whom Zhang Yi had previously defeated, resulting in a level drop, had managed to secure the second position. One could only imagine that had he not been killed, he would likely have attained level 10 and completed his job change by now. With a 1,000-member team assisting in leveling, progress was swift, and the future seemed to be unfolding in accordance with the historical trajectory of Zhang Yi's previous life. If this trend continued, Kings of the World would soon establish dominance in safety zone number 886. Of course, this was under the assumption that Zhang Yi made no alterations to the course of events. Notably, no one had yet reached level 10 to complete their job change, and the achievement for being the first to change jobs still remained. Zhang Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As for the first-place player, Storm Angel, his name had appeared in the regional chat channel before. He seemed to be the one who had offered 100,000 RMB to acquire the hidden quest from Zhang Yi. This individual was not to be underestimated, but Zhang Yi had no recollection of him, likely a fleeting character in his previous life. As Glory of Kings could not tolerate anyone surpassing him, he closed the leaderboard, raising his head to greet the sun with a languid stretch. Zhang Yi was suddenly interrupted by a system notification that echoed in his ears. Ding! The system has detected that your fatigue level has dropped to 30. Please ensure to rest. Fatigue is a concealed attribute for players in the apocalyptic world, with 100 representing peak condition. Every 10 minutes, one of fatigue is automatically consumed, and should it reach 0, the player faces demise. Having persevered for nearly 12 hours since the server launch at 8 o'clock last night, Zhang Yi indeed felt wearied. His intention was to return to the safe zone to submit his quest, reach level 10, complete his job transition, and then take a moment to recuperate and restore his fatigue. Thus, Zhang Yi crouched down to retrieve the spoils from the last magic wolf he had slain at his feet. At that moment, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps resonated from outside the forest, and for some inexplicable reason, a foreboding sense gripped Zhang Yi. Turning to glance back, he beheld a multitude of players surging into the dark forest, their demeanor aggressive. The overhead indicators revealed that this team, consisting of approximately 30 to 40 players, all boasted a formidable level of 89, and their IDs uniformly bore the prefix Kings of the world. Surely, they cannot be targeting me, as this thought crossed his mind, the leader of the kings of the world. A 9th-level youth clad in black armor and wielding a silver longbow cast a sweeping glance at the players grinding against the magic wolves in the forest. His gaze landed squarely on Zhang Yi, and he pointed, declaring, "That one. Surrounding Nuo Qingcheng." No sooner had the words left his lips than over 30 players behind the leader brandished their weapons and encircled Zhang Yi. "Oh no. They are indeed coming for me." At that moment, the leader regarded Zhang Yi and coldly scoffed. "Still here grinding? Do you know why I've come looking for you?" Zhang Yi took note of the leader's equipment. Remarkably, he was fully equipped, and it appeared to be of high quality. Particularly the black armor and the silver longbow he bore, which seemed to be exceptional at this stage. Zhang Yi pondered. Could it be that they are here to deliver me equipment? Deliver equipment? Huh. The leader spat disdainfully, fixing a steely gaze on Zhang Yi as he proclaimed, "I'm here to send you to your demise." Yet, Zhang Yi merely surveyed the other players from kings of the world surrounding him and replied nonchalantly, "Is this all you have? I doubt that is sufficient to pose a threat." Zhang Yi discerned that apart from the leader, the other members of kings of the world were inadequately equipped. Having survived for 8 years in the apocalyptic world, Zhang Yi could even assess the quality and enhancement levels of their gear by its sheen. Equipment of level 25 exhibited a faint golden glow, the lower the enhancement level, the dimmer the radiance. The equipment worn by these ordinary members is of a mere 1-star quality, and their enhancement levels do not exceed 10. At this stage, they are considered somewhat above average in the eyes of the surrounding level 7 or 8 independent players. However, to Zhang Yi, 2 words suffice to describe them: worthless. Only Wang Ji, adorned with the finest equipment, undoubtedly boasts enhancements above level 20, clearly concentrating all the resources of the Kingdom of Glory upon himself. Seeing this Nuo Qingcheng surrounded by so many of his subordinates yet still able to utter such arrogant words, Wang Ji remains unfazed. "Do you have any idea how many people I command in the Kingdom of Glory? To deal with a worthless individual like you, I don't even need 1,000 men. Sending just over 30 brothers is already showing you respect. Today, your demise is certain. I shall reduce you back to level 0. With a resounding clang, the massive iron hammer fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Yi, gripping the handle, gazed at Wang Ji with an expression of calmness and said, "Come and kill me, but do not claim I haven't afforded you the chance." Chapter 21. Confronting 30 Opponents. My goodness, I have encountered arrogance before, but this is an entirely new level. Has this individual never perused the Apocalypse official forum prior to entering the game? The post that ignited the forum, offering a monthly salary of 100,000 RMB to recruit top-tier professional players for the team, was initiated by the illustrious Kings of Glory. Thus, even before the game commenced, the Kings of Glory team had already garnered immense popularity, comprising over 1,000 professional players from across the nation. As for Zhang Yi, he remained largely unfazed. The surrounding casual players, grinding for levels in the dark forest, observed Zhang Yi encircled by the players of Kings of Glory, erupting in a flurry of discussions. Player A. This fellow dares to openly provoke the Kings of Glory. He truly possesses audacity. Player B. Indeed. Does he not comprehend the stature of the Kings of Glory? He will not only face imminent death, but may find it challenging to survive even in the 886 safe zone henceforth. Player C. We must certainly avoid provoking anyone from the Kings of Glory in the future, lest we share the same fate as him. Amidst the fervent chatter, Kings of Glory refrained from unnecessary words, delivering a succinct warning. You will regret being alive. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, attack him. Under the directive of Kings of Glory, the myriad players encircling Zhang Yi brandished their weapons and charged at him. The onlooking casual players fixated on the unfolding spectacle. Perceiving this beleaguered individual, whose ID and level were concealed, as nothing more than a corpse awaiting its fate. Yet, Zhang Yi stood resolutely in place, exuding an air of calm. He awaited the approach of two individuals wielding long swords, who were the first to close in. Their blades struck his shoulders, delivering 2 damage numbers that elicited gasps from the surrounding crowd. 1. Good heavens! Is there no breach in defense? Is the attack power of the Kings of Glory players truly this feeble? Or is this individual's defense extraordinarily high? Even the two attackers were left dumbfounded. Though they did not allocate their full power, their attack strength exceeded 50 points. Yet they failed to inflict any damaging blow on the person before them. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, who stood still and intentionally absorbed the blows, received 2 battle notifications. Ding. You have been maliciously attacked by player, King of Rage. The assailant is now gray named. And attacking them will not trigger a red name. Ding. You have been maliciously attacked by player, King of Azura. The assailant is now gray named. And attacking them will not trigger a red name. Finally receiving these notifications, Zhang Yi swung his hammer, delivering a resounding blow upon King of Rage, followed by another strike to King of Azura's chest, each resulting in a spectacular display of damage above their heads. 118. 112. Seizing the moment before his adversaries could react, Zhang Yi, propelled by the swift enhancement of agility at 14 o'clock, delivered a hammer strike of critical hit upon the formidable player, King of Kings, inflicting a staggering damage of 195. With a mere health pool of just over 260 points, King of Kings found himself utterly vanquished by 2 mighty blows from Zhang Yi, collapsing to the ground before he could comprehend the unfolding events. In the next instant, he transformed into a radiant beam of white light, leaving behind a scattering of copper coins, potions, and a pair of boots. Ding. You have slain the player, King of Kings. Due to their gray name, your evil value remains unchanged. The dual enhancement of critical hit and lucky strike enabled Zhang Yi to achieve a remarkable 165 damage boost, resulting in the impressive 195 points of damage inflicted upon King of Kings, leaving the surrounding onlookers in a state of astonishment. What astounding damage! Nearly 200. Good heavens! Had that hammer struck me, I would have likely been eliminated in an instant. I see now, this fellow must have triggered the first achievement. A promise to captivate the city. It is said that the hammer he wields is a growing artifact. He had previously used it to defeat the captain of the Kings of Glory, and now the Kings of Glory have come seeking vengeance. It is no wonder they have dispatched so many to confront him. They must have already discerned his prowess and recognized him as a formidable opponent. Even those players from the Kings of Glory, who had yet to approach, exchanged glances filled with apprehension. This chap possesses such immense damage. Did not the captain mention that his hammer is a divine artifact? It is merely a game. Being slain does not equate to true death, and besides, the captain assured us that a single death warrants a compensation of 10,000. Brothers, let us strike down this fellow and seize that divine hammer from his grasp. Even if it takes a gradual accumulation of damage, we shall ensure his demise. With that, the Kings of Glory players pressed forward to encircle Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi chuckled, for even if they attempted to overwhelm him, they would find it impossible to bring him down. Their attacks could scarcely breach the protective Angel's Guardian Shield, which activated every 10 seconds, let alone deplete his 570 health points, ample enough to withstand their relentless assault. Thus, Zhang Yi wielded his hefty iron hammer, launching a counteroffensive amidst the throng of Kings of Glory assailants. To be frank, this level 1-star hammer had become rather lackluster by now. Zhang Yi's damage output was bolstered significantly by the investment of upgrade points. Having ascended from level 5 to the 9 range, he had allocated all 20 points into strength, translating to an impressive 30 points of attack power, thanks to a 15-star strength growth. Consequently, despite wielding a level 1 hammer, Zhang Yi's attack power had soared beyond 3 digits, reaching an astonishing 108 points, far beyond the capacity of these under-equipped level 8 or 9 players to withstand. What Zhang Yi now yearned for most was a suitable weapon to wield. Gazing ahead at Zhang Yi, who could eliminate his adversary with just 2 or 3 strikes, an unwavering conviction settled within him that the hammer he wielded was indeed a remarkable artifact, capable of growth. The extraordinary damage he inflicted was undeniably attributed to the hammer's prowess, and unable to suppress his eagerness, he licked his lips and chuckled. I must uncover the true potential of this hammer. With that, he brandished a lavish silver longbow, aiming it at Zhang Yi, who was currently besieged. With a swift motion, he released an arrow. Thwack! From a distance exceeding 30 meters, the sharp projectile struck the hardened guardian armor adorning Zhang Yi's chest, finally revealing a damage numeral exceeding 105. The celestial shield, boasting over 30 points of protection, was shattered, and Zhang Yi also suffered an additional loss of 70 health points. Chapter 22. The exceptional longbow. Upon witnessing the damage inflicted upon him, Zhang Yi was somewhat astonished, for he possessed a formidable defense of 61 points. By calculation, this indicated that the attack power of King of Glory must exceed 160 points. Such damage. Aside from a full commitment to enhancing his attributes, the bow wielded by King of Glory must be at least a 2-star enhancement of over 20. As Zhang Yi's counterattacks targeted those with gray names, he had successfully eliminated 3 players from the realm of King of Glory, yet he remained unmarked, resulting in the ID of King of Glory turning gray as he launched his assaults upon Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's gaze then shifted towards King of Glory, who was lurking at a distance, ready to strike with arrows. A sudden chill crept down his spine as the arrows incessantly rained down upon him. Even Zhang Yi could not withstand the onslaught, and after enduring several arrows, his health plummeted to less than half in the blink of an eye. The onlookers began to murmur once more regarding King of Glory's astonishing damage output. Truly, as the captain of the realm, King of Glory demonstrated remarkable prowess, capable of dealing such high damage. Indeed, the bow he wielded was undoubtedly extraordinary. Just moments ago, they thought that he knew Qing Cheng might retaliate, but it now seemed futile. If King of Glory loosed a few more arrows, it would spell the end for him. Was no one paying attention to Qing Cheng's health? King of Glory had already dealt over 300 points of damage with 3 arrows, yet he still retained half of his health. At that moment, breaking through the encirclement, Zhang Yi suddenly fixed his target on King of Glory in the distance and rapidly closed the gap with his massive iron hammer. Caught off guard by Zhang Yi's advance, King of Glory momentarily hesitated before turning to flee, attempting to kite Zhang Yi as he ran. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi deftly maneuvered, sidestepping the arrows shot by King of Glory while swiftly approaching him, causing a flurry of miss indicators to erupt overhead. Although ranged attacks held a significant advantage in kiting opponents, they were equally susceptible to being evaded through clever positioning. The additional 11 points from the Guardian armor, combined with the initial 3 points granted to players, provided Zhang Yi with ample maneuverability. As he closed in on King of Glory, Zhang Yi retrieved a level 3 red potion from his pack and downed it in one gulp, a green recovery value of 300 appearing above his head as his health was instantly restored to full. In the early stages, players rarely allocated their precious upgrade points to agility in pursuit of damage. Consequently, the other players from the realm of King of Glory could not keep pace with Zhang Yi. Even if they managed to catch up, they would simply fall victim to a few crushing blows from his hammer, utterly unable to thwart his approach toward King of Glory. Clearly, King of Glory had invested all his points into damage, possessing only the initial 3 points in agility, resulting in a significant disparity in speed. Thus, it was not long before Zhang Yi closed the distance. The outcome of being pursued culminated in a powerful strike that sent King of Glory crashing to the ground. Unexpectedly, aside from its formidable offensive capabilities, King of Glory is remarkably well-rounded, possessing considerable vitality and defense. As a result, Zhang Yi's strike, which would typically inflict over 110 points of damage on others, only dealt a mere 90 points to King of Glory, causing its health bar to diminish by just a quarter. However, King of Glory felt a surge of anxiety, for as a ranged damage dealer, it stood no chance in close combat against Zhang Yi. During this moment of hesitation, Zhang Yi delivered another blow, inflicting another 90 points of damage. King of Glory hastily drew its bow to shoot an arrow at Zhang Yi while simultaneously retreating, reaching for a healing potion from its bag. Before it could utilize the potion, Zhang Yi struck again, smashing down on its forehead. With a resounding crack, King of Glory felt a buzzing in its head as the notification echoed. You have been attacked by player Qing Cheng, losing 297 points of health. You have died. With a thud, King of Glory collapsed to the ground, consumed by a sense of bitterness, transforming into a beam of white light that vanished before Zhang Yi. Previously, only a single strike had been required. This time, it took 3 blows, indicating a notable improvement in King of Glory's resilience. The final blow from Zhang Yi, a critical strike, triggered an extraordinary lucky hit, resulting in a staggering 297 points of damage that astonished the crowd. Bystander A exclaimed, "Good heavens! Almost 300 points of damage. How is that even possible? Bystander B remarked. Surely this player must be cheating. Such damage is unbelievable. Bystander C noted, the captain of the King of Glory team has been taken down in an instant. After slaying the gray-named King of Glory, Zhang Yi, who had not been marked as a criminal, lowered his gaze to the spot where King of Glory had just perished and was pleasantly surprised to discover a scattering of copper coins and potions, with a finely crafted silver longbow lying quietly among them. To his delight, he had obtained the longbow that had boasted exceptional attack power. Clearly, the value of this bow was substantial, almost immediately after King of Glory had been defeated. The remaining players from King of Glory were less concerned with their captain's demise and more focused on that bow. Don't let him retrieve that bow. Brothers, hurry up and reclaim our captain's bow. Quick! With a shout from the leader of King of Glory, the remaining 20 players surged forward at breakneck speed toward Zhang Yi. Yet they were still a moment too late. Just as Zhang Yi bent to pick up the longbow and effortlessly replaced his hammer with it, the approaching players from King of Glory halted in their tracks, gazing at Zhang Yi, who now wielded the silver longbow, with expressions of fear. At that moment, Zhang Yi did not take the time to examine the bow's attributes. He simply understood that the high damage King of Glory had inflicted upon him, despite his 61 points of defense, must have stemmed from this very bow. Thus, he was certain that the bow's attack power would not be inferior to that of his hammer. Thus, equipped with a longbow, Zhang Yi instantaneously transformed from a warrior into an archer. He drew the bowstring and aimed at the players of the Kingdom of Kings who were within his striking range. In the realm of Apocalypse, the basic attack range for ranged classes extends to 50 meters, while the players from the Kingdom of Kings were merely 20 to 30 meters away from Zhang Yi. Observing that Zhang Yi had drawn his bow, the players from the Kingdom of Kings hesitated momentarily before charging towards him once more. Brothers, let us slay him and reclaim the longbow that our captain lost. This group was indeed audacious. Fully aware that they could not inflict any significant damage on Zhang Yi, they still rushed to their demise. Of course, they believed it to be merely a game, preferring to be vanquished rather than suffer the disdain of their captain. Furthermore, the captain had assured them that a single death would earn them a compensation of 10,000. No sooner had the words left their lips than a swift arrow shot forth from Zhang Yi's hand, striking the foremost among the Kingdom of Kings players, a level 8 man with a gray ID, known as 216, who wielded a large sword. His health bar, fully intact, was obliterated in an instant, and the swordsman transformed into a wisp of white light, leaving behind a scattered bounty of coins and potions. Chapter 23. The Silver Moon Bow of 25. Upon witnessing the damage output, even Zhang Yi was taken aback. Goodness, merely changing weapons has doubled my damage. Gazing at the silver longbow in his hands, Zhang Yi felt a surge of delight. It seemed the value of this bow had far surpassed his expectations. A player of level 8 or 9, even with a hat and clothing to enhance health attributes, would possess at most 200 to 300 health points, especially when their 1-star quality items were not highly reinforced. The unfortunate soul Zhang Yi had just eliminated with a single arrow bore no headgear whatsoever. After all, even Zhang Yi himself had yet to acquire a hat. After Zhang Yi effortlessly dispatched one of their ranks, the remaining players charged forward, undeterred. He shook his head. Had they known this was a genuine death game, they would have thought twice before squandering their chances at revival, which money could not buy. However, the players from the Kings of the World did not evoke any sympathy from Zhang Yi. Thus, he knocked another arrow and resumed his assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more arrows flew forth, each striking a different player from Kings of the World, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. 248. Critical hit. 324. Lucky strike, 432. Devastating blow. With a flourish, 3 beams of white light erupted, and the 3 players from Kings of the World were annihilated from over 20 meters away. The attribute of 14 agility not only enhanced Zhang Yi's speed, but also significantly augmented his critical hit potential. Some attempted to employ an S-shaped maneuver to evade his attacks, but it proved futile against Zhang Yi. In his previous life, Zhang Yi had been an archer, honing his skills for 8 years. The idea of showcasing evasive maneuvers before him was laughable. His attacks could accurately predict the enemy's movements. Thus, under the overwhelming long-range firepower of Zhang Yi, the dark forest was illuminated with successive bursts of white light. Every individual struck by his arrows met with instant demise, save for the 2 who endured an additional shot. The 30-odd players from Kings of the World were utterly vanquished before they could close the distance to Zhang Yi. due to their prior assault on him. They bore gray names, and upon their defeat, Zhang Yi remained untainted, accruing no evil points whatsoever. As he surveyed the large area strewn with copper coins, potions, enhancement stones, and equipment, the onlookers, having witnessed Zhang Yi single-handedly obliterate a team of over 30 players, stood in stunned silence. Player A, my heavens. It feels like a dream. This guy just wiped out a team of dozens from kings of the world all by himself? Player B, what is truly terrifying is that each was dispatched with a single blow. That damage is simply monstrous. Player C, incredible. Who is this person? How can he be so formidable? Could he possibly be an insider from Apocalypse? Is that why he shows no fear towards kings of the world? Because his backing is Fortune Group? Player D, you are overthinking it, my friend. Long ago, the Heavenly Fortune Group issued a statement ensuring absolute fairness and justice in the game of Apocalypse. Any bugs, cheats, or insider maneuvers are non-existent. The damage dealt by this individual is likely due to acquiring a high-level talent that enhances damage right from the start. However, I believe he has thoroughly offended the Kingdom of Glory. No matter how formidable he is, it will be exceedingly difficult for him to establish himself in safe zone 886, or even throughout the entire 8th district. Despite the coins and equipment scattered on the ground tempting those nearby, none dare to claim them for fear of being slain by the swift arrow of this one called Inua Ching Chong, thus becoming part of the spoils themselves. Ignoring the murmurs of those around him, Zhang Yi finally had the opportunity to focus on the exquisite silver longbow in his possession. Silver Moon Bow, 25. Quality, 2 stars level, 8 physical attack power, 105, 75. Additional attributes, Strength 14, 10. Exclusive talent, Armor Piercing. The wielder's attacks can ignore 35 points of physical defense. Class restriction, Archer. Untransformed individuals may equip it. Description. It is said that this exceptional weapon was crafted from rare silver white or by a master smith of the human race on a moonlit night. The Silver Moon Bow, absorbing the moonlight, possesses formidable lethality. Goodness, it is indeed a 2-star, level 8 bow. No wonder the previous wielder, the King of Glory, dealt such high damage. I had previously speculated that this weapon must have been enhanced to level 20 or beyond, but I never imagined it was fully upgraded. The King of Glory truly invests generously, enhancing a 2-star item to level 25, which must require 400 to 500 level 2 enhancement stones, equivalent to nearly 1,000 level 1 enhancement stones. It's insane to invest so much in an early transitional level 8 piece of equipment. I cannot fathom the mindset of the wealthy. However, it seems collecting enhancement stones is quite simple for the King of Glory, with over 1,000 individuals under his command. If each contributes just 1 stone, he would amass 1,000 in no time. Upon checking his status, Zhang Yi discovered that with the Silver Moon Bow equipped, his attack power had surged to 216 points. No wonder each arrow fired dealt nearly 216 damage in the face of the armor-piercing talent. The players of the Kingdom of Glory are practically defenseless, and Zhang Yi's strikes inflict true damage. As he sheathed the Silver Moon Bow and prepared to gather the spoils, a voice from a nearby solo player caught his attention. Everyone, look at the regional channel. The King of Glory has spoken again. Zhang Yi casually opened the regional chat interface and indeed saw the King of Glory spamming the chat furiously. Inua Ching Ching, you bastard. You've killed me twice. Return the Silver Moon Bow to me, or I will not let you off easily. I'll make sure you crawl your way through the world of Apocalypse from now on. Inua Ching Ching, return the Silver Moon Bow, and I shall grant you a chance for redemption. What the hell, is Inua Ching Ching dead? Observing the vulgar insults flooding the chat channel, Zhang Yi found himself not incensed, but rather amused. Consequently, he decided to contribute to the discussion, attaching the illustration of the Silver Moon Bow. 1 promise, city toppling, male, level 9 player. Thank you, esteemed player, for the weapon. I have tested it, and it performs splendidly. As 1 promise, city toppling, shared the illustration of the Silver Moon Bow. The chat channel of District 886 erupted in excitement. Fish forgetting the seconds, male, level 7 player. Goodness, a 25, 2-star, level 8 weapon. Astonishing. Please don't send me more. Male, level 8 player. I'm going to be rich. This bow is practically a divine artifact in the early game. I'd say it's worth at least 100,000 coins, and I doubt anyone would disagree. Silent words. Male, level 8 player. 1 promise, city toppling. Brother, I wish to purchase this weapon from you. Name your price. Little dazed BB female. Level 6 player. The attack power of this bow is remarkably high. City toppling, why not gift it to me? I could be your girlfriend, perhaps even in real life. Chapter 24. 10 rewards. Upon witnessing the discussions in the chat channel, who had just emerged from the Resurrection Spring in Hope Town, was infuriated. Male, level 8 player. I beg your pardon, but I find it difficult to comprehend. Could you translate that into more understandable language? By the Resurrection Spring had just finished editing a message, yet before he could send it, a system notification abruptly appeared. Ding. The system has detected malicious spamming behavior, along with explicit language. You have been muted for 1 hour. Damn. Just as was seething with rage. And the others emerged from the Resurrection Spring, all of them having perished. Seeing his team utterly defeated, S. anger intensified. Damn it. How could so many of you fail against a single opponent? With such skills, you dare to call yourselves professional players? I pay you a monthly salary of 100,000. And this is the caliber of players I have hired? At that moment, hastily interjected, Captain, please calm down. The primary issue is that this guy's attributes are far too high. Apart from his attack power, his defense and health are exceptionally robust. Did you not notice? I am certain he has a full set of level 25 equipment. You must be joking. Was overwhelmed with frustration. I have a team of 1,000 that spent an entire night grinding to barely achieve a full set of level 25. How could he possibly gather tens of thousands of enhancement stones to upgrade his gear? So what do we do now? Lowered his head. He has already killed you twice. And looted 2 of your items. This situation has become widely known. Gritted his teeth. Levels can be regained, and early-stage 2-star equipment is challenging to acquire. Especially weapons. Regardless, I must retrieve the Silver Moon Bow. Damn it, of all things to lose, why did it have to be my best equipment? This is just my luck. Mark my words, within 3 days, if I do not make you delete your account and quit the game, I will live stream myself eating feces. Captain. At that moment, quietly remarked, when we first encountered, you mentioned that you did not believe he could deal 40 or 50 damage with a single strike. If he can, then you should indeed live stream yourself eating feces. You bastard. Kicked. Get out of my sight. You're fired. In the dark forest. Having killed twice, Zhang Yi had become somewhat of a sensation in the 886 safe zone. He paid no heed to the surrounding discussions. But he was curious as to how the players from knew of his presence in the dark forest. Ultimately, Zhang Yi found the answer in the chat records from over 20 minutes prior. It turned out that the independent players in the dark forest could not resist the allure of a 100,000 bounty from, and revealed their locations. Indeed, is quite wealthy. Zhang Yi, unfazed by the recent events, devoted several minutes to meticulously collecting the spoils from the 30 or so players who had perished in the realm of King S. Dominion. Upon counting, he discovered a total of 35 pieces of equipment, all of which were gray-named, indicating that their owners had indeed dropped 1 item upon death. Each piece of gear was of level 18 or below, and all were of the 1st-star variety, with enhancements below level 10. At this juncture, Zhang Yi found little value in such meager equipment after an overnight grind in the dark forest. He had amassed 7 or 8 pieces of unidentifiable 1st-star gear of level 68 from 1,000 slain magic wolves. Clearly, the items dropped by the players of King S. Dominion were of a similar caliber. He contemplated setting up a stall in the safe zone to sell these inconsequential items, as they held no utility for him, but were undoubtedly coveted by other players. Among the treasures, the Silver Moon Bow stood out as Zhang Yi's greatest acquisition, serving as undeniable evidence that the slaughter of those 30 players had not been in vain. Furthermore, he valued the coins and enhancement stones they had dropped even more. In total, he had gathered 2,000 copper coins, which converted to 20 silver coins, alongside over 60 enhancement stones. Glancing at the time, he noted it was precisely 8 o'clock. With a yawn, he set off towards Hope Town, leaving behind a group of players in the dark forest who gazed at his departing figure, still haunted by the sight of him single-handedly dispatching over 30 members of King S. Dominion. Upon returning to the safe zone, Zhang Yi promptly sought out the NPC blacksmith. Initiating a dialogue, he was greeted with enthusiasm. Young warrior, I never imagined you would truly gather so many wolf pelts for me. I am immensely grateful. As Il eagerly accepted the 100 wolf pelts Zhang Yi had traded, a delightful notification chimed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations on completing the quest, collect wolf pelts. You have earned 2,000 experience points, 250 copper coins, 15 level 1 enhancement stones, 36 human reputation points, and receive the equipment, Wolf Pelt Coat. Your intimacy with blacksmith owner has increased by 6. At that moment, another notification resonated through his ears. Ding. Player Inua Chinchung, congratulations. Your intimacy with blacksmith owner has exceeded 10 points, raising your intimacy level to 1. You have unlocked the privilege. In the future, you will enjoy a 5 discount on equipment forging at the blacksmith shop. The next upgrade requires raising your intimacy to 50 points. The intimacy level is a feature designed to enrich gameplay within the world of Apocalypse. Players can enhance their relationship with NPCs by completing quests, and upon reaching certain thresholds of intimacy, they can elevate their intimacy level, thereby receiving various benefits. NPCs are categorized by profession into several major types, including commoners, blacksmiths, innkeepers, shopkeepers, appraisers, guards, and lords, mayors, with intimacy levels being universally applicable across the world of Apocalypse. For instance, when a player attains a closeness level of 2 with the shopkeeper in the safe zone by completing tasks, and subsequently reaches the main city at level 30 with the same closeness level to the main city shopkeeper, they are entitled to a 10% discount on potions and equipment. The higher the closeness level, the greater the discounts available. Furthermore, players have the chance to receive hidden quests from NPCs at elevated closeness levels. Returning to the main topic, despite receiving a reward of 2,000 experience points for completing the quest, Zhang Yi was unable to level up, as the requirement of 8,000 experience points to advance from level 9 to 10 was exceedingly steep. The wolf skin coat, classified as a level 9 monster item, was mere trinket to Zhang Yi, who possessed a 2-star guardian armor. After submitting the quest, Illinois no longer engaged with Zhang Yi. At this juncture, an ordinary player would certainly turn away in search of another NPC to acquire tasks. Yet, Zhang Yi suddenly recalled a non-mainstream motto he had once displayed on QQ in his youth: "As long as you take the initiative, we shall have a story." Thus, Zhang Yi initiated a conversation with Il. "I happen to have some extra wolf skins. Do you still need them?" Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Il was immediately filled with delight. "Really, brave warrior? How many wolf skins do you have? Do you possess 100? "Indeed," replied Zhang Yi, producing 100 wolf skins to hand over to Il. "Ding. Congratulations. You have completed the quest, collect wolf skins, for the second time and received 2,000 experience points, 50 copper coins, and a closeness level of 2 with the blacksmith shop owner." Upon submitting the quest again, the rewards significantly diminished. Zhang Yi presented another 100 wolf skins and continued to submit them in this manner until he had turned in all 1,000 wolf skins in 10 transactions. IL's smile widened. "Young warrior, you have truly astonished me. I never anticipated you would gather so many wolf skins for me. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude." Zhang Yi was unreserved. "Then craft me a piece of equipment." In his previous life, the player who completed this quest 10 times received the ultimate reward of having the blacksmith create a top-tier piece of equipment for them. Moreover, it appeared that only the first player to complete this 10-part quest would be entitled to make such a request. Subsequent players could only accept a rare equipment reward from Il. Indeed, Illinois did not decline Zhang Yi's request. "No problem, brave warrior. What kind of equipment would you like me to forge for you?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Yi replied, "Please craft me a magic staff." Chapter 25, Transformation. Beastmaster. From the moment Zhang Yi acquired the divine talent of God-level enhancement, he conceived a singular ambition. In this lifetime, he would embark upon a rather extraordinary path, embracing the profession of Beastmaster, which had been scorned by countless players in the previous life, and was notoriously dubbed the most inferior class in the world of Apocalypse. In the realm of Apocalypse, player professions are categorized into 7 distinct classes: warriors, assassins, knights, mages, archers, priests, and beastmasters. Those familiar with the game are well aware of the unique characteristics each profession possesses, yet the Beastmaster stands apart. This class is exceptional in that it can summon magical beasts to fight alongside it. The summoned creatures are not restricted by type. One can call forth robust tank-like beasts to absorb damage, summon high-output mage-like creatures to deal damage from the rear, or even invoke healer-like beasts to provide sustenance for oneself or allies. In the later stages, an advanced Beastmaster can, through sheer personal power, assemble a formidable team that boasts healing, resilience, and damage output. At first glance, one might perceive this profession as overwhelmingly powerful, as if possessing a Beastmaster grants one access to the entirety of Apocalypse's professions. Indeed, It was the flawless portrayal, or rather, the deception, by the game's developers that lured countless players into this trap, only for them to later discover that the Beastmaster was not merely a pitfall, but a veritable abyss that left those who chose this path weeping in despair during the late hours of the night. Unlike traditional summoners, the beasts summoned by a Beastmaster possess an independent cultivation system that is entirely unrelated to the attributes of the Beastmaster. This means that from the moment one begins to cultivate a beast, one must allocate half of their resources to it. Much like players, these beasts require equipment, must learn skills through skill books, and consume the player's experience to level up, effectively meaning that one is managing two characters with the resources of a single account. When it comes to equipment enhancement and skill acquisition, this path is fraught with peril. Many players eventually find themselves unable to sustain even their own character, let alone the responsibility of nurturing a magical beast, unless, of course, they are fortunate enough to have a fortune at their disposal. Moreover, while the Beastmaster functions akin to a mage, its own attribute growth is the lowest among the 7 professions, and its skill damage is exceedingly minimal, making any comparison to a bona fide destructive mage futile. Consequently, in the previous life, those who chose the Beastmaster profession, upon realizing the depth of this pitfall, yet feeling powerless to effect change, resolved to abandon their ability to summon beasts altogether, finding even the notion of playing the class as a mage implausible due to the sluggish development of the Beastmaster. This led to the rapid obsolescence of the Beastmaster profession, rendering it an object of disdain among countless players. Major teams refused to accept Beastmaster players, and no one wished to form a party with them. The only fate awaiting Beastmasters was extinction. In time, it became a rarity to encounter even a single Beastmaster among 100 players. Certainly, this profession is inherently formidable. As long as the resources are sufficient, the powerful magical beasts cultivated by beast tamers are certainly not inferior to the strength of any player. In the previous life, those beast tamers who managed to survive were quite formidable, effortlessly summoning magical beasts whose combat prowess overshadowed even the most renowned high-level players on the main city leaderboard. Fully aware that this profession is a perilous venture, Zhang Yi still chooses to pursue it because the godly enhancement can compensate for the shortcomings in equipment strengthening. Zhang Yi possesses ample resources to nurture himself and his summoned beasts. Given that beast tamers wield wands as their weapons, Zhang Yi requested Aiel's assistance in crafting a staff. Aiel readily agreed, saying, "Brave one, in light of your generous collection of wolf pelts for me, I promise to exert my utmost effort to forge an extraordinary magical staff for you." After a brief pause, Illinois continued, "However, crafting weapons requires time. The finer the weapon, the longer the process. Please return around 6 o'clock this evening to collect it." Zhang Yi nodded, expressing his gratitude to Master Aiel. After consecutively completing the task of collecting wolf pelts 10 times, the accumulated 20,000 experience points allowed Zhang Yi to successfully reach level 10. With his experience bar completely filled, before transitioning to a new class, players cannot exceed level 10. Thus, after bidding farewell to NPC Aiel, Zhang Yi proceeded to the Mentor Hall located at the center of Hopetown. As the first player to enter the Mentor Hall, numerous players passing by cast envious glances at him. Player A, "Wow, isn't the Mentor Hall accessible only to those at level 10? How did this guy reach it so quickly?" Player B, "Stop complaining. Let us hurry and level up too. I heard that the first 100 players to change classes in each safe zone receive rewards." Player C, "Is that true? Then what are we waiting for? Let us rush out and slay some monsters." Inside the Mentor Hall, 7 mentors adorned in various outfits awaited Zhang Yi's entrance, each extending an invitation. The warrior mentor, clad in golden armor and wielding a longsword, boomed, "Young one, join our warrior class, and you too could possess a physique like mine, attracting admirers." The wizard mentor, draped in a white robe, with a gentle exterior yet fervent heart, beckoned, "Follow me to learn powerful magic. No enemy can withstand a mighty blizzard, and if they can, then unleash a second." Before the 7 mentors could complete their introductions, Zhang Yi approached the beast tamer mentor directly. "Greetings, mentor. I wish to become a beast tamer." The other 6 mentors regarded him with astonishment, as he had not even glanced at them. The chosen beast tamer mentor nodded and affirmed, "Very well. I grant you the qualification to become a beast tamer." As soon as the words left his lips, the beast tamer mentor waved his hand before Zhang Yi, a beam of golden light cascading down from above. "Congratulations, you have acquired the profession, beast tamer. Congratulations. You have become the first player in Safety Zone 886 to successfully complete your job transition. The system will issue a regional announcement. Would you prefer to make your ID public or keep it hidden? This time, Zhang Yi unhesitatingly chose to make it public. Regional announcement for Safety Zone 886. Congratulations to player Inhua Qingcheng for successfully transitioning to the Beastmaster profession. As the first player to achieve this feat in Safety Zone 886, you have been rewarded with 1,200 human reputation and 1 gold coin. Chapter 26. Completing the job transition. Much like the reward for triggering the hidden quest, Zhang Yi once again received a staggering 1,200 points of reputation, along with a generous bounty of a whole gold coin, thanks to the 20 reputation bonus from the human faction. Indeed, achieving accomplishments is the swiftest route to amassing both reputation and wealth. In just a single night since the game's inception, Zhang Yi's reputation has soared to an impressive 2,700 points. While other players barely possess a handful of silver coins, Zhang Yi has already acquired 2 gold coins. Following his job transition, Zhang Yi, whose experience bar was already full, ascended directly to level 11. Simultaneously, as the system's regional announcement echoed, the chat channel of Safe Zone 886 became lively once more. Ominous sign. Male, level 8 player. This leveling is too rapid. I'm only level 8, and there are already people transitioning jobs. Fallen God. Male, level 8 player. The rewards are incredibly generous. I barely have a few silver coins, and he has received a gold coin as a reward. He has struck it rich. I aspire to be the heavens. Male, level 9 player. Damn. It's that one who has captured the city with a promise. I remember he was the first to trigger the achievement for entering the safe zone. And I seriously suspect that he is also the one who activated the hidden quest. Mouse loves cat. Female, level 8 player. The one with the promise is so impressive. He has triggered 3 achievements in one go. I really want to get to know him. Meanwhile, having just received a quest from an NPC in Hopetown, and preparing to grind levels until reaching level 10 for his job transition, Wangzhen, known as the King of Glory, heard the regional announcement and cursed inwardly. Damn it. If it weren't for you killing me twice and causing me to drop 2 levels, I would have undoubtedly been the first to reach level 10 in Area 886. At that moment, the returning King of Glory remarked, Captain, he has transitioned to a Beastmaster. That class was dubbed a money profession before the game launched. It requires significant financial investment to develop. With a cold snort, King of Glory replied, that kid looks like a pauper. He is definitely not wealthy enough to afford a Beastmaster. Without money, the Beastmaster class is utterly useless. Its attribute growth is pitiful, and its durability is even weaker than that of a priest. Ha ha ha, let us see how he manages with that worthless profession. In the Mentor Hall. After completing his job transition, the Beastmaster Mentor provided Zhang Yi with 6 beast eggs, corresponding to the warrior, tank, mage, archer, support, and assassin classes. Zhang Yi could choose any one of them to hatch and obtain a corresponding low-level beast. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi bypassed this step entirely and did not select a single beast egg. The Beastmaster Mentor was somewhat astonished. Brave one, beasts are the soul of a Beastmaster. Without a beast to assist you, you will find it exceedingly difficult to navigate the world of apocalypse. Zhang Yi remained resolute in his choice. Thank you, Mentor, but I do not require these beasts. Zhang Yi was acutely aware that the novice Beastmaster, having just completed their class transition, would receive a primary monster bestowed by their mentor, which would invariably possess a D-grade quality with attributes below 50, essentially rendered as inferior creatures. While it was claimed that these monsters could assist the Beastmaster, in reality, they served only as a hindrance. Zhang Yi was unwilling to allow such a worthless creature to share in his resources. He had long since devised a strategy. He would refrain from utilizing any monsters until reaching level 30, unless he were to acquire an exceptional beast during that time. Instead, he intended to invest all available resources into enhancing his own abilities, and once his strength had sufficiently grown, he would then focus on taming monsters. Additionally, there was another factor influencing Zhang Yi's decision. Somewhere out there, an extraordinary monster awaited his capture. In comparison, these low-tier creatures held no allure for Zhang Yi, who had returned from the era of the apocalypse. However, he recognized that he currently lacked the capability to obtain that remarkable monster and would need to bide his time. Zhang Yi continued to engage in dialogue with the Beastmaster Mentor to learn fundamental skills. Upon transitioning classes, every player is presented with 3 foundational skill books available for purchase. Before Zhang Yi lay 3 white skill books pertaining to Beast Masters. One was a control skill, Frost Bolt, with a damage coefficient of 70 and a freezing effect lasting 5 seconds on a cooldown of 12 seconds. The second was a defensive skill, Magic Shield, which granted an 80 magic attack power shield for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. The final book was a pure damage skill, Fireball, boasting a damage coefficient of 110 and a cooldown of 5 seconds. Each book was priced at 10 silver coins. To put it plainly, the Beast Master was akin to a sorcerer, albeit with considerably lower growth in attributes and skill damage compared to a traditional wizard, whose white-grade Fireball skill reached a damage coefficient of 130. Zhang Yi, inclined towards an offensive strategy, unhesitatingly chose Fireball from the trio of skill books, spending the not insignificant sum of 10 silver coins, which not everyone could afford at this stage. Upon acquiring the skill book, he immediately utilized it, learning the Fireball skill. At level 11, Zhang Yi found that casting Fireball consumed 7 energy points. At that moment, 2 distressing system notifications echoed in his ears. Ding! Due to your class and equipment mismatch, the Silver Moon Bow has been automatically removed and placed into your backpack. Ding! Due to your class and skill mismatch, the Critical Strike has been automatically converted into a skill book and placed into your backpack. Zhang Yi had anticipated this predicament. Once he transitioned to Beast Master, the prized weapon, Silver Moon Bow, and the skill, Critical Strike, would become unusable. While losing the Critical Strike skill was a minor inconvenience, given its status as a basic skill, the true loss was that of the exceptional early-game Silver Moon Bow. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi's actions were driven by a larger perspective, as his past experiences in this apocalyptic world had taught him that no one was worthy of trust except oneself. However, the reality is that in numerous instances, regardless of the strength of one's personal abilities, the presence of teammates is indispensable. In situations where one cannot rely on other players, the only dependable allies are the magical beasts of the Beast Master. Fortunately, the Guardian Armor, which does not have any class requirements, remains usable, albeit it may appear somewhat peculiar for a Beast Master to don such armor. Furthermore, Zhang Yi has experienced significant changes in his attribute growth. First transition as a Beast Master, Intelligence growth, 9 stars, Stamina growth, 7 stars, Agility growth, 6 stars, Vitality growth. 7 stars first transition class talent for the Beast Master. Every 3 points of intelligence additionally grants 5 points of energy. Chapter 27. The Flame Staff. The growth potential of Beast Masters is indeed quite limited. It is likely that even the growth of priests surpasses that of Beast Masters. In comparison to a first-tier mage, the disparity becomes glaringly apparent. A first-tier mage achieves an intelligence growth of 12 stars, while their stamina, vitality, and agility growth exceed that of Beast Masters by 2 stars, resulting in an overall advantage of 9 stars in growth. However, this applies to other first-tier Beast Masters. Zhang Yi, endowed with the Dragon Bloodline enhancement, enjoys an additional 5 stars in each of the 4 attributes, bringing his intelligence growth to an impressive 14 stars, surpassing that of a first-tier mage by 2 stars. Not only Beast Masters, but all 7 professions experience a decline in attribute growth upon promotion. As compensation, the system grants each transitioning player a bonus of 30 free attribute points, coupled with the ability to reallocate attributes. Zhang Yi now possesses a total of 80 free attribute points. He made a decision that most players, after their first promotion and reallocation, would not dare to consider. He allocated all 80 points to intelligence. Typically, players, even mages, would allocate a portion of points to stamina to ensure survival. However, emboldened by the vitality boost from his level 5, 2-star Guardian Armor, Zhang Yi opted to forego adding any points to stamina. Upon completing his adjustments, Zhang Yi accessed his status panel. Promise of a City, level 11 profession, first-tier Beast Master race, human revival count, 3 talent, God tier enhancement, God tier talent, intelligence, 89 stamina, 7 agility, 17 vitality, 7 magical attack power, 157 physical defense, 67 magical defense, 60 health points, 504 energy points, 222 experience points, 22,000 wealth, 2 gold, 62 silver, 25 copper life skills, basic exploration reputation, 2706 special status, Dragon Bloodline LV1 description, a Beast Master who has completed their first promotion. Their strength is just beginning to emerge. The difference in attributes compared to before the promotion is not substantial, particularly as Zhang Yi's attack power has already reached 157 points without equipping any weapons. Should he wield a weapon akin to the Silver Moon Bow, the results would be extraordinary. Before crafting the staff, Zhang Yi found himself at a loss for suitable weaponry. Consequently, he resorted to rummaging through his backpack, which contained an assortment of miscellaneous level 18, one-star equipment. Ultimately, he unearthed a rather lackluster level 7 staff, boasting a meager addition of 14 points to magic attack. With the expenditure of 25 level 1 enhancement stones, he swiftly transformed this unimpressive item into an extraordinary flame staff. 25. Quality, 1-star level, 7 magic attack power, 49, 35, exclusive talent. Burn, the wielder's attacks can ignite foes, inflicting burn damage equal to 25 of their attack power every second for a duration of 3 seconds. Class restrictions, Mage, Priest, Beastmaster. Description: this is no ordinary staff. It is something quite exceptional. Upon equipping the flame staff, Zhang Yi's magic attack surged to 206 points, resulting in a mere reduction of 10 points compared to before he unequipped the Silver Moon Bow. Having resolved his class-related matters, Zhang Yi visited the appraisal shop in town to identify all the items he had obtained from the Dark Forest. The appraisal fee for 1-star equipment under level 10 was reasonably priced, averaging 20 copper coins per item. Subsequently, Zhang Yi fought off drowsiness and made his way to the bustling main street of Hope Town, burdened with a backpack full of equipment. It was already past 8 in the morning, and players who had pulled an all-nighter, preparing to log off and head to work, began to notice something amiss within the game. What was happening? Why couldn't they log out? With a shout from the crowd, other players hastily opened their game interfaces, only to realize that the logout button in the bottom right corner was unresponsive. How could this be? Was there a bug in the game? I have to be at work by 9. How can I explain this to my boss? Official clarification is needed. The crowd descended into chaos. Yet, this turn of events was anticipated by Zhang Yi, as in his previous life, they too had only discovered the logout issue at this juncture. This was a realm of genuine peril. Amidst the tumult, a voice cried out, followed by another individual stating, "Don't frighten us. This is real. I have a friend who died a few times and exhausted his resurrection opportunities, and just now, after dying outside, he did not revive. He is truly dead." Soon after, another voice chimed in, "Have you all noticed? The NPCs in this world, do they not seem a tad familiar? They are real people from our lives. I saw my mother while accepting a quest this morning. I thought I was hallucinating. What on earth is happening?" In the midst of widespread panic, Zhang Yi remained composed, selecting an optimal spot on the street. He spent 10 copper coins to secure a 10-minute stall from the system. As players grew increasingly anxious, he set up his makeshift market. The more frantic they became, the more readily his equipment sold, for upon realizing the grim reality of a death game, players were willing to go to any lengths to acquire superior gear to enhance their chances of survival in this world. This unsettling truth was difficult for many to accept. Most players preferred to believe that the game had merely encountered a bug, and that once the Tianyun group rectified the issue, they would be able to log out and return to the real world. Consequently, those who held on to this belief gradually calmed down, even feeling a sense of excitement. Wonderful. Now we have an excuse not to go to work. Our boss plays this game too. He must be trapped in here as well, huh? Before long, a considerable number of players had gathered around Zhang Yi's stall, primarily drawn by the stall owner's prominence. He had deliberately displayed his ID overhead, prominently showcasing his title, LV11 Beast Tamer, Nua Qing Qing, which was particularly eye-catching. The players surrounding Zhang Yi began to converse among themselves. A rugged man with a scruffy beard, wielding a large sword, remarked, "Isn't that the renowned figure from our District 886? The one who defeated the captain of the King's Glory team twice, Nua Qing Qing?" A voluptuous young woman chimed in, "Indeed. It's my first time seeing him in person. I had no idea Nua Qing Qing was such a young gentleman. Truly impressive." A bespectacled young man, appearing quite refined, added, "If this truly is the end of the world, then equipment is the most vital asset for survival. His stall boasts an array of gear above level 5, which is immensely beneficial for us in the early stages." As soon as the bespectacled young man finished speaking, players rushed forward, eager to purchase equipment. With all the items clearly priced, there was no need for Zhang Yi to do anything. He simply sat behind the stall, watching as players exchanged money for gear, collecting their payments with ease. Chapter 28, Group Attack Skill, Chain Lightning. Indeed, These level 5, 1-star quality inferior equipment held a certain allure for novice players. Zhang Yi, pricing each piece at a mere 50 to 100 copper coins, less than half the store price, swiftly sold out the over 40 pieces at his stall, amassing a total of 35 silver coins. After deducting the 2 silver coins spent on identifying the equipment, he was left with 33 silver coins, which was far more profitable than discarding them at the store, where he would likely have earned no more than 5 silver coins. Regrettably, equipment enhanced with the divine enhancement talent was rendered non-tradable by the system. Otherwise, the level 1 hammer he possessed, enhanced to level 25, would hold a value of several gold coins in the current market. The design team at Fortune Group must have considered various factors when crafting this divine talent. They would never allow players to exploit it to transform any worthless equipment into a prized possession and profit exorbitantly in a cyclical manner. Thus, they implemented a binding mechanism for any equipment that utilized the divine enhancement ability. Fortunately, another piece in Zhang Yi's possession, an extraordinary weapon enhanced to level 25, had not been upgraded using divine enhancement, so it remained unbound. He decided to present this item as the radiant, level 25, 2-star. Level 8 Silver Moonbow appeared at his stall. The surrounding players erupted in excitement. Wow, a level 25 piece of equipment, and a 2-star quality weapon at that. My goodness, I don't even have a single level 10 item yet. How on earth did it get to level 25? How many enhancement stones must that have cost? The Silver Moonbow, wasn't this the weapon depicted by Inua Qingqing in the regional chat channel? It seems to have dropped from a King of Glory. With an attack power of 105 and a talent for 35 armor penetration, this weapon was simply invincible. Hearing the buzz of excitement from the nearby players, Zhang Yi proclaimed, "The auction begins now, starting at 1 silver coin." As soon as his words left his lips, the players around him, caught in a frenzy, clamored to place their bids. "I'll offer 5 silver coins. Sell it to me. Do you think you're buying a chick? 5 silver coins for a level 25 2-star weapon. I bid 20 silver coins. I'll go 30. I can pool money with my friends. 50. 70. In a matter of moments, the price of the Silver Moonbow soared to 3 gold coins. This rapid escalation was primarily due to the fact that the game had only been live for a mere 12 hours. Players had not had the chance to accumulate much gold. Most players possessed only a handful of silver coins, and those bidding over 1 gold coin were typically from teams capable of pooling resources amongst several members to scrape together such sums. With the price set at 3 gold coins, no further bids were made. As no one could afford to raise the stakes any higher, Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating the 3 gold coins offered. Even if he were to disassemble the Silver Moonbow, he would not yield such a paltry sum, allowing others to benefit unduly. The process of disassembling equipment returns half of the enhancement stones, having upgraded the Silver Moonbow to level 25. He had invested at least 400 to 500 level 2 enhancement stones. Upon disassembly, Zhang Yi would reclaim over 200 level 2 stones, far more valuable than mere coins. Just as he was poised to pack up and refuse the sale, a voice rang out. "I offer 20 gold." Players nearby turned to the source of the voice, revealing a male player clad in silver armor, exuding the aura of a successful individual who appeared to be around 26 or 27 years old. Accompanied by several teammates who looked equally adept, Zhang Yi recognized the familiar ID above the man's head, Storm Angel. Was he the one who had previously sought to purchase Zhang Yi's hidden quest in the regional channel? Moreover, he was the second-ranked player in the safety zone leaderboard, just behind Zhang Yi. Indeed, he was part of a clan, as evidenced by the well-equipped level 9 players following Storm Angel, all of whom bore IDs beginning with Storm. The surrounding casual players quickly made way for the esteemed second-ranked player. Storm Angel crouched before Zhang Yi's stall, eyeing the exquisite longbow displayed. 20 gold. Will you sell it? He inquired. Zhang Yi replied without hesitation, 100, no negotiation. The air was filled with a collective gasp from those nearby. 100 gold? Had he lost his sanity in pursuit of wealth? After all, the official exchange rate set by the game was 10,000, 1 for real currency to gold coins. Could any weapon, no matter how exceptional, truly be worth 1 million? Moreover, this was merely a level 8, 2-star weapon, likely to be replaced after a day or 2 of use. However, Storm Angel harbored a different perspective than the spectators. "If I could gather 100 gold right now, I would not hesitate," he declared. After a brief pause, he continued, "Why not engage in a cash transaction? Once the developers rectify the logout bug, I will offline and transfer you 1 million in cash." Storm Angel was indeed a wealthy patron. The surrounding players regarded Zhang Yi with envious eyes. 1 million was a sum many would never amass in their lifetimes. The 2-star, level 8 longbow, while not intrinsically valuable, held significance due to its enhancement to level 25. In the early stages of the game, resources were scarce, and many items could not be acquired even with wealth. Possessing this bow would significantly widen the gap between him and other players. Unexpectedly, just as all players anticipated Zhang Yi's acceptance, he rejected Storm Angel's offer. "I only want gold, not cash. But I truly cannot muster that much gold." Storm Angel gazed at the silver moon bow, gritting his teeth as he extracted a green tome from his bag. "How about I add this to the deal?" Zhang Yi glanced at the book titled Chain Lightning Skill Book Quality. Green. Description: upon usage, one can acquire the skill Chain Lightning, which summons a lightning strike to attack foes. The lightning will then bounce between 2 additional enemies within a 50-meter radius of the initial target, enabling a maximum of 3 targets to sustain 90 magical damage simultaneously. For each target eliminated, the skill's damage increases by 20. The cooldown period is 12 seconds, and it expends 10 energy points. Profession: Mage, Beast Tamer. For Beast Tamers, the initial damage is reduced to 80. Skill slot consumption: 2. Remarkably, it is a green area of effect skill. Chapter 29, The Magic Scroll. To be honest, when Zhang Yi laid eyes on this skill book, he felt a surge of excitement. A mage's area of effect skill is quite a rarity, and the troubled expression of the Storm Angel revealed that he had invested significantly in this. The value of this green area of effect skill book is, in fact, comparable to that of the Silver Moon Bow, for while equipment can become obsolete as one levels up, skills endure. A good skill can be utilized for a lifetime. However, as a seasoned player, Zhang Yi concealed his enthusiasm for the skill book, feigning hesitation as he proposed. "Well, I require 30 gold coins, in addition to 100 level 1 enhancement stones, along with the skill book. What do you say?" Zhang Yi had already prepared for the possibility of the other party declining and was ready to exchange the Silver Moon Bow for the Lightning Chain instead. To his surprise, the Storm Angel hesitated only briefly before nodding in agreement. "No problem. I'll have my teammates gather the funds. Give me 10 minutes. You need not rush." "I can grant you 3 hours," Zhang Yi replied, tucking the Silver Moon Bow away. The Storm Angel, bewildered, inquired, "What does this mean?" "In 3 hours. At exactly 11 o'clock, I shall be here waiting for you. We will trade then, under the same conditions." The Storm Angel was perplexed. "Why the delay?" "Because I intend to sleep," Zhang Yi stated, rising to dismantle his stall before departing from the crowd, leaving several members of the Storm family in a state of confusion. "Captain, why does he wish to wait 3 hours to trade?" one asked. The Storm Angel furrowed his brow. "I do not know, but for the sake of this equipment, we shall wait. Let us go level up and return promptly at 11 for the trade." With Zhang Yi's fatigue level having decreased to 28, he could still endure for 4 more hours without rest, yet he had an important matter to attend to that afternoon. Thus, he resolved to replenish his stamina beforehand. As for why he chose to wait until after his slumber to trade with the Storm Angel, it was simply because he did not wish for others to gain a rapid advantage while he rested. If he were to relinquish this formidable 25 Silver Moon Bow to the Storm Angel now, who knows what level he might reach in just a few hours of Zhang Yi's sleep. Regarding the recovery of fatigue, players can choose to rest in inns ranging from 1 star to 5 stars. The lower the star rating, the slower the recovery rate. A 1-star room restores fatigue at a rate of 5 per hour, and so forth, while a 5-star room restores 25 per hour. Moreover, the higher the star rating of the room, the greater the expense, which is determined by the player's level. The charges are calculated hourly. For Zhang Yi's current level, a 1-star room costs merely 5 copper coins per hour, while a 2-star room costs 30 copper coins per hour, and a 5-star room can cost as much as 20 silver coins per hour. This is far beyond the means of an ordinary player. However, for Zhang Yi, who currently possesses nearly 3 gold coins and stands to gain a substantial sum of 30 gold coins in just a few hours, this expenditure is trifling. Consequently, Zhang Yi checked into a 5-star room at the NPC innkeeper's establishment and, upon entering his chamber, promptly succumbed to slumber. He awoke at 11 o'clock, discovering that his fatigue had fully replenished to 100. After settling his bill of 60 silver coins, rejuvenated, Zhang Yi departed from the inn, casually glancing at the leaderboard. He noted that during his brief respite, other players were fervently striving to ascend. The once first-ranked player in the 886th safe zone had swiftly plummeted to several ranks below. with the leader now a 12th level bowmaster, the Storm Angel. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had established a solid foundation prior to his rest, and although he had fallen behind, he still maintained a commendable 42nd position on the leaderboard after 3 hours of inactivity. Observing those players diligently vying for higher ranks, he furrowed his brow. Do none of you sleep? Awaiting your untimely demise. Perhaps still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Zhang Yi anticipated that around midnight, a surge of players would suddenly disconnect, left bewildered as to the cause of their demise. Checking the time, he noticed it was already 11:06, and he had missed his appointment with the Storm Angel by 6 minutes. Thus, Zhang Yi hastily made his way to the designated trading spot. However, upon arriving at the street where he had previously set up his stall, he found no sign of the Storm Angel. Couldn't you wait a few minutes? Zhang Yi frowned, pondering whether she had departed so quickly. Never mind, I will return later. With pressing matters at hand, he wasted no time and ventured into the town shop, resolutely spending a considerable sum of 1 gold coin to acquire a magical scroll, detection scroll. Quality, ordinary. Description, upon use, it allows one to disregard level discrepancies and view specific data of the target. Magical scrolls are exceedingly rare items in the world of Revelation, typically single-use. And once employed, they vanish, akin to detection scrolls, town return scrolls, and enhancement scrolls, which temporarily augment player attributes. Higher quality rare scrolls can only be obtained from treasure chests, quests, or formidable elite monsters and bosses. The quality of scrolls follows a classification similar to player talents: ordinary, superior, rare, epic, legendary, and divine. Though parting with 1 gold coin for the scroll stung, Zhang Yi recognized that one must take risks to reap rewards. This scroll was an indispensable tool for a significant endeavor he was about to undertake. Should this venture succeed, the returns he would eventually garner could eclipse the scroll's value by 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. Upon contemplating the matter, Zhang Yi could not suppress a surge of excitement. In his previous life, he had been outpaced by other players who swiftly completed the task and secured the coveted super reward that had ignited envy among countless gamers. This time around, that extraordinary reward must belong to Zhang Yi. Among the treasures included in the super reward was a rare magical beast. Thus, with the exploration scroll in hand, Zhang Yi opened his minimap and, relying on his memory, pinpointed a location south of Hope Town, marking it before making his way there. Just as Zhang Yi was about to depart from Hope Town, he noticed a throng of players rushing out of the town. He casually grabbed one of them and inquired, "My friend, what is happening?" The young level 10 mage, hastily responding, said, "Check the regional chat channel. It is rumored that the people from Kings of the World have clashed with Storm family in the woods ahead. Many have perished, and numerous items have dropped. Let us hurry to collect the loot." Chapter 30. The clash of 2 great teams. Upon opening the regional chat interface, I noticed messages that had ceased over half an hour ago. Indeed, the members of the Kingdom of Glory and the Storm family had engaged in a heated argument. Kingdom of Glory, male, level 10 archer. You trash from the Storm family, come out. Storm Angel, I heard you've purchased my silver moon bow from One Promise to City. Storm Angel, male, level 12 archer. Can you even speak? Your words reek like excrement. Kingdom of Glory, you, of all people, dare to wield the silver moon bow that I enhanced to its maximum level using over 500 level 2 enhancement stones. That bow belongs to me. You have half an hour to return to the safe zone and hand it back, or your entire Storm family will regret it. In safe zone 886. Storm Dragon King, male, level 11 warrior. With your demeanor, it's no wonder you were taken down by One Promise to City twice and lost your equipment. The silver moon bow was purchased by our captain, and the moment it was dropped, it ceased to belong to you. What right do you have to demand its return? Kingdom of Glory, who do you think you are? You have no place in this conversation. If that's the case, I will personally take down you, Storm Angel, and reclaim the silver moon bow. Kingdom of Glory, trash from the Storm family. Do you dare to accept the challenge? If you're too cowardly, that is one thing. But if you're not, let us set a place to settle this, just the 2 of our teams, and see who reigns supreme in zone 886. Storm Angel, fine. Since you seek punishment, we of the Storm family will oblige. Goblin Forest, half an hour from now. Whoever does not show up is a coward. Kingdom of Glory returned. Male, level 11 knight. You Storm family cowards. Watch as we of the Kingdom of Glory make you regret ever crossing us. Observing the tumultuous chat, Zhang Yi glanced at the silver moon bow in his inventory and fell into contemplation. What could possibly be the cause of this quarrel? Both Storm Angel and Kingdom of Glory had chosen the Archer class, evidently vying for the Silver Moon Bow. To Storm Angel, the Silver Moon Bow seemed within easy reach, prompting him to select the Archer class. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the 30 gold coins and a green skill book he had prepared to acquire it. Conversely, Kingdom of Glory seemed confident in his ability to reclaim the Silver Moon Bow from one promised city, thus also opting for the Archer class. It appeared that an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. With that thought, Zhang Yi closed the chat interface and, along with the surrounding players, made his way towards Goblin Forest, as it was conveniently along his intended route. A few minutes later, upon arriving at Goblin Forest, Zhang Yi found the area teeming with onlookers, while the sounds of fierce combat echoed from within the woods. He pushed his way through the crowd and beheld a staggering sight. Hundreds of players from both families engaged in a fierce battle inside Goblin Forest. Countless arrows intertwined with magical orbs soared through the forest, while the clash of swords and the fervent cries of players resounded amidst the chaos. Flashes of white light erupted continuously, heralding the demise of players at every turn. The ground was littered with the currency enhancement stones and equipment dropped by the fallen. Yet none dared to collect these spoils, allowing them to accumulate in abundance. Amidst the turmoil, Zhang Yi casually inquired of a nearby onlooker, "Brother, how goes the battle?" The man gestured towards the forest ahead and replied, "Just take a look for yourself. Undoubtedly, the warriors of the Kingdom of Kings are fierce. Their ranks boast a 1,000-strong battalion, while the Storm family seems to comprise merely 300 to 400 members. The disparity in numbers is insurmountable. They stand no chance." No sooner had he spoken than another mage amongst the spectators sighed, "The Storm family is doomed." "Is that so?" "Perhaps not," Zhang Yi remarked, and without further ado, he stepped forth from the crowd, advancing towards the Goblin Woods. Upon witnessing this, the nearby players cast him scornful glances. What was this fool thinking? Was he there to collect loot or to engage in combat? If it were the former, they questioned how a low-level Beastmaster could possibly defeat anyone at such an early stage. Did he not fear being felled by a stray arrow? Alas, there are always those reckless enough to disregard their lives for a mere handful of benefits. Just moments ago, several had ventured in to collect loot, only to be swiftly annihilated. Yet this lad dared to tread the same path. Ignoring the murmurs behind him, Zhang Yi revealed his previously concealed ID. Displaying the title LV11 First Transformation Beastmaster E Nua Qing Qing in striking white text. This revelation left the gossipy players in a state of stunned silence. E Nua Qing Qing, good heavens. He is the one who has previously vanquished the Kingdom of Kings twice, and it is said that on one occasion, he single-handedly annihilated over 30 members of their team. It truly is him. Just a few hours ago, he had topped our district's leaderboard. As Zhang Yi approached the Goblin Woods, wielding a magic staff, the spectators began to chatter once more. Clearly, he was not there to collect loot. His demeanor suggested he was preparing for battle. How impressive, truly deserving of his reputation in our District 886. Whose side would he take? Surely, he would side with the Storm family. Did they not know of his grudge against the Kingdom of Kings? How could he possibly assist them? Not necessarily. Perhaps he had come to a realization, intending to use this opportunity to aid the Kingdom of Kings and seek their forgiveness. After all, it was abundantly clear that the Kingdom of Kings was the true ruler of our District 886. As the spectators continued their speculations, Zhang Yi, now within the effective attack range of the two factions, raised his right hand, gripping the flame staff. The tip of the staff began to gather a radiant red light, unmistakably signaling the impending release of the Beastmaster's novice skill, Fireball. Yet, the choice of the Beastmaster profession for E Nua Qing Qing was met with skepticism among the crowd. How could such a formidable player opt for the Beastmaster class? The growth of the Beastmaster is rather meager, and his skill damage is similarly low. Lacking the legendary hammer, how formidable could his damage truly be? It is merely akin to that of an ordinary individual. Without the divine hammer, he is no longer invincible. As the murmurs of the onlookers faded, Zhang Yi brandished his staff and, with a swift motion, hurled a blazing fireball into the woods. Boom! The fireball struck within a 50-meter radius, impacting a full health level 11 gray-named mage player from the Kingdom of Kings, resulting in an astonishing critical hit of 374 damage. In an instant, the mage's health bar was entirely depleted, and he collapsed to the ground, transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. A swift annihilation. Chapter 31. I come to deliver equipment. You have slain the player King's Escape. Due to their gray name, you have not incurred any sin points. with an intelligence growth of 14 stars, surpassing even a first-turn mage by 2 stars. Combined with an additional 80 points allocated to intelligence and a level 7 staff reinforced to level 25, Zhang Yi's magical attack power has reached an astounding 206 points. With the enhancement of 17 points in agility, the critical damage delivered by his fireball spell is insurmountable for any player at levels 10 or 11, unless they are a knight who has invested entirely in vitality. It is evident that the mage who was instantly eliminated had also invested fully in intelligence. Zhang Yi's damage was more than sufficient to take him down twice over, as Zhang Yi effortlessly dispatched a full health mage from the Kingdom of Kings. The scattered players observing from the forest's edge were left in utter astonishment. Player A, what the hell? How can his damage remain so terrifying even after switching weapons? Player B, this can't be a fully intelligent mage, can it? But the Beastmaster's intelligence growth is so low, even with a full 80 points in intelligence at level 11. His attack power should only be around 72 points, with weapon and ring bonuses barely pushing it over 100. How is he inflicting such high damage? Indeed, Zhang Yi's damage was alarming. The recent attack, even without a critical hit, dealt over 180 points. In the entire Goblin Forest, amidst the chaos of battle, the damage numbers hovering above players' heads generally range from 50 to 60 points, peaking at 80 or 90, with none exceeding 3 digits. In stark contrast, Zhang Yi's damage could only be described as monstrous. However, Zhang Yi himself was not entirely satisfied with this damage output, as both his weapon and ring were of a paltry 1-star quality. His current attack power relied solely on his impressive intelligence and 2 level 25 enhancements. Both the weapon and ring were in dire need of replacement. After annihilating a player from the Kingdom of Kings with a fireball, Zhang Yi swiftly locked onto his next target. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a basic attack spell, inflicting 175 points of damage and once again taking down a wounded level 11 priest from the Kingdom of Kings. Zhang Yi deliberately targeted the gray-named Fragile Mage and Archer classes. With his extraordinarily high damage output, he could eliminate most opponents in a single strike unless they were at full health, as even those with 2/3 of their health remaining would often succumb immediately. Typically, fragile rear-line classes prioritize damage output, seldom investing in vitality. A standard level 10 or 11 mage, priest, or archer possesses health in the range of 2 to 300. Even if Zhang Yi's strike did not secure an instant kill, triggering the fire staff's burn talent would ensure the enemy suffered continual damage of 40 to 50 points per second, leading to their inevitable demise within 3 seconds. In a mere half-minute since his entrance onto the battlefield, more than 5 players had already fallen to his might, and his explosive output soon captured the attention of several key players from the Kingdom of Kings. With a swift thrust of his dagger, an 11th level assassin, King of Supremacy, had just felled a storm player when he caught sight of Zhang Yi wreaking havoc on the forest's periphery. Momentarily stunned, he exclaimed, "Inua, the City of Promises." On the other side, the gaze of the King of Glory, accompanied by the Supreme King, turned towards Zhang Yi, filled with a mix of embarrassment and fury. Damn it. It's this pesky brat again. I was just lamenting my inability to find him, and here he is, delivering himself right to my doorstep, seeking death. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the king's minions exclaimed in astonishment, "But Captain, his damage output is extraordinarily high. A Beastmaster. How can he inflict such tremendous damage?" Indeed, upon witnessing Zhang Yi's impressive damage, the King of Glory was taken aback. But soon he grasped the situation. This fool must have allocated all his points to intelligence. He is undoubtedly fragile. Just watch as I take him down with a single arrow. With that, the King of Glory shifted his target, drawing his bow to unleash the archer's basic skill. Fire arrow, aimed directly at Zhang Yi. Boom. Just as Zhang Yi had dispatched the 6th member of the King of Glory with a basic attack, he was struck by a flaming arrow, triggering the infinite evasion talent of the man-eating worm boots, resulting in a prominent miss displayed above his head. What the hell? The King of Glory exclaimed in disbelief. Whose mage stacks agility like this? Originally, Zhang Yi had been searching for the King of Glory amidst the crowd, but now, the King's attack had inadvertently revealed his position. Consequently, Zhang Yi's gaze locked onto the King of Glory, and with a flourish of his staff, he cast Fireball, freshly off cooldown, hurling it towards the king, who was approximately 40 meters away. Boom. The searing fireball struck the King of Glory, exploding above him with a staggering damage of 145. In relative terms, the King of Glory's defenses were significantly higher than those of others, the shoes and pants he wore, both enhancing his defense, undoubtedly boasted values exceeding 20. As the fireball connected with the king, it also activated the burn talent of the flame staff, causing him to suffer a burning damage of 32 points every second. His health was alarmingly high. Calculated as a percentage, it surely surpassed 700, even exceeding that of Zhang Yi, who donned a 2-star enhanced level 25 Guardian armor. It was evident that, aside from the bonuses from equipment enhanced by over 20 points, the King of Glory had also invested considerable points into his vitality, likely due to the fear instilled by Zhang Yi's previous 2 swift eliminations. Upon being attacked by Zhang Yi, the King of Glory commanded several warriors and assassin players from the Kingdom of Glory surrounding him to abandon the battlefield and charge towards Zhang Yi on the periphery. Unperturbed, Zhang Yi targeted the more fragile assassins, unleashing several basic attack fireballs, successfully eliminating one level 10 assassin before the melee players from the Kingdom of Glory could reach him. At this moment, several players from the Storm family charged in, ambushing the Kingdom of Glory players that were approaching Zhang Yi. Were the players from the Storm family protecting their own? Zhang Yi felt a flicker of unexpected gratitude. Meanwhile, Storm Angel had somehow arrived beside Zhang Yi, excitedly exclaiming, "Brother Qingqing, how did you get here? Are you here to help us fight against the Kingdom of Glory?" The Storm Angel was even more moved than Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, reaching into his bag, retrieved the silver moon bow and declared, "I have come to deliver your equipment." Upon seeing the coveted 25 2-star silver moon bow in Zhang Yi's hands, the Storm Angel, who had chosen the archer class solely for this bow, promptly produced a green skill book along with 100 first-level enhancement stones and 30 gold coins, placing them in the trade window. "I have prepared everything you requested." Zhang Yi smiled, replying, "May our transaction be pleasant." With that, he placed the silver moon bow on the table. Chapter 32. Hidden Copy Ding. The transaction was successful. Congratulations. You have acquired 30 gold coins, 100 level 1 enhancement stones, and the skill book, Chain Lightning. Upon completing the transaction, Storm Angel eagerly equipped the silver moon bow and turned to face the approaching players from the Kings of the World Guild, targeting an 11-level warrior at the forefront. She unleashed a fire arrow, a critical hit of 376. The warrior, balanced in both offense and defense, was not dispatched instantly by the 348 points of damage. However, it did reduce his health to less than 1/5. Furthermore, the fire arrow inflicted ongoing burn damage, akin to the burning talent of Zhang Yi's flame staff, dealing an additional 10 of the initial damage per second, equating to 35 points of burn damage, sustained over 5 seconds. Thus, the warrior, who had narrowly escaped a fatal shot from Storm Angel, perished before he could consume a potion, succumbing to the relentless flames. In disbelief at the damage she had just dealt, Storm Angel exclaimed, "Goodness, this damage is utterly terrifying." Previously, her maximum damage output had only reached 70 to 80 points. With the Silver Moon bow, it had more than doubled. The damage was indeed astounding, prompting Zhang Yi to slightly regret selling this bow to Storm Angel. In a state of exhilaration, Storm Angel, wielding the Silver Moon bow with 35 points of armor penetration, unleashed a barrage against the Kings of the World players hidden in the forest. At that moment, no player from Kings of the World could withstand the onslaught of Storm Angel's damage. Typically, a single arrow would severely injure a fully healthy player, only to be followed by a second shot for the kill. A critical hit would even result in an instant elimination. With the 35 points of armor penetration, even knights were rendered vulnerable before her prowess. After all, Storm Angel was the top player in the 886 district rankings and the captain of the Storm family, boasting formidable strength. With the acquisition of this early game artifact, the Silver Moon bow, her power had soared to new heights. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, upon obtaining Chain Lightning, immediately began the learning process. Ding! Congratulations, you have mastered the new skill, Chain Lightning. The green skill consumes 2 skill slots, and players gain 1 skill slot for every 3 levels. Now at level 11, Zhang Yi, with 3 skill slots, had 2 available after accounting for the slot occupied by Fireball. Eager to test his new skill, Zhang Yi selected a nearby knight from Kings of the World within his attack range. He swung his staff and unleashed Chain Lightning. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning sliced through the air, striking the knight directly. Subsequently, the lightning ricocheted from the knight to 2 other nearby players. resulting in a series of high-damage notifications above their heads. 136, 167, 159. Two beams of white light illuminated the battlefield in succession. Apart from the first knight that was struck, the two remaining magic users, a severely weakened mage and an archer, were instantaneously obliterated by the chain lightning. The synergy of this attack skill, combined with Zhang Yi's extraordinary offensive prowess, was utterly exhilarating. Thus, Storm Angel, wielding the silver moonbow, began to rally the players of the Storm family, gradually turning the tide of battle with Zhang Yi's assistance. The notion that two individuals could alter the fate of a massive skirmish involving hundreds seemed like a far-fetched fantasy, yet, in the early stages of the game, equipped with top-tier gear, it was indeed feasible. As an archer, Storm Angel functioned like a mobile artillery unit, capable of dispatching an adversary with merely 2 or 3 arrows. Under the close protection of a dozen elite knights from the Storm family, players from the Kingdom of Kings could hardly approach Storm Angel. While the confrontation between the Storm family and the Kingdom of Kings reached a fever pitch, Zhang Yi quietly withdrew from the fray. Rather than engage in this fruitless battle, he had a crucial task at hand. He could trust the Storm family to handle the players from the Kingdom of Kings, especially with Storm Angel, empowered by the divine might of the Silver Moon Bow, poised to make swift work of them. After departing from Goblin Woods, Zhang Yi followed the map's guidance and spent a full half-hour journeying to a cemetery south of Hope Town, a place littered with graves. Even in daylight, the cemetery exuded an eerie atmosphere reminiscent of night. Unlike other locations, the game map of Apocalypse did not display clear level and name indicators for the cemetery. Zhang Yi's ability to locate it stemmed from the memories of his previous life. The clarity of his recollection after 8 years was due to the cemetery's unique significance. It concealed a hidden dungeon of the dragon race. Within the world of Apocalypse, dungeons, like quests, were categorized into regular and hidden types. The rarity of hidden dungeons paralleled that of hidden quests, and players who successfully navigated them could reap extraordinary rewards. Zhang Yi recalled that in his previous life, it was not the players from the 886 safe zone who discovered this dragon-hidden dungeon, but rather a formidable team from the adjacent 885 area. The cemetery's location lay precisely at the midpoint between the 885 and 886 zones. It was rumored that the players who conquered this hidden dungeon in the last life not only acquired a super rare magical beast, but also amassed a wealth of exceptional gear, items, and copious amounts of gold. Zhang Yi was indifferent to the latter. His primary concern was that magical beast. Thus, in this life, he was determined to reach the hidden dungeon before the team from the 885 area, as the super beast reward from the dungeon was particularly vital for Zhang Yi, a beast master. However, he did not intend to tackle the dungeon immediately, recalling that the team which cleared it in the previous life consisted of 100 members. Yet only a mere handful survived to eventually conquer it. Zhang Yi, however, had no intention of sharing the rewards of this clandestine mission with anyone. He sought to claim all the treasures of this hidden dungeon for himself. Thus, it was imperative for Zhang Yi to devise a flawless plan in advance. His primary objective for venturing here was to conduct a preliminary assessment of the dungeon's level, enabling him to formulate a targeted strategy. No sooner had Zhang Yi set foot in the graveyard than a chilling system notification resonated from the air. Ding. The system warns you that you have entered the high-risk area, Dragon Emperor's Tomb. The threat of death in this location exceeds 1,000. It is advised that you leave Dragon Emperor's Tomb immediately and return for exploration after significantly raising your level. Chapter 33. Guardian of the Dragon Emperor. Dragon Blood Swordsman Zhang Yi was acutely aware that such notifications from the system typically manifested only when players were truly confronted with the peril of death brought forth by the game world of Apocalypse. It was akin to a level 50 player venturing into a level 100 wilderness zone. However, Zhang Yi chose to disregard the system's warning and pressed onward into the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Upon opening the map, he discovered an introduction at the bottom regarding the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Dragon Emperor's tomb, unknown level description. The dragon race is a formidable lineage that has thrived on Earth for eons, surpassing the powers of the human, demon, and otherworldly races, and remains shrouded in mystery. It is said that within this tomb lies the slumbering form of a supreme dragon emperor. Thus, it is referred to as the Dragon Emperor's tomb. The day the Dragon Emperor awakens will herald the demise of the three great races. Having survived 8 years in the world of Apocalypse during his previous life, Zhang Yi possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the enigmatic dragon race. The leader of the dragons is known as the Emperor, and each dragon emperor represents the pinnacle of their kind. In his last life, just before his demise, Zhang Yi had dedicated a year, alongside Mu Qin and Lin Ruo, along with over 100 elite players, to collecting the Dragon Blood Scroll, which was obtained through the hunting of 9 divine dragon emperors. Upon entering the map, Zhang Yi was not besieged by any monsters, for he was aware that aside from hidden dungeons, there was only one creature within the tomb, the guardian of the hidden dungeon. As he delved deeper into the Dragon Emperor's tomb, Zhang Yi indeed discovered the entrance to the dungeon nestled between 2 colossal mounds, a shimmering white barrier. His heart raced. It is noteworthy that in his previous life, he had never encountered a hidden dungeon despite 8 years of existence in the world of Apocalypse, and now, it was merely the second day since the game's launch. After the initial thrill, a wave of trepidation washed over him. For Zhang Yi knew that passing through this barrier to enter the hidden dungeon would not be so simple. Prior to that, players were required to vanquish the guardian of the hidden dungeon, Dragon Emperor's tomb. In his former life, it had taken the team from Zone 885 several weeks of attempts, exhausting all 3 revival opportunities garnered from survival quests each week before they finally succeeded in defeating the guardian. This was a tale recounted by players from Zone 885 in cross-zone chat channels in a bid to boast. Zhang Yi's objective for this venture was to ascertain the statistics of the guardian, as understanding its data would allow him to gauge the level of strength he must attain to defeat it, thereby granting him access to the Dragon Emperor's tomb dungeon. Thus, he retrieved the exploration scroll, which he had purchased for 1 gold coin, and held it tightly as he approached the entrance to the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Just as Zhang Yi drew closer to the barrier, a deep, gravelly voice echoed ominously in his ears. Intruders of the Dragon Emperor's tomb shall perish. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Yi observed a burst of red light emanating from one of the 2 mounds ahead. Without hesitation, he crushed the exploration scroll in his hand. In the next instant, the red light re-entered the mound and radiated a powerful crimson wave. Caught off guard, Zhang Yi was thrown back by the wave, crashing to the ground, his vision fading to black as he lost consciousness. Ding! You have been attacked by Dragon Emperor Guardian, Dragon Blood Swordsman, losing 1538 health points. You have perished. As his sight shifted, Zhang Yi found himself in the Resurrection Spring of Hope Town. Due to his death, he suffered a level demotion penalty, dropping from level 11 back to level 10, prompting a soft exclamation of frustration. Zhang Yi had intended to withdraw from the Dragon Emperor's tomb immediately after acquiring the Guardian's data, but was unexpectedly eliminated in an instant. His first resurrection was spent in such an abrupt manner. Quickly checking himself, he felt a sense of relief, since he was a white name. He had not lost any equipment upon death, merely a handful of silver coins and a few enhancement stones. The greatest loss was a reduction of 1 resurrection opportunity. In shock, Zhang Yi opened the memory preservation interface and was fortunate to discover that just before his demise, he had secured his most coveted item, Dragon Emperor Guardian, Dragon Blood Swordsman, Physical Lord Monster, level 30 talent, lifesteal. The Dragon Blood Swordsman possesses a natural 25 lifesteal ability, converting 25 of all damage dealt into health, physical attack, 1055 physical defense, 790 magical defense, 650 health points, 55,600 skills, Dragon Emperor Slash, Dragon Blood Slash, Dragon Shadow Kill, Dragon Annihilation Technique, Dragon Emperor Bloodline Description, the Guardian of the Dragon Sovereign, Greedy Dragon Emperor, Shigula. The immortal Dragon Blood Swordsman has sworn to protect Shigula for millions of years. Any who dare to approach the Dragon Emperor's tomb will face execution at the hands of the Dragon Blood Swordsman. The exploration scroll has activated. It seems this death was not in vain. At the very least, he had obtained the data on the Guardian of the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Zhang Yi could now formulate a plan to conquer the hidden dungeon, Dragon Emperor's tomb, based on the data of the Dragon Blood Swordsman. It is evident that as the Guardian of the Dragon Emperor's tomb, the strength of the Dragon Blood Swordsman essentially represents the overall power of this dungeon. The dungeon monsters within the Dragon Emperor's tomb are certainly all level 30, and aside from the dungeon boss, the ordinary or elite monsters will undoubtedly be weaker than the Dragon Blood Swordsman. This implies that if Zhang Yi can elevate his own strength to surpass that of the Dragon Blood Swordsman, he should be able to conquer this dungeon. The attack power of the Dragon Blood Swordsman has already reached 4 digits, thus, he must possess a minimum of 4-digit attack power to contend with it. Achieving an attack power in the thousands is no simple feat. it appears he must exert further effort, for Zhang Yi's current attack power stands at a mere 206, leaving a significant gap to bridge. Glancing at the time, it was already past 11:50 in the morning. Zhang Yi, feeling the rumble of his stomach, entered a restaurant in Hope Town. In addition to fatigue, players possess a hidden attribute known as hunger. One can succumb to exhaustion or starvation. Similar to fatigue, a player's hunger level peaks at 100, representing an optimal state. However, when it plummets to 0, the player faces the peril of death. Notably, the rate at which hunger diminishes is only half that of fatigue. While fatigue decreases by 1 every 10 minutes, hunger declines by 1 every 20 minutes. Since the server opened at 8 o'clock last night, nearly 16 hours had passed, and Zhang Yi's current hunger level stood at 52. Hunger can be replenished through consumption. The more expensive the food, the better the taste and the greater the restoration of hunger. As a wealthy individual with a fortune of 31 gold coins, Zhang Yi, upon entering the restaurant, promptly spent 50 silver coins on a steak and another 50 silver coins on a bottle of red wine. Chapter 34. Collecting the Octopus Monster Pokédex. It was around noon, the lunch hour, and the restaurant was bustling with numerous players enjoying their meals. The establishment in Hope Town offered a diverse array of dishes, ranging from the 50 silver coin steak that Zhang Yi was savoring to the humble steamed bun priced at merely 10 copper coins. At this juncture, players generally found themselves with limited funds, leading most to opt for the cost-effective fried rice or fried noodles priced at 1 silver coin per bowl. Among these options, the fried noodles provided the best value, being both affordable and capable of restoring a significant amount of hunger. A bowl of fried noodles could replenish 10 of hunger, while the steak restored a remarkable 50. However, the difference in taste was beyond description. As Zhang Yi sat alone, indulging in his steak and sipping on red wine, the players around him, busy with their fried rice and steamed buns, cast envious glances in his direction. What the hell? This guy is actually eating a 50 silver coin steak? He's quite the show-off. Stop staring. Just eat your fried rice. He's wealthy, something we can only envy. After lunch, let us head out and slay some more monsters to earn some money for a better dinner tonight. Zhang Yi paid no heed to the whispers around him. While enjoying his meal, he perused the chat channel of the 886 safe zone. Upon witnessing the frantic influx of messages, he nearly spat out his wine. King of Glory, male, level 10 archer. Damn it. Those dogs from the Storm family killed half of my team in the King of Glory today. I'll remember this. Just wait. I will ensure that your Storm family doesn't survive 3 days in the 886 area. Storm Dragon King, male. Level 11 warrior. All you can do is talk big. Besides your empty threats, what else can you do? Today, you ran faster than a wild horse in Goblin Forest. Why not stand and fight? Coward. King of Glory. Damn it. If it weren't for that Inuit Chi-Ching helping you out and giving my silver moon bow to your leader, Storm, you trash wouldn't stand a chance against us in King of Glory. Storm Angel, by the way. Weren't you the one who boasted several times about wanting to kill Inuit Chi-Ching? Why does it seem like every time you see him lately, you act like a mouse in front of a cat? King of Glory. The rivalry between the two factions appeared to be quite leisurely. However, this was advantageous for Zhang Yi. With the Storm family preoccupied, it would be easier for him to eliminate the King of Glory team. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Yi was subtly altering the course of history. In his previous life, the King of Glory team had begun to oppress the casual players in the safe zone at this very moment, whereas in this life, they were entirely focused on Zhang Yi and the Storm family, leaving them no time to execute their plans to dominate Hope Town. As he closed the chat interface, Zhang Yi finished his lunch, with both his hunger and fatigue levels reaching their peak. Next, I shall embark on a quest to hone my skills, allowing the afternoon to pass in preparation for the evening when I will seek out IL to acquire the weapon that will elevate my prowess once more, thus readying myself for the formidable challenge that awaits on the morrow. If memory serves, this should be the 3rd day since the server's inception. Every district in the apocalyptic world will soon face a calamity. Should we overcome this disaster, players shall be granted an opportunity for a significant enhancement in their overall abilities. Conversely, should we fail, the safe zone will be obliterated, leading to the demise of all players within that territory. Therefore, before this event unfolds, Zhang Yi must diligently strengthen his capabilities in preparation for the impending day. In Zhang Yi's perspective, the magical staff currently being forged by IL is undoubtedly a 2-star weapon. And with a level exceeding 10 and a fortification of 25, it could potentially double Zhang Yi's strength. As a reincarnate, Zhang Yi retains memories of the opportunities that exist within or around Safe Zone 886, though many require a certain level or strength to access. With his current status as a level 10 Beast Master, numerous opportunities lie tantalizingly close, yet remain unattainable for the time being. Thus, in the afternoon, Zhang Yi dutifully approached the proprietor of the identification office within the Safe Zone to accept a standard quest with a difficulty rating of 120. Involving the hunting of the mutated octopus worm and the collection of 200 octopus worm illustrations. After replenishing his stock of red and blue potions at the shop, Zhang Yi followed the map's guidance and ventured beyond the Safe Zone to a closed secondary school situated in the suburbs. This school serves as the lair of the octopus worms, and according to the quest's narrative, following the outbreak of the apocalypse, countless mutated octopus worms descended from the hills behind the school, invading the premises and slaughtering all students and teachers, feasting upon their corpses, and establishing a long-term residence within the institution. As Zhang Yi retrieved his fire staff from his bag and stepped onto the campus, an overwhelming stench of blood assailed his senses. Accompanied by a cacophony of groans and growls, he surveyed the expansive grounds, where he observed numerous octopus worms ranging from levels 12 to 15, devouring the severely decayed corpses of humans clad in student uniforms, emitting a foul odor. With his current level of 10, Zhang Yi not only had the opportunity to fulfill the Collect Octopus Worm Illustrations quest by hunting these octopus worms, but could also engage in the Extreme Hunting survival mission. Given Zhang Yi's attributes, he faced no difficulty in challenging the level 12 octopus worms, and he could easily take on level 13 ones with a 3-level advantage. However, to maximize the efficacy of the Chain Lightning skill, which only possesses an 80% damage coefficient, Zhang Yi opted to target the lowest level 12 octopus worms as his initial adversaries. The level 12 octopus worms boast an attack power of 120, magic resistance of 50, and health of 350. Locking onto the 3 nearest level 12 octopus worms, Zhang Yi brandished his staff and unleashed a chain lightning toward one of them. Snap! A purple lightning bolt struck the octopus creature, launching it into the air while simultaneously assaulting the 3 level 12 octopuses. Each of them displayed a damage indicator of 125 points above their heads and triggered the burn talent, inflicting an additional 39 points of burning damage per second. In the next moment, the 3 attacked octopuses screeched as they swiftly crawled towards Zhang Yi. Unperturbed, Zhang Yi stood his ground, lightly waving his wand, and 3 purple orbs representing his basic attacks were cast towards the octopuses. 156. 234. Critical hit. 156. One octopus, struck by a critical hit, met its glorious demise, while the other 2 succumbed to the ongoing burning damage before they could even draw near. On average, each level 12 octopus yielded 50 experience points, resulting in a total of 150 experience points gained from the 3 creatures. Approaching the corpses of the octopuses to collect his spoils, he discovered that they had dropped a single octopus compendium. It appeared that a protracted battle lay ahead. Chapter 35. The Eternal Chain Endowed with Divine Enhancement and Dragon Bloodline. Zhang Yi possesses an attack power at level 10 that surpasses that of his peers by at least double. Consequently, the level 12 8-legged monsters, which other level 10 players can barely defeat, appear as feeble as level 5 or 6 creatures in his hands, utterly vanquished. The melee 8-legged monsters scarcely approach him, falling victim to the flames of Zhang Yi's staff, transforming into mere experience points for him. Zhang Yi's explosive damage astonishes other players in the vicinity, all engaged in hunting the 8-legged creatures. An 11-level warrior, who has barely managed to slay a level 12 8-legged monster, exclaims, "What the heck? How can a Beastmaster deal such high damage? 2 strikes to kill 1 monster is utterly absurd." Meanwhile, a 10-level priestess, casting healing spells for her allies, recognizes him. "Isn't that the charming Inua? Wow, it's my first time seeing him in person. He's so handsome and powerful." As her words linger in the air, a cry of despair erupts from her teammate, an 11-level assassin. "Heal me, you idiot," before he can receive the priestess's aid. A chilling scream echoes as he succumbs to the claws of a level 13 8-legged monster. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi continues to gather the spoils from the slain 8-legged creatures while relentlessly casting spells to annihilate those nearby. His effortless combat style draws envious glances from surrounding players. As the pace of his monster hunting accelerates, he casts a fireball spell, simultaneously triggering a 1 in 1,000 chance golden skill, Hell Dragon Flame. With a thunderous roar, a searing dragon flame descends from the sky, engulfing all 8-legged monsters within a 100-meter radius. Each creature suffers a staggering 315 points of true damage. And alongside a continuous burn inflicting 69 points of damage per second, every 8-legged monster touched by the Hell Dragon Flame is obliterated. Zhang Yi's experience bar surges visibly, while the onlooking players are left in a state of bewilderment. What just happened? Who summoned that flame? To annihilate so many monsters in an instant? Heavens! No one comprehends the spectacle that has just unfolded, while Zhang Yi, the trigger of the Hell Dragon Flame, remains unfazed, continuing to collect his rewards and hunt the 8-legged monsters. The drop rate for the 8-legged monsters illustration stands at 50, yielding 1 illustration for every 2 slain. With Zhang Yi's relentless pace, by just before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he has already dispatched over 400 8-legged monsters, successfully completing his task. However, noticing that it was still early, Zhang Yi did not rush to return and submit his task. He continued to hunt the octopuses, eventually slaying over 100 more. A melodious system notification echoed from above. Congratulations, you have completed this week's ordinary survival task, Infinite Hunt, and received a reward of 1 resurrection opportunity. The survival task has been upgraded to Advanced Task, Elite. Please complete the task within this week. The Advanced Task required players to accomplish at least 3 tasks with a difficulty exceeding 200 points within the week. Since it was only Monday, there was no rush. Thus, he continued his hunt. He persisted until around 5 in the evening, depleting all the blue potions in his bag. A golden light cascaded from above. Congratulations. You have reached level 13, gaining 5 free attribute points. The next level requires 33,000 experience points. Finally, at level 13, Zhang Yi sighed with relief, setting off toward the safe zone before nightfall. On his way back, he opened his backpack to tally his gains. Over the course of the afternoon, he had defeated approximately 800 octopuses, earning over 4,000 copper coins, equivalent to 40 silver coins, along with more than 70 level 1 enhancement stones, and an additional 30 from a 1-star treasure chest, totaling 100 enhancement stones. Furthermore, he obtained 9 pieces of level 1 1-star equipment, all in an unidentified state. Additionally, there were 2 skill books, one for warriors and one for archers, alongside a previous white skill book for assassins titled Deadly Strike. For Zhang Yi, who was a beast master, these were merely items for sale. Upon returning to Hope Town, Zhang Yi's first task was to find the appraiser, Emily, to submit his quest. Congratulations. You have completed the task, Collect Octopus Illustrated Guide, earning 12,000 experience points, 30 silver coins, 30 level 1 enhancement stones, 48 human reputation points. And the equipment, Eternal Chain. His intimacy with the appraiser increased to 8. Opening his backpack, he found a blue crystal necklace resting quietly inside. Zhang Yi took it out. Eternal Chain. Quality, 2 stars energy value, 60 additional attribute, intelligence 6 class restrictions, mage, beastmaster. Priest level requirement, 13 description. This is a necklace symbolizing eternity. To his surprise, it was a 2-star item. Moreover, it was precisely the necklace he needed. With an additional 6 points of intelligence, which delighted Zhang Yi. After reaching level 10, as players gain more skills, the consumption of energy increased significantly. Although Zhang Yi currently possessed only 2 skills with low consumption, the existing energy of over 200 was sufficient. However, once he acquired additional skills, the energy consumption could become overwhelming. Without a necklace that offered substantial energy enhancement, he might find himself in situations where he could not cast skills due to energy depletion. This was a predicament that mage players, reliant on their skills, dreaded the most. Endowed with divine enhancements, Zhang Yi's first thought upon acquiring new equipment is invariably to reinforce. Reinforce, reinforce. Top tier, top tier, top tier. Even the most mediocre gear can be elevated to the pinnacle through divine enhancement. Not to mention the relatively rare 2-star equipment he possesses at this stage. However, fortifying 2-star gear necessitates level 2 enhancement stones, while Zhang Yi's inventory is solely filled with level 1 stones. Moreover, synthesizing enhancement stones requires a visit to the blacksmith. Before he embarks on that journey, Zhang Yi intends to appraise the several pieces of equipment he acquired that afternoon to avoid unnecessary trips. Currently, the market value of 1-star, level 12-15 equipment is still considerable. Thus, after appraisal, he can sell them for a handsome profit. Consequently, he expended a total of 30 silver coins to complete the appraisal of the initial 8 pieces. Yet, when he reached the last item, a level 14 mage's trousers, the appraiser's asking price astonishingly soared to 50 silver coins. Chapter 36. Advanced appraisal rather than feeling astonished. Zhang Yi found himself filled with a sense of delight. In the world of apocalypse, players have a minuscule chance of triggering an advanced appraisal when identifying equipment. The cost of an advanced appraisal for items of equivalent value is a staggering 1.050 times that of a standard appraisal. This advanced appraisal resembles a gamble, offering a certain probability of enhancing the quality of the equipment, while also carrying the risk of diminishing its worth. Zhang Yi reasoned that, regardless of how poor a 1-star item might be, it was unlikely to plummet to 0 stars. Without hesitation, he spent 50 silver coins on the advanced appraisal. The proprietor of the appraisal shop waved his hand over the black trousers, and suddenly, a flash of golden light illuminated the room. Ding! Appraisal successful. Congratulations. Your 1-star equipment, Magician's Pants, has been upgraded to 2 stars. What a stroke of luck, having returned to this life. The first instance of triggering an advanced appraisal culminated in a successful upgrade. Zhang Yi, well-versed in the mechanics of such appraisals, knew that players only have a mere 1 chance of activating an advanced appraisal, and even then, there is only a 10 likelihood of further enhancing the attributes and quality of the item. There is a 40 chance that the quality remains unchanged, and an alarming 50 chance that the quality may decline. Indeed, fortune had favored him this time. In an instant, he had acquired 2 pieces of 2-star equipment. A delightful surprise indeed. Glancing into his inventory, he noted that through quest rewards, monster drops, and the 100 enhancement stones obtained from the Storm Angel, he now possessed a staggering total of 390 level 1 enhancement stones. With a synthesis rate of 2:1, he could nearly obtain 200 level 2 enhancement stones, sufficient to elevate all of his 2-star gear to the pinnacle level of 25. Even if he were to utilize them solely on the newly acquired Eternal Chain and Magician's Pants, it would be more than ample. However, despite his newfound wealth in enhancement stones, Zhang Yi lacked the capital to fully upgrade his entire outfit, as he only possessed 3 pieces of 2-star equipment across his 7 slots. It was astonishing that in this life, the very stones he had desperately sought in his previous existence were now plentiful beyond measure. Thus, Zhang Yi made his way to the blacksmith shop. This presented its own set of challenges, as players must visit the blacksmith to synthesize enhancement stones. Inside the shop, Illinois, who had lost his right arm, was diligently crafting equipment with his left hand, the rhythmic sounds of metal striking metal ringing clearly in the air. His daughter, Ling Ling, flitted about him, and the beaming smiles on their faces radiated happiness. Notably, Illinois was forging a metal staff that he had promised to custom-make for Zhang Yi, an item that appeared to be anything but ordinary. Although Zhang Yi had previously saved IL's life through a hidden quest, this did not exempt him from the fees associated with synthesizing enhancement stones. However, due to the rapport he had built with the blacksmith, achieving a level 1 intimacy, he was entitled to a 5 discount on any purchases made within the shop. The equipment of 1-star quality has entered the phase of obsolescence, and we are on the verge of a universal 2-star era. For Zhang Yi, this transition allows him to embrace the 2-star age sooner than the average player, rendering the 1-level enhancement stones unnecessary. Consequently, Zhang Yi decided to synthesize all 391 level enhancement stones, resulting in 195 2-level enhancement stones. With a synthesis cost of 5 copper coins per stone, the original expense of 975 copper coins was reduced to 926 after a 5 discount granted by IL. Now possessing an ample supply of 2-level enhancement stones, Zhang Yi eagerly proceeded to enhance the unequipped Eternal Chain and Magician's Pants. The enhancement process triggered an infinite series of divine enhancements. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations, your equipment, Eternal Chain, has reached enhancement level 8. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations. Your equipment, Eternal Chain, has reached enhancement level 15. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations, your equipment, Eternal Chain, has reached enhancement level 25, unlocking the exclusive talent, Skill Enhancement. Ding! 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 Enhancement successful. Congratulations, your equipment, Magician's Pants, has reached enhancement level 25, unlocking the exclusive talent, Damage Reduction. With the Eternal Chain at level 25, Its base energy attribute surged from 60 to 210, while its intelligence bonus increased from 6 to 21. In terms of Zhang Yi's 14-star intelligence growth, the additional 21 points of intelligence translated into an extra 29 points of attack power and 35 points of energy enhancement. However, the most significant aspect was the exclusive talent, skill enhancement, unlocked at level 25, which provided an incredible boost of 20 to the damage of the wielder's skills, with a halved effect for area of effect skills. This talent effectively compensated for the relatively low skill damage characteristic of the Beastmaster class. With this talent, Zhang Yi's Fireball damage coefficient soared to 130, surpassing even the damage coefficient of a mage's Fireball by 5. As for the Magician's Pants, their attributes after reaching the pinnacle of enhancement were nothing short of extraordinary. Magician's Pants, 25 quality, 2-star level, 14 physical defense, 70, 50, magical defense, 56, 40, additional attribute, stamina, 21, 15, talent, damage reduction. The wearer reduces damage taken by 25 points each time, class restriction. Usable by magic-type classes with a defense value of 70. This single pair of pants surpasses Zhang Yi's current total defense of 67 points. Coupled with the 25 points of damage reduction, it is virtually unbeatable. After equipping these pants, who could possibly inflict damage upon Zhang Yi? Regrettably, Zhang Yi, currently only at level 13, cannot yet utilize these level 14 pants. So he temporarily stored them in his backpack while donning the Eternal Chain, which boosted his maximum energy value to an impressive 482, nearly matching his health of 504. With the equipment matters settled, Zhang Yi turned his attention to Il, who was diligently forging equipment, triggering a conversation. How much longer until my staff is ready? As the words fell from his lips, Illinois suddenly set down his hammer and picked up the silver staff resting upon the forging table. He addressed Zhang Yi, saying, "It is done." Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback. So hastily? Il, gazing at the staff in his hand which he felt lacked a certain element, responded with a hint of regret. "It is indeed complete, but alas, it remains imperfect. If you desire it now, I can readily present it to you." He continued, "However, should you procure an energy crystal for me, I could refine it to perfection." Zhang Yi's heart swelled with joy at the prospect of further enhancement. Is there truly potential for further improvement? No problem. I shall assist you in locating an energy crystal. I kindly ask you to continue refining this weapon to its utmost perfection. Chapter 37. Advanced Hidden Quest energy crystals are a remarkably rare forging material in the world of Apocalypse. When utilized in the crafting of equipment, they enhance the quality of the resulting items. However, these energy crystals are exceedingly scarce, making them difficult for ordinary players to acquire. Since Il mentioned this, it indicates that the staff possesses potential for enhancement, and he knows where to obtain energy crystals. Thus, Zhang Yi resolved to invest time and effort, allowing Il to perfect the crafting process. Il nodded in agreement and said to Zhang Yi, "Very well. Please venture to the city of the undead and procure a grade 1 energy crystal for me. I am aware that this location is rich in energy crystals, though I cannot specify their exact whereabouts." The city of the undead? Zhang Yi opened his map, searching for the name, and discovered it was a level 1530 area. The map's description revealed that the city of the undead is divided into 3 tiers, each corresponding to different monster levels, with the lowest tier, the first layer, featuring monsters at an impressive level of 1520. Clearly, locating an energy crystal would not be a simple task. However, in his previous life, Zhang Yi had heard of this perilous place. Although the map was fraught with danger and the undead monsters within were formidable, it was also rumored to be home to countless treasures, earning it the title of a treasure trove for novice players. Besides the high-star treasure chests, the monsters in the city of the undead also had a chance to drop exceedingly rare set equipment. Many players had perished within its confines, while others had emerged with bountiful riches. Zhang Yi then told Il, "All right, wait for me while I retrieve the energy crystal for you." At that moment, Illinois suddenly spoke. "Brave warrior, since you intend to venture to the city of the undead, I have a favor to ask of you." Zhang Yi paused, sensing the unmistakable rhythm of an impending hidden quest. Il's words clearly indicated that a task could be entrusted to the player. Yet there was no question mark above his head. Thus, Zhang Yi inquired, "What do you need?" "The undead in the city of the undead carry a wealth of materials suitable for forging equipment. Could you hunt those undead and help me gather some materials?" As soon as Il finished speaking, A system notification echoed in Zhang Yi's ears, quickening his heartbeat. Ding. Congratulations, you have triggered the advanced hidden quest, Guardian. Acquire rare materials. Do you wish to accept this quest? This quest is of considerable difficulty and will require a significant investment of your time and energy to complete. The system advises that if you lack patience, you should refrain from accepting this task, as failure will result in severe penalties. Indeed, it was a hidden quest. Moreover, it was an advanced hidden quest related to the previously completed Guardian quest. This was undoubtedly an unexpected windfall, completely unforeseen by Zhang Yi. In his previous life, this advanced hidden quest had eluded players, even those who had completed the hidden task of Guardian. The task's obscurity was profound. Had Zhang Yi chosen not to acquire the energy crystals and instead taken the staff from Il, he would have inevitably missed this hidden quest. The advanced hidden task holds greater value than a mere hidden quest. In his exhilaration, Zhang Yi hesitated not and promptly accepted the task. Such a rare opportunity would not be squandered by anyone of sound mind. In the next moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations on accepting the advanced hidden quest. Acquire rare materials. Please refer to the task interface for details. He swiftly opened the task interface. Acquire rare materials. Advanced hidden quest difficulty coefficient. For 40 description, it is said that the undead in the city of the dead harbor a wealth of rare materials suitable for forging equipment. Please follow the map's guidance to the city of the dead, hunt the undead residing therein, and obtain 3 types of rare materials: energy crystals, divine bones, and undead essence. Task progress. First order energy crystals 0-10. All monsters in the city of the dead have a certain probability of dropping. Divine bones 0-1000. Skeleton-type monsters in the city of the dead have a certain probability of dropping. Undead essence 0-1000. Undead-type monsters in the city of the dead have a certain probability of dropping. Task reward. Unknown remaining time. 7 days failure penalty. Level 3. Failure to collect sufficient materials and deliver them to the forging master IL within the specified time will result in task failure. Good heavens, a task with a difficulty coefficient of 440. For Zhang Yi, who had only just completed a task with a difficulty of 120, this posed a considerable challenge. Moreover, the task required the collection of 10 first-order energy crystals. With such a number of energy crystals, coupled with some other relatively easily obtainable materials and a bit of expenditure, it would be almost feasible to forge a 4-star piece of equipment at the blacksmith shop at this stage. Nonetheless, the substantial investment required for the task assuredly indicated that its rewards would far exceed the mere value of 10 first-order energy crystals. Fortunately, the task allowed ample time. 7 days to gather these materials should be manageable. Of course, this was merely Zhang Yi's personal conjecture. Advanced hidden tasks were rarely as easily accomplished as he envisioned. After accepting the task, Zhang Yi bid farewell to Il. Checking the time, it was just past 6 in the evening. He did not rush to embark on the quest immediately, as he had some matters to attend to in his bag. At this hour, many players, having spent the day in the wild completing tasks and battling monsters, were gradually returning to the safe zone. Consequently, the town bustled with activity, alive with the comings and goings of players. Numerous individuals set up stalls along the streets, auctioning off unwanted equipment or skill books obtained from their monster hunts. Zhang Yi casually chose a crowded spot to set up a makeshift stall, displaying the 1-star equipment and 3 basic white skill books from his bag. With his ID illuminated above, leveraging the reputation of Inua Ching Chong, he swiftly sold all these items, accumulating a profit of 2 gold coins. Undoubtedly, the substantial earnings were primarily due to the 3 skill books, even though they were of white quality. During the early stages of the game, when every player only possessed 1 skill granted upon class transition, these items held considerable value. After managing his belongings, Zhang Yi meandered through the stalls of others, initially intending to browse casually and purchase any appealing items at reasonable prices. He stumbled upon a remarkable find: Intermediate Fireball, a green skill book for mages and beast masters. Chapter 38. The portly man who missed the divine talent card. The Intermediate Fireball spell possesses a skill effect indistinguishable from that of the mage and beast master fireball spells. It is purely an offensive skill, with a damage coefficient elevated by 15 compared to the basic fireball. This spell stands as the quintessential single-target damage skill of the mage class, excelling in its ability to eliminate foes in later stages. A notable feature is its cooldown period of merely 5 seconds, allowing for a fireball to be unleashed almost every 2 or 3 attacks. Thus, Zhang Yi squatted before a rotund mage player at a stall, who had the sole copy of this skill book, and inquired, "How much for this book?" 10 gold coins. No bargaining. The moment the stall owner concluded his sentence, Zhang Yi lifted his gaze from the skill book to meet the eyes of the stall owner, whose ID read Joyful Couch Potato. In that brief moment, they both pointed at each other in astonishment, exclaiming simultaneously, "It's you! What a coincidence!" Encountering the very person who had bestowed upon Zhang Yi the divine talent card. As Zhang Yi marveled at the serendipity, the Joyful Couch Potato excitedly exclaimed, "Oh my! You have my divine!" Before he could finish, Zhang Yi swiftly covered his mouth. Revealing the existence of a rare divine talent card was not in Zhang Yi's best interest. The portly man, on the verge of tears, pleaded, "Return my divine talent to me." At this juncture, Zhang Yi dismissed the irrelevant chatter and pointed at the green skill book, Intermediate Fireball. "Do you comprehend why there are so few people near your stall? Because you are engaging in robbery. This book is worth at most 5 gold coins. I shall offer you 10 gold coins as compensation. You think a few coins can compensate my loss?" The portly man retorted indignantly, "Is a divine talent worth merely a handful of coins? I demand 50 gold coins. By accommodating you, you have become insatiable?" Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. "We did not engage in coercion. You willingly sold it to me. Your greed is your own folly, not mine." Yet the portly man, gritting his teeth, was resolute in demanding money from Zhang Yi. "I do not care. Others pay 10 gold coins. But if you wish to purchase this book, you must pay 50 gold coins. Get lost, you insufferable glutton." Zhang Yi could no longer endure the farce. "If you refuse to sell, keep it for your coffin." The fact that the portly man, a level 14 mage, was reluctant to use the skill book himself and chose to sell it instead, clearly illustrated his penny-pinching nature. However, as Zhang Yi articulated, the true value of the Intermediate Fireball spell was merely 5 gold coins. The 10 gold coins offered were a gesture acknowledging the divine talent card. The obstinate, portly man failed to appreciate this, and Zhang Yi, devoid of any sympathy, turned and departed. Meanwhile, the Joyful Couch Potato glared at Zhang Yi's retreating figure, marked only by a hidden ID and a level 13 Beastmaster insignia, seething with resentment. "If it weren't for you, the divine talent would have been mine. What harm is there in compensating me for my loss? Scoundrel, I shall ensure you do not have it easy." With these words, the jovial, rotund individual ceased his stall operations, discreetly trailing behind Zhang Yi. He opened his friend list and, finding a companion, sent a private message, "Boss, I am being bullied. Please come and assist me in seeking vengeance. I shall await you outside the southern gate of Hope Town. Hurry." Before departing the safe zone, Zhang Yi made a visit to the apothecary, spending a total of 5 gold coins to procure a substantial assortment of red and blue potions, with blue potions comprising 70% of the total and red potions merely 30. Prepared for an all-night venture in the city of the undead, he ensured a sufficient supply of potions to avoid unnecessary trips that would squander precious time. After securing his provisions, Zhang Yi followed the map's guidance towards the city of the undead, situated to the south of Hope Town, continuously analyzing the developmental trends of Zone 886. He accessed the regional leaderboard, where he stumbled upon a significant revelation. 1. Storm Angel, male, level 15 Archer 2. Storm Dragon King, male, level 14 Warrior 3. And Muxie, female, level 14 Mage 4. Supreme King, male, level 14 Assassin 5. A name not too long, like mine, male, level 14 Knight 6. Storm Fantasy, female, level 14 Mage. To his astonishment, the leaderboard of Zone 886 was predominantly occupied by members of the Storm family, drastically altering the course of history compared to his previous life. At this juncture in his past, nearly half of the top 10 were affiliated with the Kingdom of Kings, whereas now, only the 4th-ranked Supreme King remained from that faction. For Zhang Yi, this was indeed fortuitous, as the players of the Storm family overshadowed the Kingdom of Kings. The latter could not rise to the same level of arrogance as in his previous existence. Following the acquisition of the Silver Moon Bow, Storm Angel had surged in levels, reaching an impressive level 15 and maintaining the top position on the leaderboard of Zone 886, unmatched by any competitor. Storm Angel was proving to be quite formidable. In contrast, Zhang Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment as a reincarnate endowed with divine talent and draconic lineage. He found himself unable to breach the top 100 of the regional leaderboard. Of course, had he not suffered a setback, losing a level due to being vanquished by a dragon blood swordsman, he might have at least secured a place in the top 10. Unlike Storm Angel and the others, who had numerous allies aiding in their leveling endeavors, no matter the shortcuts Zhang Yi employed, he could not compete with their pace. It appeared he needed to exert more effort. Though levels did not define everything, falling too far behind was not an option. Closing the leaderboard, Zhang Yi continued his solitary journey towards the city of the undead. Shortly after departing the safe zone, he felt a chilling presence behind him and, upon turning, discovered that the jovial, rotund individual had mysteriously followed him out. Beside him stood two others, a warrior and an assassin, both of whom had attained the same level of 14 as the rotund figure, indicating their camaraderie. However, it was evident that the trio was not traveling together but had come specifically to confront Zhang Yi. Upon noticing their approach, Zhang Yi halted and inquired, "What do you want from me? What do you think?" The corpulent figure, filled with unbridled resentment towards the individual who had usurped his godly talent, barked, "Hand over all your money and equipment, and we'll consider our accounts settled." "Settled?" Zhang Yi chuckled incredulously. "Do I owe you anything?" "Refuse, and I shall be compelled to take it by force." With an icy glare, the corpulent man brandished his staff and commanded his companions, "Eliminate him, and we will divide whatever spoils arise." No sooner had the words left his lips than the two warriors and the assassin at his side drew their blades without hesitation, charging directly at Zhang Yi. Since reclaiming his godly talent was no longer an option, he resolved to obliterate it instead. Chapter 39. Do you know who I am? The level 14 warrior and level 14 assassin, identical twin brothers known as Unmatched in the Sky and Unmatched in the World, swiftly advanced towards Zhang Yi. Meanwhile, the level 14 mage, Joyful Fatty, who was in the midst of casting a spell, regarded Zhang Yi with the detached gaze typically reserved for the deceased. In his eyes, Zhang Yi, merely a level 13 beast master of little significance, had already become a corpse. This perception was not unique to them. Numerous passers-by players, witnessing the 1v3 confrontation on the bustling street, cast similar glances towards Zhang Yi, akin to those reserved for the dead. Due to Zhang Yi concealing his ID, the surrounding players failed to recognize him. Bystander A, although I am unaware of the grudge at play. Facing three opponents while being the weakest beast master with the lowest growth potential is a certain death sentence, without a doubt. Bystander B, indeed, it has nothing to do with the profession. Even if he switched classes, he couldn't possibly triumph in a 1v3 scenario. The murmurs among the onlookers only served to inflate Joyful Fatty's pride. Even with a divine talent at the outset, he was still so pathetic. Possessing such a low level and choosing such a worthless class, what a waste of a divine gift. His excitement surged. It was unnecessary to even inform the boss to deal with someone so inconsequential. Observing Zhang Yi, who stood motionless, Joyful Fatty could not suppress a mocking laugh. "Have you already been frightened into submission? What a coward!" As soon as the words left his lips, Joyful Fatty brandished his staff, casting a fireball that soared over 30 meters, targeting Zhang Yi within his attack range. The fireball arced over the heads of Unmatched in the Sky and Unmatched in the World, landing squarely on Zhang Yi's chest and inflicting over 80 points of damage. The damage was commendable, indicating a pure intelligence-focused mage. With only 60 points of magic defense, Zhang Yi could no longer withstand damage from any mage player above level 10. Yet, compared to ordinary players, this level of defense was already quite formidable. Joyful Fatty appeared somewhat astonished, having anticipated a damage output exceeding 3 digits, only to find his fireball inflicting such a paltry amount. Despite Joyful Fatty's assault, Zhang Yi remained steadfast, awaiting the approach of Unmatched in the World and Unmatched in the Sky, who would launch their attacks against him with Charge Slash and Assassinate. Ding! You have received an attack from player Unmatched in the Sky, losing 41 points of health. The opponent is now gray-named. Ding! You have received an attack from player Unmatched in the World, losing 59 points of health. The opponent is now gray-named. Gazing at the health bar above Zhang Yi, it was astonishing to note that the combined assault from the three adversaries had only depleted 1/3 of his health. Unmatched in the Sky and Unmatched in the World exchanged a glance, each equally perplexed. This guy has an impressively high defense. In the eyes of the unparalleled champions, there was a considerable probability of executing a concentrated assault that could eliminate this level 13 beast master in a single round, an outcome that surpassed all expectations. Indeed, although Zhang Yi was not entirely satisfied with his current physical defense of 67 points, it was undeniable that this level of defense was already comparable to that of a knight of the same rank. It is noteworthy that Zhang Yi's profession, the Beastmaster, is renowned as the most fragile among the 7 major classes of the Apocalypse, with a mere 7-star base endurance growth, a fact that is truly astonishing. This was achieved even without reaching level 14 or equipping the Mage's Trousers. Had he donned the Mage's Trousers, the 3 attacks he had just endured would likely have inflicted only 1 point of mandatory damage upon him. Standing there deliberately, awaiting his fate, Zhang Yi observed that the IDs of the 3 opponents turned entirely gray. He then slowly withdrew his flaming staff, and a sudden glimmer of murderous intent erupted from his previously calm gaze, instilling an inexplicable fear in both Du Bu Ling Yun and Du Bu Tianxia. Locking onto the assassin Du Bu Tianxia, Zhang Yi stepped back to create distance while swinging his flaming staff. A basic attack spell struck Du Bu Tianxia squarely in the chest, and with his agility attribute of 17, he executed a swift follow-up attack, resulting in a double hit. 218. 218. 2 instances of damage exceeding 200 points erupted from above Du Bu Tianxia's head, accumulating a total of 400 damage, which undoubtedly led to the instant demise of the level 14 assassin. The warrior Du Bu Ling Yun, witnessing his brother's swift demise, stood in a state of shock. Seizing the opportunity while Du Bu Ling Yun was momentarily dazed, Zhang Yi unleashed a fireball directed at him, instantly dealing an astonishing critical hit of 734 damage that nearly stunned the nearby rotund mage known as the Happy Fatty. Typically, aside from knights, no other player class around level 14 possesses health exceeding 600 points. Thus, without any chance to activate the Flame Staff talent, burned, Du Bu Ling Yun was effortlessly slain by Zhang Yi's strike. Even a basic attack was beyond what Du Bu Ling Yun and his companions could withstand. Given Zhang Yi's substantial attack power of 249, coupled with the 20 skill damage amplification from Fireball and skill enhancement, along with the boost from Lucky Strike, Zhang Yi's Fireball, infused with a damage coefficient of 180, achieved a record-breaking level of destruction. With 2 successive flashes of white light, both Du Bu Tianxia and Du Bu Ling Yun fell without resistance, dropping a plethora of potions, silver coins, and 2 pieces of equipment before dissipating into white light. The trailing Happy Fatty, taken aback, staggered backwards, his face a mask of disbelief. How could a beast master possess such formidable damage? This is inconceivable. It is no joke. Zhang Yi is a super beast master with full intelligence allocation and an astonishing intelligence growth of 14 stars, surpassing even mages in sheer ferocity. Although he was merely at level 13, with the enhancement of his level 25 divine equipment, Zhang Yi's prowess had long reached the caliber of a level 20 player. After dispatching 2 opponents, Zhang Yi shifted his gaze to the remaining joyful fatty, inquiring, "Do you know who I am?" The joyful fatty swallowed hard, instinctively glancing upwards at Zhang Yi, only to discover that the latter had concealed his ID. At that moment, Zhang Yi accessed the settings and revealed his ID, level 13. Beastmaster, Inua Qingqing. Inua Qingqing. Upon seeing this name, which had appeared countless times in the regional chat channels and system announcements since last night, not only the joyful fatty, but also the onlookers around were left in astonishment. No way. This unassuming lad is actually Inua Qingqing, the one who triggered the system announcements twice, effortlessly eliminating the captain of the Wangzhe Tianxia team and gaining the spotlight from the entire region. The joyful fatty's face was a portrait of shock. Why? Inua Qingqing. Chapter 40. The intermediate fireball spell unleashed, deliberately revealing his identity before the rotund figure. Zhang Yi's intention was to ensure that this information regarding his godly talent would be disseminated back to the safety zone. Once the members of the Kingdom of Glory became aware, they would undoubtedly seek to trouble Zhang Yi. For he was acutely aware of their nature, to destroy what they cannot possess. Rather than seeking them out, Zhang Yi opted to wait for them to approach him. When they came, he would deal with them one by one, or en masse. In this lifetime, Zhang Yi would not cower before the Kingdom of Glory. The rotund figure could never have imagined that the individual before him was the renowned celebrity of the 886 safety zone, known for triggering system announcements twice in succession. It was rumored that he started with a legendary hammer, capable of dispatching foes with a single blow, instilling both dread and animosity in the captain of the Kingdom of Glory, known as One Promise, City of Elegance. Had he known that this individual was indeed One Promise, City of Elegance, even with tenfold courage, he would not dare to confront Zhang Yi. It was common knowledge that this person had single-handedly challenged over 30 members of the Kingdom of Glory, leaving none standing. earning him the moniker of a bug among players of the 886 zone. If more than 30 professional players from the Kingdom of Glory were no match for Zhang Yi, what made them think they could defeat him? The rotund figure, now somewhat apprehensive, began to retreat, only to be met by a group of players approaching from behind. As he beheld the leader of this group, a young archer clad in silver chainmail, boasting a level of 15, his spirits lifted with renewed confidence. "Boss, you finally arrived," he exclaimed, shifting his gaze back to Zhang Yi with an air of arrogance, declaring, "Humph, my boss is here, and you are doomed. One promise, City of Elegance." Zhang Yi surveyed the scene, somewhat taken aback. The boss that the rotund figure spoke of was none other than Storm Angel. Indeed, the group of players following him, all boasting levels averaging 14 and fully equipped, were members of the Storm family, with the silver-armored archer leading them being Storm Angel himself. The very silver longbow he wielded was the moon silver bow that Zhang Yi had sold him. The arrival of the Storm family elicited murmurs of awe from the surrounding players. Goodness, the rotund fellow's backer is actually the Storm family. The Storm family was gaining momentum, having overtaken the Kingdom of Glory within a single day. Moreover, Storm Angel was the top expert in the 886 zone. With their captain personally present, there was no doubt that even one promise, City of Elegance, would meet his demise. Many believed that Storm Angel alone could vanquish him, especially with such a formidable cadre of elite players from the Storm family at his side. Those speaking were evidently unaware of the events that had transpired in the Goblin Forest. Approaching the jovial yet rotund figure, I had yet to notice the Storm Angel, Zhang Yi, standing across from me. I inquired of the jovial figure, "What seems to be the matter?" The jovial figure pointed at Zhang Yi and, addressing the Storm Angel, exclaimed, "Boss, this is the scoundrel who has tormented me. He has slain both Ling Yun and Tian Xia. Thankfully, you arrived just in time. Had you been a moment later, I too would have met my demise at his hands." "Oh, who possesses such audacity?" The Storm Angel, upon hearing these words, turned his gaze in the direction indicated by the jovial figure. Instantly, he was rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke in a cold tone, "To dare lay hands on my brother is to court death." With the Storm Angel, the number one on the 886 district leaderboard, and the formidable Storm family backing him, the jovial figure trembled with delight. "Inua Ching Chung, did you hear that? I am a brother to the Storm Angel. To dare bully the brother of the number one on the leaderboard is to seal your own fate." Unexpectedly, as soon as the words left his lips, an arrow suddenly shot forth from the Storm Angel's bow, piercing through the jovial figure's head. "Ding! You have been attacked by player Storm Angel, losing 378 health points. You have perished." The once proud jovial figure now gazed incredulously at the Storm Angel, who had drawn his bow aimed directly at him, and stammered, "Boss." Setting down his longbow, the Storm Angel, devoid of expression, replied, "I apologize. The brother I referred to is not you, but him." He pointed towards Zhang Yi. In the next moment, the jovial figure, struck down by the Storm Angel, fell to the ground in disbelief, transforming into a beam of white light that ascended. This scene left the surrounding onlookers utterly astonished. Player A: What is happening? Are Storm Angel and that rotund fellow not allies? Why would he slay his own? Player B: My goodness, that damage. And it's not even a critical hit. This is utterly insane, surpassing even Inua Ching Ching's damage. The number one on the leaderboard is indeed terrifying. Witnessing the Storm Angel dispatch his hefty comrade without a second thought, Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback and remarked, "You kill your own? Is that truly necessary?" The Storm Angel merely smiled faintly. "Own? He is no brother of mine. He was merely an acquaintance from a previous online game. But you, my friend, are indeed a brother of the Storm Angel." Being recognized as a brother by the leader of the Storm family, the Storm Angel drew envious glances from numerous onlookers towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi casually replied, "Well, thank you, brother. However, I must say, is the Storm Angel's damage truly this formidable now? To be honest, the damage he just inflicted upon the jovial figure startled me. 378 points, and it wasn't even a critical hit. This exceeds the damage I dealt with my fireball combined with a lucky strike against Ling Yun, excluding the critical portion. Upon careful consideration, it becomes evident that, excluding skill enhancements, the damage calculations reveal that the Storm Angel's attack power has undoubtedly surpassed 300, exceeding even that of Zhang Yi. Such is the terror. Is it merely due to Zhang Yi providing the Storm Angel with a 2-star bow that has allowed him to soar in the early stages? It is reasonable to surmise that, Beyond the weapon, the ring in the possession of the Storm Angel must also be an exceptional enhancement, granting him a significant advantage over Zhang Yi in terms of equipment. Just as Zhang Yi pondered this, the Storm Angel had, unbeknownst to him, approached his side. "Thank you for your willingness to sell me the Silver Moon bow earlier. It has greatly accelerated my early development," she expressed, as her words echoed in the air. Zhang Yi nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Then I must also thank you for helping me resolve a troublesome matter." The Storm Angel, however, appeared slightly embarrassed as she replied, "I thought you might mention that I had stolen your kill. Given your prowess, dispatching him would have been merely a flick of your wrist, wouldn't it?" With that, the Storm Angel suddenly extended an object towards Zhang Yi, saying, "I apologize for taking your kill. The loot he dropped rightfully belongs to you." Observing the item she handed over, Zhang Yi was taken aback. It was a green skill book, Intermediate Fireball. Chapter 41. Those who harm my brothers shall die remarkably. Just as Zhang Yi had previously intended to spend 10 gold coins on the Intermediate Fireball spell from the plump and jovial fellow, it unexpectedly materialized upon the latter's demise. Zhang Yi's eyes gleamed with interest at the sight of the skill book, yet he restrained his excitement and calmly inquired of Storm Angel, "What does this mean?" "It's for you," replied Storm Angel. "Aren't you a beastmaster? This skill is perfect for you." "What price?" Zhang Yi feigned ignorance. With a smile, Storm Angel responded, "I want to take your money. As I said, had it not been for me, you would have been the one to slay him, and thus, this item rightfully belongs to you." Zhang Yi accepted the skill book without hesitation, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. Should I come across any excellent equipment or skill books in the future, you will be the first I consider selling to." Storm Angel beamed. "Excellent. So long as it's something I need, the price is irrelevant." After a brief pause, Storm Angel continued, "Brother, let us add each other as friends for future communication." Zhang Yi replied, "No need for that. I prefer solitude and am not inclined to make friends. The safe zone is quite small. We are bound to cross paths often." "Very well," Storm Angel said, somewhat regretfully. Zhang Yi waved his hand dismissively. "I have matters to attend to. I appreciate the skill book. Until we meet again." He then turned and departed. The betrayal of his once dear friends Mu Qin and Lin Ruo in his previous life had instilled in Zhang Yi a profound mistrust of others, rendering him wary of forming new friendships. As he left, Storm Angel was approached by a younger female mage, dressed in a green robe, who appeared to be 2 or 3 years his junior. She possessed a captivating presence and was a level 14 mage known as Storm Fantasy. "Darling," she remarked to Storm Angel, "this person seems rather ungrateful. Why would you give him a skill book for free?" Storm Angel shook his head knowingly, as if he could see through everything. "Can you not perceive it? This individual is extraordinary. He must be a hidden powerhouse, perhaps even backed by a super team more formidable than our Storm family. It is unlikely he could have progressed so smoothly in the early stages alone. We must cultivate a good relationship with him and ensure that the people from the Kingdom of Kings do not seize the opportunity to turn Yi Nuo and Qing Qing into allies. Moreover, it is merely a green skill book. Do you realize the impact of the bow he sold me?" Storm Angel gazed at the silver moon bow in his possession, still exhilarated. "I am confident that his support will clandestinely secure him superior equipment, which he may later sell to me, providing a crucial avenue for my own enhancement." Storm Fantasy nodded in agreement. "You always think ahead, darling." Meanwhile, at the Fountain of Resurrection in Hope Town, the portly wizard, who had just consumed a resurrection opportunity and returned to life, stared blankly at his friends list. He found Storm Angel and furiously sent a message. "What do you mean?" "Ding." Storm Angel replied instantly, "Whoever dares to harm my brother will face death." Ding. Storm Angel continued with a second message. "From today onwards, our friendship ends here. If you dare to target Inua Qing Chung again, I will ensure you regret it." Upon reading this message, the joyous wizard seethed with anger, his nostrils flaring. Just as he was about to send a message filled with curses to Storm Angel, a system prompt appeared. "Ding. You have been blocked by the other party. Message cannot be sent." "Damn it." The joyful wizard cursed vehemently, "You scoundrels shall not find peace." Meanwhile, on the journey to the city of the undead, Zhang Yi gazed at the intermediate fireball in his hand and couldn't help but exclaim, "You refuse to sell it for 10 gold coins. Yet you insist on giving it to me for free. What is the reasoning behind this?" Without hesitation, Zhang Yi used intermediate fireball to overwrite the fireball in his skill list, completing the learning process. Due to insufficient skill slots, and in the apocalypse world, players cannot possess 2 skills of the same type simultaneously. One must either overwrite or extract the lower level skill before filling it with the higher one. However, the The cost of extracting skills is quite high, unless the skill is exceedingly rare, like the white-grade basic fireball. Spending a few gold coins to extract it seems unnecessary. At level 13, Zhang Yi possesses 4 skill slots, perfectly accommodating 2 green quality skills, intermediate fireball and chain lightning. The damage coefficient of intermediate fireball reaches 125 when applied to beast masters. Coupled with the skill enhancement bonus from the eternal chain talent, the damage of Zhang Yi's fireball has escalated to an astonishing 145. When combined with a critical hit, it yields a terrifying 195 damage output. Moreover, the energy consumption of intermediate fireball is indeed higher than that of the basic version, increasing from 7 to 9 energy points per use, while the cooldown remains unchanged at 5 seconds. After spending over 20 minutes, he finally arrived at the city of the undead. From a distance, it resembled a city encircled by towering walls, grim and desolate. Countless crows circled above, surpassing the height of the walls. Within, the sky-high buildings appeared to be at least 70 damaged. According to the detailed description on the map, the city of the undead was one of the first human strongholds invaded by aliens through a wormhole over a decade ago, originally named Cloud City. During the week-long battle, 1 million humans were slaughtered by the alien vanguard, and the once great Cloud City was reduced to a ghost town. After breaching Cloud City, the alien race regarded it as a stronghold for their incursion into Earth. The leader of the alien vanguard, Locke, unleashed his otherworldly powers, transforming the million corpses within the city into skeletons and specters to guard this necropolis. In this city of the undead, the weakest creatures are of level 15, while the average level of players hovers around 13, rendering the necropolis a fitting locale for leveling up. Thus, one can observe numerous players entering the necropolis, most in groups of 3 to 5, with very few venturing alone, except for Zhang Yi. Consequently, Zhang Yi proceeded toward the necropolis alongside the other players. Chapter 42. The City of the Dead. Surrounding the City of the Dead, the independent players journeying there were enveloped in a blend of excitement, engaging in lively banter. Player A. I have heard that the City of the Dead is home to countless high-star treasure chests, with a chance of obtaining said equipment. Player B. Indeed. Long before the server opened, I came across the official introduction to the City of the Dead map in the announcements. It is said to be a veritable treasure trove for novice players. Player C. Is that truly the case? We must seize the opportunity today and make a fortune in the City of the Dead. Player D. Do not let your aspirations run too high. I've heard that the monsters within the City of the Dead are considerably stronger than their counterparts in the wild. Just surviving in there would be an accomplishment. Some players, emboldened by their entrepreneurial spirit, resorted to advertising at the entrance of the City of the Dead, proclaiming, "Need a boost? Join our party for just 2 gold coins. We have 2 spots left." Featuring a level 14 mage ranked 125 in the region and a level 14 knight ranked 99 to guide you. We also have a healer. Loot will be distributed fairly. Bring 2 friends along for an effortless experience. Observing the players at the entrance touting their services, Zhang Yi shook his head. With their skills, they would be fortunate to survive within the City of the Dead, let alone assist others. They seemed oblivious to the ferocity of the skeletons and undead creatures lurking within. Additionally, at the entrance to the City of the Dead stood a mysterious NPC clad in a black robe, a blue ID floating above him. The undead merchant, Alo. The City of the Dead also boasted an enticing feature: players could accept corresponding quests on this map. Beyond merely farming treasures, they could earn quest rewards, a delightful dual opportunity. The NPC responsible for triggering these quests was none other than the undead merchant, Alo. According to the rules, each player could only accept 1 quest from Alo per day, with the difficulty level determined by the player, to be completed within the day. Failure to do so would incur severe penalties. At that moment, Alo was surrounded by eager players clamoring to accept quests. Thus, Zhang Yi approached Alo and initiated a dialogue. Adventurer from Hope Town, are you prepared to enter this perilous City of the Dead? I am ready. As soon as Zhang Yi's words fell, Alo nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Come and receive your quest. Of course, you may choose to enter the City of the Dead directly, but doing so would significantly diminish your rewards. The quest available from Alo was titled Undead Exorcism. This quest could be categorized by difficulty based on levels. The level 1 Undead Exorcism had a difficulty coefficient of 100, suitable for newcomers to the City of the Dead to hone their skills. The task was not overly challenging. requiring players to enter the city of the dead and hunt a specified number of skeletons and undead creatures within a designated level range. As the task level rises by 1, the difficulty coefficient increases by 100, consequently elevating the levels of the skeletons and undead that must be vanquished. It is now 7 in the evening, and with merely 5 hours remaining until the refresh of today's tasks, players currently accepting quests are reluctant to choose higher-level challenges, fearing they may not complete them in time. Most opt for the level 12 difficulty task, Exorcism of the Undead. The level 1 difficulty exorcism requires the elimination of 60 skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, undead mages, and undead assassins, each ranging between levels 15 and 16. However, for Zhang Yi, a player of level 13 whose prowess rivals that of a level 20, undertaking this level 1 task seems rather superfluous. Moreover, Zhang Yi's second survival task, Advanced Task, necessitates the completion of 3 quests with a difficulty coefficient exceeding or equaling 200 points, making the level 2 Exorcism of the Undead a suitable choice. Thus, Zhang Yi accepted a level 2 task. Ding! You have accepted the task, Exorcism of the Undead, level 2 difficulty. You may view the details in the task interface. Exorcism of the Undead, level 2 difficulty task difficulty coefficient, 200 description. After the alien vanguard decimated the city, Cloud City has become a metropolis of the undead. The souls of the million humans who perish there remain unextinguished, transformed into skeletons and undead under the aberration of the alien leader, Rocky, guarding the city of the undead. Players are to enter the city of the undead to exorcise the souls of these deceased humans. Task progress: Skeleton Warriors 090, Skeleton Archers 090, Undead Mages 090, Undead Assassins 090. Note: the targets must be no lower than level 17. Base task rewards: experience points 42,000, silver coins 60. Level 2 enhancement stones 15, human reputation 50, random equipment 1, with a chance to acquire rare, undead set, gear, failure penalty, level 1 loss, 10 monetary loss. And a 24-hour wait before re-accepting the Exorcism of the Undead task. Remaining time must be completed within the day. In total, 360 skeletons and undead of level 17 or higher must be slain. Zhang Yi, unwilling to delay, wielded his flame staff and joined the throng of players entering the city of the undead. Upon entering the metropolis, he observed numerous players engaged in combat with the skeleton monsters scattered throughout the city. Fireballs from mages and arrows from archers filled the air, occasionally accompanied by screams, followed by flashes of white light. Players' complaints soon echoed around him. A level 14 warrior player, barely escaping with a sliver of health, exclaimed, "What the hell? Why are these skeletons so formidable? The level 17 skeletons are as terrifying as the level 20 monsters outside. I'm out of here." Another teammate queried, "Aren't you going to complete the task?" The warrior player retorted, "Why bother? If I stay even a second longer, I'll be dead. I'd rather face the task penalty. At least I won't waste a resurrection opportunity or lose equipment." As a solitary player engaged in battling level 15 skeleton warriors, I find solace in the fact that I have chosen a quest of merely level 1 difficulty. The struggle against the level 15 skeletons is formidable enough, and I am grateful I did not opt for a more challenging task. Observing my fellow players fervently engaged in their skirmishes with skeletons ignites a spark within me, prompting me to seek out my own adversaries. It is evident that the majority of players have selected the level 1 difficulty quest, Exorcism of the Undead. Upon traversing the region inhabited by level 15 to 16 skeletons and reaching the area of level 17 to 18, I noticed that the number of players confronting the higher-tier skeletons has dwindled significantly. Chapter 43. The Skeleton General as far as the eye could see. The streets and alleys of the city of the undead were teeming with skeletal monstrosities, each brandishing a rusted iron sword or wielding a skeletal longbow, their forms devoid of flesh and blood. The skeletons in this area ranged between levels 17 and 18, while the players engaged in battle against them were merely at level 14. The disparity in levels was so vast that even when grouped in teams of 3 or 4, these players struggled significantly. Around them, flashes of white light erupted as players were vanquished, and Zhang Yi even witnessed a 4-person team being obliterated by a newly spawned level 17 elite skeleton warrior. At the moment of their demise, the elite skeleton warrior still retained 2/3 of its health, yet the surrounding players dared not approach, having just witnessed how that very team had sacrificed their lives, only managing to chip away a third of the elite skeleton's health. Having just arrived in this high-level zone, Zhang Yi fixed his gaze upon the roaring and arrogant elite skeleton warrior. What a formidable foe, starting with an elite right away. Very well, let's engage. With that, while other players merely observed in trepidation, Zhang Yi brandished his flaming staff and advanced toward the imposing skeleton general. At this moment, discussions erupted among the players. A level 13 Beastmaster, is he really attempting to challenge that level 17 elite skeleton alone? Such audacity. Haha, he is courting death without even a teammate. He is a low-level Beastmaster with poor stats. How could he withstand a few blows from the skeleton general? A few blows? Did you not see how the last team of fully equipped level 14 warriors and knights was wiped out? Even they struggled to endure 2 or 3 strikes from the skeleton general. This fellow will be dispatched with a single blow. No one held any hope for Zhang Yi. Indeed, if he were an onlooker, witnessing a level 13 Beastmaster, armed with a mere 1-star staff and devoid of a hood, attempting to solo a level 17 elite monster, he too would deem the individual utterly foolish. Just then, as Zhang Yi stepped into the effective attack range of the skeleton general, he halted, raised his staff, and swiftly cast a spell. A fireball hurtled toward the imposing skeleton general, brandishing a massive cleaver and bellowing fiercely. Boom! The searing fireball struck the skeleton general with pinpoint accuracy, and in the next moment, a crimson damage number of 218 appeared above its head. This damage, exceeding 200 points, astonished the multitude of spectators, as such output from a level 13 Beastmaster, particularly against an elite foe 4 levels higher, was truly astonishing. Nevertheless, the crowd remained skeptical of Zhang Yi's chances. Even with high damage, it was inconceivable that he alone could contend with the skeleton general. The only one who holds a different opinion is Zhang Yi himself. Having already vanquished 9 divine dragon emperors, he certainly does not regard a mere level 17 elite monster as a threat. With a resounding crash, another basic attack unleashed a violet magic orb that struck the skeletal commander, inflicting 150 points of damage. The initial fireball had triggered the burning ability of the flame staff, causing the skeletal commander's head to suffer a continuous burn of 38 points per second. Roaring in fury, the wounded skeletal commander brandished his massive cleaver and charged at Zhang Yi. Here it comes. Everyone, prepare to witness that fellow being dispatched with a single strike. That staff in his possession seems exceptional. Such high damage coupled with a burning effect must certainly derive from it. Once he is defeated and the staff drops, we agreed that whoever seizes it first shall claim it. Ignoring the surrounding spectators' murmurs, Zhang Yi took advantage of the skeletal commander's approach, continuously wielding his staff. He unleashed a chain lightning, followed by several more basic attack orbs, delivering a flurry of damage upon the skeletal commander. 270, chain lightning critical hit, 150, 300 critical hit, 225 critical hit, 38 burn, 38 burn. The series of staggering damage caused the skeletal commander, who had only just closed the distance of 40 to 50 meters, to find his health bar depleted from 2/3 to merely 1/3. Goodness, this is utterly outrageous. Gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd. Zhang Yi, seizing the moment, chose to evade as the skeletal commander initiated his charge attack, leaping to the right and narrowly avoiding the strike. Miss. He retaliated with a fireball, and astonishingly, he once again dodged the skeletal commander's cleaving strike through deft movement. This scene left the surrounding players in awe once more. This fellow is truly skilled in maneuvering. It is no small feat for a caster to evade enemy attacks. Yet Zhang Yi's 17 agility seemed to grant him divine favor. Each time he dodged the skeletal commander's assault, he seized the opportunity to counterattack, steadily whittling down the commander's health. However, achieving a perfect 100 evasion through skill alone was an impossible task. After 2 misses, the skeletal commander's colossal blade finally struck Zhang Yi's guardian armor. 228. The attack triggered, shattering the angel shield, which had a protective value of 50. And Zhang Yi suffered an additional 178 points of damage, causing his full health bar to plummet by 1/3. Such high damage from the skeletal commander. No wonder that previous 4-member team was utterly annihilated. However, relying on the exquisite maneuvering honed over 8 years in his previous life, along with the substantial attribute enhancements provided by 4 pieces of level 25 enhanced divine gear, Zhang Yi engaged in a protracted battle, consuming a single bottle of level 3 health potion as the price for his efforts. After several rounds, he single-handedly triumphed. A notification chimed. Congratulations. You have slain the level 17 elite monster, Skeleton Commander, earning 5,000 experience points and 12 human reputation. With a roar of defiance, the Skeleton Commander collapsed, and a cacophony of coins, enhancement stones, equipment, skill books, and even a resplendent golden chest erupted from its lifeless form. What a bountiful reward this time! Before Zhang Yi could begin collecting the spoils, a sudden commotion arose from all directions. Glancing upward, he noticed the players who had merely spectated during his duel with the Skeleton Commander now rushing toward him, clearly drawn by the allure of the Commander's loot. Chapter 44. Skeletons and the Undead Everyone. Charge. The Skeletal General has dropped so many valuable items. We cannot allow that worthless beast master to hoard everything alone. Let us seize the treasures. A fervent shout rang out, prompting players from all directions to rush forward with reckless abandon. Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Worthless. A so-called worthless individual can single-handedly defeat a level 17 elite skeletal general, while you can only stand idly by and watch. Does that not imply that you are even inferior to a worthless person? The notion of snatching items from Zhang Yi was utterly preposterous. As he crouched down, he activated the ID display function. The name Inuwa Chi-Ching appeared above his head, causing the throng of players approaching at breakneck speed to halt in their tracks, eyes wide with disbelief. Inuwa Chi-Ching. He is indeed Inuwa Chi-Ching. No wonder he single-handedly defeated an elite monster at level 4. The situation was such that since Zhang Yi first entered the safe zone and triggered the regional announcement, he had garnered considerable fame. After successfully eliminating the captain of the Wangzhe Tianxia team, Wang Zhirongyao, on 2 occasions, many players witnessed this feat subsequently. Wang Zhirongyao even called him out in the regional channel, leading to his meteoric rise to fame. The name Inuwa Chi-Ching had become well-known throughout Safe Zone 886. However, only the ID was famous. People knew Inuwa Chi-Ching but were unaware of Zhang Yi's true identity. Thus, as long as Zhang Yi concealed his ID, over 99 of the players in Zone 886 would pass him by without recognizing him as Inuwa Chi-Ching. With the ID Inuwa Chi-Ching now visible to all, players recalled the rumors of this individual, who had single-handedly defeated more than 30 professional players from Wangzhe Tianxia, and no one dared to contest him for the spoils. Consequently, Zhang Yi claimed all the treasures for himself, a total of 12 silver coins, 8 level 2 enhancement stones, 2 pieces of equipment, and an archer skill book. Zhang Yi felt a tinge of disappointment, for apart from the universally useful coins and enhancement stones, none of the items were of any use to him. The 2 pieces of equipment were both level 17. Although one was a 2-star exceptional item, it was of no use to Zhang Yi as it was a knight's helmet, while the other was a 1-star assassin's outfit. He placed all these unusable items into his bag, intending to auction them off upon returning to the safe zone. Zhang Yi's gaze lingered on the remaining treasure chest, his last glimmer of hope. It was a 2-star chest, and fortunately, Zhang Yi had prepared in advance. Fearing the discovery of treasure chests in the wild, he had purchased several 2-star and 3-star keys from the shop before venturing out. Thus, Zhang Yi retrieved a 2-star key, his heart filled with anticipation, and proceeded to unlock the chest. With a resounding clang, the treasure chest burst open, revealing a silver-gray ring. As Zhang Yi picked it up, a wave of joy washed over him. Silver bone ring quality, 2 stars attack power, 35 additional attribute, stamina 5 class restriction, mage, beast tamer. Priest level requirement, 14 description. This ring is crafted from the bones of a skeletal general, ground into powder. It is said that those who wear this ring can inherit the true legacy of the skeletal general, becoming powerful like it. A 2-star mage ring that enhances attack power is indeed formidable. In the world of Apocalypse, only gear obtained directly from monsters requires identification for wear, while equipment acquired from treasure chests or quests does not. The former's gear level is determined by the monster's level, whereas the latter's is based on the level of the first player to obtain it, with a maximum level deviation of 12. It is evident that the base attributes of this ring, prior to enhancement, already surpassed the 32 points of attack power provided by Zhang Yi's currently equipped 25-level Lucky Ring. Once fully upgraded, the increase in attack power would be astonishing. The additional 5 points of stamina could reach 18 after enhancement, significantly bolstering Zhang Yi's survivability. Indeed, this discovery is a delightful surprise, as Zhang Yi currently lacks such an exceptional ring. Regrettably, like the mage's pants, it is also a level 14 item, and Zhang Yi at level 13. cannot yet equip it. He placed the silver bone ring alongside the mage's pants and opened his status panel. After receiving 5,000 experience points for his contribution to the skeletal general, Zhang Yi's experience stood at 23,233,000, just 10,000 points shy of leveling up to 14. Thus, with the ring and pants as his goal, Zhang Yi stepped over the skeletal general's corpse, wielding his flaming staff, and advanced toward the area densely populated by level 17 skeletal warriors and skeletal archers, having single-handedly defeated a level 17 elite skeletal general. Dealing with these ordinary skeletal warriors and archers would pose no challenge for Zhang Yi. However, these skeletal creatures possess a rather troublesome innate ability. The skeletal warriors have the innate physique, talent, granting them up to 30 damage reduction, while the skeletal archers possess innate frenzy, providing them with a 20 damage boost and a 20 increase in attack speed. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi's level is 4 below that of the skeletal warriors, exceeding the effective range of his basic reconnaissance skill. Aside from their talents, he could see no other data about them. Well, then, he would charge in headlong. Gripping the flaming staff, Zhang Yi swiftly locked onto a target and unleashed a fireball spell at a nearby level 17 skeletal archer. Boom. 244. The health bar above the skeletal archer's head diminished by a third. The skeletal archer swiftly launched a counterattack, drawing back its bowstring as a sharp arrow soared towards its target. Thanks to the innate frenzy bestowing a 20 increase in attack speed, Zhang Yi found himself struggling to evade the onslaught, ultimately failing to dodge and being struck by the archer's arrow in the shoulder, inflicting a damage of 189. After accounting for the 50 points of damage reduction provided by the angelic shield, Zhang Yi still suffered a significant blow of 139 points. With the enhancement of innate frenzy, the skeletal archer's damage nearly rivaled that of an elite skeletal commander. Following this, Zhang Yi unleashed a chain of lightning, and with a fortuitous critical hit from a normal attack, he dispatched the skeletal archer in 3 swift strikes. However, during this encounter, Zhang Yi was also hit twice, losing over 300 health points. One more strike from the skeletal archer would spell his demise. Chapter 45. The stand-and fight mage. It is no wonder that even when players band together, they struggle to overcome these level 17 skeletons. One is exceedingly resilient while the other is ferociously powerful, truly a formidable challenge. Defeating a single skeleton archer granted Zhang Yi a bounty of 100 experience points, along with 9 copper coins. Once the battle concluded, Zhang Yi retrieved a health potion from his bag and consumed it, restoring the vitality he had just lost. From then on, with each skeleton archer he defeated, Zhang Yi found himself expending a potion, intermittently supplementing his efforts with mana potions, an expense not easily borne by the average player. After all, a level 3 health potion costs 10 copper coins, while a skeleton monster yields a maximum of 9 copper coins upon defeat. For Zhang Yi, this was a financial drain. However, with a wealth of 31 gold coins at his disposal, he remained unperturbed. As long as these formidable skeletons continued to provide him with superior experience gains and the opportunity to undertake the undead exorcism quest. The reason he initially targeted the skeleton archers was their comparatively lower health and defense, making them easier prey than the skeleton warriors. Zhang Yi was eager to reach level 14, at which point he would don the magician-ash trousers and the silver bone rings, making the fight against these skeletons feel akin to a father sparring with his child. Until then, he refrained from using chain lightning against multiple targets, as the damage from the skeleton archers was alarmingly high. Should he be besieged by 3 archers, he would be swiftly annihilated. Zhang Yi's situation was comparatively favorable. Observing his surroundings, other players lacking the enhancement of level 25 divine gear or the attributes of dragon bloodline found themselves hard-pressed against these advanced skeletons. Yet, burdened with an active quest and daunted by the severe penalties for failure, they dared not abandon their task, leaving them in a state of despair. In contrast, Zhang Yi found it somewhat easier to combat these skeleton foes, though he himself felt the strain. Throughout the process of hunting these skeletons, he was concurrently engaged in 2 quests. The Undead Exorcism quest was relatively straightforward, requiring just 1 kill for progress. However, the hidden quest proved to be more challenging, as it took Zhang Yi the consecutive defeat of 5 skeleton archers to finally obtain a divine bone. This quest required the collection of a total of 1,000 such bones. Setting those concerns aside, his primary focus remained on reaching level 14. Methodically, he continued to dispatch skeleton archers. And as he unleashed a fireball spell to vanquish the 31st skeleton archer, a resounding dragon roar echoed from above. Hellfire Dragon. Boom. A torrent of searing dragon flames cascaded from above, instantly engulfing all skeleton warriors and archers within a 100-meter radius of Zhang Yi. The skeletons, ensnared in the inferno, suffered a staggering 375 points of true damage, accompanied by a burning damage of 75 points per second. In an instant, the multitude of skeletal archers surrounding Zhang Yi suffered a devastating blow, their health reduced by half from the initial strike of the Hellfire Dragon. As they closed in on Zhang Yi, they were consumed by a lingering burn that lasted 5 seconds, meeting their demise one by one. Ding! You have slain a level 17 skeletal archer, gaining 100 experience points. Ding! You have slain a level 17 skeletal archer, gaining 100 experience points. Ding! The total health of the level 17 skeletal archers being just over 700, they fell victim to the Hellfire Dragon's lethal onslaught. Consequently, after 5 seconds, the Hellfire Dragon's flames subsided, resulting in the swift elimination of 42 level 17 skeletal archers. While over 50 level 18 skeletal archers and the more resilient skeletal warriors were left with mere scraps of health, continuing their advance toward Zhang Yi. With haste, Zhang Yi wielded his staff, dispatching a weakened foe with a basic attack, denying the skeletal adversaries any chance of approaching him. Taking advantage of the player's attack range, which slightly exceeded that of the monsters, he preemptively struck down the skeletal archers before they could enter their effective attack range, subsequently targeting the skeletal warriors with his basic attacks. With each flick of his wrist, he garnered over 100 experience points, and in the blink of an eye, his experience bar hit its maximum capacity, showering him in a radiant golden light. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 14. The surrounding players were left in a state of utter astonishment, none suspecting that the magnificent dragon flame had been summoned by Zhang Yi. Player A exclaimed, "What the hell? Who just used that magic scroll? That scroll must cost at least 100 gold for a single use." Paying no mind to the chatter of the players around him, Zhang Yi, having triggered the Hellfire Dragon and instantly risen to level 14, eagerly retrieved the silver bone ring and magician's pants from his bag to equip them. He then utilized 25 level 2 enhancement stones to strengthen the unenhanced silver bone ring. Ding! 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 Congratulations, your equipment, silver bone ring, has reached enhancement level 25, unlocking the exclusive talent, advanced heavy injury. With the enhancement of the level 25 silver bone ring, his attack power soared from 35 to an impressive 123 points. The advanced heavy injury talent was reminiscent of the earlier heavy injury upgrade he had unlocked when he enhanced his first weapon, the Great Hammer. Advanced heavy injury grants the wearer an additional 50 points of damage with each attack. Upon examining his status, Zhang Yi found that, bolstered by the formidable enhancement of the silver bone ring, his attack power surged from 249 to an astounding 340 points. His defense, aided by the 2-star level 14 magician's pants, surpassed the 3-digit threshold, reaching 131 points. The additional 18 points of vitality from the silver bone ring elevated Zhang Yi's health attribute to a total of 720 points, just as he completed his equipment swap. A previously wounded skeletal warrior, still reeling from the Hellfire Dragon's assault and yet to be finished off by Zhang Yi, approached wielding a great iron sword. It struck Zhang Yi with a swipe that elicited a negligible damage of 71 points. Comparatively, this damage was significantly reduced, falling by more than half. Zhang Yi unleashed a fiery spell, striking with a force of 438. The level 18 skeletal warrior was instantly obliterated, yielding 120 experience points that Zhang Yi eagerly absorbed. In the next moment, several arrows shot forth from all directions, seamlessly raining down upon Zhang Yi and inflicting damage exceeding 90 points. In contrast to the previous arrow's devastating blow of over 180 points, the damage incurred from the skeletal archers had now been halved. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi executed a series of basic attacks, swiftly eliminating the group of level 18 skeletal archers. Exhilarating. This was precisely the sensation Zhang Yi yearned for. As for tactics and positioning, Zhang Yi could only declare, "I merely wish to amplify my attributes and engage in straightforward combat." Chapter 46. Your smile is truly enchanting. After equipping 2 reinforced level 25 2-star silver bone rings and a magician's pants, Zhang Yi approached the ensuing battles with a straightforwardness that eliminated the need for evasive maneuvers. Regardless of whether he faced skeletal warriors or skeletal archers, he stood his ground, enduring no more than 100 points of damage from the level 18 skeletons. A mere basic attack from him effortlessly dealt over 300 damage to those skeletons, allowing him to vanquish each level 18 skeleton in just 2 or 3 strikes, astonishing the other players around him who were laboriously battling their own skeletal foes. A standing mage. Incredible! This Inua Ching is becoming increasingly formidable. Gradually, players began to gather, seeking to join forces with Inua Ching, whose combat prowess rendered the slaying of skeletons as effortless as dispatching chickens. A slender archer girl, clad in a midriff-bearing leather outfit that accentuated her alluring figure, intentionally sauntered in front of Zhang Yi, twisting her delicate waist. With a beguiling expression, she flirtatiously inquired, Ching, would you like to team up? I'm single and available. Zhang Yi, exhibiting his straightforward nature, replied, Step aside, you're obstructing my grinding. Under the impression that the archer girl was merely lacking in beauty and allure, another stunning girl, resembling a celebrity and possessing a captivating figure with long legs, a slim waist, and a delicate face, confidently approached Zhang Yi. She smiled and asked, What do you think of me, handsome? Zhang Yi glanced at the enchanting beauty and remarked, Your smile is truly captivating. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's compliment, the alluring girl beamed with pride, exclaiming, Really? However, before she could revel in her moment, Zhang Yi added, like a big fool in spring, Get lost. Both girls were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by Zhang Yi's sudden fierceness. They were unaware of the tumultuous experiences that had shaped him. In his previous life, Zhang Yi had been betrayed by Lin Ruo, the one he had loved for 8 years, leaving him devoid of any sense of trust. He now hesitated to believe anyone, convinced that those who sought to approach him were merely drawn by the potential benefits he could offer, particularly women. Moreover, Zhang Yi had no desire to team up with anyone, as forming a party would result in the division of experience points. Given his current prowess, soloing posed no challenge for him. Why burden himself with a companion and subsequently share the rewards? The two girls, realizing their persistence was futile, retreated after Zhang Yi's rebuke. Soon, no one else dared to approach him. If even such beautiful and alluring women, whom other men would fawn over, were dismissed and scolded, it was evident that the surrounding men would think twice before seeking to ally with Zhang Yi, fearing a similar reprimand. Thus, Zhang Yi continued to grind alone. Previously, he had only dared to confront a single skeleton, but with his enhanced defenses, he now felt emboldened enough to take on multiple skeletons simultaneously. Sizzle! Bang! A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking a skeletal warrior several dozen meters ahead. It subsequently ricocheted, inflicting damage of 295, 316, and 111 burn damage to 2 surrounding skeletal warriors, one of level 18 and the other of level 17. With their health diminished by a third, the 3 skeletal warriors, wielding their great swords, advanced menacingly towards Zhang Yi, seizing the opportunity before they could close the distance. Zhang Yi swiftly waved his fiery staff, casting fireballs in conjunction with regular attacks, delivering a barrage of over 300 points of damage upon the 3 skeletal warriors. Before they could even draw near, these skeletal foes, whose total health barely exceeded 1,000, succumbed to the onslaught of Zhang Yi's relentless firepower, collapsing into a heap of experience points and copper coins scattered upon the ground. Not in haste to collect his spoils, Zhang Yi continued to unleash attacks on other skeletal foes in the vicinity until the ground around him was awash with loot, making movement nearly impossible. Only then did he pause to commence the collection of his rewards, for if he delayed beyond an hour, the system would reclaim the uncollected items. After several minutes spent gathering the spoils from the countless skeletal warriors and archers he had vanquished within the past hour, he opened his quest interface to discover that his progress against the skeletal warriors and archers had reached a remarkable 100. Such efficiency felt almost like the work of a cheat. During this time, Zhang Yi had slain over 200 skeletal creatures, yielding a mere 40 or so divine bones. He remained far from the 1,000 bones required for the hidden quest, acquire rare materials, a daunting distance still to traverse. However, there was no urgency regarding the hidden quest, as he had a week to complete it. Presently, he needed to focus on resolving the task of exorcising the undead, which had to be completed within the day. Thus, Zhang Yi pressed onward into the deeper, more mysterious realms of the city of the undead, traversing through the domain of the level 17 and 18 skeletons. leaving behind a group of stunned and envious solo players. How does a beast master achieve such extraordinary damage? One player marveled. It takes me ages to kill a level 17 skeleton, even when teaming up with others, while he dispatches higher-level skeletons as easily as if they were mere chickens. A level 14 warrior lamented, while another archer sighed. If only I possessed such formidable damage, I would love to experience the thrill of being a damage dealer myself. At that moment, a young priestess, her face alight with admiration, exclaimed, I wish I had a boyfriend as powerful as that to protect me. If only the handsome Inua Ching Chung were my boyfriend, we could slay monsters and level up together. Straight through the realm of 17-18 levels. All attempts to obstruct Zhang Yi by the skeletal warriors and skeletal archers were effortlessly transformed into experience and wealth under Zhang Yi's overwhelming output, swiftly collected by him. The city of the undead is segregated into 3 distinct layers, each area clearly delineated into the skeleton domain and the undead domain. Upon traversing the skeleton domain, Zhang Yi arrived at the other half of the city of the undead domain. The apocalyptic streets remained unchanged, still echoing desolation. However, in this particular realm, the skeletons had vanished. Instead, aimlessly wandering the streets were semi-transparent humanoid creatures, some wielding staffs while others brandished daggers. These were the undead sorcerers and undead assassins. The targets Zhang Yi was to hunt next. Chapter 47. The undead set the level 17-18 undead sorcerers and undead assassins possess strength comparable to that of skeletal warriors and skeletal archers, thus presenting no significant threat to Zhang Yi. He dispatched them with ease, typically vanquishing one in just 2 or 3 strikes, without any sense of pressure. Consequently, Zhang Yi devoted over an hour to eliminating 90 undead sorcerers and 90 undead assassins, achieving a complete 100 progress in all 4 aspects of the undead exorcism quest. He was now poised to submit the task, and the clock indicated it was merely 9 in the evening. Remarkably, Zhang Yi had accomplished the challenging level 2 undead exorcism in just 2 hours, a feat of unexpected efficiency. However, Zhang Yi was reluctant to submit the task and return to the city just yet, as he had one paramount objective in the undead city that remained unfulfilled, the acquisition of an energy crystal. You'll require a first-tier energy crystal to continue forging weapons for Zhang Yi. Despite having spent 2 hours in the undead city, during which he had amassed over 40 divine bones and undead knowledge, he had yet to obtain a single crystal. While he was aware that energy crystals were notoriously elusive, he had not anticipated such a degree of difficulty. With 3 hours still at his disposal, Zhang Yi resolved to continue farming, determined to secure at least one first-tier energy crystal that night. He understood that delaying further might hinder his chances of obtaining an exceptional weapon crafted by Yield before the impending disaster struck the safe zone the following day. Zhang Yi was counting on the weapon Yield would forge to combat that catastrophe, knowing full well that relying solely on the 25 silver bone ring would be insufficient. Thus, Zhang Yi persisted in his quest against the undead. From 9 o'clock until 11:30, he continued his efforts, yet miraculously, no energy crystal materialized. Nevertheless, during this interval, he did manage to procure 2 rare pieces of the undead set equipment. Regrettably, the common monsters yielded only 1-star quality items, which were not suitable for his use. One belonged to the warrior set, the undead armor, while the other was the undead necklace from the assassin set. Each of the 7 professions enjoys distinct bonuses from their respective undead sets. For instance, the warrior set enhances lifesteal abilities, while the assassin set augments movement speed. The mage and beastmaster versions of the undead set offer enhancements to casting speed, 5 for 2 pieces, 10 for 3 pieces. Collecting all 7 pieces of the mage's high-tier undead set could potentially grant a remarkable 50 increase in casting speed. The prospect of acquiring a complete high-star undead set for mages was certainly enticing. As for the energy crystal, Zhang Yi ultimately relinquished his pursuit, recognizing that if he delayed any longer in submitting the task, the undead exorcism quest would expire and fail. Thus, Zhang Yi made his way to the outskirts of the undead city, where he approached the undead merchant, Alo, stationed by the city gate, to submit his task. Young adventurer, I did not expect you to complete the task so swiftly. Your prowess is truly remarkable. Please accept the reward you rightfully deserve. As soon as Alo's words faded, a melodious system notification chimed in Zhang Yi's ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the quest, Exorcism of the Undead, Level 2 difficulty, earning 42,000 experience points. 60 silver coins, 15 level 2 enhancement stones, 60 reputation points among the human race, acquiring equipment, magic hat, X1, and a special reward, first order energy crystal, X1. Your intimacy with Wilderness Traveler has increased by 8. A shower of golden light fell, and the system announced, ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Your current level is 15. Zhang Yi was nearly overwhelmed with disbelief upon hearing the announcement of his quest rewards. After an entire night of battling skeletons and undead creatures without success, he was unexpectedly granted a first-order energy crystal as a quest reward. Nevertheless, it was ultimately a fortunate turn of events. Otherwise, Zhang Yi had planned to return to the safe zone for a rest and resume his endeavors the following day. As for the equipment reward, it was a pity that he did not acquire the full undead set, yet the hat was precisely the piece he required. Up to now, Zhang Yi had been without any headgear, lacking equipment for that slot entirely. Upon opening his bag, he examined the newly acquired Black Magician's hat, which was a level 15, 2-star item. However, due to the low health of magic-based classes, it only provided a base addition of 130 health points and 6 stamina. In comparison, a knight's armor of the same level would typically grant at least 250 base health points. Thus, Zhang Yi retrieved 25 level 2 enhancement stones from his inventory, with a series of enchanting sounds boosted by divine enhancement. Another piece of equipment was fortified to level 25. Magic hat, 25 quality, 2 stars level, 15 health points, 455, 325, additional attributes, stamina 21, 15, exclusive talent, life enhancement, increases the wearer's health point limit by 100, class restriction, magician. Beast Tamer description. This is a magical hat that grants extraordinary abilities once worn. Wearing this hat, Zhang Yi appeared more composed. He opened the simplified status bar to review his character. Promise of a city, level 15. First transition Beast Tamer magical attack power, 340 physical defense, 156 magical defense, 135 health points, 1275 energy points, 590 experience points, 14, 270 45. 000 reputation, 2812 special status, Dragon Bloodline LV1 description, a beast tamer who has completed the first transition, just beginning to harness their power. His health points were nothing short of formidable. In the entire safe zone, it was rare to find anyone, aside from warriors and knights, with a health point cap exceeding 500. Yet, as a beast tamer, Zhang Yi's total health had astonishingly surpassed the 4-digit mark. At this stage, even a knight with a 3-body and 2 stamina build at level 15 would struggle to match Zhang Yi's level, as their equipment could not reach the standard of a level 15, 2-star item, nor could their enhancement levels exceed 15. Currently, Zhang Yi possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, embodying a perfect amalgamation of a mage and a tank. Once IL completes the weapon, Zhang Yi's strength will ascend to an entirely new echelon. Not to mention the safety zone 886, Zhang Yi feels invincible throughout the entire 8th district. Glancing at the clock, it is 11:30. Although merely half an hour remains until the quest for spirit expiation refreshes, allowing him to resume hunting skeletons and specters in the city of the undead. Zhang Yi has no intention of grinding through the night, as he did last evening. After nearly 12 hours of exertion from noon until now, his fatigue level has plummeted to 30, and coupled with a sense of mental weariness, he realizes the necessity of returning to rest. Thus, while players continue to arrive in droves at the city of the undead, preparing for an all-night leveling session, Zhang Yi departs, making his way towards Hope Town. Chapter 48. The Kingslayer on his way back to Hope Town. Zhang Yi casually opened the leaderboard and discovered that after a night of relentless grinding in the city of the undead, he had reached level 15 at 32 and successfully secured a position within the top 10 of the Celestial rankings in District 886, currently occupying the 5th place. It appeared that ascending to the pinnacle was within his grasp, should he choose to pursue it. However, Zhang Yi's ambition for the top spot was rather muted, as the first place offered no tangible rewards. The reigning champion was a Storm Angel at level 16 with 12 experience, but it seemed that his level was on the verge of being surpassed by the second contender. It appeared that his fatigue had reached its limit, necessitating rest. Otherwise, it was unlikely he could have progressed from 70 to 12 in a single night. Closing the leaderboard, Zhang Yi then opened the regional chat channel to find that as time dragged on, players were increasingly coming to the realization that the current predicament was far from a mere bug in the logout system of the game. Heavenly Fate Group, in Apocalypse. Fire Dance Whirlwind. Male. Level 14 Assassin. What's going on? Why hasn't the logout bug been fixed yet? It's been over a day since the launch. Question. Chat emojis. Have you not seen? Male. Level 15 Archer. Do you still not realize this is not a bug? We are truly trapped forever in the world of Apocalypse, and death here is real. Dreaming Tears. Male. Level 15 Knight. It's true. Several of my friends used up their resurrection chances and then vanished. They are truly gone. Fear. Kawaii. Female. Level 14 Mage. Crying. Please don't scare me. Why is this happening? I want to log out. I want to go home. I want to eat my mother's braised pork. Crying. Call me Digga. Male. Level 13 Beast Master. What nonsense. If your mother didn't log in last night, she's probably dead by now. Don't you all realize? The NPCs in this game are all people in real life who haven't logged in. This is no longer just a game, but rather an apocalyptic disaster. Reading through these chat messages, Zhang Yi felt no particular emotion. Yet, he understood that soon. The forces of the King's domain would commence their comprehensive plan to seize Hope Town. Up to this point, he had merely delayed their agenda without fundamentally altering the course of history. Closing the chat channel, he continued on his journey. Along the way, he observed numerous players grinding against the biochemical monsters ranging from levels 10 to 15. As they began to suspect that this might be a genuine apocalyptic world, players were fervently leveling up to enhance their strength, hoping to ensure their survival in this new reality. Just as Zhang Yi passed an intersection, he suddenly heard a commotion emanating from the right side of the crossing. What do you want? Get out of the way. Following the source of the sound, Zhang Yi beheld a large group of players encircling a few individuals, each emanating a menacing aura. With a single glance, Zhang Yi discerned the situation. It was evident that the majority faction intended to engage in murder and plunder, a sight that was all too familiar to Zhang Yi, who had survived for 8 years in the world of Apocalypse. Beyond merely battling monsters and completing quests, the slaughter of other players was an alternative means of seizing wealth, often yielding even greater rewards. What intrigued Zhang Yi was that the assailants in the outer circle all bore IDs prefixed with the words King of Glory, indicating they were players from the faction King of Glory. Had they indeed commenced their plan to fully invade Hope Town? Zhang Yi recalled that in his previous life, the faction had initiated similar actions, albeit half a day earlier, beginning their rampage around noon as they hunted down other independent players in the wilderness, pillaging their resources to bolster their own strength, instilling fear in countless solo players who gradually ceased to resist. The 4 players ensnared by the 15 or so members of King of Glory consisted of 3 men and 1 woman, a knight, an assassin, an archer, and a priest, all of whom were of moderate level, precisely at level 14. The surrounding King of Glory players also matched this level, with one exceptional player at level 15, the assassin, King of Killers. In the current rankings, achieving level 15 placed one within the top 100 of the 886 district. Zhang Yi himself, with a level of 15 and 32 experience, was ranked 5th. The highest-ranking King of Killers appeared to be the leader of this faction, brandishing a blood-red dagger that seemed quite valuable, at least of 2-star quality. With a frivolous expression, King of Killers surveyed the encircled players and commanded, "Hand over all your valuable possessions, gear, money, enhancement stones, everything." As his words hung in the air, a knight clad in black armor, whose ID read Guan Yun Chang, fixed a piercing gaze upon the King of Glory players and retorted, "If you desire resources, why not undertake quests and slay monsters yourselves? What skill lies in robbing others?" "You are mistaken," King of Killers replied with a dismissive smile. "To be able to take from others is true skill. After all, anyone can hunt monsters." At this juncture, another young assassin named Lu Xianda, standing beside Guan Yun Chang, interjected, "Do you not fear tarnishing the reputation of King of Glory? After all, 1,000-strong battle team stooping to bully common players and extort resources. Reputation holds little value in this apocalyptic world." King of Killers scoffed. "Survival is what matters most. Is it not? This is no longer merely a game. If you wish to live, surrender all your resources. Otherwise, do not blame us for our hostility. Surrendering our equipment and resources is indeed a path to certain doom." Among the 4, the eldest, a bowman in his mid-20s known as Chi Feng, declared resolutely, "That is impossible. We shall not yield unless we are trampled upon by our lifeless bodies." With a disdainful scoff, the King of Killers retorted, "Very well. Then we shall eliminate you and seize your gear." He commanded, "Brothers, attack. Show no mercy to the woman." At his command, a dozen players from the Kingdom of Kings surged forward, encircling Qing Feng and his companions with lethal intent. Chapter 49. Just a Beastmaster. How could 4 individuals possibly contend against a dozen? Thus, it was only a matter of time before Qi Feng and his companions were swiftly overwhelmed, leaving them battered and on the brink of defeat. With such worthless trash, you dare challenge us, the kings of the realm? You seek your own demise. The King Slayer, grasping a dagger, advanced menacingly towards the wounded quartet. Meanwhile, Qi Feng and his companions gritted their teeth, their hearts filled with a profound dread, as they awaited the inevitable embrace of death. At that moment, a warrior subordinate of the King Slayer interjected, "Boss, someone is approaching from that direction." Turning to glance, they indeed witnessed a peculiar figure, a magician clad in bizarre attire, making his way towards them from the street. The solitary figure, adorned with a wizard's hat and wielding a magical staff, yet clad in armor, caused the King Slayer to furrow his brow in confusion. What in the world is this? A magician in armor? Beside him, the level 14 warrior, Wang Zhishinjian, voiced his concern. "Boss, that individual seems to harbor ill intentions. Perhaps he is a companion of theirs?" The King Slayer cast a sidelong glance at Qing Feng and the others, then shifted his focus back to the approaching magician, dismissively stating, "And what of it? Alone, he is merely here to offer another head on a platter." Concealing his ID, Zhang Yi, the level 15 Beastmaster, silently approached, his fiery staff in hand. At this juncture, the level 14 warrior, Wang Zhishinjian, stepped forward and called out to Zhang Yi, "What do you want?" Zhang Yi remained silent, continuing his advance. The disregard shown towards him ignited Wang Zhishinjian's anger. "You think just because you're a higher level, you can act so arrogantly? Just a Beastmaster." Calmly, the King Slayer addressed Wang Zhishinjian. "Do you think you can handle this?" Wang Zhishinjian retorted, "Do you doubt my abilities, boss? If I cannot even defeat a Beastmaster clad in novice attire, what face would I have left as a professional player in the Kings of the Realm?" It was evident that the magician's armor could only belong to a novice, as it was unrestricted by class, suggesting that Zhang Yi, despite being a level 15 Beastmaster, was still donned in a set of novice gear not exceeding level 10. This indicated just how inadequate his attributes must be. Thus, Wang Zhishinjian dismissed Zhang Yi, who was merely 1 level above him, and with a swift motion drew a gleaming silver sword, pointing it accusingly at Zhang Yi. "If you do not summon your beasts soon, you will lose even the chance to engage them." In response, Zhang Yi uttered 3 words with nonchalance, "No need." Enraged by Zhang Yi's insolent demeanor, Wang Zhishinjian lunged forward, sword in hand, intent on attacking. Meanwhile, the players from the back line, including the formidable King of Killers and the players from King S domain, regarded Zhang Yi with sympathetic gazes. To them, Zhang Yi, as a Beastmaster with the lowest growth attributes among the 7 main professions and minimal skill damage, was clad in novice gear below level 10. They believed that if King of Killers launched a charge at him, it would be a certain death. Even the 4 players who had previously faced the wrath of King S domain watched Zhang Yi with concern. However, beyond their worry, there was an air of perplexity. The youthful knight, Guan Yunchang, who appeared to be around 21 or 22, looked curiously at Zhang Yi and inquired, "Who is he? And why is he here to assist us? I do not recognize him." The assassin Lu Xuanda, equally bewildered, turned to the slightly older archer, Qi Feng, and asked, "Do you know him?" "Neither of you know him, and I know him not either," Qing Feng replied thoughtfully. "From the looks of it, he seems to harbor a grudge against King S domain, rather than coming to our aid." After a brief pause, he continued with a frown, "But for him to confront King S domain alone is tantamount to courting death. What could he be thinking? Indeed, and as a Beastmaster." Guan Yunchang sighed. "I had anticipated a figure of great stature, yet it appears he will be dispatched in no time." Alas, he observed a moment of silence, mourning the unknown comrade's fate. On the other side, Zhang Yi fixed his gaze steadily ahead as King of Killers approached within his attack range, his staff beginning to gather magical energy. Finally, as King of Killers entered within 50 meters, he unleashed a confident charge towards Zhang Yi. At that moment, when everyone in the backline believed that Zhang Yi's demise was inevitable once King of Killers closed in, Zhang Yi waved his staff, casting a fireball spell. Boom! The searing fireball struck King of Killers from 40 meters away, instantly generating a conspicuous red damage number of 427 above his head in the dark night. Aside from King of Killers himself, the players from King S domain, along with Guan Yuchang and others, stood in stunned silence. King of Killers, caught up in excitement, failed to notice the damage inflicted by the seemingly inconsequential Beastmaster. He continued his charge towards Zhang Yi. Thus, the fiery staff as talent, burn, was activated. As King of Killers advanced, he suffered a continuous burn damage of 115 points per second. Zhang Yi chose not to strike again, merely observing as King of Killers drew closer. Ultimately, before King of Killers could reach Zhang Yi, his health was entirely depleted by the accumulated burn damage of 345 points over 3 seconds. Having traveled a great distance, he collapsed in front of Zhang Yi, only to transform into a burst of white light before Zhang Yi could comprehend the unfolding events. With but a single fireball, a level 14 warrior was vanquished, due to the malicious assault by the King of Gods prior to this, which resulted in a gray name for Guan Yu and his companions. Even after Zhang Yi eliminated the King of Gods, his concealed ID did not transform into a red name for forced display. The remaining players of the Kingdom of Kings were left in utter astonishment. Did it happen in a mere second? What staggering damage is this? Guan Yu and Lu Xuanda, who initially thought Zhang Yi would be swiftly defeated, were left with expressions of sheer disbelief. My goodness! Has this brother resorted to cheating? A fireball dealing 400 damage? Chapter 50. Altogether in the midst of shock, the players of Kingdoms of the World felt a surge of anger. This fellow had slain their leader. Brothers, let us take him down. Indeed, that staff in his possession must be extraordinary, perhaps a 3-star weapon. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to deal such immense damage. Let us all converge and seize that staff from him. As the words fell, Zhang Yi, facing them, nonchalantly remarked, "Come, all of you together." His audacious demeanor provoked the ire of the Kingdoms of the World players, and in the next moment, over a dozen of them brandished their weapons and charged at Zhang Yi. Unperturbed, Zhang Yi remained steadfast, elegantly raising his flame staff and locking onto a level 14 assassin at the forefront, unleashing a chain lightning spell. Boom! Violet lightning descended from the heavens, striking the assassin and ricocheting to hit 2 warriors behind him. Critical hits of 628, 291, 302 erupted. A gasp arose as the first-line level 14 assassin was obliterated in an instant, while the 2 warriors suffered a third of their health. Immediately following, Zhang Yi unleashed 2 successive basic attacks, dispatching one of the warriors. Within a mere 5 seconds of the engagement, he had already taken down 2 adversaries, leaving Guan Yu and the others in utter astonishment. At that moment, several mages and archers from Kingdoms of the World began to unleash their ranged assaults. A barrage of fireballs and ice arrows, designed to slow, rained down upon Zhang Yi. With 3 mages and 2 archers launching simultaneous attacks, 5 projectiles struck him. The infinite evasion talent from the Devourer boots activated, resulting in 2 misses above his head, alongside 3 damage hits that were nearly negligible, 45, 28, 39. As the attacks triggered the Guardian armor talent, Angel's Protection, the total damage from the 3 opponents amounted to 112 points, which was insufficient to breach Zhang Yi's 128-point shield. This guy, not only does he possess formidable attack power, but his defense is equally astonishing. How utterly absurd. Does this not signify that he is equipped with exceptional gear? Fear not, for we are many against one. Regardless of his equipment, he cannot withstand us. Let us continue our assault. With such encouragement, the melee players of Kingdoms of the World advanced toward Zhang Yi. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi stood his ground, his staff in motion. Boom, boom, boom. A series of basic attack fireballs, paired with a fireball spell every 5 seconds, rained down upon the group of Kingdoms of the World players, inflicting staggering damage: 289, 318, 714 critical hit, 446, 119 burn, 107 burn, 112 burn, as a torrent of white light illuminated the battlefield. Before they could even close the distance, Zhang Yi had already decimated a third of their ranks. As the remaining individuals approached, they too were severely injured. Relying on their high health and thick defense, Zhang Yi stood idly by, allowing the warriors and knights of the Kingdom of Glory to engage him in battle, conserving his movement for output. Each swing of his staff was accompanied by a burst of white light. The attacks from the Kingdom of Glory's players felt like mere tickles against Zhang Yi, with a defense of 156 points. Augmented by the 25-point damage reduction from the mage's pants, even an assassin wielding armor-piercing strikes could barely inflict 100 points of damage. The damage dealt by the others was generally around 30 or 40 points, a negligible amount against Zhang Yi's substantial health pool of 1275 points. Consequently, the surviving players from the Kingdom of Glory were engulfed in fear. What on earth is this a mage? A mage more resilient than a knight? This is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. Just how much health does he possess? After all this time, we barely managed to chip away at his health. He is standing still, attacking us. Does he look down upon us? As the players spoke among themselves, a chain of lightning descended, obliterating 3 nearby injured players from the Kingdom of Glory. In an instant, only one remained, the level 14 priest, the kingdom's healer. Looking around and realizing that his teammates had been completely wiped out, he trembled in fear. Who are you? Want to know? Very well. Let me clarify that for you. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, then opened the settings to display his ID. When the 4 white characters spelling a promise to captivate the city appeared above his head, not only was the healer stunned, but even Guan Yunchang and Qing Feng, standing behind him, were taken aback. Guan Yunchang exclaimed, "No way. He is actually the top player from our 886 district. No wonder he is so formidable. Single-handedly annihilating a team of over 10 from the Kingdom of Glory. And he did it without summoning any beasts." Lu Xuanda added, "Goodness. I can't believe I've had the chance to see a big shot in action, and he even saved my life. I'm so excited I might not be able to sleep tonight." Boom. The last remaining player, the kingdom's healer, opened his mouth to speak, but was swiftly silenced by a fireball from Zhang Yi that dealt over 400 points of damage, clearing his health bar and sending him back to the safety zone to respawn. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings as Zhang Yi quietly began to collect the scattered spoils of battle, never once casting a glance at Guan Yuchang and the others. His true intention had never been to rescue them. He was solely focused on the players of the Kingdom of Glory. In this life, he would not let any of them escape. As Zhang Yi was clearing the loot, the players he had inadvertently saved approached him cautiously. "Great one. Thank you." "No need for thanks," Zhang Yi replied casually, just as he finished gathering all the items and stood up, preparing to turn and leave. He suddenly heard a soft call, "Zhang Yi." Zhang Yi froze. Turning around, he inquired, "How do you know my name?" His words trailed off as his gaze settled upon the priestess among the 4, the one who had just called his name. Zhang Yi stood frozen in place. Simultaneously, it seemed that Lu Xuanda and Qing Feng, who had only just noticed Zhang Yi's face, were also struck with disbelief, their expressions mirroring his own. "Goodness, it truly is you, Zhang Yi," exclaimed the knightly youth, known by the moniker Guan Yuchang, who appeared to be of similar age to Zhang Yi. He rushed forward, clapping Zhang Yi on the shoulder, and exclaimed, "Zhang Yi-da." "Haha." Zhang Yi regarded Guan Yuchang with a stoic expression for a prolonged moment before finally breaking into a gentle smile, saying, "It's been a long time. I never anticipated it would be you all." Chapter 51. The reunion of good brothers. Zhang Yi was taken aback to encounter several old friends here, ones he had not met even in his previous life. Guan Yunchang, Lu Xuanda, Qing Feng, and Yuru. No wonder these IDs seemed so familiar. The faces of these individuals were equally recognizable. Perhaps it was the passage of 3 years, or rather 11 years, that had dulled his memories. Yet upon seeing them again, a long-buried excitement and fervor surged within Zhang Yi's heart. The individuals before him were none other than his high school classmates, steadfast comrades, and unwavering brothers. Many memories that were on the brink of being forgotten resurfaced vividly in Zhang Yi's mind. Back in high school, there was a legend in Class 305 of Linhai High School about the 3 brothers of the Peach Garden. It was said that they were sworn brothers, inseparable in all endeavors, skipping classes, engaging in fights, sharing meals, playing games, and even sleeping in the same dormitory, sharing everything except a girlfriend. At that time, only one of them had entered a romantic relationship, and they had sworn an oath upon their brotherhood. A friend's wife must not be wronged. Among the 3 brothers of the Peach Garden, Zhang Yi was none other than Zhang Yi himself. The other 2 were the young players before him, Guan Yunchang and Lu Xuanda, whose real names were Guan Hao and Lu Xing. Reflecting on those times, Guan Hao and Lu Xing were truly Zhang Yi's best friends. He even recalled an incident when he was attacked by a group of thugs. Guan Hao had bravely taken 2 stabs to protect him, spending half a month in the hospital. Lu Xing had also fought fiercely for Zhang Yi and Guan Hao's honor, seeking out the thug who had stabbed him, resulting in a tumultuous brawl that left him battered and bruised, and even landed him in jail. They were indeed Zhang Yi's true brothers. In his previous life, Zhang Yi had not crossed paths with Guan Hao and the others. Perhaps a seemingly trivial action had inadvertently altered the course of history in this life, allowing him to reunite with these cherished friends. Upon seeing Zhang Yi, Guan Hao and Lu Xing were transported back 3 years in time, each extending their palms to stack together, shouting, "We do not seek to be born on the same day of the same month and the same year, but rather to die on the same day of the same month and the same year." Noticing Zhang Yi's lack of reaction, Guan Hao chuckled awkwardly, then clapped Zhang Yi on the shoulder and boisterously exclaimed, "You rascal! You vanished into thin air after graduation 3 years ago, leaving Lu Xing and me searching for you in vain." Just as Zhang Yi was about to respond, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the other two individuals present, the archer named Qi Feng and the priest Yuru. Zhang Yi recognized them as siblings, Han Feng and Han Yuru. The pastor's sister, Yaru, possessed an unparalleled beauty. Renowned during her high school years as the belle of Lingai High School, and it seems she has only grown more exquisite with time. Ever since she was the first to recognize Zhang Yi and called out to him, she has remained silent, gazing at him with eyes as clear as water. After exchanging a fleeting glance with Yaru, Zhang Yi seemed to withdraw his gaze in evasion, turning to Guan Hao and Lu Xing, stating, "I have a task to return and submit, so I shall take my leave now." "Hey, Zhang Yi." As Zhang Yi genuinely turned to depart, Guan Hao and Lu Xing hurriedly intercepted him. "What is the meaning of this? You vanished 3 years ago, and now you act as if we are strangers. Do you no longer consider us brothers?" Amidst their inquiries, Guan Hao pressed, "What truly transpired 3 years ago? Why did you disappear without a word?" Zhang Yi remained silent for a moment before responding, "Let bygones be bygones." "Very well, we shall not dwell on the past," Lu Xing interjected. "After all, it is a rare occasion for the three of us to reunite. Do you intend to leave us once more?" Zhang Yi's demeanor remained icy. "I genuinely have a task that requires my immediate attention. All right, we are all from the same district. We are headed back as well, so let us go together." As Guan Hao's words hung in the air, Zhang Yi replied, "No need, let us part ways." With that, he disregarded Guan Hao and Lu Xing, departing alone. Watching Zhang Yi walk away, Guan Hao felt the urge to chase after him, but Lu Xing grasped his arm, saying, "Let it be, perhaps 3 years have altered everything. He no longer regards us as the brothers we once were." Guan Hao could scarcely believe it. "That is impossible. How can it be impossible?" Lu Xing replied, "Did you not witness his prowess just now? He is a formidable player from District 886, known to instill fear in the hearts of even the mightiest. Did you not see him single-handedly obliterate a team from the strongest faction? We are not on the same level. It is destined that we cannot return to being close friends as we once were." Meanwhile, Yara crouched on the ground, her head buried in tears. On the other side, as Zhang Yi parted ways with Guan Hao and the others, he could not quell the tumult within him, for he had encountered several individuals who had been pivotal in his previous life, prior to the awakening of the apocalypse world. In truth, he longed to reforge the bond of the three brothers of the Peach Garden with Guan Hao and Lu Xing, just as they had 3 years prior. Yet, in this life, Zhang Yi was gripped by fear of betrayal, particularly from those he once considered his closest friends. In his previous existence, not only did Mu Qin and Lin Ruo turn against him, but among the friends Zhang Yi had known, at least 3 out of every 10 would ultimately betray him for various reasons, be it for a coveted piece of gear, for wealth, for a skill book, or for other means that could enhance a player's strength. In the face of self-interest, camaraderie becomes utterly worthless. The betrayal by Mu Qin and Lin Ruo served as the proverbial last straw for Zhang Yi. Consequently, in this lifetime, he dared not bestow his heart upon anyone, which is why he hesitated to acknowledge Guan Hao and the others earlier. He feared that, in due course, even they might betray him. Moreover, another reason for Zhang Yi's resolute demeanor was the presence of the pastor's daughter, Yero. This young woman stirred countless memories within him. Nevertheless, it had been so long, certain matters ought to remain unremembered. Thus, Zhang Yi endeavored to compose himself and return to Hope Town. By the time he arrived, it was already past midnight, yet numerous players continued to traverse the town, many anxiously attempting to log out repeatedly. Zhang Yi, however, made his way directly to the blacksmith shop, where he found the NPC, Illinois, still forging equipment at such a late hour, and handed him a first-tier energy crystal. Chapter 52. The Robes of the Undead, perhaps anticipating the calamity that would soon befall Hope Town. Il was tirelessly laboring through the night to forge equipment for the town's guards. Upon receiving the energy crystal submitted by Zhang Yi, Illinois nodded with satisfaction. "Young adventurer, you have indeed not let me down. You have truly found an energy crystal." Zhang Yi, placing his hopes in Il, replied, "Master Il, the next steps depend on you. Il nodded reassuringly. Fear not. With this energy crystal, I shall craft for you an exquisite weapon. Pausing briefly, he continued, come by around noon to collect it. It should be ready by then. Noon was soon approaching, and it was fortunate that Zhang Yi would receive the weapon before the disaster struck Hope Town, allowing him to wield it against the impending threat. To be precise, while it would be a disaster for the other players in Hope Town, for Zhang Yi, it was an unexpected boon. The thought of this filled him with a sense of inexplicable excitement. At that moment, Il inquired about the divine bones and the essence of the undead that he had requested Zhang Yi to collect. Zhang Yi glanced at the meager haul of fewer than 100 divine bones and essence he had managed to gather through the night's efforts, and awkwardly responded, I will certainly have everything ready for you within a week. Very well, Illinois replied. Once you bring me what I need, I shall reward you handsomely. After bidding farewell to Il, Zhang Yi, feeling somewhat fatigued with his exhaustion level dipping below 20, checked into a 5-star room at the inn in Hope Town to rest. The following morning, Zhang Yi arose at 5 o'clock. While other players were toiling through the night, he could not afford to be idle. After completing a substantial supply of potions at the apothecary in town, he departed from Hope Town and returned once more to the city of the undead. The drop rate for divine bones and the essence of the undead was roughly 1 in 5, based on the pace of the previous night. Gathering 1,000 of each would not be an easy task. It seemed Zhang Yi would be spending the next week in the city of the undead. While other players dared only to undertake level 1 and 2 quests, Zhang Yi boldly accepted a level 3 quest, Undead Exorcism, with a difficulty rating of 300 points from Undead Merchant Ilo, stationed outside the city. The level 3 Undead Exorcism required the slaying of 150 skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, undead mages, and undead assassins, each at levels 19 to 20. At this stage, most players lacked the ability to confront level 19 foes. So when Zhang Yi stepped into the city of the undead and traversed the initial low-level zones to reach the level 19 to 20 area, he found no other players in sight. Thus, he drew forth his flame staff and commenced his slaughter, with an attack power of 340 and over 1,200 health points. Zhang Yi was more than capable of dealing with the level 19 skeletons and undead. Thus, after diligently completing the task, Zhang Yi continued to grind for an additional 2 hours, laboring from early dawn until approximately noon, elevating his level to 16 with 80 completion. Observing that time was of the essence, he resolved to cease his endeavors for afternoon. He had another significant obligation awaiting him, concerning the impending disaster that would inevitably befall the major safety zones. The city of the undead is stratified into 3 tiers. The first tier encompasses levels 15 to 20, the second ranges from 21 to 25, and the third extends from 26 to 30. To ascend to the next tier, players must conquer a specific challenge from the preceding level, which entails slaying 1,000 monsters from 2 distinct skeletal types and 2 types of undead. Although Zhang Yi had successfully cleared the first tier, even the most formidable level 20 skeletons and undead could not satiate his ambitions. As of now, according to the system's automatic statistics, he had only vanquished 400 of each type, necessitating the elimination of an additional 1,200 skeletons and 1,200 undead to progress to the second tier. The city of the undead, as it turns out, is indeed a treasure trove. Within a single morning, Zhang Yi amassed 4 1-star treasure chests. The drop rates for equipment and enhancement stones were a staggering double compared to those in other wilderness maps. By the end of the morning, he had acquired 10 pieces of equipment, 3 of which belonged to the undead set. Notably, 2 of these were procured from treasure chests. Regrettably, the 1-star undead equipment that dropped within the first tier were predominantly of the lowest quality. Even though one of the pieces included a pair of mage's undead boots suitable for Zhang Yi, he deemed them unworthy. His aspiration lay in acquiring a complete 2-star undead set within the city of the undead. As for the 1-star items he had obtained, he contemplated whether he could assemble a few complete sets to auction off, as the value of such sets was extraordinary. Should he succeed in crafting a full set, even a 1-star one, the prospect of overnight wealth would not seem far-fetched. Thus, despite the undead boots being superior to his current pair of piranha boots, Zhang Yi resolved not to don them, for any equipment enhanced with divine enhancement would become irrevocably bound to him. When he arrived that morning, the area was deserted, and by the time he prepared to withdraw at noon, there were only a handful of players in the level 19 to 20 zone tackling the skeletal and undead foes, struggling considerably in their efforts. The high-level skeletons and undead, which Zhang Yi could dispatch with ease, appeared formidable and fearsome to other players at this stage. Traversing through the 17 to 18 and 15 to 16 level zones, one could observe countless teams of players engaged in combat with the lower-level skeletons and undead, indicating that the map was nearing saturation. This further demonstrated the popularity of the City of the Undead among players. At this juncture, whoever could first assemble a complete undead set would undoubtedly be regarded as a formidable player. Exiting the City of the Undead, Zhang Yi submitted his quest to Ilo. Subsequently, a series of exhilarating system notifications resounded in succession. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the task, Spiritual Redemption, Level 3 difficulty, earning a reward of 70,000 experience points. 1 gold, 15 level 1 and 2 enhancement stones, and a reputation of 72 among the human race. You have also received a special reward of 1 Tier 1 energy crystal, and acquired 1 piece of equipment, the Undead Robe, along with a 10-point increase in intimacy with the Wandering Traveler. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Your current level is now 17, with 86,000 experience points required for the next upgrade. Furthermore, congratulations on elevating your intimacy level with the Wandering Traveler to level 1, granting you the privilege of a 5 bonus on task rewards bestowed by the Wandering Traveler. Chapter 53, A Promise to the City, the Dominance of the Great One. Upon perusing the leaderboard, Zhang Yi discovered that, with a level of 17 and 55 experience, he had ascended to the prestigious first position on the heavenly rankings of the 886 safe zone, outpacing the second-place Storm Angel by a remarkable 40 percentage points in experience. It became evident that Zhang Yi's ascent to the pinnacle of the rankings was indeed a trivial endeavor, provided he so desired. While other players were still engaged in teams, sharing the experience from 15 or 16 level monsters, Zhang Yi had already taken on the challenge of soloing monsters of levels 18 and 19, reaping all the rewards for himself. His monster hunting speed far surpassed that of ordinary players, creating a substantial gap in levels with his peers. With his return to the top, Zhang Yi once again ignited fervent discussions among the players of the 886 zone. Gentle Breeze and Flying Snow, female, level 15 mage everyone, look. A Promise to the City has once again claimed the first spot on our 886 zone leaderboard. Celestial Abode, male, level 16 Archer the Great One is incredible. This morning, he was still in 5th place with just over level 15. In a mere morning, he has risen 2 levels. His leveling speed is astonishing. Can you help me level up? Piteous. Meanwhile, in a certain wilderness map, the player known as King of Glory engaged with teammates in battling the level 18 mutated black bears, seethed with anger upon reading the messages in the regional chat. A Promise to the City. If it weren't for you killing me twice and causing me to drop, would the first place on the heavenly rankings belong to you? Recalling how his teammates from the previous night had been annihilated by A Promise to the City, King of Glory's fury intensified. Damn it, A Promise to the City. I swear I will make you disappear from this world. At that moment, a mage subordinate beside him spoke up. Captain, everyone is currently farming in the Treasure City's undead capital. Should we also relocate our operations there? I've heard the skeletons and undead monsters there have an extraordinarily high drop rate, and there's even a chance to obtain said equipment. No need. King of Glory replied, as if he had already devised his plan. Do you not understand that the monsters in the undead capital are far superior to those in the wilderness of the same level? Why should we risk entering to farm? As soon as King of Glory finished speaking, one of his subordinates pondered. Captain, do you mean? King of Glory chuckled. Let them farm for another 2 or 3 days until they have nearly completed their sets. Then, we will storm the undead capital as a team, directly robbing them of their hard-earned loot. Those who resist will be eliminated. This way, acquiring said equipment will be much easier, won't it? At the entrance of the undead capital, Zhang Yi, having received a system notification about obtaining a piece of undead set equipment, eagerly opened his backpack and retrieved a black magic robe. Undead robe, one of the mage undead set quality. 2 stars level, 17 health points, 150 additional attributes, intelligence 7 class restriction, mage. Beastmaster description, crafted from the power of the undead, this equipment is significantly stronger than ordinary gear. The bonuses of the mage's undead set are as follows. A 2-piece set grants a 5 casting speed increase, 3 pieces yield 10, 4 pieces provide 20, 5 pieces enhance it to 30, 6 pieces offer 40, and 7 pieces culminate in a 50 boost. Remarkably, after grinding through the night, I finally acquired a 2-star mage undead piece. Furthermore, it boasts an additional 7 points of intelligence, which brings unparalleled joy to Zhang Yi, who relentlessly pursues optimal output. With his divine enhancement, Zhang Yi decisively retrieved 25 level 2 enhancement stones from his inventory and, in the blink of an eye, upgraded the undead robe to its maximum potential. The undead robe, with 525 health points and 25 intelligence, unlocks the exclusive talent, Undead Shield. The wearer gains an undead shield every 10 seconds, which possesses a maximum health value equivalent to 10 of their total health, automatically refreshing every 10 seconds. The undead shield is not merely akin to the Guardian Armor's Angel's Protection talent. It is entirely identical, serving as an admirable defensive talent. Thus, upon reaching level 17, Zhang Yi promptly donned the undead robe, only to recall that since advancing from level 13 to 17, he had accumulated 20 unallocated attribute points. Without hesitation, he invested all 20 points into intelligence. Since he seeks maximum output, why not pursue it to the utmost degree? With the 25 points granted by the undead robe, he now boasts a total of 45 intelligence, resulting in an impressive 63-point increase in attack power. In contrast, the Guardian Armor, with its 25 points, provides an additional 105 health. Generally, armor pieces offer significantly more health than robes, with the base health of armor often reaching twice that of mage robes at the same level. Regrettably, the Guardian Armor, being bound, cannot be traded and must instead be dismantled, yielding a return of 12 level 2 enhancement stones. As for energy crystals, Zhang Yi spent the morning in the city of the undead, managing to obtain 1, and with the task rewards, he now possesses 2. However, he still requires 8 more to complete the collection goal of 10. After submitting his task, Zhang Yi departed the city of the undead. A half-hour journey later, he returned to Hopetown, where the clock read 11:30 a.m. With 30 minutes to spare, he decided to have a meal. The steak he had last night was quite tasty, albeit a tad greasy. Thus, he opted for a different flavor today. He chose something even greasier. At the restaurant, he spent 1 gold coin on a pot of charcoal-grilled bullfrog, accompanied by a bottle of red wine that had risen in price to 60 silver coins with his level increase. Seated alone at a table, he indulged, drawing the envious gazes of nearby players who were consuming bowls of fried rice and noodles for just a few silver coins. A warrior uncle, munching on fried rice, remarked, "Wow, this guy must be loaded. The cost of this meal exceeds my daily earnings from questing and battling monsters." Meanwhile, a mage girl, nibbling on a dry steamed bun, lamented, "That grilled bullfrog looks so delicious. I wish I could have some too." Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Zhang Yi made his way to the garrison in Hopetown, arriving just before 11:55 a.m. This is the haven where the NPC guard of Hopetown resides. At the entrance stands a level 20 NPC guard named Mog, clad in armor and wielding a spear. Zhang Yi's objective is none other than this very guard Mog. At this moment, Mog is merely an ordinary NPC, devoid of any question mark above his head, thus unable to trigger a quest. Zhang Yi remains patient, waiting at the entrance of the security hall, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the NPC guard Mog, who begins to feel an unsettling sensation at the nape of his neck. As the clock strikes 12, a celestial announcement suddenly descends from the sky, echoing throughout the entire server of the Apocalypse world. Chapter 54. A catastrophe approaches. Server-wide announcement. Attention all players in the Apocalypse world, darkness descends. The god of death, Golden Skeleton King, will invade all safe zones in 6 hours. Prepare to defend your homes. Server-wide announcement. Attention all players in the Apocalypse world. Darkness descends. The god of death, Golden Skeleton King, will invade all safe zones in 6 hours. Prepare to defend your homes. Server-wide announcement. The cross-region chat channel feature has been activated. Players may send cross-region messages by spending a certain amount of currency, only applicable within the same major region safe zones. As the system's announcement echoed thrice, the chat channels of various safe zones in the Apocalypse world erupted, and the newly opened cross-region chat channel was immediately inundated with messages from countless players. Cross-region chat channel of the 8th Major District, Bali Island, Zone 991, Male. Level 15, Mage the God of Death. What on earth? What is this Golden Skeleton King? Confused. First Master, Zone 538, Male. Level 16 Assassin. Have you not seen the official announcement from Apocalypse? It was stated long ago that on the 3rd day after the server launch, All novice villages across regions would face a mandatory boss battle. Today marks the third day. The boss battle is about to commence. Excited. Jun Mo Xiao, Zone 69 Male. Level 16 Priest. It is said that the first safe zone to defeat the boss will reward all players in that zone handsomely. Jiao Xiaochan, Zone 777, Female. Level 14 Archer. I haven't paid much attention to this announcement. Can any expert inform me, will all safe zones be attacked by the boss? Or will multiple safe zones confront the same boss together? El Xiaobu, Zone 777, Male. Level 16 Warrior. Fear not, my dear. I shall protect you. King S. Glory, Zone 886, Male. Level 15 Archer. To the trash of other zones, the first kill of the Golden Skeleton King will undoubtedly belong to our Zone 886. Surrender your resistance. Ju Sher Qing Cheng, Zone 1, Male. Level 17 Warrior. Beware of being wiped out by the boss. It is said that if the boss breaches a safe zone, every player in that zone will perish. Zhang Yi glanced at the cross-region message cost, which was 10 silver coins. These idle individuals certainly possessed wealth. After all, 5 messages could buy a steak meal, and here they were. Couples chatting in the cross-region channel. It was truly remarkable. As the system's announcement faded, a yellow question mark suddenly appeared above the NPC guard, Mog, at the entrance of the security office. It has refreshed. Zhang Yi, filled with excitement, made his way toward Mog. Having been reborn, Zhang Yi possessed the gift of foresight. On the third day of the server's opening, at precisely 6 o'clock in the evening, every safe zone will face the invasion of the level 20, 1-star colossal boss, the Golden Skeleton King, hailing from the City of the Dead. At that moment, players from each safe zone must unite to confront this formidable foe. Upon the boss's demise, all players within the safe zone will receive rewards, while the one who delivers the final blow will be granted unparalleled riches. Additionally, it is known that on the day the boss battle commences, at the very moment the server-wide announcement is made, a unique quest will spawn in each safe zone. Should the players in any safe zone complete this quest, they can summon the boss to invade their territory ahead of schedule. Furthermore, accomplishing this task will weaken the Golden Skeleton King's might, thereby enhancing the chances of the players in that safe zone to secure the boss's first kill compared to others. At this moment, the special quest that can trigger the early invasion of the Golden Skeleton King lies before Zhang Yi. This quest is unique to each safe zone and can only be activated within a narrow time frame of half an hour, specifically from 12 to 12:30. If no one claims the quest within this window, it will vanish. In a previous life, a player from one safe zone discovered and completed this quest, resulting in the early invasion of the boss. Unfortunately, they could not withstand the onslaught, leading to the annihilation of their entire zone by the Golden Skeleton King. Zhang Yi is determined to claim the first kill of the boss, as he vaguely recalls that the player who achieved this feat in his past life was rewarded with a staggering 10,000 reputation points from the system, alongside other substantial prizes. Despite Zhang Yi's formidable strength, he cannot single-handedly rally the entire safe zone. The forthcoming battle necessitates the collective effort of all players. Thus, it is imperative for the Golden Skeleton King to invade Hope Town early, providing Zhang Yi with a chance to secure the first kill. With this resolve, he approached the NPC guard, Morg, to initiate a dialogue. "Esteemed guard, I see the furrow in your brow. What troubles you?" With a heavy sigh, Morg replied, "Alas, a calamity is imminent for Hope Town. Who can stand against the Golden Skeleton King? We, the people of Hope Town, must unite our efforts. We can surely prevail." Morg shook his head and continued, "Unless we can take action before the Golden Skeleton King invades our town." At this juncture, Zhang Yi inquired, "Is there anything I can do to assist you?" "The lair of the Golden Skeleton King lies within the City of the Dead, young one. If you could venture there and slay some of the skeletons and undead, you might weaken the Golden Skeleton King's combat prowess." As Morg's words fell, a system notification resonated in Zhang Yi's ears. "Ding. Do you wish to accept the quest, Hunt the Skeletons? Your reputation exceeds 500 points, meeting the criteria to accept the quest." Such is the power of reputation. In the world of Apocalypse, many high-level quests, and even hidden missions, require players to achieve a certain level of prestige before they can be accepted. In a previous life, numerous players encountered the disheartening situation of discovering a hidden quest, only to find themselves unable to claim it due to insufficient prestige, leaving them in tears of frustration. Furthermore, in the later stages, the system will unveil a prestige shop, where one can exchange prestige for exquisite equipment and items. Thus, without hesitation, Zhang Yi chose to accept the quest. However, the subsequent notification from the system left him utterly bewildered. Ding. The system has detected that your party consists of fewer than 5 members. You cannot accept this quest. To his surprise, this quest turned out to be a team mission. This revelation was somewhat unexpected for Zhang Yi, as he truthfully preferred not to team up with anyone unless absolutely necessary. Since the quest required a team to be accepted, there was no alternative. Reluctantly, Zhang Yi opened the regional chat interface, composed a message, and sent it forth. Inua Qing Chang Mail. Level 17 Beastmaster, is there a team looking to farm in the City of the Undead? I need 4. I'll lead, and you just need to lie down. Chapter 55. A request from your ex-girlfriend to add as a friend. At this moment, players were likely preoccupied with quests and leveling up. The previously quiet chat channel erupted with excitement, following an unexpected message from Zhang Yi. Ominous sign. Male, level 16 assassin. Wow. It's my first time seeing the esteemed Inua Qing Chung speaking in the area. Quickly, I must cling to this thigh. Wink. Wink. I aspire to be the heavens, male. Level 15 warrior is the top player of Zone 886 leading a team to clear the City of the Undead? Wow, I want to join. I want to join. Mouse loves cat. Female, level 15 priest brother Qing Chung. Please take me along. My healing abilities are plentiful. I can heal you at any moment. Cute. Messages flooded the chat channel in an instant, and Zhang Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that his deliberate efforts to create a stir over the past few days, along with the 2 announcements that did not conceal his ID, had indeed raised his profile in Zone 886 and garnered some attention. Just as Zhang Yi was preparing to select a few lying teammates from those who had expressed interest in joining, an unwelcome ID suddenly appeared in the chat. King of Glory, male, level 15 archer. Everyone in Zone 886, listen up. Anyone who dares to team up with Inua Qing Chung is opposing me. King of Glory. From now on, don't even think about surviving in Zone 886. King of Glory, I mean what I say. If I find anyone close to Inua Qing Cheng, I will ensure he does not see another day. A barrage of threats poured forth from King of Glory, intimidating players into silence. The individuals who had previously sent private messages to Zhang Yi requesting to join his party quickly retracted their requests. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. Are they all so afraid of King of Glory? However, it was understandable. In this life, Zhang Yi was sailing smoothly and had no fear of King of Glory, yet in his previous life, he would have fled at the mere sight of anyone from that faction, too terrified to confront them. Pausing for a moment, Zhang Yi addressed the chat channel again. Do not worry, join my team. I will ensure your safety. No sooner had he spoken than King of Glory retorted. Safe? You can't even ensure your own safety, let alone others. Inua Qing Chung, mark my words. The next time we meet will be your last. At this juncture, Zhang Yi found it pointless to engage in a war of words with King of Glory. The most pressing task at hand was to form a team quickly, for if he did not gather a group by 12:30, the quest would vanish. Thus, he chose to disregard King of Glory and continued to send messages in the chat channel seeking teammates. To his surprise, no one dared to reach out to him. While it was understandable that novice players would hesitate, Zhang Yi thought that members of the Storm family would surely come to his aid upon seeing his request. Yet, even they remained silent, not showing any signs of activity. He felt a twinge of disappointment. At that moment, a notification chimed, and Zhang Yi received a friend request from the player Yuru, female, level 15 priest. The mere sight of this ID sent a jolt through Zhang Yi's heart. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the friend's request. Another notification sounded. You have received a new friend message. Yuru, where are you? Before Zhang Yi could respond, Yuru sent another message. I just saw you speaking in the regional channel. So, would you rather call out in the region than team up with us? Zhang Yi hesitated, glancing at the time. It was already 12:10. He replied to Yuru, stating, I'm in the safe zone, near the blacksmith shop. Yuru almost instantaneously replied, all right, just wait a moment. We're also in the safe zone, and we'll be there shortly. Zhang Yi refrained from responding further, as he was uncertain of how to face this girl now. Should he regard her as a friend or an ex-girlfriend? Memories flooded back to Zhang Yi from 3 years ago, or rather, for him, 11 years ago. At that time, the universally acknowledged first beauty of Linghai High School, Han Yuru, was in a romantic relationship with Zhang Yi. They were each other's first love, a perfect match in appearance and talent. Despite frequently skipping classes to play games online with Guan Hao and Lu Xing, Zhang Yi consistently ranked at the top of his grade academically. While Han Yuru's academic performance was average, her beauty and elegance were exceptional, complemented by her affluent background. Her father was the CEO of a publicly listed company, and their family assets exceeded 100 million. Those high school days, filled with the companionship of Guan Hao, Lu Xing, and Han Yuru, were truly unforgettable for Zhang Yi. However, due to certain circumstances, he was compelled to part ways with Han Yuru, the ex-girlfriend with whom he had once vowed to be together for eternity. And he left Guan Hao and Lu Xing without a word. Sigh. Zhang Yi lamented. Fate is inescapable. Although he had been quite clear during their last encounter, it was evident that Han Yuru sought to seize this opportunity, following Zhang Yi's recent call for teammates, to draw closer to him once again. Zhang Yi found himself unable to reject her, for without the assistance of Han Yuru and her group, he could not undertake the Hunt the Skeleton quest, a significant affair tied to the immense rewards of the world boss's first kill. Consequently, after closing the chat interface, Zhang Yi made his way to the blacksmith shop in the town. As Il had mentioned earlier, the staff could be crafted around noon, so it was nearly time to collect his equipment. After such a lengthy endeavor, completing the 10 consecutive tasks and painstakingly procuring a first-tier energy crystal to finally forge a weapon, it ought to be a 2-star quality at the very least. Should the outcome be a mere 1-star staff, Zhang Yi swore he would return Il to the Doomsday Forge. Upon locating Il, who was diligently engrossed in crafting equipment, Zhang Yi initiated a conversation. "Ah, young man, you have arrived," Il exclaimed, ceasing his work at the sight of Zhang Yi. With a smile, he continued. "I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Zhang Yi's heart swelled with joy at his words. "Does this mean Master Il has completed the equipment for me?" "Indeed. It is finished, though I cannot ascertain whether it meets your expectations," Illinois replied, retreating into his workshop. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, holding a shimmering silver staff. As Zhang Yi accepted the staff from Il's hands, he was momentarily stunned by the staff's attributes, exclaiming in astonishment, "Radiant Staff, Level 18, 3-star quality." Chapter 56. Radiant Staff of 3 stars. Zhang Yi harbored no extravagant hopes, for he understood that while first-tier energy crystals were indeed precious, they could at most forge equipment of 2-star quality. The probability of crafting a 3-star item was exceedingly slim. Thus, he had resigned himself to the notion that if Il could fashion for him a slightly superior 2-star staff, he would be thoroughly content. To his astonishment, the outcome turned out to be a staff of 3-star quality. Radiant Staff, quality, 3 stars. Level, 18 magical attack power, 85 additional attributes, intelligence 10 additional attributes, agility 10 durability, 15. Equipment of 3-star quality and above will possess increased durability. In combat, durability depletes by 1 point per hour. Once it reaches 0, the equipment will be damaged and rendered unusable. Restoration of durability can be achieved at the blacksmith shop for a certain monetary cost. Class restriction, Mage. Beastmaster description. This masterpiece is the culmination of the great blacksmith Il's efforts. The one who wields it shall become the most formidable mage in the world of Apocalypse. A 3-star staff with dual attribute enhancements. A most unexpected boon. It is worth noting that at this stage, 2-star equipment remains a rarity across the entire server. Many players barely possess more than 1 or 2 pieces of 2-star gear, while Zhang Yi has already acquired a 3-star weapon, Invincible. Although Zhang Yi, at his current level, was unable to wield this staff, it did not impede him from enhancing it. The second-tier enhancement stones were insufficient for a 3-star item. Thus, he proceeded to the blacksmith shop to synthesize enhancement stones. 2 second-tier enhancement stones could be combined to create 1 third-tier stone, with a single synthesis costing a staggering 50 copper coins. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi retrieved 100 second-tier enhancement stones from his inventory of 150. Spending 25 silver coins to synthesize 50 third-tier stones, he stored 25 of them for future 3-star equipment, sparing himself the need to constantly visit the blacksmith, while the remaining 25 were devoted entirely to the Radiant Staff. With the aid of divine enhancement, he immediately elevated the staff to its pinnacle, level 25. In addition to the attack power soaring from 85 to an astounding 298, the dual attribute enhancements of intelligence and agility also rose to 35 points. What thrilled Zhang Yi the most was the unique talent it unlocked, multiple attacks. Multiple attacks. When the wielder performs a normal attack, they can simultaneously target 2 enemies within an effective range, inflicting 60 of their attack damage on each. This ability can be toggled on or off at will. When disabled, the wielder's normal attack deals 110 damage to a single foe. The higher the star rating of the equipment, the rarer the talents unlocked upon reaching maximum enhancement level. This talent was a divine boon for Zhang Yi. One could imagine that once he reached level 18 and equipped this 3-star staff, his damage output might even allow him to dispatch knights in mere moments. Moreover, this staff was Zhang Yi's chosen artifact to confront the Golden Skeleton King boss that very night. Certainly, the prerequisite is to reach level 18 before 6 in the evening. As I stowed the radiant staff into my backpack, a shout rang out from behind. Zhang Yi. Turning around, I noticed that Guan Hao, Lu Xing, Han Feng, and Han Yara had arrived, their levels all a mere 15, with mismatched equipment that placed them at a decidedly inferior level of strength. It was no wonder they had been lackluster gamers during high school, consistently dragging Zhang Yi down. It appeared they had made no progress since then. You're here. Zhang Yi greeted them in a detached manner, almost as if they were strangers. The knight Guan Hao stepped forward, saying, "You brat, are you honestly so disdainful of our lower levels that you've completely forgotten our past camaraderie and pretended not to recognize us?" As soon as he finished speaking, the assassin Lu Xing chimed in, "Yeah, otherwise why would you seek a party in the regional channel without including us?" After a moment of silence, Zhang Yi replied, "Haven't you seen the news about the Kings of Glory?" Guan Hao responded, "We have." Lu Xing added, "So what? Should we applaud you?" Zhang Yi continued, "You still dare to team up with me after seeing that? Aren't you concerned about potential retribution from the Kings of Glory?" Guan Hao retorted, "The 3 brothers of Taoyuan fear no one." At this, Zhang Yi coldly remarked, "Fine, consider it as me hiring you. Don't worry, you won't be at a loss. Once you help me complete the quest, I'll reward each of you with 5 gold. 5 gold coins? Haha. You really are generous." Guan Hao suddenly shoved Zhang Yi, exclaiming angrily, "What is wrong with you? Do you want me to beat some sense into you?" Among the commotion, the archer Qifeng added, "Zhang Yi, if you're in trouble, don't hesitate to tell us. We won't stand by idly, even if it means confronting the Kings of Glory together." Han Yaru, with a slight bite of her lip, gazed at Zhang Yi with starry eyes, silent yet filled with nostalgia and sorrow. She could not comprehend why, 3 years ago, Zhang Yi had abandoned her, as if they had never known each other. Zhang Yi seemed uninterested in further explanations. "If you don't wish to assist, I won't force you." After stating this, he turned and headed towards the guard station. Guan Hao and the others, gritting their teeth in frustration, had no choice but to follow silently. They could not let go of Zhang Yi, even if he no longer regarded them as brothers. Upon arriving at the guard station, I found the NPC guard mog surrounded by players, all evidently aware of the task. Fortunately, none had yet met the requirements to accept the quest. After all, accumulating 500 points of reputation in the early stages was no trivial feat. Most players would only have 200 or 300 at most through completing tasks that yielded a few dozen points each. Seizing the opportunity while the question mark lingered above Mog's head, Zhang Yi promptly formed a party, inviting Guan Hao and the others to join, thereby assembling a 5-member team. He then approached Mog once more, triggering a dialogue, and this time successfully accepted the quest. "Ding. You and your companions, Guan Yunzhang, Lu Xuanda, Qifeng, and Yuru, have accepted the quest, Hunt the Skeletons. You may view the quest details in the quest interface. Only the captain's reputation matters. The members' standings are irrelevant." Upon accepting the quest, the yellow page above Mog's head instantly transformed into gray. This task is singular. Once claimed by the first player, it cannot be taken by others. Surrounding players, lacking the qualification to undertake this quest, cast envious glances towards Zhang Yi and his companions. Zhang Yi casually opened the quest interface to examine the details. Hunt the Skeletons, normal quest difficulty rating, 220 description. Darkness is poised to envelop Hope Town. As the god of death, the Golden Skeleton King prepares to invade at precisely 6 o'clock this evening. Players are tasked with venturing to its lair, the City of the Undead, to weaken the Golden Skeleton King's combat prowess by hunting the marked skeletons therein. Note, your attacks may also precipitate the Golden Skeleton King's early invasion of Hope Town, with the specific timing contingent upon the quest's progress. Quest progress, 0 infinite. There is no upper limit. The more marked skeletons defeated within the stipulated time, the greater the weakening effect on the Golden Skeleton King. Quest rewards, dependent on the completion rate of the task. Remaining time, the quest concludes at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Chapter 57. Young man, whom do you wish to slay? At long last, the mission had been successfully acquired. The rewards for the personal and regional first kills of the boss were calculated on a regional basis. The 8th district boasted over 1,000 safe zones, and it was certain that numerous areas could trigger this mission, not solely Zhang Yi's. Henceforth, it would depend on which team from which district exhibited a higher completion rate for the task. Meanwhile, Guan Hao, Lu Xing, and several others, who had also accepted the Hunt the Skeleton mission, were filled with curiosity. What manner of task was this, and how could it possibly weaken the boss's attributes? Zhang Yi remarked, "There is no time to lose. Replenish your supplies, and we shall set forth immediately." Once prepared, the 5-member team embarked towards the city of the undead. Zhang Yi led the way, silent and contemplative, while Guan Hao and the others followed, their expressions grave. After a prolonged silence, Guan Hao suddenly broke into laughter. "Do you remember back in high school when we often skipped classes to play games? Each time we did, our class monitor would devise a plan to cover for us. Ha ha, poor Yinro." Indeed, Zhang Yi recalled those days vividly. Back when Han Yinro was the class monitor, before he and Guan Hao had become a couple, Zhang Yi would always enlist her help to concoct excuses for their truancies. Han Yinro. They said they had an upset stomach from lunch and went to the infirmary. Han Yinro. Guan Hao's house caught fire, and Zhang Yi and Lu Xing went to help put it out. Han Yinro. They went to the hospital to visit their sick grandmother. Disciplinary director. Are they all referring to the same grandmother? Han Yinro. Yes, all 3 of their grandmothers are ill and hospitalized. Each day brought a new excuse, and they couldn't repeat any. Which surely tested our dear Yinro. Guan Hao chuckled heartily, until one day, it was Yinro's first time skipping class with us to go online, and she got caught by the disciplinary director. What a thrill. Zhang Yi remained silent, causing Guan Hao to appear rather foolish. Lu Xing then interjected, "Zhang Yi, do you know how many suitors Han Yinro has turned down for your sake since you left? How could you be so heartless?" "Enough already." Zhang Yi finally snapped, unable to contain himself any longer. It was not that he was devoid of feelings. Rather, the reborn Zhang Yi wished to sever all ties and influences. In this life, he did not require friends or brothers, let alone a lover. What he sought was unrestrained power. This was a truth imparted to Zhang Yi by his 8 years of survival in the apocalypse world of his previous life. Relying on any form of familial, friendly, or romantic affection paled in comparison to fortifying oneself into a pillar of strength. With Zhang Yi's sharp utterance, Guan Hao and Lu Xing fell silent, while Han Yinro, trailing behind, could not help but shed silent tears. Before long, the group arrived at the city of the undead. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, players continuously entered and exited the city of the undead, with throngs of adventurers forming teams to battle the skeletons and the undead. In the 2 lower-level zones ahead, there was scarcely a spot left to stand. Pausing at the entrance of the city of the undead, Zhang Yi inquired of Guan Hao and the others, "Have you completed today's undead exorcism quest?" "No," Guan Hao replied, shaking his head. "We are all too low in level, and our equipment is insufficient. Even the lowest level 15 skeletons in the city of the undead are beyond our capability." In response, Zhang Yi pointed to the undead merchant, Luo, and suggested, "You should accept a level 3 difficulty quest. I will assist you in the endeavor while also undertaking that task myself." Although they had never set foot in the city of the undead, they had gleaned some understanding of its layout through conversations in the chat channel with other players. They knew that the level 3 difficulty corresponded to the highest level skeletons and undead at level 1920, a realm many high-level players still dared not enter. Qing Feng expressed his surprise. "Isn't level 3 difficulty a bit too high? We may struggle against the 19-level skeletons. Perhaps we should choose a lower difficulty?" "Not at all," Zhang Yi assured. "The 1st and 2nd level areas are already saturated. We should head directly to the 3rd level. I will lead, and you can focus on staying alive." Despite Zhang Yi's confidence, Guan Hao and the others remained hesitant. Having witnessed Zhang Yi single-handedly annihilate a team of over a dozen from the Kingdom of Kings, his prowess was undeniable, yet Guan Hao's concern was for their own capabilities. Lu Xing whispered, "We've already exhausted our resurrection opportunities. Are we truly heading straight to the 3rd level? What if?" Before he could finish, Guan Hao interjected, "I trust Zhang Yi. I believe in him too." Qing Feng added, "Furthermore, the 1st and 2nd level zones are indeed overcrowded. We have no place to stand there. Let us proceed to the 3rd level." With that, Han Yirua was the first to approach the undead merchant Luo. After initiating dialogue, she promptly accepted a level 3 difficulty undead exorcism quest, while other players around her, at levels 16 and 17, hesitated to take on level 2 quests. Hanya Rua, a mere 15-level priestess, boldly accepted the challenge, drawing murmurs from nearby players. A 16-level warrior remarked, "What courage! She dares to take on a level 3 quest. She must be quite formidable." A 17-level assassin chimed in, "What a beautiful lady! Shall we form a team? I can help you with the level 3 quest." As a group of male players gathered around Hanya Rua with ulterior motives, Zhang Yi's clenched fist relaxed. What was he feeling envious about? Hanya Rua had long since ceased to be his concern. Who pursued her or whom she associated with was entirely her prerogative, irrelevant to him. Upon witnessing Han Yaru ensnared by players drawn to her beauty, Han Feng and Lu Xing hurriedly rushed to her aid. However, to their astonishment, their association as friends of Yaru only incited hostility from the very players attempting to approach her. A robust knight, level 16, forcefully shoved aside the lanky Lu Xing, sneering, "With your level and strength, how dare you attempt to escort a lady? What business is it of yours?" Lu Xing retorted, addressing the throng encircling Han Yaru. "Whoever dares to lay a finger on Yaru, I shall slay." As his impulsive declaration reverberated through the air, several players among the crowd turned towards Lu Xing with menacing intent, advancing menacingly. "You wish to kill whom, boy?" Chapter 58. Your task is to lie still, surrounded and trapped. Han Yaru felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety and fear, her helpless gaze drifting towards Zhang Yi, who was not far away. However, when she noticed that Zhang Yi did not even spare her a glance, despair engulfed her completely. Lu Xing and Han Feng, confronted by a group of intimidating, burly men advancing menacingly, instinctively began to retreat. "What do you want from us?" they stammered. Suddenly, one of the men, a level 16 warrior with a scruffy beard, unsheathed a long sword from his waist and stepped closer to Lu Xing and Han Feng, coldly stating, "With such useless companions, that girl will inevitably be bullied daily. You cannot protect her. It would be better to hand her over to us for her own safety." Han Feng, no longer willing to retreat, stood firm, his piercing gaze fixed on the group of men. "She is my sister. I will protect her myself. And I won't trouble you for that. Can you truly protect her?" The bearded warrior sneered, as the others around him began to brandish their weapons. Guan Hao rushed over, but the three of them were no match for the group of burly men, unable to even draw near to Han Yaru. At that moment, however, the fierce group that had been closing in on Guan Hao and the others suddenly recoiled, as if confronted by something terrifying, their faces pale with fear. The trio was bewildered, not understanding the cause of their retreat, while the burly men scattered like frightened birds. Turning around, they discovered Zhang Yi, clad in a black mage's hat and robe, exuding an air of aloofness befitting a beast master, had mysteriously appeared behind them. Guan Hao and Lu Xing exchanged glances, both astonished. Could it be that the intimidating presence of Zhang Yi had scared off the men? Zhang Yi, adorned with the freshly activated white ID of level 17 Beastmaster, Inua Qingqing, walked past Guan Hao and the others, making his way toward Han Yaru. The eyes of many players around were drawn to Inua Qingqing, while the group still encircling Han Yaru, oblivious to the unfolding events, remained unaware. As Zhang Yi approached, one of the men finally noticed him, his expression turning to one of shock. "Inua Qingqing," he exclaimed. Instantly, the attention of those surrounding Han Yaru shifted to Zhang Yi, astonished expressions adorning their faces. "Isn't that the top player from our District 886, Inua Qingqing? He looks fierce. What could he possibly want? Is he heading toward that girl? Could Han Yaru be his friend?" Amid the murmurs of the onlookers, the players surrounding Han Yaru, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Zhang Yi as he drew near, began to retreat. Their instincts told them that Inua Qingqing was indeed approaching the priestess named Yaru, and they dared not continue their harassment in the presence of the district's top player. Indeed, upon witnessing the retreat of those players, Zhang Yi refrained from approaching any further and instead turned to enter the city of the undead. Han Yaru could not help but exhale in relief as she gazed at Zhang Yi's indifferent silhouette fading into the distance. A warm sensation enveloped her heart, tinged with a hint of melancholy, before she joined Guan Hao and the others in following Zhang Yi, leaving behind a gathering of players outside the city of the undead. Immersed in animated discussion, Player A, the aura of that master is truly formidable. Even without taking any action, merely standing there is enough to intimidate a crowd. Impressive indeed. Player B, indeed, in our District 886, who does not know that Inua Qingqing is akin to a bug? Even dozens of professional players from the King's realm cannot rival him. Such an elite figure is beyond the reach of us ordinary folks. Player C, nonetheless, It appears that those 4 individuals must be his recently assembled teammates, as he had just called for assistance in the regional chat. I heard he usually operates solo and has never had companions. However, didn't he the King's Realm recently issue a warning that anyone teaming up with Inua Qingqing would be considered their enemy? Aren't those individuals afraid for their lives? To offend the entire King's Realm for the sake of someone ranked first on the leaderboard. Player D. True. While the Master is indeed a master, the King's Realm is, after all, a formidable team of thousands, whereas Inua Qingqing lacks any substantial backing. Ultimately, the King's Realm is undoubtedly more powerful. These individuals may soon find themselves in dire straits, but why should we meddle in their affairs? Let us attend to our own matters. Inside the city of the undead, Zhang Yi and his companions traverse through the first and second-tier difficulty areas, skillfully avoiding the throngs of players engaged in leveling. As they ventured deeper into the city of the undead, Han Yaru hastened to catch up with the leading Zhang Yi and whispered, "Zhang Yi, thank you for coming to my aid earlier." "Not at all," Zhang Yi replied without glancing at her, his tone indifferent. "I simply wish to avoid wasting time on our quest." Just as Han Yaru intended to respond, she noticed Zhang Yi had come to a halt. Upon looking around, she realized they had arrived at the 3rd-tier area. Here, skeletal warriors and wraiths of level 19-20 were scattered about, and the players training in this area were few and far between. As Zhang Yi and his group arrived, they witnessed several beams of white light illuminating the surroundings, signaling the annihilation of a 5-member team by a few level 20 skeletal warriors and archers. Guan Hao and the others, witnessing this scene, were left speechless. These level 20 skeletons are incredibly powerful. Lu Xing gulped nervously and suggested, "Perhaps we should retreat to battle the lower-level skeletons instead. We could forego the quest. It's far too dangerous here, and given our low levels, we might be instantly eliminated by those skeletons." At that moment, Zhang Yi, positioned at the forefront, stated, "No need to worry. You all stay back and do nothing. I will handle the rest on my own." As he spoke, just as Guan Hao and the others looked on in bewilderment, Zhang Yi produced the flame staff and began to select his target. The task of hunting skeletons was not as straightforward as it seemed. Not all skeletons contributed to the progress of the quest. The specific skeletons that needed to be defeated were marked by the system with a sparkling indicator, visible only to those who had accepted the quest. Across the landscape, numerous skeletons could be seen, some of which emitted a faint, shimmering white light. Taking a few steps forward, he raised his staff and aimed at a level 19 glowing skeleton archer within his effective attack range, preparing to cast his spell. Fireball. With a resounding explosion, a searing fireball shot forth towards the skeleton archer, striking it directly. In the next moment, a staggering damage number of 986 critical hit appeared above its head, leaving Guan Hao, Lu Xing, and the other 2 in stunned silence. With a furious roar, the level 19 skeleton archer, whose total health barely exceeded 900, was obliterated by Zhang Yi's single blow, reduced to a mere pile of debris strewn across the ground. Chapter 59. The boss's early invasion. Despite possessing a mere 6 points in agility, Zhang Yi astonishingly landed a critical hit on his first strike. A true testament to his fortuitous luck. With the added intelligence boost of 25 points from the 25 contributions of the undead robe, Zhang Yi's attack power had exceeded 400. Thus, it was within his expectations to annihilate a level 19 skeleton archer with a single critical fireball spell. However, for Guan Hao and his companions, this was not merely impressive. It was nothing short of invincible. Guan Hao exclaimed, "Goodness! Is his damage output significantly higher than when we first encountered him this morning?" Lu Xing remarked, "It's horrifying. He eliminated a level 19 skeleton with just 1 skill. Now I understand why that group was so fearful of Zhang Yi." Han Feng added, "Truly terrifying indeed." Han Yaru remained speechless, her astonishment palpable as Zhang Yi swiftly dispatched a second luminous skeleton archer with 2 basic attacks. Meanwhile, Guan Hao and his companions, who had yet to engage, were inundated with system notifications echoing in their ears. "Ding! Your team has slain a level 19 skeleton archer. You have earned 20 combat experience, totaling 30 experience points. Ding! Your team has slain a level 20 skeleton archer. You have earned 20 combat experience, totaling 34 experience points. Ding! Team-based monster hunting offers the advantage of high kill efficiency. However, the drawback is that the experience gained is divided among the number of participants. In a maximum 5-person team, each member receives only 20 of the experience, with the player delivering the final blow receiving an additional 10, amounting to 30. Therefore, a level 19 skeleton archer could yield Guan Hao and his companions 30 experience points, while Zhang Yi would accrue 45 points. Consequently, throughout this endeavor, Guan Hao and his companions hardly needed to intervene, as Zhang Yi single-handedly dispatched monsters. They could only watch in awe as this seemingly monstrous figure effortlessly took down a skeleton archer with 1 or 2 strikes and obliterated a skeleton warrior in 2 or 3 blows. For Zhang Yi, slaying these level 19 and 20 skeletons, which other players would hesitate to confront, was as simple as slaughtering chickens. However, the luminous skeletons possessed more than just their radiant appearance. They were endowed with a formidable passive skill, corruption. Corruption. The attacks of luminous skeleton warriors and archers have a 0.1 chance to directly damage a random piece of equipment worn by the player. Damaged equipment becomes unusable and must be repaired at a blacksmith for a fee. This effect is akin to the durability mechanics of equipment rated 3 stars or higher. When the durability of an item reaches 0, it can no longer be used. The corruption skill granted to these skeletons essentially allows them to deplete a player's equipment durability entirely. Fortunately, the activation rate is low, otherwise, by the end of this encounter, Zhang Yi's equipment might have been utterly destroyed. During this period, Guan Hao and his companions contemplated assisting with the endeavor, but after Han Feng, the archer, unleashed a fire arrow that inflicted merely over 30 points of damage on a level 19 skeletal warrior, they nearly faced a counterattack from the creature. Consequently, they abandoned their plans to aid and opted to remain in the rear, accumulating experience passively. Even Han Yaru, who served as a priest, found herself incapable of contributing. As Zhang Yi sustained almost no damage throughout the encounter, the melee skeletal warriors could not approach, being swiftly annihilated from a distance of several dozen meters. The skeletal archers, in their dying moments, might manage to release 1 or 2 arrows, yet the damage they inflicted was insufficient to breach Zhang Yi's undead shield. Thus, Zhang Yi's health remained nearly at maximum capacity, though the continuous casting of fireball spells and chain lightning did deplete his energy rather quickly. Given Zhang Yi's level 17 status, each fireball spell consumed 12 energy points, while chain lightning demanded as much as 15. Thanks to his ample energy reserves, he found himself needing only a single blue potion after slaying a dozen or so skeletons. As Zhang Yi relentlessly dispatched the gleaming skeletal foes, the task progress surged rapidly, soon surpassing 50, indicating that he had vanquished over 50 skeletons. According to the parameters of the Hunt the Skeletons quest, for every luminous skeleton slain, the attributes of the boss, the Golden Skeleton King, would be diminished by 0.01. Thus far, Zhang Yi had only managed to weaken it by a mere 0.5. However, there was no need for haste, as this was merely the yield of 10 minutes of his relentless hunting. Simultaneously, while undertaking the Acquire Rare Materials hidden quest, Zhang Yi observed that alongside the demise of the skeletal archers and warriors, divine bones occasionally dropped. In an instant, the ground around him was littered with money enhancement stones, equipment, divine bones, and an array of skill books and treasure chests, leaving Zhang Yi no time to collect them. His primary objective was to maximize the number of skeletons he could slay, thereby severely weakening the boss's attributes and prompting it to launch an assault on Hopetown sooner. With Guan Hao and the others unable to assist in combat, they chose to aid Zhang Yi by collecting the spoils nearby, which they deemed a form of assistance. They intended to bestow all the gathered items upon Zhang Yi after the hunt, feeling sufficiently embarrassed about merely leeching experience. However, for them, even the act of scavenging posed a perilous risk, as a stray volley from the skeletal archers could easily spell their doom. Fortunately, the trigger probability for corruption was exceedingly low, and since Zhang Yi was seldom targeted by the skeletal attacks, his equipment remained largely intact and uncorrupted. Thus, from 1 in the afternoon until 4, as the deadline for the task approached, a system notification finally resonated in the ears of Zhang Yi and Guan Hao. Ding! Your task, Hunt the Skeleton, has been completed, with a progress rate of 95. 5. Please return to the safe zone to submit your task and receive generous rewards. Simultaneously, a regional announcement echoed, "Attention players of Zone 886. Due to the completion of the special task, Hunt the Skeleton, the attributes of the invading boss, Death God, Golden Skeleton King, will be reduced by 9.55 during the boss invasion battle at 6 o'clock this evening. Furthermore, The boss will invade the safe zone of 886 48 minutes earlier, at precisely 5:12 p.m. today. All players in the 886 safe zone are advised to prepare for the defense of their homeland. With the system announcement concluded, the chat channel of Zone 886 buzzed back to life. Chapter 60, Corrosion, Godly Abode, Male, Level 16 Archer, a special mission? To weaken the boss's attributes? Is such a thing even possible? Where can one acquire this task? If anyone has completed it, could you kindly share the details? Brat Male, Level 16 Assassin, it seems that the task refreshes from a guard at the entrance of the garrison. I considered taking it myself, but it requires a commendable reputation of 500 points to qualify. You are too beautiful, Male, Level 16 Mage, impressive, my friend. A nearly 10 reduction in attributes. And an hour's advance on the invasion of the safe zone. It appears that the first kill of the boss will undoubtedly belong to our District 886. Flowing years, Male, Level 17 Assassin, do not celebrate too soon. Since our district possesses this special mission to expedite the boss's progress, other districts must surely have similar tasks. Perhaps they have completed theirs with greater efficiency, resulting in an even more significant weakening of the boss. Observing the discussions within the regional channel, Zhang Yi remained unfazed. He exuded confidence that District 886 would achieve the greatest reduction in the boss's power and would initiate the invasion the earliest. No one could match Zhang Yi's speed in slaying the skeletons of the undead city. Even in a 5-man team, he nearly soloed the endeavor. The first kill of this boss was a foregone conclusion for him. With time still on his side, the boss was scheduled to invade the safe zone at 5:12 p.m., leaving over an hour remaining. However, this time indicated when the boss would depart from the undead city, and its actual arrival at the safe zone would likely be around 5:30 p.m. Prior to that, Zhang Yi intended to assist Guan Hao and his companions in completing their tasks in the undead city. After all, it was Zhang Yi who had guided them to undertake the Level 3 difficulty mission, Undead Exorcism, before entering the undead city. They had only made progress against the skeleton warriors and skeleton archers, while their progress against the undead mages and undead assassins stood at 0. Without Zhang Yi's assistance, they would surely fail the mission. Thus, Zhang Yi led them in battling the undead, simultaneously setting a personal challenge to defeat 1,000 skeleton archers and 1,000 undead mages, which would allow them to progress to the next level. By 5 o'clock, Guan Hao and his companions had completed their tasks, and Zhang Yi decided it was time to withdraw, planning to disband the team and venture forth alone. He had no intention of returning to the safe zone immediately to await the boss invasion, for he understood that this confrontation would be a protracted affair. He recalled that in his previous life, the first district to conquer the boss had taken 2 to 3 hours to do so. The journey was inconsequential. Zhang Yi was focused solely on delivering the final blow. Therefore, he intended to return just as the boss approached its demise. As for the task of hunting skeletons, the timing of its completion is inconsequential. One could even return after the boss has perished. The objectives of weakening the boss's attributes and prompting its premature incursion into the safe zone have already been fulfilled. Although the ultimate rewards from this boss battle will be determined by the total damage contributed by players, it is the one who lands the final blow that reaps the most substantial rewards, an advantage that outweighs any amount of damage contributed. In contrast, the rewards based on damage dealt are trivial. It would be far more advantageous to spend that time in the undead city, tackling a layer of challenges and uncovering hidden quests. Moreover, Zhang Yi's experience bar has reached 99, and he is on the verge of leveling up to 18, allowing him to equip the 3-star Radiant Staff. Had it not been for Guan Hao and the others siphoning off 70 of Zhang Yi's experience, he would have already attained level 18 by now. Consequently, Zhang Yi disbanded the team. Without a word, he ventured deeper into the undead city, leaving Guan Hao lamenting behind him. Zhang Yi, must it be this way? What is troubling you? Nothing. Zhang Yi paused, his back turned, replying, You all go hand in your task, and then return. Take care of yourselves. With that, he stepped into the throng of skeletons and undead, wielding his staff to engage in battle alone. Meanwhile, Guan Hao, Lu Xing, and the others stood dumbfounded, their hearts heavy with sorrow, yet they dared not intrude. Guan Hao glanced at Han Yaru, acutely aware of her feelings for Zhang Yi. For 3 years, she had not forgotten him, turning down countless illustrious suitors, including Lu Xing among them. It was evident in her deep-set eyes, clouded with disappointment. Perhaps it was time to let go. Hanyara lowered her head and softly murmured, "Let us go." After speaking, she turned to leave, while Guan Hao and the others lingered uncertainly between Zhang Yi and Hanyaru, ultimately deciding to follow her conflictedly. Boom! A fireball obliterated a necromancer, and Zhang Yi, sensing a disturbance behind him, glanced back at the retreating figures of Hanyaru and Guan Hao. His eyes flickered momentarily. So be it. Henceforth, they would remain strangers. Just as in his previous life, where he had not encountered them again and managed to live well for 8 years. Just as Zhang Yi was distracted, he felt a sudden chill sweep over him. Turning around, he beheld a massive fireball hurtling toward him. In a moment of astonishment, he instinctively raised his staff to defend himself. Boom! The fireball struck his flaming staff, and at that instant, Zhang Yi noticed the brilliance of his staff fading, transforming into a crude, unrefined stick. Simultaneously, 2 combat notifications chimed in his ears. Ding! You have been attacked by a necromancer. Fireball, losing 168 health points. Regrettably, your weapon, the flame staff, has succumbed to the corruption inflicted by the necromancer and is now rendered inoperative. In this damaged state, you will be unable to wield it effectively. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhang Yi could not help but utter a soft exclamation of dismay. How could fortune be so cruel? After grinding for so long without any issues, just as he was nearing the end, he triggered a corruption event with the same probability as the Hell Dragon Flame. Throughout that lengthy endeavor, he had not once encountered the Hell Dragon Flame. Truly, when misfortune strikes, even the simplest tasks seem fraught with difficulty. Glancing at the now useless flame staff in his hands, Zhang Yi felt a profound sense of despair, for he possessed no spare weapon in his inventory. Meanwhile, the level 20 necromancer, who had just assaulted him, continued to wield its staff menacingly, launching further attacks at Zhang Yi. Chapter 61. Come and kill me. I offer you another chance. Boom. Another formidable spell struck, but Zhang Yi deftly evaded it. Observing the frenzied assault of the necromancer before him, Zhang Yi, in a fit of frustration, drew forth the level 1 great iron hammer he had acquired at the train station, which he had yet to dismantle. Charging towards the necromancer with the hefty weapon in hand, he was undeterred by the fact that novice gear below level 10 imposed no class restrictions, allowing even a mage to wield a hammer. This was the only weapon available to Zhang Yi in his inventory. Swiftly closing the distance, he swung the hammer with a resounding thud, inflicting 415 points of damage upon the necromancer. With the hammer's base attack power of 18 points, augmented by the talent, Severe Injury, which added 30 points, his damage was comparable to that of a fire staff. Thus, the change of weapon did not diminish his output at all. However, wielding the hammer meant he could no longer utilize his Beastmaster skills, forcing him to engage the necromancer through basic attacks. Despite this setback, Zhang Yi, as a Beastmaster, managed to deliver several decisive blows, ultimately slaying the necromancer. He picked up a glowing orb resembling a sphere of white light, representing the necromancer's essence, along with a few copper coins. Upon opening his status panel, he discovered that he was merely a few hundred experience points shy of level 18. He resolved to defeat a few more skeletons or undead creatures. As Zhang Yi prepared to continue hunting the undead, a sudden commotion erupted from the rear. Turning around, he beheld a throng of players surging towards him from the second area of the city of the undead. Guan Hao, Lu Xing, and the others, who were poised to exit, found themselves encircled by this unexpected influx of players. Glancing at the IDs hovering above the newcomers, Zhang Yi, who had been calmly dispatching a necromancer, felt no alarm. Instead, a peculiar smile crept across his face. Have they finally arrived? The Kingdom of Kings. A massive horde of several hundred players from the Kingdom of Kings charged into the city of the undead, startling Guan Hao and the others, as well as some players training in the third area, who were left bewildered by the sudden turn of events. As Zhang Yi surveyed the scene, he noticed that the leader of the Kingdom of Kings, Glory of Kings, was indeed present and seemed well prepared. Upon entering the third area, he scanned the surroundings and quickly fixed his gaze upon Zhang Yi. There he is. It appeared that Glory of Kings had brought so many people specifically to target him. But how did he know Zhang Yi's whereabouts? Could it be that the burly men who had attempted to trouble Hanyaru upon his earlier entry into the city of the undead had inadvertently revealed his position? Initially unfazed, Zhang Yi glanced at the hammer in his hand. Just as luck, the fire staff had dropped at this moment. Was he truly expected to confront the Kingdom of Kings with this hammer? However, he resolved to make do. Even a single swing of this hammer could topple the forces of the Kingdom of Kings. Ahead, as the army of the Kingdom of Kings surged forth, the scattered solo players training in the third area hastily fled, while the players of the Kingdom of Kings, under the command of Glory of Kings, swiftly advanced toward Zhang Yi. As everyone drew closer, brandishing their weapons, each individual bore the expression of someone intent on devouring Zhang Yi. They surged forward in a frantic charge. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow slightly, pondering. Had this group consumed gunpowder today? Typically, they regarded him with the same trepidation as a mouse would a cat, yet today they seemed recklessly fearless. Was it merely their numerical advantage emboldening them? However, Zhang Yi recalled that in previous encounters where they had targeted him, they had also been numerous. The rapidly refreshing chat channel soon provided Zhang Yi with the answer. Autumn Leaves, male, level 16 archer. Have you seen the members of King S Glory? There's a massive horde of at least several hundred, and they seem quite aggressive. Where are they headed, and what do they intend to do? Gray Avatar, male, level 16 knight. They're probably headed to the city of the undead, right? I've heard they're aiming for Nua Qing Chung. King S Glory has long vowed to seek vengeance against Nua Qing Chung, and it appears they are finally set to fulfill that promise. Previous attempts involved only dozens of them, yet they were repelled. This time, with such a large force, they seem determined to eliminate Nua Qing Chung. Little Chicken, male, level 17 assassin. What are we waiting for? Everyone, let us hurry to the city of the undead and witness the spectacle. A duel between the top figure on the leaderboard and the hundreds of King S Glorious forces is bound to be a thrilling confrontation. Charm, male, level 17 mage. I'm already in the city of the undead. I just saw the troops from King S Glory arrive. There are so many of them. It's exhilarating. Meteor shower, female, level 16 priest. Is that true? Wait for me. I'm heading over now. I want to witness this epic showdown with my own eyes. Charm, spare us the trouble. If you're not in the city of the undead, don't come. It's not a team battle. Nua Qing Qing is all alone. No matter how formidable, can one person truly withstand an entire battalion from King S Glory? I fear that by the time you arrive, the battle may already be over. Nua Qing Chung is surely doomed this time. It turned out that King S Glory had nearly mobilized their entire force. The grand spectacle genuinely left Zhang Yi somewhat flabbergasted. Ironically, the army of King S Glory paused about 50 meters away from Zhang Yi, forming an orderly line. Clearly, they recognized that with Nua Qing Qing's capabilities, eliminating any one of them would be a mere trifle. Thus, no one dared to approach within Zhang Yi's effective range, fearing instant annihilation. Unbeknownst to them, however, Zhang Yi had now lost his ranged attack capabilities, having transformed into a melee mage unable to employ any skills. At that moment, a level 16 archer named King S Glory squeezed through the throng. Nua Qing Qing, this time, I shall see just how much prowess you possess. Zhang Yi remained unperturbed, refraining from hastily drawing his hammer. Instead, he stood calmly at the forefront, gazing at the now level 16 King S Glory and remarked, "Have you not been able to level up since I've defeated you a few times? As the captain of the realm of kings, your level 16 indeed seems rather untenable, does it not? The wrath of the kings of glory is palpable. Today, I shall seek retribution against you for your persistent opposition to our realm. Last night, you slaughtered several of my comrades. All debts shall be settled today." "Very well," Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly. "Let us tally them, for today I am in high spirits." He was determined not to yield in bravado. Although he was acutely aware that despite his substantial advantage in equipment, he could never hope to match the multitude of the kings of glory single-handedly. Yet, he felt no trepidation, for the worst outcome would merely be his demise. With 3 opportunities for resurrection at his disposal, Zhang Yi faced death without fear. Most importantly, even upon defeat, the exquisite equipment he had fortified to level 25, bound by the system, would not be lost. The worst he could suffer would be a mere reduction in level. However, for the kings of glory to slay Zhang Yi, they would have to pay a price of 100-fold in casualties. Clang! The massive black hammer crashed heavily to the ground. Zhang Yi gripped the handle firmly and called out to the players of the Kings of Glory, situated 50 meters ahead. "Come, make your move. I grant you another chance." Chapter 62, 100 gold coins per head. As the players from the realm of King's Glory halted at a safe distance, gazing at the hammer in Zhang Yi's grasp, they exchanged bewildered glances, each contemplating the peculiar situation. What is he up to now? Isn't he a beast master? What does that hammer signify? Rumor has it that he previously donned the novice armor of a level 10 beast master and single-handedly decimated over a dozen of our players just last night. Every piece of seemingly inferior equipment he possesses is, in fact, extraordinary. Everyone should be cautious. That hammer he wields is likely a divine artifact of level 10 or below, with attributes surpassing those of a level 30 weapon. Without a single blow being struck, the players of King's Glory were already overwhelmed by an inexplicable dread towards Zhang Yi, who wielded the massive iron hammer. The battle had yet to commence, yet King's Glory had already lost a considerable advantage in morale, a result that Zhang Yi had anticipated. Simultaneously, numerous casual players, drawn by curiosity, hurried over from the lower regions of the undead city, with some even traveling from afar to witness the spectacle. Before long, a throng of onlookers surrounded the area, creating a vibrant atmosphere brimming with anticipation for the impending clash between the top player of District 886 and the 1,000-strong team of King's Glory. Whispers and discussions erupted among the crowd. A knight with crossed arms remarked, "King's Glory has gone to great lengths this time. They must be confident in defeating Inua Qing Cheng. If their entire team fails to subdue one individual, they may as well retreat from District 886 in disgrace." A young priestess, savoring a lollipop, chimed in, "Is it right for so many to gang up on just one person? How shameful for King's Glory." A bespectacled mage interjected, "Shameful? You are unaware that Inua Qing Cheng single-handedly annihilated King's Glory's squads on 2 occasions. He is a true anomaly in our district, without mobilizing such a force. How could King's Glory contend with this buck?" A warrior with a long beard shook his head. "This time it's over. Inua Qing Cheng is doomed." A curvaceous archer voiced her optimism. "I beg to differ. I have faith in this Inua Qing Cheng. Although young, his strength is undeniable. That hammer he holds must be a novice artifact. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be using such a low-level weapon at level 17. In the early stages of this game, attributes are paramount. As long as Inua Qing Cheng maintains an edge in attributes over King's Glory, even with 1,000 players, they will be unable to defeat him." Listening to the murmurs of the surrounding spectators, King's Glory was resolute. "If I cannot slay you today, I will bear your surname." No sooner had the words left his lips than the level 17 silver-armored knight, Wang Zhilai, leaned in and whispered to King's Glory, "Captain, you mentioned last time that if Inua Qing Cheng could deal 40 to 50 points of damage, you would eat dung live on stream. Yet, you haven't consumed any, have you? I am utterly exasperated." The game Honor of Kings has decisively kicked Return of the King aside, issuing a command, "Brothers, attack. Eliminate the player Inua Qing Cheng and earn a reward of 100 gold coins." The onlookers erupted in astonishment. A bounty of 100 gold coins? That is simply outrageous. By heavens, I too wish to join the fray. If fortune smiles upon me and I manage to vanquish Inua Qing Cheng, that bounty could afford me a complete set of exquisite equipment exceeding level 20. Even Zhang Yi, upon hearing the bounty declared by Honor of Kings, was momentarily taken aback. Am I truly worth so much? A single kill valued at 100 gold coins. The thought stirred within him an impulse towards self-destruction. In the distance, as Honor of Kings issued its command, countless players surged forward, eager to claim Zhang Yi's life. For the sake of 100 gold coins, for the sake of glory, kill. Standing resolutely, Zhang Yi gripped his massive iron hammer, awaiting the approach of his foes, while a fierce glint of murderous intent gradually ignited in his eyes. "You wish to slay me? It shall not be so simple." No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a level 16 warrior, the King's champion, charged at him with alarming speed. As the warrior closed in and struck with his sword, Zhang Yi retaliated with a powerful upward swing of his hammer, sending the King's champion flying. In that instant, both players' heads displayed damage numbers. 1. 392. Stunned, the warrior stared at the minuscule damage registered above Zhang Yi's head. Although not a fully optimized damage-dealing warrior, with an impressive attack power exceeding 180, the King's champion had entered the fray with confidence, only to be astounded that he could not even breach his opponent's defenses. This adversary possesses an absurdly high defense. While the King's champion was still grappling with disbelief, Zhang Yi approached with his hammer once more, delivering a thunderous blow that inflicted an astonishing critical hit of 884 damage, obliterating 1/3 of the warrior's health. A swift execution. As the body of the King's champion transformed into a burst of white light and vanished, the surrounding players gazed in shock. Yet, this spectacle did not deter the players of King's World from their pursuit. For the allure of 100 gold coins, they pressed on relentlessly. As melee warriors, knights, and assassins advanced, the The mages and archers from the rear ranks of King's World entered effective attack range, launching their onslaught upon Zhang Yi. Countless arrows and magical projectiles soared through the air, nearly impossible to evade due to their overwhelming volume. Most attacks struck Zhang Yi, racking up a series of damage numbers around 30-50. With a total health of 1200, Zhang Yi could hardly withstand the concentrated fire, swiftly losing a third of his health. This was under the protective influence of the undead robe and its talent, Undead Shield. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi once again swung his mighty hammer, sending a nearby assassin, who was utilizing an acceleration skill, flying. This formidable iron hammer truly proved to be a divine weapon, as nearly all melee players from the realm of kings attempting to approach were unable to withstand its devastating damage. Bang, bang, bang. 375. 342. A critical strike of 798. The assassin fell to 2 strikes, the warrior to 3. Even the most robust knight could not endure the onslaught of Zhang Yi's 4 hammer blows. Armed with a level 1 hammer of 25, Zhang Yi's output was nothing short of insane. Chapter 63. Then I choose to die with you amidst the cacophony of combat. Zhang Yi observed the incessant flashes of white light erupting around him, as one after another, his comrades fell victim to swift demise. As he sought an opportunity to strike Zhang Yi from a distance in the game Honor of Kings, Wang Ji could not suppress a deep swallow, a surge of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Damn it, everyone, charge. We must overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Despite his valiant efforts, Zhang Yi found himself beleaguered. After decimating dozens of players from the opposing team, his health had plummeted to less than half. This was particularly remarkable given that most of the enemy could inflict only a single point of mandatory damage against him. The archers who had learned the skill armor-piercing arrow and the assassins wielding armor-piercing strike posed the greatest threat to Zhang Yi's survival. Intent on maintaining his sin value at 0, Zhang Yi had deliberately targeted the gray-named players, minimizing potential losses should he fall in battle. However, the damage to his fiery staff severely restricted his mobility, transforming him from a ranged attacker into a mere melee combatant. Had he still been able to wield his staff, he could have prevented the enemy mages and archers from brazenly harassing him from a distance. With a resounding thud, Zhang Yi prepared himself for battle, delivering a crushing blow that felled a level 16 warrior from the opposing team. Just then, several figures emerged from the throng of enemies, breaking through the encirclement to reach Zhang Yi's side. Brother Wei arrived. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to see Guan Hao, Lu Xing, and Han Feng charging into his aid. With a clang of metal, Guan Hao, the knight, brandished his hammer and shield, standing resolutely before the nearly defeated Zhang Yi. Lu Xing, the assassin, and Han Feng, the archer, flanked him, while the priestess Han Yaru immediately began casting minor healing to restore Zhang Yi's vitality. A wave of emotion washed over Zhang Yi. Have you all lost your minds? With determination, Guan Hao continued to block an onslaught of fireballs with his shield, turning to Zhang Yi and proclaiming, "Have you forgotten our oath as the 3 brothers of the Peach Garden? We may not share the same birth date, but we shall die together on the same day." As Guan Hao's words resonated, Lu Xing echoed, "Indeed, we are brothers." The very mention of brothers stirred something profound within Zhang Yi. Truthfully, Guan Hao and his comrade's selfless rush to his side rekindled feelings of nostalgia and warmth, reminiscent of their youthful days spent skipping class to play games together, fighting valiantly side by side. Zhang Yi, stop dawdling. I can't hold on much longer. Guan Hao glanced back at Zhang Yi, gritting his teeth and furrowing his brow. Quickly, use a potion to restore your health. We either make a run for it or face them head on. If we must die, let us take a few down with us. Understood, Zhang Yi nodded, hastily retrieving a red potion from his pack. As he raised it to his lips, a blood-curdling scream suddenly pierced the air. In that moment, Zhang Yi was taken aback by the unfolding scene. The assassin Lu Xing, for reasons unknown, suddenly launched a surprise attack on Guan Hao, stabbing him through the back with a blade. Coupled with the barrage of distant assaults from a throng of mages and archers from the Kingdom of Glory, Guan Hao was swiftly vanquished. As the blood bar above his head was depleted, Guan Hao turned his head, casting a disbelieving glance at Lu Xing, who had betrayed him, and uttered, "Lu Xing, you." Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed to the ground, disintegrating into a beam of white light before the astonished eyes of Zhang Yi and Han Yaru. Lu Xing, meanwhile, transformed into a figure of ferocity, as if he had become a different person altogether. "Forgive me, brother," he muttered, and with the agility of an assassin, he lunged at the archer Han Feng. bringing him down before delivering a flurry of strikes to Han Feng's neck. Blood splattered as Han Feng's health bar was drained. And after a brief struggle in a pool of his own blood, he too faded into white light, following Guan Hao. "Brother!" Han Yaru exclaimed. Her face etched with disbelief as she stared at Lu Xing, who had just slain both Guan Hao and Han Feng. "What have you done? Why did you kill Guan Hao and my brother?" Before Lu Xing could respond, the players from the Kingdom of Glory seemed to receive a command, ceasing their assault. Followed by a chorus of applause. "Well done." Stepping forward from the crowd was the leader of the Kingdom of Glory, who smiled at the frenzied Lu Xing and said, "Excellent work, Brother Lu Xuanda. From this day forth, you shall be a member of our Kingdom of Glory." Picking up a piece of armor dropped by Han Feng, Lu Xing approached the leader, grinning. "Thank you, Captain. I shall devote myself to the team and ensure I do not disappoint you." Han Yaru understood everything in that moment. "You have betrayed us, aligning yourself with the Kingdom of Glory." Lu Xing had completely transformed, seeming like an entirely different individual from the one she had known. "Otherwise, how do you think the Kingdom of Glory knew Zhang Yi was here?" Han Yaru gazed at Lu Xing in disbelief. "So it was you who leaked the information. Why would you do this?" Lu Xing let out a cold laugh, his eyes reflecting a chilling indifference. "Do you not comprehend? In this ruthless world of the survival of the fittest, what value does brotherhood hold compared to living?" The Kingdom of Glory had long proclaimed in the district that anyone who dared associate with Nua Qing would be at odds with the entire Kingdom of Glory. "I had warned Haozi and your brother, but they refused to heed my advice, insisting on aiding Zhang Yi." Lu Xing continued. "Can we truly stand against the Kingdom of Glory? Continuing to associate with Zhang Yi only leads to certain death." After a brief pause, Lu Xing added, "Thus, I added Brother Yao as a friend, claiming I knew Nua Qing. He told me that if I provided him with her location, he would grant me a chance to join the Kingdom of Glory." The Brother Yao Lu Xing referred to as none other than the leader of the Kingdom of Glory. As he spoke, Lu Xing deliberately turned to the leader and asked, "Brother Yao, did I perform adequately?" "Not merely possible, but rather quite remarkable." With a chuckle, the reigning champion of the game remarked, "I only asked you to send me the location of Nua Qing. Yet you went so far as to eliminate 2 of your own brothers for me. Incredible. Your ruthlessness is commendable. You do not hesitate even to slay your own kin. I truly admire such talent." At this moment, Han Yaru felt an overwhelming shock, while Zhang Yi appeared remarkably composed, as if Lu Xing's betrayal had not surprised him in the slightest. Having endured the treachery of his closest friend and beloved, Zhang Yi perceived Lu Xing's betrayal as entirely predictable. Noticing Zhang Yi's serene demeanor, Lu Xing found himself somewhat astonished. "Why are you so unfazed?" Ignoring Lu Xing entirely, Zhang Yi directed his gaze towards Han Yaru, who was squatting on the ground with her shoulders trembling slightly. In a cold tone, he stated, "You have one more chance to choose. Join them and oppose me, and you may avoid death at their hands." Believing that for the sake of survival, Han Yaru would make a decision akin to Lu Xing's, he was taken aback when she stood up from the ground and resolutely declared, "Then I choose to die alongside you." Chapter 64. You will regret it, Yaru. Lu Xing gazed at Han Yaru, a hint of reluctance shimmering in his eyes as he spoke. "I have spoken with Yao Ge. I will assist him in dealing with Nua Qing, and he has agreed to make an exception to allow you to join Wang Zetianxia alongside me." As he extended his hand towards her, Lu Xing added, "Yaru, come with me. From this day forth, no one shall dare to bully us in Wang Zetianxia." Han Yaru found it unfathomable that the very person who had just taken the lives of her brother and dear friend could utter such words. "Do you not feel repulsed?" she asked. He was not wrong. At that moment, Zhang Yi echoed Lu Xing's sentiments, addressing Han Yaru, "By joining Wang Zetianxia, you can at least preserve your life and avoid sharing my fate of being hunted down." Turning to Zhang Yi, Han Yaru locked her deep gaze onto him and replied, 3 years ago, we vowed never to betray one another. Have you forgotten?" After a moment of silence, Zhang Yi responded, "You will regret this." "I will not," Han Yaru asserted. "I shall never regret it." Witnessing Han Yaru's unwavering loyalty to Zhang Yi even in such dire circumstances, Lu Xing felt a surge of anger and humiliation. "Captain, can we not eliminate Nua Qing?" he implored. Lu Xing had harbored feelings for Han Yaru long before Zhang Yi came into the picture, and he believed that his own timidity had allowed Zhang Yi to seize the opportunity to win her affection. Due to his complicated relationship with Zhang Yi and Guan Hao, Lu Xing had long suppressed his discontent. When Zhang Yi abruptly disappeared 3 years ago, Lu Xing believed he finally had a chance and pursued Han Yaru fervently. only to be repeatedly rebuffed. Han Yaro insisted that her heart would always belong to one person, Zhang Yi. This only deepened Lu Xing's conviction that her refusals stemmed from lingering feelings for Zhang Yi. He believed that only Zhang Yi's demise would grant him the opportunity to win her love. As Lu Xing finished speaking, Wang Zhirong smiled faintly and replied, "Of course. Do you wish to kill him with your own hands?" Lu Xing glanced at Zhang Yi, clearly intimidated. Realizing that confronting Zhang Yi with his own strength would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. At that moment, Wang Zhirong stated, "You are no match for him. Your task is complete. Leave the rest to me. I shall fulfill my promise to you. That woman will be spared. And Inua Qing Chung shall surely die." Lu Xing nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Captain." Wang Zhirong then fixed a deadpan gaze upon Zhang Yi and commanded, "Kill him." With a cacophony of sounds, the players of Wang Zhitian Xia brandished their weapons and launched a fierce assault on Zhang Yi. Even though he stood alone, Zhang Yi remained unfazed, wielding a massive iron hammer that delivered a critical blow, taking down a warrior from the Kingdom of Glory with a single strike. He then carved a path behind him, and astonishingly, he abandoned Han Yaru and fled on his own. Lu Xing and the warriors of the Kingdom of Glory were left in stunned silence. How could he leave his own woman behind to save himself? Seeing Han Yaru's despondent expression, Lu Xing seized the opportunity and laughed heartily. "Yaru, do you see? This is the man you've pined for over the past 3 years. In a moment of peril, he discarded you and ran for his life. Is such a person truly worth your remembrance?" As Han Yaru watched Zhang Yi's retreating figure, she felt a profound sense of disappointment. No matter how hard she tried to protect him, she never anticipated that he would abandon her in such a manner. Meanwhile, the assassin, King of Glory, hastily declared, "Inua Qi Qing is fleeing. I will lead a pursuit." "Don't rush," King of Glory replied nonchalantly. "He is running in the wrong direction. Where can he escape to? If he ventures further in, it will be a dead end. However, to prevent him from having a return scroll, you should take your men and pursue him without hesitation. Make sure to kill him. I want to see at least one piece of equipment drop from him. Rest assured." "Captain, leave it to me," the King of Glory commanded, leading a large contingent of players from the Kingdom of Glory deeper into the city of the undead. Meanwhile, Lu Xing continued to attempt to sway Han Yaru. "Yaru, come with me. No matter how formidable Zhang Yi may be, he cannot protect you, and he is utterly unreliable. I have now joined the Kingdom of Glory, and I can safeguard you." Having just lost her brother Han Feng and feeling abandoned by Zhang Yi, Han Yaru's heart was ashen, leaving her indifferent to Lu Xing's advances. Lu Xing, wearing an increasingly brazen smile, inched closer to Han Yaru. "Do not worry, Yaru. From now on, I will treat you well." At that moment, an earth-shattering roar echoed from ahead. The King of Glory was startled. What on earth was that sound? Suddenly realizing something, King of Glory urged, "Quickly, let us move." He then led the army of the Kingdom of Glory deeper into the city of the undead. Upon reaching a crossroad, they were astonished to find a large area on the right side of the street charred by flames. Countless bodies of the recently deceased players from the Kingdom of Glory lay scattered, mixed with those of necromancers and undead assassins, their equipment, gold, potions, and enhancement stones strewn across the ground. In the midst of this carnage stood a man clad in a black robe, wielding a shimmering silver staff, a beast master. With a bright ID hovering above him, level 18 beast master Inua Qi Qing. In the desolate ruins, charred by the infernal dragon flames, numerous white-named players from the Kingdom of Kings survived, spared from calamity by Zhang Yi's selection as their protector. This explains why, despite having slain so many players from the Kingdom of Kings, Zhang Yi retained his white name. All his designated targets were gray-named. The scene before them left the players from Glory of Kings and their allies from the Kingdom of Kings utterly astonished. Suddenly, a chorus of white light erupted as the corpses of all fallen players from the Kingdom of Kings resurrected simultaneously, indicating that they had all perished at the same moment. What kind of power could annihilate so many, including those formidable level 19-20 undead, in an instant? The eyes of the players from Glory of Kings were wide with disbelief, their astonishment blinding them to the fact that the once fledgling player, Inua Qi Qing, had ascended from level 17 to level 18 while wielding a magical staff in place of his previous massive hammer. Those white-named players who had witnessed their companions fall victim to a torrent of dragon flames stood paralyzed with fear. Chapter 65. The Oath of the City has arrived. The King's returned, with disbelief etched on his face, exclaimed, "How could he possibly eliminate so many in an instant?" King of Glory swallowed hard. acutely aware that this individual must be eradicated at once, allowing him to remain posed as an ever-growing threat to our dominion. Yet, he seems to have become even more formidable than before. A sense of dread enveloped the king's return. It felt as though this adversary was perpetually growing stronger. Supreme and his companions had perished in the blink of an eye. How could we possibly defeat him? Humph. King of Glory scoffed dismissively. Look at the scorched earth. He undoubtedly employed a magical scroll, and it must be of at least epic rarity. I refuse to believe he possesses another. Does he truly think himself invincible? Just outside moments ago, he nearly fell to our blades, if not for his swift retreat. His equipment is simply far superior to ours. Regardless, he stands alone. If we cannot vanquish a single foe, then we might as well face disgrace. Pausing briefly, King of Glory continued, let us slay him. Everyone, charge together. We shall strip him of all his equipment. With King of Glory's command, countless players from the Kingdom of Glory surged forward towards Zhang Yi. Calm and composed, Zhang Yi's gaze pierced through the fray. As the frontline players from the Kingdom of Glory neared within a 50-meter range. Boom. With a deft wave of his staff, a bolt of blue lightning descended from the heavens, striking the foremost level 16 warrior and ricocheting towards two others, inflicting damage upon all three. 1236 critical hit. 631. 1198 critical hit. The air crackled as two beams of white light erupted. The chain lightning obliterated two of its targets instantly, while one was left with a significantly diminished health bar. Ding. You have slain the player, King Espol. The opponent is gray-named, with a sin value of 0. Ding. You have slain the player, King S. Big Shot. The opponent is gray-named, with a sin value of 0. Zhang Yi had intentionally targeted gray-named players to avoid incurring a red name. The players from the Kingdom of Glory, charging forward, were struck with terror upon witnessing the 4-digit damage Zhang Yi inflicted, coming to an abrupt halt. Even King of Glory, who had previously dismissed Zhang Yi, was taken aback. What the hell? How has his damage skyrocketed? Is he using some sort of hack? Unbeknownst to King of Glory, Zhang Yi was wielding a 25-level enhanced 3-star weapon, the Luminous Staff. Thus, his earlier retreat from Han Yara was not a mere act of cowardice, but a strategic withdrawal to farm a few monsters and gather the experience needed to reach level 18. Equipped with the Luminous Staff, Zhang Yi now possessed the capability to confront the vast army of the Kingdom of Glory single-handedly. Unexpectedly, the Supreme King pursued him, and Zhang Yi, equipped with the level 18 Radiant Staff, unleashed a fireball that annihilated the Supreme King while simultaneously triggering the 0.1 chance of Hellfire Dragon. This resulted in the demise of several players from the Kingdom of Kings who had followed the Supreme King, as well as the undead monsters in the vicinity. This time, they had come seeking him. Zhang Yi had no intention of leaving the city of the undead alive, but he was determined to ensure that the Kingdom of Kings incurred losses 100-fold greater than his own. With the Radiant Staff in hand, Zhang Yi emerged from the ruins scorched by the Hellfire Dragon, resembling a demon that had risen from the depths of hell in the eyes of the Kingdom of Kings players. As the adversaries hesitated to advance, it fell upon Zhang Yi to dictate the course of the battle. Upon witnessing Zhang Yi approach, the first instinct of the Kingdom of Kings players was to retreat involuntarily. Who could remain unperturbed in the presence of Zhang Yi? Even the Kingdom of Glory trembled, for his damage output was insurmountably high, capable of obliterating a knight with just 2 or 3 strikes. One by one, the onlookers among the casual players joined the fray, maintaining a safe distance to observe the unfolding chaos, perhaps fearing to tarnish the reputation of the Kingdom of Kings in front of these bystanders. The Kingdom of Glory mustered the courage to command, "Fear nothing, charge forth. The cost of dying is merely 1 gold coin." The players of the Kingdom of Kings exchanged glances, then brandished their weapons and charged toward Zhang Yi. For the Kingdom of Glory, the cost of 1 gold coin upon death was trivial, as their plan was to eliminate the obstacle known as One Promise City before launching a full-scale invasion of Zone 886, exploiting other players within the safe zone for profit. When that time came, 1 gold coin would be insignificant. They would seize as much wealth as they desired. The entirety of Zone 880 SIXS resources would belong to them. Boom. With the 35-point agility bonus from the Radiant Staff, Zhang Yi effortlessly cast a fireball in conjunction with a basic attack, delivering a double strike upon 2 different gray-named players from the Kingdom of Kings. 925. 648. Another flash of light illuminated the battlefield as the level 16 assassin, struck by the fireball for 925 points of damage, was instantly slain, while the knight's health plummeted by 1/3. Seizing the opportunity before their approach, Zhang Yi unleashed 2 additional basic attacks, finishing off the wounded knight. When targeting a single foe, the multiple attacks ability of the Radiant Staff enhanced Zhang Yi's damage by 10. Bolstered by the chance to resurrect, the players of the Kingdom of Kings pressed forward recklessly. Thus, as Zhang Yi engaged in a frenzy of harvesting, he advanced, and under the immense attack power provided by the level 18, enhanced to 25, 3-star Radiant Staff. Not a single player from the Kingdom of Kings could withstand Zhang Yi's subsequent strike, save for the knights. The regular attacks are rather sluggish, prompting Zhang Yi to activate the multiple attacks talent of the Radiant Staff. With each strike, he simultaneously unleashes 2 magical orbs, targeting 2 foes. Although the damage is dispersed, with each orb inflicting merely 60 of its potential, the damage dealt to the players in the Realm of Kings reaches an impressive 300 to 400 points. In just 2 or 3 instances of multiple attacks, he is capable of eliminating 2 opposing players. On the battlefield, beams of white light flicker one after another, and Zhang Yi's ID remains in white. It seems that the game, King's Glory, has caught on. This fellow exclusively targets those with gray names. Captain. Captain. At that moment, a junior player beside him pointed at the ID hovering above Zhang Yi's head, his voice trembling with fear. You're a gray name. Inua Qing Qing is coming for you. Everyone, get out of the way. Let me escape first. Chapter 66. The live stream erupts. The players of the Kingdom of Kings found themselves utterly helpless against Zhang Yi, who, with overwhelming might, annihilated them from several dozen meters away. The rate at which their corpses accumulated was so rapid that the refresh time could not keep pace. In the blink of an eye, a mountain of bodies had formed ahead, with various dropped items scattered all around. Gradually, the players of the Kingdom of Kings, faced with the seemingly invincible Zhang Yi, transitioned from an offensive stance to a defensive one, retreating in fear. No one could fathom why this player, Inua Qing Qing, was so formidable. It appeared that from the very beginning, he had been the leader of Zone 886, achieving the first entry into the safe zone. The first to complete the job change, and many began to suspect that he was also the unnamed player who triggered the hidden quest. Of course, they could not possibly imagine that Zhang Yi was a being who had traversed 8 years into the future after the apocalypse, possessing the consciousness of that future. A super artifact, the bloodline of the dragon race, and an extraordinary innate talent. It was precisely these qualities that rendered Zhang Yi a veritable cheat code in the game. Once his level increased and he entered the main city, it could not be guaranteed that he would continue to sail smoothly, for in this world, there were others with divine talents and dragon bloodlines besides Zhang Yi. However, at least until that point, he could leverage his early advantages to claim the title of the foremost player in Zone 886, dismissing the Kingdom of Kings as insignificant. The battle raged on, with Zhang Yi relentlessly slaughtering players from the Kingdom of Kings. Meanwhile, the regional chat channel of Zone 886 was ablaze with messages from bystanders witnessing the massacre unfold. Mo Lu, male, level 17 assassin. My goodness. Inua Qing Qing is incredible. 1v1000. He is about to wipe out the entire team of Kingdom of Kings single-handedly. Xing Zhu, male, level 16 mage? Are you kidding? Is this for real? How can one person take on an entire team? That is impossible unless he is cheating. Disdain. Crayon Shinchan. Female, level 16 warrior. This is real. I'm right here at the scene, witnessing Kingdom of Kings surround Inua Qing Qing, only to be turned on and annihilated instead. The bodies are piling up. Astonishment. Lu Yun, male, level 17 assassin. Wow. Is it really that thrilling? If I had known, I would have gone to the Undead City too. Any brothers they're streaming live? Crayon Shinchan, can this game even stream live? Question. Lu Yun, yes, but it seems the fees are quite high, billed by the second. And it burns money every moment. Hua Xiao Mei Mao, male, level 17 mage. Money is not an issue. Hurry and start the live stream. We'll shower you with gifts to ensure you don't lose out. Go. The live streaming feature was originally introduced by the Tianyun Group as a means of profit, allowing players to broadcast live for a fee per second, while other players could bestow gifts, with the streamer receiving half and the game taking the other half. As I observed the bustling chat channel filled with eager players, a warrior with the ID Crayon Shinchan, who was spectating in the Undead City, clumsily initiated a live stream, consuming an astonishing rate of 1 silver coin per second. At the very moment the stream commenced, Crayon Shinchan announced in the regional channel, I only have a few dozen silver coins in my bag. With a consumption rate of 1 silver coin per second, I have started the stream. How long it lasts depends on you all. With the live stream officially underway, numerous players not present in the Undead City flock to the streaming interface to join the Crayon Shinchan live room. Consequently, a flurry of system messages began to appear within the stream. Player, I am a fool, has entered the live room. Player, Nuwa is mad, has entered the live room. Player, King Bomb, has entered the live room. Within the stream, the audience witnessed the unfolding spectacle through Crayon Shinchan's perspective. The scene depicted a desolate city street, where a multitude of players from the Kingdom of Glory were being relentlessly pressured by a lone Beastmaster, retreating while they fought. With a mere wave of the Beastmaster's hand, beams of white light would illuminate the battlefield. Notably, the white ID Inua Ching Chung hovered above the Beastmaster, drawing attention. The grandeur of the scene prompted viewers in the live room to exclaim in admiration. Wind, light, and clouds, it truly is 1v1000. Wow, Inua Ching Ching is incredible. Sunny girl, it's terrifying that so many from the Kingdom of Glory cannot overcome just one. This Inua Ching Chung is remarkably powerful. Sea Breeze, 666, 666, 6666 Scorpio, 6666666666666. Soon after, Crayon Shinchan noticed the barrage of gifts flooding in from the audience. Player Windlight and Cloud sent a gift flower, X1. Unit price 1 silver coin. You receive 50 profit, 50 copper coins, which have been automatically deposited into your bag. Player Windlight and Clouds sent a gift flower, X66. Player Sunny Girl sent a gift, fireworks, X10. Unit price 3 silver coins. Player Storm Angel sent a gift, yacht, X1. Unit price 10 gold coins. Low Tanny, wow. Even Storm Angel has arrived, splurging on a yacht worth 10 gold coins. Having money allows for such extravagance. Meanwhile, witnessing the gifts pouring into the live room and watching her funds soar from a mere few silver coins to over a dozen gold coins, Crayon Shinchan was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly brought to tears. She had never encountered such a bounty of gold coins before, and all she had done was initiate the live stream. Seeing the success of Crayon Shinchan's live room, many players present at the scene were inspired to follow suit, launching their own streams to attract attention, each with creatively crafted titles such as Come Watch Inua Ching Chung Dominate 1v1000, decimating the Kingdom of Glory's 1,000-person team, and Inua Ching Chung, Unstoppable in Battle, truly the first of Zone 886. On the battlefield, Zhang Yi was indeed wreaking havoc, having amassed more than 50 players from the Kingdom of Champions under the shimmering light of his staff. The reason why so many from the Kingdom of Champions were unable to contend with Zhang Yi was their paralyzing fear, which rendered them incapable of mounting an offensive. Zhang Yi was but a man, not a deity, despite his formidable defenses and robust health. Even he could be swiftly vanquished by a coordinated onslaught of armor-piercing attacks from a dozen archers and assassins. Their terror had clouded their judgment, leading them to perceive Zhang Yi as an invincible entity. Thus, he pressed on alone, cutting a path to the location where Guan Hao and his comrades had previously fallen. Unaware of the events that had transpired ahead, Lu Xing remained closely tethered to Han Yaru, seeking to curry her favor, until he observed the forces of the Kingdom of Champions retreating in haste, as Zhang Yi broke through their ranks, staff in hand, steadily advancing towards him. Chapter 67. Sacrificing one's life for protection. Lu Xing gazed in astonishment as Zhang Yi, who had effortlessly breached the ranks of the formidable players from the Kingdom of Champions, approached him directly. Simultaneously, Han Yaru, who had resigned herself to despair, believing Zhang Yi had abandoned her to flee alone, felt a sudden warmth in her heart upon seeing him return. She fixed her gaze steadily upon Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. Lu Xing rose to his feet, shouting at the approaching figure, "You have already forsaken Yaru. Why return? Just leave. You are unworthy of her love. From this day forth, I shall take your place and care for her properly." Regardless of Lu Xing's vehement protests, Zhang Yi remained silent, advancing slowly towards him. Astonishingly, the surrounding players from the Kingdom of Champions did not dare to intervene. Lu Xing found it hard to believe, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you all? Why doesn't anyone dare to confront him?" He contemplated fleeing as well, but upon glancing at Han Yaru beside him, he gritted his teeth, steeling himself to draw his dagger. "Fine, if you want to act, then I shall lead the charge." Despite being aware of Zhang Yi's overwhelming power, Lu Xing emboldened by his status as an assassin and possessing a recently acquired piercing skill, felt little trepidation. He understood that no matter how formidable Zhang Yi might be, he was merely a fragile beast master with low growth potential. As long as he leveraged his high agility to evade Zhang Yi's attacks, he was confident he could eliminate him in a single strike. With determination, Lu Xing lunged towards Zhang Yi, exclaiming, "Here I come. This guy is about to be taken down." The onlookers murmured excitedly. Just as Lu Xing entered the effective attack range of 50 meters, Zhang Yi suddenly raised his staff, unleashing a fireball without hesitation towards his former ally, Lu Xing. With a build focused on agility and strength, boasting over 40 points in agility, Lu Xing reacted swiftly, executing a perfect maneuver to intercept the incoming fireball. However, his health bar, once full, was instantly depleted, and the level 15 assassin Lu Xing fell to his knees, eyes wide in shock as he transformed into a beam of white light and vanished, due to previously triggering a red name after defeating Guan Hao and Han Feng. Zhang Yi did not incur any sin value from Lu Xing's demise. In various streaming rooms, numerous viewers erupted in laughter. My goodness. I thought he was a top-tier expert, daring to challenge the #1 on the leaderboard, but he is just a noob who was taken out in one blow. The way he positioned himself to receive the attack, hilarious. In truth, Lu Xing's apparent skill was merely a consequence of Zhang Yi, having already anticipated his movements based on the sudden change in his direction and position. This preemptive judgment was a fundamental skill essential for players of intermediate level and above in the world of Destiny's Awakening. After dispatching Lu Xing, Zhang Yi approached Han Yaru. Though the players of the Kingdom of Glory dared not approach for the moment, they surrounded Zhang Yi from a safe distance of 50 meters, effectively sealing him off. It seemed that escaping from this predicament would not be an easy task. Thus, Zhang Yi, standing before Han Yaru, retrieved a golden recall scroll, purchased earlier in the safe zone for a mere coin, which he originally intended for his own unique circumstances, and presented it to Han Yaru. Use this to return, he urged. Han Yaru glanced at the scroll in Zhang Yi's hand and replied, "What about you? We should return together. I'll cover you. You go first. Don't deceive me. I know the recall scroll has a 10-second casting time, and it can be interrupted by attacks. How will you get away? Don't hinder me here." Zhang Yi, growing impatient, tossed the recall scroll at Han Yaru. "Leave." Startled by Zhang Yi's sudden sharp command, Han Yaru trembled and picked up the scroll from the ground, tears welling in her eyes. "All right, Zhang Yi, I won't disturb you any longer." With that, Han Yaru crushed the recall scroll, and a white progress bar appeared above her head. Upon witnessing this scene, the players from Kingdom of Glory, who had been watching from a distance, shouted, "Don't let them recall, kill them." However, the players hesitated, exchanging glances, none daring to advance. Frustrated, the leader of Kingdom of Glory exclaimed, "Damn it. A bunch of cowards. If we let Yi Nua Qingcheng escape today, you all can leave the Kingdom of Glory. Is 1 coin not enough? Fine. Each death grants a compensation of 10 coins, and whoever kills Yi Nua Qingcheng will receive a reward of 1,000 coins. I have ways to gather the funds. I, Kingdom of Glory, keep my promises." As the stakes were raised, the nearby players, emboldened by their own resurrection opportunities, cast aside their fear and hesitation. Embracing the mindset that the worst consequence was merely a single death and a level loss, they charged towards Zhang Yi with their weapons drawn. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, realizing that their fear had dissipated and they had officially begun their assault. He noted the progress bar above Han Yaru's head, 5 seconds remaining. At that moment, a dozen mages and archers from Kingdom of Glory, now within effective range, raised their staffs and drew their bows, aiming at Zhang Yi and Han Yaru to unleash a barrage of long-range attacks. With a flurry of arrows and magic projectiles raining down, Han Yaru squeezed her eyes shut in terror. However, Zhang Yi, who could have evaded these assaults, chose instead to shield Han Yaru with his own body, absorbing all the incoming attacks on her behalf. Fireballs and arrows struck Zhang Yi relentlessly. 46. 1. 9. 126. 78. As damage numbers soared above his head, fluctuating between 100 and a single point, causing his health to plummet by half in an instant. At this sight, the leader of Kingdom of Glory finally recognized a previously overlooked reality. It appeared that Zhang Yi was not invincible after all. With laughter echoing around, the brothers exclaimed, "Let us unleash a barrage upon him, and he shall surely perish." Amidst the clamor, countless mages and archers from the realm of kings unleashed their attacks upon Zhang Yi from a distance. As Han Yaru opened her eyes, She beheld Zhang Yi steadfastly guarding her, her lips parting in astonishment and gratitude. Zhang Yi was truly using his own body to shield her. He swiftly retrieved a bottle of high-grade health potion from his bag, replenishing his vitality. However, before he could catch his breath, the next wave of concentrated fire from the adversary struck, and in a bid to ensure Han Yaru's safe return to the city, Zhang Yi bore the brunt of the assault once more, his health bar vanishing entirely. Zhang Yi, Han Yaru cried out, tears streaming down her face. And as the spell above her head completed its incantation, she transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from the city of the undead. Chapter 68. The game has just begun. Ding. You have been struck by the armor-piercing arrow of player, Honor of Kings, losing 235 health points. You have perished. Your health bar has been completely depleted, and in the eyes of the spectators, both from the realm of kings and the casual players, the seemingly invincible Zhang Yi dissipated into a beam of white light. In that fleeting moment of Zhang Yi's demise, viewers in various live-streaming rooms were left astounded by the scene that had just unfolded. What just happened? The great infallible one has been eliminated? Wasn't he invincible? God's domain. Invincible. My foot. He is but a mere mortal, not a deity. How could anyone truly take on 1,000 opponents alone? The previous players from Kings were merely cowardly fools, too frightened to take action. Had they truly engaged, Infallible One would have fallen long ago. Sweetheart, can't you see? Infallible One was clearly sacrificing himself to protect that girl named Yaru. Otherwise, how could he have been eliminated so swiftly? Darling, indeed, how enviable was that sister just now? Infallible One sacrificed himself to shield her. Loneliness of the invincible, my undefeated God, has fallen. Witnessing the once seemingly invincible Infallible One being dispatched with such ease, even the player who delivered the final blow, Honor of Kings, found it hard to believe. Is he really gone just like that? After a moment of shock, Honor of Kings burst into laughter. What did I tell you? That guy is human, not divine. With so many of us from Kings, how could we possibly be outmatched by a single individual? As the one who dealt the final blow, Honor of Kings could hardly contain his glee. I can't believe I scored the last hit. That saves me 1,000 gold coins. At that moment, beside Honor of Kings, the player returning king exclaimed excitedly, Captain, that kid Infallible One was loaded with valuable equipment. Just one item dropped would be worth a fortune. Prompted by returning king's reminder, Honor of Kings suddenly recalled, oh my, I almost forgot. With that, he rushed to the spot where Zhang Yi had just met his end, gazing at the scattered coins and a dozen enhancement stones, along with some potions on the ground, and spat in frustration. What a letdown. Nothing dropped. How can this kid's luck be so good? Despite the disappointment, Honor of Kings felt exhilarated. Oh well. Being able to take him down once is enough to diminish his arrogance. Just look at this brat. How will he dare to be so rampant in front of us from Kings in the future? Saying this, Honor of Kings seized the opportunity to taunt in the chat channel of Area 886. Infallible One, weren't you supposed to be so formidable and invincible? How did you end up falling to me today? Haha. I thought you were something special, but it seems you were merely average. Such an effortless demise is truly disheartening. I hope you possess the opportunity for resurrection, so you may witness my words. Yi Nua Ching Chong. Remember this. Today marks your first encounter with my wrath. From this day forth, each time I lay eyes upon you, I shall extinguish your life once more, without the prospect of revival. It would be prudent for you to remain hidden within a safe zone. Do you comprehend? Your days of tranquility have come to an end. As news of the match in Honor of Kings surged through the regional chat, countless players in Zone 886, having just viewed the live broadcast or witnessed the events firsthand, expressed their indignation on behalf of Yi Nua Ching Chung. Yet, fearing the retribution of Wang Zetianxia, they refrained from voicing their opinions publicly, opting instead for hushed whispers. Player A, how audacious to mobilize an entire team of 1,000 to besiege a single Yi Nua Ching Ching. Player B, indeed. While they ultimately vanquished Yi Nua Ching Ching, he single-handedly eliminated numerous members of Wang Zetianxia beforehand, estimably around 50 or 60. Player C, moreover. Yi Nua Ching Chung's demise was in service of rescuing that priestess. Had it not been for her, he would never have fallen so easily. He is a veritable anomaly in our 886 zone. Look how brazenly Wang Zetianxia flaunts their victory. They forget the times Yi Nua Ching Ching bested them in one-on-one encounters. Such cowardice, relying on numbers to overwhelm the few. Player D, hush, keep your voice down. We must not attract the attention of Wang Zetianxia, or we shall share Yi Nua Ching Ching's fate and faced their indiscriminate wrath. While some players rallied in support of Inua Qing Chong, many sycophants sought to align themselves with Wang Zetianxia, unabashedly extolling its virtues in the regional channel. Wang Lao Wu, male, level 16 assassin truly. The captain of Wang Zetianxia is remarkable. The illustrious leader of Honor of Kings is unparalleled. Even the top-ranked Inua Qing Chong is no match for you. Surely, Zone 886 will soon be your domain. Green tea, female, level 15 Night Glory, dear sir. Does Wang Zetianxia have openings? I wish to join your team, and I am single, by the way. Wang Zhigui Lai, male, level 16 Knight, of course. We welcome all. Come all to join us in Wang Zetianxia. Observing the flattery within the chat channel, Wang Zetianxia, who was collecting the potions and enhancement stones dropped by Zhang Yi in the city of the undead, chuckled with increasing arrogance. You dare challenge me? I have forewarned you. Your end shall be most gruesome. Nua Qing Chong, I shall ensure your obliteration from this realm, making you rue the day you opposed me. Simultaneously, at the resurrection spring in Hope Town, a flash of white light illuminated as Zhang Yi emerged from the waters. Ding! You have received a death penalty. Resurrection opportunities. 1. Level 1. Due to your insufficient level, you have not met the equipment requirements. Your item, Flowing Light Staff, has been automatically unequipped and placed into your inventory. Upon his revival, Zhang Yi promptly assessed his equipment, relieved to discover that none of his gear had been lost. It must be said that the binding of divine enhancement does indeed possess its advantages. Otherwise, had the radiant staff been dropped just now, Zhang Yi would have been inconsolable. At that moment, observing the incessantly refreshing messages in the regional chat channel, Zhang Yi paused for a brief moment before composing a message. One promise, City in Bloom, male? Level 17 Beast Tamer. The game has only just begun. The emergence of this formidable player invigorated the chat zone. As many were left perplexed by Zhang Yi's words just begun, eagerly inquiring for clarification. However, after sending that message, One Promise, City in Bloom fell silent. Strangely, upon reading the message from One Promise, City in Bloom, Wang Ji felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Nonetheless, in the regional channel, Wang Ji remained undaunted. Oh, so there's a chance for resurrection? Why not hide in the safe zone and not show yourself? Otherwise, I will ensure that you vanish from this world. Chapter 69, The God of Death. The Golden Skeleton King Zhang Yi was not in the mood to engage in idle chatter with the group. For it was already 5 in the afternoon, and only a few minutes remained before the Golden Skeleton King would invade Hope Town. Before the boss could be defeated, Zhang Yi needed to level up to 18 and re-equip the Radiant Staff to have a chance at delivering the final blow amidst the throng of over 10,000 players. Thus, Zhang Yi first made his way to the town's garrison, where he found the NPC guard Mog standing at the entrance. He triggered a dialogue and submitted the quest titled Hunt the Skeletons. You have not disappointed me, young warrior. By vanquishing those skeletons and undead, you have significantly weakened the power of the Golden Skeleton King. We shall certainly have a chance to thwart its invasion and eliminate it. Please, accept the rewards you have rightfully earned. As Mog finished speaking, a melodious system notification chimed in Zhang Yi's ears. Ding. Congratulations on completing the special quest Hunt the Skeletons. Based on your quest completion, you have received the following rewards. Experience points, 52, 800, silver coins, 80, level 2 enhancement stones, 15, human reputation, 84. As this quest is unique across the region, you have also received a special reward. Skill book, Blink X1. Affinity with guard increased to 8. Though he did not receive an equipment reward, Zhang Yi was pleasantly surprised to find that the quest had granted him a rarer skill book. He immediately opened his inventory and discovered the Blink skill book was of green quality. Blink, skill book quality, green description, upon use. Grants the mage skill Blink. Select any location within a 20-meter radius as the destination, enabling instantaneous teleportation. Following the teleport, the user's next attack will deal 15 increased damage. Consumes 3 energy points, cooldown time, 15 seconds. Class restrictions, Mage, Beastmaster. For Beastmasters, the next attack damage increase after using Blink is 10. Skill slot consumption. 2 Blink is an essential survival skill for the fragile mage class, particularly when targeted by enemy assassins. Unfortunately, at level 17, Zhang Yi had only 5 skill slots available, with the green fireball and chain lightning occupying 4 of them. He would have to wait until he reached level 18 to unlock a 6th skill slot and learn Blink. After placing the skill book into his inventory, Zhang Yi checked his status bar and noted his experience at 72. He felt confident that he could grind in the City of the Undead and reach level 18 before the boss was defeated. Before embarking on that endeavor, Zhang Yi visited the blacksmith shop and spent a substantial 9 gold coins to repair the damaged flame staff, which had been harmed by undead mages. This was after achieving level 1 affinity with IL, allowing him a 5 discount. As a piece of 1-star quality equipment, the flame staff itself was not particularly valuable. Its worth lay in its potential enhancement at level 25. The higher the enhancement level, the more costly the repairs would be. Before ascending to level 18 and wielding the radiant staff, Zhang Yi could not venture forth to engage the skeletal foes of the undead city unarmed. After securing a supply of potions and purchasing another town return scroll for a single coin from the shop, he departed from Hope Town, setting his course back to the undead city. Time froze at 5:10, and the system's regional announcement echoed once more. Attention all players in Safe Zone 886. The God of Death, the Golden Skeleton King, will commence his invasion of Hope Town in 2 minutes. He is expected to depart from the undead city and arrive at Hope Town by 5:30 at the latest. All players are urged to return to the safe zone immediately to prepare for the defense of Hope Town against the Golden Skeleton King. Countless players rushed back from the wilderness, yet Zhang Yi alone headed in the opposite direction, leaving the safety of the zone. No sooner had Zhang Yi exited the safe zone than he felt the ground tremble violently. A roar akin to that of a colossal beast reverberated from the direction of the undead city. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed. The God of Death, the Golden Skeleton King, has awakened and is en route to Hope Town. All players, prepare yourselves. Within the safe zone, a surge of exhilaration coursed through the players. At that moment, those who had yet to return to safety and were still farming skeletons in the undead city witnessed the rise of the Golden Skeleton King firsthand. Several players even began live streaming the event. Zhang Yi too opened his live streaming interface, randomly selecting a stream from a player currently in the undead city. As he entered, the live feed materialized on his screen. To his astonishment, a colossal skeletal warrior, towering at least 20 to 30 meters, adorned with a crown and a flowing cape, emerged from the depths of the undead city, shimmering with a golden glow. Above this magnificent skeletal behemoth, a clear red ID label read, Level 20 God of Death, Golden Skeleton King, 1-star physical boss. Bow before my golden great sword, insignificant humans. With a thunderous roar, the Golden Skeleton King fully emerged from the earth, raising a massive golden sword high above his head and crashing it down onto the ground. The screen shook violently, followed by screams echoing through the feed, and a blinding white light erupted from the display. In the next instant, the stream abruptly cut off. The system notification announcing, the streamer has been defeated, video disconnected. Within the safe zone, countless players watching the live stream were left in stunned silence. Player A exclaimed, "Goodness, that Skeleton King is enormous, just like Godzilla." Player B added, "Did you see how many players he took out with that one strike? That's terrifying. Who can withstand that?" Player C chimed in, "Even if we can't hold out, we must try. They say if we can't withstand him, everyone in the safe zone will perish. He's on his way. Oh, I'm so frightened." Player D, "Everyone, remain calm. We must unite our efforts. While the boss is yet to arrive, let us swiftly prepare our formation. Knights and warriors, advance to the front and prevent the boss from breaching the safe zone. Mages and archers, provide support from behind." Meanwhile, as all those in the 886th safe zone fervently discussed strategies to combat the boss, Zhang Yi, en route to the city of the undead, chanced upon the Golden Skeleton King approaching Hope Town from that direction. Boom, boom. With each step the Golden Skeleton King took, it resonated like an earthquake, wielding its golden greatsword, leaving a trail of sparks and lightning in its wake. All players attempting to impede its advance were effortlessly struck down, either reduced to mere white light or crushed beneath its foot. Zhang Yi halted, exclaiming in astonishment, "Goodness, still as formidable as ever." Chapter 70. The Invasion of the Skeleton King 1. Thus, Zhang Yi circumvented the Golden Skeleton King and proceeded directly to the city of the undead. At this moment, the vast city of the undead lay desolate, devoid of any presence. Aside from those who had succumbed to death, all other players had retreated to the safety zone. The adage that the most perilous places are the safest held true. The players from the Kingdom of Glory likely never anticipated that Zhang Yi would return to the city of the undead to level up. Of course, even if they were aware, they had no leisure to attend to Zhang Yi at that moment, as the Kingdom of Glory was undoubtedly devising strategies to secure the final blow on the boss. Just as Zhang Yi stepped into the city of the undead, a regional announcement resonated. Ding! The god of death, the Golden Skeleton King, has commenced its invasion of the safety zone. Effective immediately. The protective measures of Safety Zone 886 are revoked. Players within the safety zone are permitted to engage in PvP and may face death. Monsters may enter. Furthermore, until 10 o'clock this evening, all players within a kilometer of Hope Town will receive special protection from the system. Dying within the protective range will not consume resurrection opportunities, and no items will be lost. Only a mere 10 of current experience will be forfeited. The red name system is suspended, and players will not accrue sin points during this period. Ding! Attention all players in Zone 886. The rules for this boss invasion are as follows. If the safety zone is damaged by the Golden Skeleton King to an extent exceeding 70%, all players within the safety zone will incur a death penalty. Therefore, it is imperative that you protect your homeland and collectively hunt down the Golden Skeleton King. Zhang Yi, unfazed, made his way to the level 3 area of the City of the Undead, seizing the flame staff and engaging with the surrounding level 19-20 skeletons and undead creatures. Meanwhile, at Hope Town, the Golden Skeleton King, wielding a colossal sword, approached the entrance of the safety zone, where throngs of players gathered, resolutely guarding against the boss's incursion. Brothers, attack. Do not let the boss breach the safety zone. Among the crowd, a voice rang out, and spurred by the system's special protection mechanism, the players, fully prepared, brandished their weapons and fearlessly charged towards the Skeleton King. Had this been earlier, knowing that they were in a realm of true death, these players would surely not squander their precious resurrection opportunities battling a boss. However, now, with the stipulated time and area, the penalty for death amounted to a mere 10 experience loss. As the calculations for rewards unfolded, this became the impetus for the players' fervent efforts. Whoosh, 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 boom. Countless arrows and magical orbs erupted from the ranks of mages and archers, striking the gargantuan form of the Skeleton King, an entity as colossal as a mountain. From the top of the Skeleton King's head, a flurry of damage was recorded. 12, 19, 7, 1, 22. All the damage inflicted was minuscule, with some numbers even falling into single digits or failing to penetrate defenses entirely. This outcome was entirely anticipated, for the Golden Skeleton King was, after all, the first 20-level 1-star boss in the world of the apocalypse. In addition to the ranged mages and archers who have already commenced their assault from afar, the melee classes, warriors, knights, and assassins have gathered around the Skeletal King, thrusting their weapons and delivering a flurry of strikes. The damage they inflict upon the boss is comparable to that of the mages and archers, merely amounting to a few or a dozen points at best. This is under the condition that the boss's attributes have been diminished by 9.55. It is evident that when the Skeletal King first approached the vicinity of the safe zone, his health percentage had already dwindled to approximately 90. Aside from minor wear sustained along the way, despite the barrage of attacks from the numerous melee and ranged players in Zone 886, they have managed to reduce the Skeletal King's health by a mere 0.1 percentage points. According to the data gathered by players of level 17 and above utilizing the reconnaissance skill, the Skeletal King possesses a staggering total health of 1,250,000 points. The occasional damage of a few dozen points inflicted by the players is utterly insignificant to the Skeletal King. At this juncture, after enduring several rounds of relentless attacks from the players, the Skeletal King began to retaliate. With a thunderous roar, he raised his golden greatsword and brought it crashing down upon the ground, striking down upon dozens of players within the area covered by the sword. Accompanied by a cacophony of screams, the unfortunate players struck by the greatsword experienced astronomical damage. 1,536, 1,498, 1,613. A flurry of white lights illuminated the battlefield as over 90% of the players hit were instantly eliminated, with an average damage of 1,500 points. Even the warriors on the field fell victim to a single strike. Thus, the mere 10% who survived were the resilient knights, endowed with toughened hides and sturdy frames. Following this, the Skeletal King lifted his left foot, bringing down his colossal skeletal paw to crush another group of players into luminous oblivion. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. The destructive power of this boss is truly terrifying. Being struck even once equates to instant demise. Yet, what is there to fear? Death merely incurs a loss of 10 of experience. Thus, players resolved to contribute as much damage as they could before facing their end, anticipating that greater rewards would await them once the boss was vanquished. Fearless, they employed a strategy of sheer numbers against the Skeletal King. The might of the Golden Skeletal King was indeed formidable. A single careless movement could lead to the annihilation of dozens of players. Although the players' attacks were largely ineffective, the cumulative damage, albeit slow, gradually chipped away at the Skeletal King's health. However, the primary reason for the sluggish pace of the assault was that not all players in Zone 886 could participate in this battle simultaneously. Due to the mechanics preventing players from overlapping, only a few hundred players within a 50-meter radius could strike the Skeletal King, while those beyond this range, including the mages and archers, were unable to reach the boss at all. Thus, although it appears to be a grand battle against a colossal boss with thousands participating, in reality, only a mere 200 to 300 players are actively engaged at any given moment. It is only when the players within the designated area perish that those outside may seize the opportunity to infiltrate and fill the void. Were all 10,000 players within the safe zone able to strike the Skeleton King, this confrontation would conclude in mere minutes. After all, even if each individual inflicts a mere 10 points of damage, such a multitude would collectively deliver a staggering 100,000 points in a single assault. While the fierce battle rages on in the safe zone, Zhang Yi, situated in the undead city and engaged in the spawning of skeletons, opened the live streaming interface only to discover that there were indeed individuals broadcasting this epic boss battle. Consequently, Zhang Yi entered the streaming room, eager to glean insights into the progression of the boss encounter. Chapter 71, The Invasion of the Skeleton King 2. The player broadcasting live was a female, likely caught up in the excitement of the moment, as the cross-region live streaming feature had yet to be activated. Consequently, nearly all players in the 886 region were gathered to battle the boss. Who was she even streaming for? Just as the female streamer prepared to end her broadcast, a startling system message appeared. Player Inua Ching-chung has entered the live stream. Inua Ching-chung. The streamer thought she had misread and rubbed her eyes in disbelief, only to confirm that it was indeed the illustrious top player from the 886 region. Overwhelmed with joy, she exclaimed, "Heavens! The #1 player has come to my live stream." However, the subsequent system notification sent her into a frenzy of excitement. Player Inua Ching-chung has gifted you Yacht X1, a yacht worth 10 gold coins. At that moment, Zhang Yi spoke in the live stream. "Find a safe spot to stay and continue your broadcast. I will shower you with gifts. Once this wave concludes, start again when the boss's health drops to 10, and I will send you 2 more yachts then." Meanwhile, a level 16 mage named I Like You squeezed among the crowd, followed Zhang Yi's instructions, sought a secure location far from the boss, and focused solely on providing live coverage for him. Thus, through the perspective of the onlooker, I Like You, who could not penetrate the battle circle and was left watching from the periphery, Zhang Yi witnessed the unfolding boss battle. The live stream captured a moment when the Golden Skeleton King unleashed a sword energy strike, devastating all players within a 50-meter radius and eliminating hundreds in an instant. Zhang Yi could not help but gasp in horror. How terrifying. As he brandished his staff, vanquishing skeletons while viewing the broadcast, Zhang Yi realized that although the yacht priced at 10 gold coins was indeed extravagant, his total of over 30 gold coins would allow him to purchase only 3 yachts at most. Yet, securing the first kill of the Skeleton King and obtaining the spoils was worth far more than a mere few dozen gold coins. Given that Zhang Yi could not witness the live action directly, he relied on other players' broadcasts for updates. Missing the moment when the boss was defeated would result in a loss of billions. Due to the high demand of live streaming, the female streamer concluded her broadcast after approximately 3 minutes. However, she had already arranged with Zhang Yi to resume her stream when the boss's health reached 10%, exclusively for him. Of course, to ensure she did not forget or encounter unforeseen circumstances, Zhang Yi had his own contingency. From the brief 3-minute broadcast, he noted that the Skeleton King's health had decreased by precisely 3%, averaging a 1% loss per minute. The Skeletal King begins with a health percentage of 90. At this pace, provided there are no mutations during the battle, this boss encounter should conclude in approximately 1.5 hours. Zhang Yi, therefore, only needs to return around 1 hour and 20 minutes into the fight. In the world of Apocalypse, whenever a boss-level creature's health drops to 30, There is a certain probability of mutation occurring, which significantly enhances the boss's combat capabilities for a limited time, a truly terrifying prospect. However, once the mutation period concludes, the boss will also enter a state of weakness. After the streamer, I Like You, closed her live broadcast, Zhang Yi remained wholly focused on defeating monsters. As wave after wave of level 19-20 skeletons and undead fell to the might of his fiery staff, Zhang Yi's experience bar surged, bringing him ever closer to level 18. Meanwhile, in the safety zone, countless players continued to fervently assault the boss, their collective attention fixated on the Golden Skeletal King. Unbeknownst to them, the two most formidable factions in Zone 886, the Kings of the World and the Storm family, had chosen not to engage in this battle. Outside the safety zone, behind towering ruins of 8 to 10 meters, nearly 1,000 players lay in ambush, their gazes fixed intently on the boss ahead. These players, concealed in the rubble, were members of the Kings of the World. Observing the distant battlefield alongside Wang Zhisheng, who was also hidden behind the ruins, a sense of urgency gripped him as he remarked, "Captain, it seems this boss battle calculates rewards based on damage dealt. Should we not charge in now?" "Charge in? Nonsense," retorted Wang Zhisheng. "How substantial can the participation reward possibly be? As long as we secure the first kill, we will soar to new heights. In comparison, the participation reward is hardly worth our effort. Besides, losing 10 of experience upon death is no trifling matter. We shall wait until the boss is on the brink of defeat before we strike and claim it for ourselves. By then, those random players will have expended their resources. Anyone who dares to obstruct us will face our wrath." Amidst their conversation, Wang Zhisheng chuckled. "Your wisdom is truly commendable, Captain." Yet, Wang Zhisheng expressed his concern. "It seems the Storm family has also refrained from participating. They may share our intentions, waiting until the boss is nearly defeated to swoop in and seize it. Let them be." Wang Zhisheng dismissed the thought. "I have already discerned the Storm family's capabilities. A mere ragtag team of 400 cannot possibly compete with our 1,000-member faction, the Kings of the World." After suffering a setback in the Goblin Forest, where they exploited our inferior equipment to crush us, aided by Inua Qingqing, the disparity in our gear has since narrowed. Furthermore, Inua Qingqing, having been felled by us once, is no longer a threat. This time, should they dare to interfere with our claim on the boss, I shall ensure they do not return, avenging our previous defeat in the Goblin Forest. On the opposite side, behind another cluster of ruins, the players of the Storm family were indeed lying in wait. "Captain, I do not see any members of the Kingdom of Kings. They are likely lying in wait, preparing to seize the boss." As the level 17 warrior Storm Dragon King concluded his statement, Storm Angel gazed at the distant Skeleton King and declared, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must secure the first kill reward and the spoils of victory. It absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the Kingdom of Kings. Otherwise, the Storm family will have no place in District 886 in the future." Amidst this exchange, the Sorceress Storm Fantasy suddenly pointed towards a cluster of ruins where several heads peeked out, exclaiming, "Darling, could those be members of the Kingdom of Kings?" Chapter 72, The Defense of the Safe Zone Ding. The player, Honor of Kings, has sent a friend request to you via ID search. Just as Storm Angel glanced towards another pile of ruins, following the direction indicated by Storm Fantasy's finger, a notification sound suddenly echoed. Noticing that it was a friend request from Honor of Kings, Storm Angel furrowed his brow slightly and accepted the request. Immediately, a message arrived from Honor of Kings, "Storm, listen closely. If you dare to compete with us for the boss, I will ensure you regret it." In the distance, merely a couple of 100 meters away, another pile of ruins revealed what appeared to be Honor of Kings, defiantly gesturing in their direction. Storm Angel swiftly replied, "Let skill speak for itself. Whoever secures it owns it. Stop with the empty threats." Honor of Kings shot back. "Then let us have a showdown and see who truly excels." Storm Angel responded, "Very well. Send your best forth." Honor of Kings taunted, "You come here, coward." Storm Angel retorted, "You come here. Just a bunch of talk." Honor of Kings, "You come here. You useless trash." In truth, with the boss in imminent danger of being taken down, neither Honor of Kings nor the Storm family dared to ignite a conflict. For doing so could inadvertently allow the scattered players to seize the boss, resulting in a significant loss. Thus, Storm Angel and Honor of Kings engaged in a verbal sparring match, cursing each other's ancestors across a private chat interface, yet neither took action. despite being merely a few hundred meters apart. At the entrance of Hope Town, the boss battle raged on fiercely. As the Skeleton King's health dipped to 70, it suddenly began to stride toward the safe zone. Block it. Do not let it enter and wreak havoc in the safe zone. With a shout from the crowd, countless players swiftly surrounded the Skeleton King, many even climbing up its massive legs, resembling ants attempting to impede its advance into the safe zone. However, the players' strength was utterly insignificant against the Skeleton King. Ignoring their attempts to obstruct it, the Golden Skeleton King swung its colossal sword, shattering the surrounding walls that stood 7 to 8 meters tall, then stepped into the safe zone. Boom! Upon entering the safe zone, the Skeleton King raised its foot and kicked over an 8-story building, simultaneously crushing dozens of players and NPCs on the street. With a sweeping motion of its great sword, several nearby buildings were cleaved in half, collapsing to either side as the Skeleton King commenced its destruction of the safe zone. Meanwhile, an area announcement echoed in the ears of all players in Zone 886. Ding! Attention! The Golden Skeleton King has breached the safe zone and is inflicting damage. Current damage level of the safe zone: 1. Attention! The Golden Skeleton King has breached the safety zone, causing substantial damage, with the current destruction level at 2. Be advised, the destruction level has now reached 10. All players, please defend your homeland. Should the destruction level escalate to 70, all players in Zone 886 will face death penalties. Dismayed by the system alert, the Storm Angel, lurking behind the ruins outside the safety zone, exclaimed, "If this continues, the safety zone will implode. We must return to defend." As players from the Storm family surged forth from their hiding spot, an army from the Kingdom of Glory emerged from another pile of ruins. "Why are you staring? We have no time to fight you," exclaimed the Storm Dragon King. "Once we defeat the boss, I will relish annihilating your Kingdom of Glory trash," retorted the Return of the King. "The boss belongs to us, Kingdom of Glory. Don't even dream about it." Ding! The destruction level has now reached 15. The system's alert sounded once more. Players from both the Kingdom of Glory and Storm family, numbering in the thousands, hurried towards the safety zone. It became evident that the average strength of the two major teams far surpassed that of the scattered individual players. With the reinforcements from both factions, the boss's movements were significantly hindered, gradually pushing it back beyond the safety zone under the relentless assault of the two factions and countless individual players. The battle proceeded steadily for another hour. The Skeleton King's health had dwindled to 29, having passed through its mutation phase without triggering a transformation. As health dropped to 15, then 14. At that moment, the true nature of the Kingdom of Glory players was revealed as they began mercilessly slaughtering the surrounding individual players. Amidst the chaos, several individual players, fully engaged in combating the boss, were caught off guard and slain by nearby Kingdom of Glory players, dissipating into white light. Panic spread through the crowd. A level 16 warrior, gripping a longsword, gazed incredulously at the Kingdom Supreme player who had just stabbed another individual player. "What do you mean, Kingdom of Glory? What does it mean? Your demise." With that, the Kingdom Supreme swiftly charged, dispatching the already weakened warrior in mere moments. At that instant, the Kingdom of Glory player bellowed, "Anyone who wishes to live, get lost. The boss is ours." "On what grounds?" "We fought for the boss together." "On the grounds of strength." With that declaration, the Kingdom of Glory player drew his bow, joining forces with his teammates to eliminate the magic user who had just spoken. Thanks to the system's protection, the red name penalty had been temporarily lifted, allowing the Kingdom of Glory player to continue his rampage, shooting at the surrounding individual players. Waves of white light erupted as cries of despair filled the air. Amidst the rampant slaughter by players in the realm of King's Glory, coupled with the devastation wrought by the formidable boss, the Golden Skeleton King, the solitary players gradually relinquished their resistance and scattered in flight. They were unwilling to offend King's Glory merely for the sake of a single boss. Even the esteemed top player, Inua Ching Chung, met his demise for crossing the wrath of King's Glory. What chance did the solitary players possess? Some smaller clans and teams, however, unwilling to surrender the nearly vanquished boss without a fight, boldly defied King's Glory. But their fate was grim. Their annihilation followed swiftly. As the players faced extermination, King's Glory remained vigilant, closely monitoring the boss's health. Unbeknownst to them, the health of the Skeleton King had dwindled to a mere 10. The inaugural kill of the level 20, one-star boss, the Golden Skeleton King, was destined to be his. At that moment, another wave of players emerged from the safety of their zone. The Storm Clan. Chapter 73, A Promise to Capture the Boss. In the entire 886 district, only the Storm family possesses the strength to contend with the Kingdom of Kings. Without hesitation, players from both families immediately engaged in a fierce battle before the Skeleton King, all vying for the coveted first kill. As the first boss of the Apocalypse world, the first kill of the Golden Skeleton King is of paramount importance. The one who secures this prize will be crowned the leader of the 886 district. This marks a critical clash between the Kingdom of Kings and the Storm family, a struggle that could determine their future. Meanwhile, in the undead city, Zhang Yi, who had been diligently farming skeletons, finally received a golden light above his head after what felt like an eternity. Congratulations, you have leveled up, current level, 18. Achieving level 18 had proven to be quite the challenge. Reflecting on the loss of a resurrection opportunity and the demotion caused by the Kingdom of Kings, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Zhang Yi's eyes. Kingdom of Kings, your time is up. With that, Zhang Yi retrieved the flowing light staff from his bag, equipping it and instantly boosting his attack power from 400 to a staggering 701 points. The invincible war god, a promise to capture the boss, had returned. Subsequently, taking advantage of the newly acquired skill slot from reaching level 18, Zhang Yi also learned the green blink from his inventory. Congratulations, you have mastered the new skill, blink. Checking the time, it was nearly time for his live stream. Just then, a notification chimed. The streamer you follow, I Like You, has gone live. Hurry to the stream. Opening the live stream, Zhang Yi found that the screen displayed only one broadcast, hosted by I Like You. He immediately entered the streaming room. I Like You was quite punctual. Through her perspective, Zhang Yi witnessed the Golden Skeleton King, still amidst a crowd, mercilessly slaughtering players, with its health bar frozen at precisely 10, no more, no less. At the same time, he observed two major factions engaged in internal conflict, without needing to glance at their IDs. It was evident they were from the Kingdom of Kings and the Storm family. However, their squabble was utterly futile, for regardless of the outcome, the boss would ultimately belong to Zhang Yi. Thus, in accordance with his earlier promise to I Like You, Zhang Yi gifted 2 yachts valued at 20 gold coins in the stream, then unfollowed her and exited the live room. He retrieved the city return scroll he had prepared in advance and shattered it. With a flash of white light, Zhang Yi vanished from the undead city. As his vision shifted, he found himself in Hope Town. Holding the flowing light staff, he opened his ID and strode towards the village entrance. At that moment, the main exit of Hope Town was teeming with players, all gathered around, while ahead, the health bar of the Golden Skeleton King dwindled perilously low. As the players stood at a distance within the safety zone, they could only watch in trepidation, hesitant to engage the boss. Discontent and murmurs of complaint began to ripple through the crowd. Player A exclaimed, "The people from the Kingdom of Glory are utterly shameless. They weren't present during the earlier fight against the boss, but now that it is near death, they emerge, seeking to claim it for themselves while preventing us from participating." Player B chimed in, "And what about that Storm family? They are no better. All they care about is their own interests, such as the nature of humanity." Player C added, "However, their influence is vast, and we are no match for them. I only hope they inflict mutual destruction upon each other, leaving the boss for us to seize." Amidst the fervent discussions, a sudden shout pierced the air. "Yin Nua Ching Chung has arrived." As the words fell, the players turned to behold a figure, a level 18 beastmaster named Yin Nua Ching Cheng, emerging from the town, wielding a shimmering silver staff and exuding an aura of lethal intent. The formidable Zhang Yi stirred excitement among the onlookers. The crowd gathered at the village entrance directed their gaze towards Zhang Yi. A young male assassin gasped, "Wow, is this powerhouse gearing up to contest the boss with the 2 major teams?" A middle-aged knight remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that he is targeting the Kingdom of Glory. Look at the murderous intent in his eyes. I suspect he was previously slain by them in the undead city. Didn't he proclaim later that the game was just beginning?" A striking female archer added, "Oh my. Ching Cheng looks so dashing. I can't wait to see his performance. It seems the Kingdom of Glory is in for a rough time." Just as the crowd debated, Zhang Yi abruptly halted, hesitated for a moment, then turned and walked into a nearby noodle shop. The players were left dumbfounded. Some even ventured to the shop's entrance, where they were astonished to find Zhang Yi leisurely savoring a bowl of beef noodles. What audacity! Outside, the 2 major teams were fiercely battling the boss. Yet here he was, calmly enjoying his meal. After swiftly finishing the noodles, Zhang Yi patted his belly in satisfaction and declared, "I'm full. Time to get to work." With that, he exited the noodle shop and gazed towards the village entrance, noting that the boss's health was still at 5. Thus, under the bewildered scrutiny of the surrounding players, Zhang Yi grasped his radiant staff once more and strode outward. Observing this enigmatic figure, the players dared not utter a word or pose a question. They simply parted silently, clearing a path for the illustrious powerhouse. At this very moment, the battle outside has escalated into a fervent clash, no longer resembling the past where players wielding enhanced level 25 2-star top-tier weapons effortlessly overpowered those adorned with mere 1-star ragged gear. Now, the Storm family players find themselves at a significant disadvantage against the champions of the kingdom, with the Storm Angels offering little more than their levels. The tide of battle is shifting as the kingdom gradually asserts its dominance over the battlefield, akin to the Golden Skeleton King being firmly within their grasp. It was then that a beast master, clad in black and wielding a staff, emerged from the safety zone with an air of serene confidence. A player from the kingdom, noticing the approaching Zhang Yi, urgently called out, "Captain, Inua Qingqing is coming to claim the boss." "Claim the boss?" scoffed Wang Zhirong, who had just felled a member of the Storm family with a well-placed arrow. He glanced dismissively at Zhang Yi. "That fellow has already been defeated by us once, and is now a mere shadow of his former self. I have discerned his weaknesses. A coordinated onslaught from our mages and archers will bring him down in an instant." Pausing for a moment, Wang Zhirong continued, "Do not concern yourselves with that worthless opponent. Let a few warriors hold him at bay to prevent any interference. The rest of you, prepare to seize the boss. But remember, the final blow is mine." With a command issued, 2 warriors and a knight from the kingdom charged forth, swords and shields at the ready, racing towards Zhang Yi. Chapter 74. Slaying the Skeleton King. Surely, the illustrious Inua Qingqing will not, once again, be swiftly annihilated by a concentrated onslaught from his adversaries. It is indeed a possibility, for Inua Qingqing is but a mortal, not a deity. As Zhang Yi stepped out of the safety zone, the players who had previously granted him passage naturally converged, their gazes fixated upon him. Zhang Yi, however, remained composed, intently observing the 3 players from Wang Zhitianxia who approached with determination, awaiting their entry into the effective attack range of 50 meters. Boom. As Zhang Yi continued his advance toward the boss, he brandished his staff, unleashing a chain of lightning upon the trio, closing in. 668, 701, 1298 critical hit. 3 extraordinary damage figures erupted above their heads, and among them, a level 16 warrior positioned at the rear succumbed to a single devastating blow, dissipating into a flash of white light. Following swiftly, Zhang Yi cast a fireball spell in tandem with a basic attack, mercilessly dispatching the 2 remaining knights and warriors of Wang Zhitianxia who had been gravely wounded. Despite having witnessed Inua Qingqing's spectacular display of prowess in the undead city against 1,000 foes during a live broadcast, the sheer ferocity of Zhang Yi's assault, claiming 3 lives in less than 10 seconds, left the multitude of spectators in utter astonishment. Player A? Goodness. Inua Qingqing's damage output is utterly explosive. His area skills can even obliterate warriors. His attack power must be astronomical. Player B? Last time in the undead city, he was felled while protecting that girl. Now unencumbered, Inua Qingqing can rampage without restraint. It seems we are in for quite a spectacle today. Amidst the fervent discussions, the players of Wang Zhitianxia watched in disbelief as Zhang Yi effortlessly dispatched 3 of their own who attempted to obstruct him. Wang Zhirong, taken aback, muttered, "What the hell is this kid?" However, upon noticing that the Skeleton King's health had dwindled to a mere 3, he was compelled to set Zhang Yi aside and commanded the surrounding players of Wang Zhitianxia, "Hold Inua Qingqing at bay. Do not let him approach. Once I secure the boss, I shall deal with him." With that, dozens of players from Wang Zhitianxia surged forth, weapons drawn, towards Zhang Yi. Unperturbed, Zhang Yi pressed on towards the boss, his staff of flowing light shimmering with silver brilliance. He activated a multi-strike attack. Boom, 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 boom. Each swing of the staff unleashed 2 magical orbs simultaneously, with an agility of 41, akin to that of an assassin. A multitude of orbs rained down upon the players of Wang Zhitianxia, as though a legion of sorcerers were assailing them, rather than just Zhang Yi alone. Zhang Yi did not lock onto a specific target, allowing the split magical orbs to indiscriminately bombard the throngs of Wang Zhitianxia. Countless damage figures erupted above their heads, 401, 432, 868 critical hit, 449, 394. Upon activating the multiple attack feature, each magical orb inflicted merely 60 of its potential damage. However, under the immense magical augmentation bestowed by Zhang Yi, even this reduced damage could deliver devastating blows to the assemblage of players, ranging from levels 16-17. Known as the Kings of the World. Before they could draw near, several radiant bursts of light erupted, annihilating the fragile assassins en route. The remaining warriors and knights, upon nearing, found themselves gravely wounded. Thus, Zhang Yi unceremoniously harvested them one by one. Even the few warriors who managed to approach him found their strikes against Zhang Yi, who possessed a physical defense of 156, to be utterly trivial, inflicting but a few insignificant points of damage, insufficient to breach the Undead Robe's Undead Shield. The inevitable outcome for them was to be obliterated by a single magical orb from Zhang Yi. With the enhanced 25-level, 3-star Radiant Staff in hand, he faced no opposition. At that moment, the boss's health dwindled to a mere 1, leading to the complete annihilation of the Storm family, leaving Zhang Yi as the sole contender in this realm of glory. Stop him. Everyone, cease your attacks. I shall deliver the final blow. With the rallying cry of King of Glory, the players surrounding the boss halted their assaults, deliberately leaving the Skeletal King, now barely clinging to life. For the King of Glory, observing that Zhang Yi was at least 60 to 70 meters away from the Golden Skeleton King, far beyond his effective attack range, and confronted by a throng of players from the Kings of the World blocking his path, King of Glory laughed triumphantly. Do you truly believe you are worthy to contend with me for the boss? Once I secure the first kill of the Skeletal King and claim all the rewards and spoils, I shall torment you as one would a mere dog. Prepare to be trampled beneath my feet. With that, King of Glory eagerly drew his bow, aiming at the Skeletal King, whose health was nearly depleted. Farewell, my dear. The first kill of the 20-level, 1-star boss shall be mine. Just as the flaming arrow was loosed from King of Glory's grasp, a searing fireball suddenly soared overhead, landing first upon the Skeletal King. A blood-red damage numeral of 861 appeared above the Skeletal King's head, completely draining its remaining health. King of Glory's fire arrow followed shortly, striking the now deceased Skeletal King, only to be deemed an invalid attack by the system. How could I perish at the hands of such insignificant insects? With a thunderous roar, the Skeletal King's colossal form collapsed, crushing dozens of players from the Kings of the World beneath its weight as it fell. Simultaneously, radiant golden beams cascaded from all directions, bestowing experience from the 20-level, 1-star boss, the Golden Skeleton King, upon all players who had participated in this epic encounter. Advancement to the next level is assured, and some players with significant contributions to damage have even ascended 2 levels in succession. Above Zhang Yi's head, 3 radiant beams of golden light cascaded down. Congratulations! You have delivered the final blow to the level 20, 1-star boss, Death God, Golden Skeleton King, earning 600,000 experience points and 400 reputation. Congratulations! You have ascended to level 19. Congratulations! You have ascended to level 20. Congratulations! You have ascended to level 21. The next level will require 350,000 experience points. Congratulations! You have achieved the first kill of the Golden Skeleton King across the entire server. The system will announce this to all players. Please select whether to display or hide your ID. Chapter 75. The first kill across the server announcement. Ding. Congratulations to the players of Safe Zone 886 and District 8 for achieving the first kill of the Death God, Golden Skeleton King, completing the boss first kill achievement, and receiving rewards of level 1, 100 gold coins, 12,000 reputation points, 1 5-star treasure chest, and 1 resurrection opportunity. Server announcement, ding. Server announcement, ding. Server announcement, ding. Congratulations to Safe Zone 886 and District 8 for becoming the first zone in the entire server to slay the boss, Golden Skeleton King. All players in District 8, Zone 886, will receive rewards of level 1, 3 gold coins, 1,000 reputation points, 1 2-star treasure chest, and 1 resurrection opportunity. Server announcement, ding. The cross-server chat feature has been temporarily activated, lasting for 1 hour. Players may communicate in the cross-server channel by spending a certain amount of gold. Furthermore, All participants' identities and level information will be concealed during this chat session. As a series of server announcements echoed, the newly opened cross-server chat channel was immediately inundated with countless messages. Children, tremble in awe. Player from District 4, Zone 250. Wow. Is District 8 really that formidable? It's only 7 o'clock now. The boss was released just an hour ago, and you've already defeated it? Are you all cheating? Why does our District S boss still have 50 health? Thunderous Lament. Player from District 6, Zone 886. Thunderous Lament. Hearing this makes my blood boil. It turns out it was safe Zone 886 in District 8, not my Zone 886 in District 6. What a letdown. Love in the City. Player from District 25, Zone 999. Wow. The rewards for the first kill are simply amazing. Everyone in that safe zone receives level 1, plus 3 gold coins. Jealousy abounds. I want that too. Absolute kill. Player from District 18, Zone 364. That person who secured the first kill must be rolling in riches. 100 gold coins and a 5-star treasure chest. What a windfall. This reward will send them soaring. Hell S. Azura. Player from District 1, Zone 1. Damn. Just a step too late. We were so close to claiming that first kill prize. I love Bunchi. Player from District 1, Zone 89. The above comments sound so genuine. Just a little short? I find that hard to believe. Server announcement. Ding. Congratulations to Safe Zone 1 in District 1 for becoming the second safe zone in the entire server to slay the boss, Golden Skeleton King. All players in District 1, Zone 1, will receive rewards of 80 experience at their current level, 2 gold coins, 800 reputation points, 1 2-star treasure chest, and 1 resurrection opportunity. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Zhang Yi felt a pang of disappointment. Thankfully, the first kill was nearly claimed by someone else. Indeed, there are always those who surpass expectations. Zhang Yi had previously accepted the task with remarkable speed and had progressed to an impressive 955 points in the Hunt Skeleton quest. Little did he expect that another district would almost snatch the glory of defeating the boss ahead of him. Zhang Yi, having achieved the coveted first kill of the boss in the entire server, was thoroughly satisfied. The generous experience rewards from defeating the level 20 1-star boss not only propelled him to an immediate rise of 3 levels, but also allowed him to ascend 2 additional levels through personal and regional achievement rewards. Consequently, Zhang Yi's level soared from 18 to 23, a remarkable increase of 5 levels. However, the announcement disseminated by the system left the player known as Wang Zhirong Yao in a state of astonishment. This outcome was far beyond the wildest dreams of Wang Zhirong Yao, who had presumed the boss would undoubtedly belong to him. To his dismay, it had been snatched away by the player Inua Ching Chung. How had this been accomplished? In his shock, Wang Zhirong Yao turned to discover that Inua Ching Chung had somehow traversed the distance of 60 to 70 meters and closed in to within 50 meters of the Skeletal King. How could this be possible? How could he have moved with such incredible speed? Effortlessly breaking through the throngs of players in the realm of King S glory to reach this position in an instant? Soon enough, Wang Zhirong Yao deduced the answer. He must have utilized a teleportation ability. It must be said that his guess was indeed correct. Seeing a prize so tantalizingly close being claimed by another, particularly by Inua Ching Chung, whom he despised most, Wang Zhirong Yao was nearly consumed by rage. How dare you steal my boss, Inua Ching Ching? You are courting death. Zhang Yi, unfazed, retorted, "Oh, is this your boss?" Enraged, Wang Zhirong Yao bellowed, "Everyone, attack. The final blow belongs to me, and all the spoils shall be mine. Do not allow him any chance to approach the loot." With that command, the players of King S glory surged towards Zhang Yi, while Wang Zhirong Yao hastened to the fallen body of the Golden Skeletal King. Surrounding the Skeletal King's corpse lay a mountain of gold coins, equipment, enhancement stones, treasure chests, and skill books, each item radiating immense value. These were the true treasures of the Skeletal King boss. In comparison, the first kill achievement reward was utterly trivial. As long as he secured these spoils, Wang Zhirong Yao would still rise to prominence. Yet, Zhang Yi would not permit the players of King S glory to claim the boss's spoils so easily. The loot from the Skeletal King rightfully belonged to him, and without his consent, none could lay a hand on it. With a flourish, he wielded the Staff of Flowing Light, casting a fireball aimed directly at Wang Zhirong Yao, who was rapidly approaching the Skeletal King's corpse within a 50-meter effective attack range. The fireball struck with precision, hitting Wang Zhirong Yao from a distance of nearly 40 meters, resulting in a critical hit of 1926 damage. after receiving the boss's rewards. Even though Wang Zhongyao had risen to level 19, as an archer, his health points, despite having invested heavily in stamina, could not exceed 1200. Thus, with a full health bar abruptly depleted, the valiant player of Honor of Kings, in close proximity to the towering pile of spoils, collapsed to the ground, transforming into a radiant beam of white light. Instant annihilation. Upon ascending from level 18 to 23, Zhang Yi promptly allocated all 25 points obtained from this remarkable 5-level gain to his intelligence, resulting in a staggering magical attack power of 736. Coupled with this silver bone ring and its advanced serious injury talent, he unleashed a damage coefficient of 145, further amplified by a critical strike from his fireball spell, proving insurmountable for Honor of Kings to withstand. Chapter 76, A Frenzied Slaughter. Ding. You have slain the player King of Glory. The opponent was a white-named player, and due to the system's protection phase, you have not accrued any sin value. As Zhang Yi unleashed a fireball, instantly vanquishing King of Glory, players from the Kingdom of Kings surged forth under the commands of the sub-captains, King S Return and King S Supreme, launching an all-out assault against Zhang Yi. While the two sub-captains commanded their subordinates to detain Zhang Yi, they themselves dashed towards the boss. At this moment, Zhang Yi's focus was not on the players of the Kingdom of Kings. Retribution could wait. His sole concern lay with the spoils of the Skeleton King. With a thunderous roar, a chain of lightning struck down, severely injuring 3 approaching players from the Kingdom of Kings. He then unleashed a basic attack, triggering a multi-hit strike that obliterated them. Just then, the blink skill, with a mere 15-second cooldown, had completed its second recharge. Zhang Yi promptly activated it, vanishing from sight and causing the oncoming players to strike nothing but air. In the next instant, he reappeared closer to the boss, his attack bolstered by a 10 damage increase from the green quality blink, launching a fireball that dealt a staggering 1098 points of damage to the level 19 assassin, King S Supreme, instantly obliterating him. The sight of King S Supreme being reduced to a wisp of white light left King S Return utterly astonished, compelling him to hasten towards the boss. As long as he could seize the spoils of the Skeleton King, being eliminated was a trivial matter. Yet, he was sorely mistaken. As Zhang Yi approached the corpse of the Skeleton King, he deftly waved his luminous staff, striking King S Return in the back with a basic attack spell, inflicting over 700 points of damage, though not enough to finish him off. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed through the air, a thunderous dragon's cry resonating all around. Players from every direction instinctively looked skyward. Zhang Yi felt a thrill. Fortune smiled upon him. With another mighty roar, a colossal fire dragon tore through the fabric of space, descending upon them with its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of searing dragon flames upon the ground. The hellish dragon flames engulfed all players within a 100-meter radius of Zhang Yi, and under the intense heat, everyone's heads were struck by a staggering 1154 points of true damage. Within the Inferno's reach, over 40%, at least 100 players from the Kingdom of Kings, including mages, archers, and priests, were obliterated into white light. The remaining players, clinging to a sliver of health, could not withstand the relentless burn of 271 damage per second inflicted by the hellish flames. In the blink of an eye, the remaining archers, warriors, and knights, including King S Return, who stood but a step away from the spoils, were all consumed by the dragon's fire. Ding. You have slain the player, King's Canyon. Sin value 0. Ding. You have slain the player, King's Warrior. Sin value 0. With a resounding chime, you have vanquished the player, King of Glory, accumulating 0 evil points. In an instant, an area of 100 meters around Zhang Yi became barren, devoid of life, while his ID remained a pristine white above his head. Outside the consuming flames of hell, those fortunate players who had escaped were left utterly stupefied. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Player A exclaimed, "So the dragon flames I witnessed while farming octopuses on the school map were indeed triggered by Inua Chang Cheng." Player B remarked, "This damage is astounding. The area effect is simply capable of obliterating everything in its path. That magical scroll must cost at least several hundred gold coins. How could he possibly afford it?" Player C countered, "How do you know it's a scroll? It might be a skill he possesses." Player D insisted, "I refuse to believe that such a powerful area attack could be a player's innate ability. It must unequivocally be a high-level magical scroll." As the onlookers engaged in animated discussions, Zhang Yi seized the opportunity presented by the absence of enemies nearby, swiftly approaching the corpse of the skeleton king. He reached out to the mountain of spoils, and a series of delightful system notifications chimed in his ears. Congratulations, you have acquired 15 gold coins. Congratulations. You have obtained 3-star treasure chest, X1. Congratulations, you have gained 21 gold coins. Congratulations, you have received the skill book, Undead Storm, X1. Congratulations. You have acquired the equipment, Golden Bow of the Fallen, X1. There were at least a dozen notifications that resonated in his ears. And by the time Zhang Yi collected all the loot, players from the Kingdom of Glory began to converge from all directions. Even the previously slain King of Glory returned from the safety zone's resurrection spring, as it was still within the system's protective period. Dying within a kilometer of the safety zone would not consume a resurrection opportunity, and each death would only result in a 10 experience loss. Upon returning, King of Glory, still at level 19, was furious to see that all the items near the Skeleton King's corpse had been claimed by Zhang Yi. Damn it, Inua Cheng Cheng. I advise you to return everything the boss dropped. Otherwise, you will be sorry. Zhang Yi, unperturbed, rose and turned to face the enraged King of Glory, casually replying, "What good is it to demand I hand it over? If you have the ability, kill me and claim it for yourself." Zhang Yi's taunt thoroughly incensed King of Glory. "We are in the system's protection phase. The safety zone cannot shield you now. I will reduce you to level 0 today." With the shimmering flowing light staff in hand, Zhang Yi proclaimed, "Come and attempt to kill me. I offer you one last chance. If I do not bring you down to level 0 and strip you of every single piece of equipment, I shall change my surname. Brothers, attack." With that command, countless players from the Kingdom of Glory surged toward Zhang Yi. With a graceful lift of the shimmering staff, a chain of lightning struck down, instantly annihilating the 3 foremost assassins. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, resembling the fierce cry of a dragon. The infernal dragon's flame. With a resounding whoosh, the hellfire surged forth, claiming the lives of hundreds of players from the Kingdom of Kings within a 100-meter radius of Zhang Yi, who fell in an instant. As the players from Kingdom of Kings surged forward, undeterred, Zhang Yi continued to wield his staff, akin to a mobile artillery unit. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of multiple strikes triggered the dual magic spheres, rendering the players from Kingdom of Kings incapable of nearing Zhang Yi, as they succumbed to their demise within a mere 20 to 30 meters of his position. Chapter 77. The glory of kings falters again due to the considerable distance. The enemy's mages and archers, positioned some 40 to 50 meters away, found it exceedingly difficult to strike Zhang Yi. In the world of Apocalypse, the accuracy of ranged classes diminishes as the distance increases. With his agility attribute of 41, Zhang Yi adeptly maneuvered, effortlessly evading the onslaught of the enemy's magical projectiles. Unlike the previous encounter in the City of the Undead where he was overwhelmed by their concentrated fire, such a scenario was utterly absent this time. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of the enemy's concentrated assault, the adversaries, akin to players wielding invincibility hacks, rampaged with reckless abandon. Observing from a distance of 50 meters, Glory of Kings swallowed hard, incredulously exclaiming, "How has this fellow suddenly become so formidable? Why does he seem different from the Zhang Yi we encountered in the City of the Undead? Is this not the same individual?" King S. Supreme shared the same bewilderment, asking, "Captain, have you noticed? This Inua Ching Ching. I even sense that he intentionally allowed us to defeat him this afternoon in the City of the Undead." King S. Supreme expressed in disbelief, his movements, his skills. "I refuse to believe he was incapable this afternoon. Was he truly allowing us to kill him just to protect that girl?" After a brief silence, Glory of Kings suddenly had an epiphany. The area within 1 kilometer of the safe zone is currently in a protective phase. Players cannot turn red for killing. This young man truly acted with intention. He must have feigned weakness to avoid notoriety, knowing full well that the system would activate protection during a boss invasion. At that moment, as Glory of Kings was lost in thought, Zhang Yi suddenly blinked from a distance of 60 to 70 meters, teleporting within 50 meters of Glory of Kings. He called out, "I told you, the game has only just begun." No sooner had the words left his lips than a fireball hurtled towards Glory of Kings, who barely had time to react before being obliterated in a single blow. What the? A flash of white light erupted as Glory of Kings vanished among the crowd, and not even the multitude of players from King S domain could shield him from such fate. Meanwhile, a smirk crept upon Zhang Yi's lips. Glory of Kings had surmised correctly. Zhang Yi had indeed played the fool. During the earlier encounter in the City of the Undead, he had refrained from unleashing his full potential, fearing the repercussions of becoming notorious for killing. Instead, he cleverly used the pretext of protecting Han Yara to grant King S domain an effortless opportunity to eliminate him. As a reborn individual from 8 years hence, Zhang Yi was acutely aware that when the boss invasion commenced, all safe zones would activate system protection, rendering player homicides consequence-free during that time. Thus, what Zhang Yi now exhibited was his unreserved, true strength. Consequently, under Zhang Yi's relentless assault, the death toll among King S domain players skyrocketed, countless white lights igniting around them, igniting a fervor among the onlooking casual players. Player A, Inua Qing Chung, is incredible. Player B, a true 1v1000. I long to stream this for all to see. Does the game currently support cross-region streaming? Before long, a multitude of players surged forth from the safe zone, and the Storm family's members joined the fray. Brothers, let us slay. We are in the system's protection phase, so let no one falter. Let us mercilessly vanquish the people of the Kingdom of Kings and send them back to level 0. With the order from the Storm Angel, the players of the Storm family immediately clashed with those from the Kingdom of Kings. The addition of the Storm family players was like a divine boon for Zhang, as the top 2 players from the 886th district joined forces to launch a formidable counterattack against the 1,000-strong team of the Kingdom of Kings. Consequently, chaos erupted on the battlefield, with screams intermingled with bursts of white light, a cacophony of clashing blades and flashing swords. Due to the system's protection, the penalties for death were significantly reduced, allowing players from both the Kingdom of Kings and the Storm family to die and resurrect in a relentless cycle, creating a seemingly endless war that left onlookers in awe. Onlooker A, who do you think will win this battle? Onlooker B, I bet a pack of spicy strips on the Kingdom of Kings. After all, they have the numbers, over 1,000 of them, while the Storm family and Inua Qing Chung have barely half that. Onlooker C, who cares who wins or loses? It doesn't concern us. And there's nothing at stake. It's pointless. I'm heading out to grind monsters and level up. After half an hour of combat, the average level of players from both the Kingdom of Kings and the Storm family had dropped from level 20 to 18. Without a single death, Zhang Yi, the 23rd level beast tamer, who had already claimed at least 400 lives from the Kingdom of Kings, grew weary in his right hand and switched to wielding his staff with his left to continue the fight. An hour later, the returning player from the Kingdom of Kings, now at level 16, exclaimed, "What the hell? Are we still fighting? It's pitch dark. Don't you all eat?" No sooner had he spoken than he was cleaved into white light by the Storm Dragon King, who stepped upon the corpse of the still respawning returning player and spat disdainfully. "Curse you. Useless trash." 2 hours later, the average level of players from both teams had plummeted to 12, causing the chat channel of the 886th district to explode. Elegant butterfly. Male, level 19 knight. My goodness. Have the players from the Kingdom of Kings and the Storm family gone mad? Is such desperation truly necessary? Crazed fleet male. Level 20 archer. I just barely leveled up from a hard-fought boss kill to earn the Area's first kill award. And look at those 2 teams. They've all dropped by dozens of levels. So many have fallen to single digits. It's such a shame. Tranquil stream female. Level 18 mage. Have you noticed? Both the Kingdom of Kings and the Storm family members have each died dozens of times. Yet Inua Qing Chung has not died even once. Supreme Star Glory. Male, level 19 Beastmaster. Indeed, his damage output is extraordinarily explosive. Anyone from the realm of kings who approaches him meets their demise. Inua Qing Chung has secured at least over 1,000 kills. Miss Nyo female. Level 18 Priest. Oh my, without the protection of the system, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Mad Flea, would they dare to fight like this without the system's safeguard? In the blink of an eye, it was already 9:30 in the evening, leaving only half an hour before the system's protection would conclude. At this moment, Zhang Yi had already driven the Realm of Kings to the Resurrection Spring, observing the freshly resurrected Realm of Kings, whose level had plummeted to 1. Zhang Yi stood guard at the Resurrection Spring, gently waving his staff. Fireball spell. Boom. The recently resurrected Realm of Kings fell once again. Chapter 78. A bountiful harvest surrounding the Resurrection Spring were numerous players from the Kingdom of Glory, their levels having plummeted to around 10. Stripped of many high-level equipment and consequently diminished in attributes, they posed no threat to Zhang Yi. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as their captain, Glory of Kings, was repeatedly eliminated by Zhang Yi, only to resurrect time and again from the spring. One promise to the city: if you dare to kill me again, I shall have ample opportunities to take my revenge, exclaimed Glory of Kings. But before he could finish, Zhang Yi struck him down once more. 3 seconds later, Glory of Kings resurrected, now clad in nothing but a pair of underpants, his expression twisted with fury. One promise to the city, you. Swish. Glory of Kings fell again. One promise to the city. Swish. Brother. Swish. Father. Swish. Grandfather. The surrounding players from the Kingdom of Glory turned away, unable to bear the sight. At precisely 10 o'clock, a regional announcement echoed through the air. Attention all players, the system's protective effects have expired. The safe zone is now restored to normal. Just then, a fireball from Zhang Yi struck the recently resurrected Glory of Kings, but the damage was instantly negated. Suddenly, Glory of Kings regained a semblance of arrogance as he swaggered out of the spring, standing boldly before Zhang Yi in his scant attire, and defiantly challenged. Come and kill me. If you dare, try again. Zhang Yi lowered his staff, his expression impassive as he replied, if you possess any courage, stay hidden in the safe zone for eternity. Otherwise, I shall slay you each time I encounter you. Pausing briefly, Zhang Yi continued. You must have only one resurrection opportunity left from the system's rewards, am I correct? Glory of Kings was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi casually scanned the surrounding players, causing those who had fallen to him over 10 times to instinctively retreat in fear. Remember my words. The game has only just begun. With that, Zhang Yi turned and departed, leaving the players of the Kingdom of Glory in a state of trepidation. Glory of Kings, reduced to level 1, glared at Zhang Yi's receding figure, gritting his teeth as he vowed, one day, I will make you pay 100-fold. One promise to the city. As long as I live, I shall not rest until I have my revenge. At that moment, the level 12 assassin, Supreme of Kings, quickly interjected, Captain, perhaps we should refrain from provoking one promise to the city. This individual is far too terrifying. Curse him. He reduced me to level 1. And this debt cannot simply be overlooked. Glory of Kings retorted, kicking Supreme of Kings, and shouted, give me your pants to wear. Having just purchased my trousers from the store, which are of level 10, you wouldn't be able to wear them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Yi, who had just completed an arduous battle lasting over 3 hours, felt a surge of elation. With a hand resting on his slightly hungry stomach, he entered a quaint restaurant by the street. The bowl of beef noodles he consumed before the fight had long since been digested. Therefore, Zhang Yi ordered a serving of lamb hot pot along with a bottle of fine wine, summing up to a total expenditure of 8 gold coins. A mere trifle for someone of his stature at level 23. With the 100 gold reward for the first boss kill, an additional 3 gold from the entire district prize, and over 120 gold coins dropped by the Skeleton King, Zhang Yi's total assets had now reached an impressive 227 gold. Thus, spending almost 2 gold coins on dinner was inconsequential for the wealthy Zhang Yi. As soon as he settled into the restaurant, his presence immediately sparked a lively discussion among other players dining nearby. Player A exclaimed, look, isn't that Inua Ching-Chang? He single-handedly annihilated the entire realm of King S Glory tonight, and it is said he even demoted their leader, King S Honor, back to level 1. Player B chimed in, indeed, he is utterly invincible. What a true powerhouse. He is the pride of our district 886. Player C remarked, however, it seems that both the Storm family and King S Glory suffered significant losses tonight. Even Storm Angel has dropped to level 15, previously ranking second on the leaderboard. The average level of both teams has plummeted to the 12th or 13th. Quite alarming, Player D added. Isn't that a good thing? It prevents King S Glory from abusing their power. Let us see how they bully others now. The chatter from these independent players did not disturb Zhang Yi as he savored his hot pot. While enjoying the lamb, he finally had the opportunity to assess his earnings for the night. Opening his backpack, he found it filled to the brim with treasures dropped by the Skeleton King. Alongside system rewards, each item of immeasurable worth. Zhang Yi took stock. 3 2-star chests, 1 3-star chest, and 1 5-star chest. He also acquired 3 skill books for pieces of equipment and lost count of the enhancement stones, having directly obtained 5 first-tier energy crystals. With the 3 he had previously collected, he now possessed a total of 8 first-tier energy crystals, just 2 short of the task requirement. Setting the chests aside for the moment, as all the keys he possessed were for 2-star chests, he had not anticipated obtaining 3-star, and even 5-star chests so swiftly. Glancing at the 4 pieces of equipment dropped by the Skeleton King, he was thrilled to discover that they were all of 3-star quality. A level 22 3-star archer weapon, the Golden Bow of the Dead. A level 23-star warrior knight armor, the Skeleton King's battle armor. A level 22 3-star mage boots, the boots of the Grim Reaper. A level 21 3-star assassin ring, the Skeleton King's battle ring. Each piece of equipment was undoubtedly among the finest of the current stage. Strengthening any one of them to level 25 could transform an ordinary player into a top-tier expert instantaneously. However, among the 4 pieces of equipment, Zhang Yi could only utilize one, the Death God's boots. Quality: 3 stars level, 22 physical defense, 60 magical defense, 55 additional attributes, agility 12 additional attributes, agility 10 class, mage, beast tamer description, the Death God's boots. Infused with the formidable consciousness of the Death God, the Golden Skeleton King bestow upon the wearer the protection of death itself. Undiscovered. With dual agility enhancements, they are truly a rarity among rarities, since speed has always been a weakness for mages. The 35 points of agility granted by the previous Radiant Staff significantly enhanced Zhang Yi's operational capacity. It can be said that his ability to navigate seamlessly among the multitude of players in the Kingdom of Kings tonight was solely due to that 35 points of agility. Furthermore, these Death God's boots, with their dual agility enhancements, once identified and further strengthened, could potentially accumulate nearly 100 points of agility. Chapter 79. Purple Skill Book. Undead Storm. Gazing at the level 4, 1-star, man-eater boots, adorning his feet, Zhang Yi couldn't help but exclaim. These boots have arrived at the perfect moment. However, in their unidentifiable state, he was unable to enhance or utilize them. Thus, he placed the Deathbringer boots, along with 3 other pieces of equipment, into his backpack. As for the remaining 3 items, Zhang Yi certainly intended to auction them off. At this stage, selling a 3-star piece for over 200 gold coins was not unreasonable, especially for weapons and rings, which were even more valuable. Next, Zhang Yi's attention shifted to the 3 skill books. To his astonishment, 2 of them were blue skill books, and 1 was purple. He immediately focused on the purple skill book, Undead Storm. Quality: purple description. After chanting a spell for 1 second, the user can summon a 20 by 20 rectangular magic array at any location within a 50-meter radius. Countless undead will emerge from the array, relentlessly assaulting all hostile targets within, inflicting 30 magical damage every 0.5 seconds, alongside a 30 slowing effect, lasting for 3 seconds. Consumption: 95, calculated based on your level 23, cooldown: 120 seconds. Class: Mage. Beastmaster: damage for Beastmasters is reduced to 25 when used. Skill slot consumption: for good heavens, it's a purple area of effect skill. Truly befitting of the boss. The Golden Skeleton King's first drop is indeed remarkable. Zhang Yi was instantly filled with delight. In the world of the apocalypse, area of effect skills were inherently rare, and the purple quality, Undead Storm, was nothing short of a divine technique for the present moment. Despite his eagerness to learn this skill, the purple skill consumed a staggering 4 skill slots, and currently, Zhang Yi had only 1 remaining. Moreover, the Fireball, Chain Lightning, and Blink spells each held significant value in the early stages. Replacing them with the 2-minute cooldown, Undead Storm, seemed impractical. It would be wiser to wait until reaching level 30 to unlock enough skill slots before proceeding. Therefore, he placed Undead Storm into his bag and turned his gaze to the other 2 blue skill books. These 2, however, were not applicable for him. One was the Knight's, Undead Thrust, and the other was the Priest's, Undead Healing. All 3 skill books that dropped from the Skeleton King were related to the undead. Currently, green skill books were considered rare, and blue quality ones were immensely valuable. Furthermore, in the world of the apocalypse, undead skills leaned heavily towards damage, making them a coveted find for many players seeking output. Selling these 2 skill books for over 100 gold coins would be a certainty. The key factor was that, having just concluded the boss invasion battle, every player in District 886 received a system reward of 3 gold coins. Thus, the populace was not short on funds. Moreover, the Skeleton King yielded over 100 level 2 enhancement stones, along with several high-quality magical scrolls. The Attack Buff Scroll, premium upon use, increases attack power by 20 for half an hour, with effects that do not stack. The Defense Buff Scroll, premium upon use, enhances defense by 20 for half an hour. The Speed Buff Scroll, premium upon use, boosts attack speed and movement speed by 20 for half an hour. The Life Buff Scroll, premium upon use, raises the life limit by 20 for half an hour. Each type of scroll was found in pairs, totaling 8 premium scrolls from the Skeleton King. These premium buff scrolls hold a market value of at least 5 gold coins each. Moreover, they are not guaranteed to be available in stores, rendering these scrolls immensely valuable. Utilizing such rare scrolls for routine monster farming would undoubtedly be excessive. Their true worth will reveal itself in due time. Hence Zhang Yi decided to stow these scrolls away in his bag, using 3 spare level 2 keys from his inventory. He opened 3 level 2 treasure chests dropped by the Skeleton King and received 3 pieces of level 2 equipment. The market price for level 2 equipment has plummeted significantly. Level 2 gear around level 20 is worth approximately 5 to 6 gold coins. Thus, selling the 3 pieces could yield a respectable sum of over 10 gold coins. The greatest anticipation, of course, lies with the level 3 treasure chest and the rare 5-star chest awarded for the first kill achievement. The level 3 chest is expected to bestow upon Zhang Yi an exquisite piece of level 3 equipment, while the contents of the 5-star chest remain uncertain. Yet it is assured that whatever is revealed will not disappoint Zhang Yi. Should he be fortunate enough to obtain a 5-star item, it would indeed elevate his status immensely. Zhang Yi was aware that a 5-star key is not inexpensive. He planned to acquire one at the store when he returns to identify the Death God's boots. Overall, this first kill of the Skeleton King has significantly enhanced Zhang Yi's overall strength, rendering him nearly invincible within the entire 886 district, impervious even to the mightiest of adversaries in the realm of kings. Zhang Yi also intended to conclude his novice journey after completing a few pivotal quests. The Hidden Quest, acquire rare materials. The Hidden Dungeon, Dragon Emperor's Tomb, and the impending regional dungeon City of Energy are all objectives he aims to accomplish within the week. If circumstances permit, he hopes to craft a full set of undead gear in the undead capital, reaching level 30 and thus able to venture to the main city. After tallying the gains from the boss invasion, Zhang Yi resumed his meal. At that moment, at a nearby table filled with young women, several gazes of admiration were directed toward him. How enviable it was for the sister who was valiantly protected by Inua Qingqing in the undead capital. Indeed, it seems Inua Qingqing holds significant importance, otherwise, she would not have risked her life for her protection. Observing the youthful figure of the charming gentleman, one might assume he is not yet wed. Surely, he must have a girlfriend. Ah, how delightful it would be to have a partner as remarkable and impeccably clean as he. However, if he does indeed have a girlfriend, does that imply we still hold a chance? Yet, with a girlfriend so stunning, what confidence do we possess to compete with her? The surrounding young women rested their chins in their hands, gazing at Zhang Yi, collectively sighing. Ah. Their conversation inadvertently sparked a recollection in Zhang Yi, reminding him of someone. Han Yaru. It seems that ever since he returned from the realm of the dead that afternoon, he had neglected to check on her. Opening his list of friends, he noticed that the only entry, Yaru, bore a red notification indicating an unread message. Zhang Yi clicked on the message, and 4 words appeared before him. I want to see you. Chapter 80. First Love, Han Yaru. Upon checking the time, Zhang Yi discovered that Han Yaru had sent him her message at precisely 7 o'clock in the evening, just after the defeat of the Skeleton King boss. At that moment, he had been engaged in the slaughter of players in the realm of kings. No wonder he had overlooked her message. Now, however, it was already past 10. Initially reluctant to respond, Zhang Yi hesitated momentarily before replying. Where are you? Ding dong. Almost immediately, Han Yaru responded, as if she had been vigilantly awaiting his reply. I am at Hope Hotel, room 302. Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback. She has even booked a room. After finishing his meal, Zhang Yi rose from the dining table and made his way to the Hope Hotel in town. Room 302. He had barely knocked on the door when it swung open, and a graceful figure rushed out from within. Suddenly, Zhang Yi felt a warm, soft embrace, accompanied by a faint, familiar fragrance of youth that enveloped him. Zhang Yi, please don't abandon me again. The words struck a chord in his heart, yet he coldly pushed Han Yaru away. Please, don't do this. Han Yaru gazed at Zhang Yi with tear-stained eyes, saying, I have nothing left. I am utterly devoid of everything. Realizing something, Zhang Yi glanced into the vacant room behind Han Yaru and inquired, where are Hao and your brother? Han Yaru could only weep in silence, offering no response. Zhang Yi understood. It dawned on him that when Lu Xing had killed them earlier that afternoon, Guan Hao and Han Feng had already exhausted their chances of resurrection. He had not considered this before, believing they would surely have another opportunity to revive. It had not occurred to him that Guan Hao and Han Feng had charged into the encirclement of kings to aid him, fully aware of their dire situation. With this realization, Zhang Yi felt his eyes moisten, a tumult of emotion swelling within him. It seemed Lu Xing had also perished, the once inseparable trio. The Peach Orchard brothers, now left only Zhang Yi standing alone. He felt a pang of regret, for it was his actions that had led to Guan Hao and Han Feng's demise. Yet, in truth, even without Zhang Yi, the tragic events would have unfolded as history dictated. The root cause lay in Lu Xing's betrayal. Had the incident in the City of the Undead not occurred today, Lu Xing would have betrayed Guan Hao and Han Feng for other reasons, leading to their eventual deaths. Zhang Yi had merely expedited the progression of this lifetime's history, hastening the inevitable. Zhang Yi, you are all I have left, Han Yaru sobbed, helplessly inching closer to him and once more enveloping him in her embrace. This time, Zhang Yi did not resist. After Han Yaru had wept enough to release him, she finally stepped back. Why didn't you want me 3 years ago? Her clear, tear-filled eyes searched Zhang Yi's. After a moment of silence, he remained speechless, prompting her to continue. It was because of my father, wasn't he it? Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Yaru. I knew it, Han Yaru exclaimed. It must have been my father who sought you out otherwise. You would never have had the heart to abandon me. Indeed, 3 years prior, Zhang Yi had left without a word, driven by the machinations of Han Yaru's father. The chairman of the renowned Han Corporation, who had approached Zhang Yi privately with an offer of 1 million yuan to distance himself from his daughter. In her father's eyes, Zhang Yi, an orphan without any family background, was unworthy of his daughter. Zhang Yi, however, was acutely aware of his own status. Initially, he had been oblivious to Han Yaru's affluent upbringing, and by the time he discovered the truth, he had already fallen deeply in love with her. Consequently, Zhang Yi acquiesced to Han Yaru's father's demands and, with a heavy heart, departed silently from her and Guan Hao. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi declined the 1 million yuan offered by her father, and he often felt regret when reflecting on that moment. It's all in the past, Zhang Yi sighed. Yet, my feelings for you remain. Han Yaru responded. You are the only person I have ever loved, Zhang Yi. I cannot forget you. You still love me, don't you? As she spoke, Han Yaru lifted her head from Zhang Yi's embrace, gazing into his eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. Please, don't leave me again. Zhang Yi's heart stirred. After all, Han Yaru was his first love. However, he held back his emotions, stating, You must be tired. Let me help you back to rest. With that, he gently supported the fragile Han Yaru, who seemed as if a mere breeze could carry her away, to the bedside, ensuring she was comfortable. Just as he turned to leave, she suddenly grasped his arm. As he faced her again, her soft lips pressed against his, and with both arms wrapped around him, she spun and pushed him onto the bed. In that moment, Zhang Yi, overwhelmed by the intensity of the situation, could not resist gently caressing Han Yaru's silky hair. In one swift motion, he turned, pinning her delicate form beneath him. As the morning sun filtered through the window, illuminating the room, Zhang Yi awoke from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that he was alone in bed. His arm, resting on the adjacent pillow, felt numb, while the air was infused with the lingering fragrance of a young woman. Han Yaru was nowhere to be found. Zhang Yi quickly sat up, a sudden realization washing over him. He threw back the covers, and his gaze fell upon a startling crimson stain on the pristine white sheets. To his astonishment, Han Yaru was indeed a maiden. This revelation implied that since parting ways with Zhang Yi 3 years ago, Han Yaru had not taken another suitor. Given her outstanding qualities, countless young men must have pursued her, yet she had undoubtedly rejected them all. Just as Guan Hao and Lu Xing had previously remarked, Han Yaru's heart had always belonged to one person alone, Zhang Yi. No one else could ever occupy that space. Zhang Yi swallowed hard. Gazing at the desolate space beside him, an overwhelming sense of emptiness washing over him, he hastily opened his friends list, poised to message Han Yaru to inquire about her whereabouts, just as a message from her arrived. I apologize, Zhang Yi. I promised not to disturb you again. Yet I couldn't help myself yesterday. I am also grateful to you for accompanying me one last night. I am truly content. I will no longer trouble you, nor will I burden you any further. Farewell, may we never meet again. Zhang Yi swiftly composed a reply, intending to send the simple query, Where have you gone? But was met with a system notification, Ding. The recipient is not your friend. Private messages cannot be sent. Han Yaru had removed Zhang Yi from her friends list. Chapter 81. The Orange Skill Book. Thus, Zhang Yi removed Han Yaru from his friends list and proceeded to search for her ID to re-add her as a friend. However, the result was, ding. The other party has declined your friend request. Ding. The other party has declined your friend request. After several unsuccessful attempts to add her, Zhang Yi sent a message in the regional chat channel. Han Yaru, you have 1 minute to return to me. Zhang Yi was uncertain about his current feelings. Yet having claimed Han Yaru's first time just the night before, it felt utterly irresponsible to let this situation linger. However, rather than compelling Han Yaru to respond, Zhang Yi's message ignited a flurry of excitement among the onlookers in Area 886. Xiao Wenwen, female, level 19 priest who is Han Yaru? She was named specifically by the formidable Yi Nua Qing Qing, and she must return to his side. Wow, how envious. Pity. Tiantan De Wei Dao, female, level 18 mage, she must be the priestess he valiantly protected in the city of the undead yesterday. I saw her ID overhead, which was indeed Yaru. Wenro, female, level 20 assassin, how enviable. This lady is so fortunate to be the girlfriend of our 886 region's top player, Yi Nua Qing Qing. Slightly conflicted, Jia's advanced operations, female. Level 19 warrior to be Yi Nua Qing Qing's girlfriend. She must possess her own merits. Did you all see how stunning that Yaru lady was? She is indeed breathtaking. No exaggeration, her beauty eclipses all present. With no response from Han Yaru in the regional channel, Zhang Yi searched around Hope Town again, yet still could not find her. It seemed she had ventured beyond the safety zone. Zhang Yi understood that if Han Yaru wished to evade him, he could search far and wide. But he would never locate her. Unless, of course, she desired to meet him, in which case she would reveal herself. This was precisely what she would do during their quarrels. Nonetheless, Zhang Yi did not relinquish his quest for Han Yaru. He continued to post messages in the regional chat every 10 minutes, offering a reward of 100 gold coins for anyone who could find Han Yaru and inform him of her whereabouts. Simultaneously, Zhang Yi began to undertake his tasks for the day. In this brutal and unforgiving world, where the strong prey upon the weak and survival of the fittest reigns supreme, he could not afford to devote all his focus to finding Han Yaru, as neglecting his own development would soon result in losing the hard-won advantage he had gained. Zhang Yi must continue to bolster his own strengths, for a new hunting competition was imminent. Furthermore, this time it would be a cross-regional conflict, previously referred to as the energy war by players from the various safe zones in his past life. Zhang Yi made his way to the appraisal office. The assessment fee for Samsung equipment is not insignificant. Zhang Yi spent 5 gold coins to entrust the owner of the appraisal office to authenticate the boots of the Reaper. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted, and to his surprise, the appraisal succeeded on the first attempt without triggering a high-level assessment. Zhang Yi felt a twinge of disappointment as he retrieved the authenticated boots of the Reaper. After the appraisal, the base defense of the boots increased from 60 to 70 points. Subsequently, Zhang Yi took out the 25 level 3 enhancement stones that remained after enhancing the flowing light staff and proceeded with the enhancement. Ding, ding, ding. The enhancement was successful, and congratulations were in order as his equipment, the boots of the Reaper, reached level 25 in enhancement, unlocking the exclusive talent Godspeed. To his astonishment, this exclusive talent turned out to be an active skill, Godspeed. When used, it increases movement speed by 50 for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Typically, talents unlocked from fully enhanced equipment are passive, making the activation of an active skill a rare occurrence. If an active skill is indeed unlocked, the value of such equipment would surge tenfold. Thus, Zhang Yi promptly replaced his current man-eating worm boots with the boots of the Reaper. Upon checking his status bar, his defense skyrocketed, physical defense at 373 and magical defense at 342. In the current safety zone, unless one possessed a 3-star weapon, no one could breach Zhang Yi's defenses. Coupled with his agility attribute soaring to 132 points, he could deliver critical hits with almost every 2 strikes. Truly invincible. However, these statistics would still be insufficient against the Guardian of the Hidden Dungeon, the Dragon Emperor's Tomb, and the Dragon Blood Swordsman. Zhang Yi needed to continue striving for strength. Next, Zhang Yi spent 18 gold coins to authenticate the other 3 pieces of equipment dropped by the Skeleton King, the Golden Bow of the Deceased, the Skeleton King's armor, and the Skeleton King's ring. None triggered a high-level assessment. All were 3-star, yet their base attributes had improved. Besides these 3 pieces of equipment, His bag was cluttered with various other items and artifacts. Zhang Yi, feeling disinclined to set up a stall, decided instead to visit the town's auction house, placing everything he wished to sell into the system for processing. The auction house operated by the system is beneficial as it alleviates the player's burden. One simply lists items and sets a price, and once purchased, the system automatically deposits the earnings into the seller's account. The downside is that although listing is free, the system deducts a 5 fee from each successful transaction. Zhang Yi listed the remaining 2-star equipment at the average market price, while the golden bow of the deceased, Skeleton King's armor, and Skeleton King's ring were each listed for auction with a starting price of 50 gold coins. In auction mode, players cannot purchase equipment directly but must bid, with the highest bidder winning once the auction time concludes. Additionally, the system's fee for this mode is higher, reaching 10. Lastly, Zhang Yi also listed the skill book Undead Puncture, with the same starting price of 50 gold coins. As for the priest's skill, Undead Healing, Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to keep it in his inventory. After successfully claiming the first kill of the Skeleton King, Zhang Yi found himself quite occupied. Once he had completed those tasks, he made another trip to the shop, only to discover that the price of a 5-star key had soared to a staggering 50 gold coins. In contrast, the 3-star key was merely 5 gold coins. The shopkeeper, gazing at Zhang Yi with a gluttonous expression, remarked, "A young man must learn that one cannot catch a wolf without first parting with a child." Although it is true that high-star treasure keys can also be acquired by vanquishing elite monsters and above, Zhang Yi could not afford to wait. Glancing at his 210 gold coins, he extracted 55 gold coins to purchase 1 5-star key and 1 3-star key, prioritizing the opening of the 5-star treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the orange skill book, Sword Shadow Storm 1. Ding! Congratulations, you are the first player in the 8th district to acquire an orange skill book. The system will announce this across the entire region. Please choose to make your ID public or keep it hidden. Chapter 82. Shadow Blade Storm. The matter at hand pertains to the public announcement concerning the community, which may have implications for the entire region or even the entire server. Thus, the announcement from the 8th district reverberated throughout. Ding! Congratulations to player for acquiring the orange skill book, Shadow Blade Storm, completing the achievement, Supreme Skill, and receiving the rewards, Human Reputation 1200, Gold 10. Upon opening his inventory, Zhang Yi discovered the orange skill book quietly nestled within. Shadow Blade Storm. Quality. Orange description. After a brief accumulation of energy within the blade, the user releases a sword formation within a radius of 35 meters, simultaneously generating 100 sword shadows that sweep through the formation, inflicting 20 physical damage every 0.33 seconds to all enemies within the area for a duration of 3 seconds. Furthermore, once the sword formation is fully established, all hostile targets within are unable to leave until the Shadow Blade Storm concludes. During this time, the user is rendered immobile, attaining a state of invulnerability with 80 damage reduction. Cost: 122 cooldown, 110 seconds class, warrior skill slot consumption. 5 Zhang Yi's emotions could hardly be encapsulated by mere excitement. It is noteworthy that in his previous life, he had only obtained his first orange skill 3 months after the launch of the Apocalypse server, and now, it was merely the 4th day since its opening. As the system-wide announcement was triggered, the regional chat interface erupted with fervor. Xiao Zizai, District 452, male. Level 20 Archer. Oh my, I don't even have a green skill, and someone has already acquired an orange skill book. Who is this incredible player? Mo Sure, District 498. Male, Level 19 Assassin. I suspect it's the one from District 886 who secured the first kill against the Skeleton King. As I recall, the system rewarded him with a 5-star treasure chest. This orange skill must have come from that chest. Ao Shirkun Xiong, District 885, male. Level 22 Archer. To the brother who acquired this orange skill book, please DM me. Price is not an issue, starting at 1,000 gold. Ao Shirkun Xiong. To the brother who acquired this orange skill book, please DM me. Price is not an issue, starting at 1,000 gold. Ao Shirkun Xiong. As the player from District 885, known as Ao Shirkun Xiong, commenced his spamming, players from other districts were left in awe. Tian Yo, District 800, female. Level 20 Priest. Wow, this uncle from District 885 is so wealthy. 1,000 gold. If the skill book were in my possession, I would undoubtedly sell it to you. Daoro, District 12, male, level 29 looks like another top-tier team overlord. I bow in admiration. Under ordinary circumstances, a typical player might succumb to temptation and sell the orange skill for 1,000 gold, as at this stage. Such an amount could equip them with top-notch gear along with several blue and purple skills. However, Zhang Yi would not part with it, even if offered 10,000 gold. Despite the fact that Shadow Blade Storm is a skill designed for warriors and thus unusable by Zhang Yi, a beast tamer, this does not imply that the book holds no value for him. From his recollection, it seems that the exquisite magical beast rewarded for conquering the Dragon Emperor's tomb was indeed of the warrior variety. Therefore, Zhang Yi intends to reserve this remarkable area of effect skill book for use by the exceptional magical beast he is about to tame. Furthermore, the ID, pride of all, strikes a familiar chord within Zhang Yi. If memory serves him correctly, it belongs to the captain of the most powerful team in Zone 885, who was also the conqueror of the hidden dungeon, the Dragon Emperor's tomb, in his previous life. This individual is poised to become Zhang Yi's greatest adversary in the impending energy conflict that will soon unfold in Zone 886. With this in mind, Zhang Yi is even less inclined to sell the skill book to an enemy. It is evident that although Shadow Blade Storm and Undead Storm are nearly of the same category, the disparity in quality results in a significant gap between the two skills, as can be discerned from various details. For instance, Undead Storm merely slows down enemies, while Shadow Blade Storm forcibly restrains them, boasting a considerably higher damage coefficient. The 5-star treasure chest truly proves its worth. Next, Zhang Yi opened the remaining 3-star treasure chest, but fortune did not smile upon him this time, yielding only 50 gold coins. However, after deducting the 5 gold coins spent on the key, he still made a profit of 45 gold coins, which is quite commendable, as it would take a week of questing and monster grinding to accumulate such an amount through conventional means. With these matters attended to, Zhang Yi chose not to accept any quest within the safety zone, instead hastening directly to the city of the undead. He now had a far more pressing task at hand, to conquer the city of the undead. Undertaking other missions would be a sheer waste of his time, especially when he was focused on farming the undead set and pursuing the hidden quest, acquiring rare materials, within the city. While en route to the city of the undead, Zhang Yi opened the chat interface only to find no private messages awaiting him. Undeterred, he proceeded to broadcast a message in the regional channel seeking Han Yaru. Upon checking his friends list, he attempted once more to add Han Yaru as a friend, but this time his request was outright ignored. It appeared he would have to wait for Han Yaru to regain her composure before she sought him out. Unexpectedly, during his journey to the city of the undead, Zhang Yi stumbled upon a group of players from the Kingdom of Champions, grinding against biobeasts in a level 15 wilderness map. Ever since last night, when Zhang Yi and the Storm family players raised their average level to 11 or 12, the players from the Storm family had been grinding tirelessly, and only now had they managed to bring their average level back to around 14. Upon spotting the dozen or so players from Kingdom of Champions engaged in monster slaying, a peculiar smile crossed Zhang Yi's face as he brandished his luminous staff and approached them. Moments later, a cacophony of screams pierced the air. Ding! You have slain the player, Champion Little Pig, inflicting 100 points of evil. Ding! You have slain the player, Champion Awesome, inflicting 100 points of evil. In a mere span of seconds, a multitude of white lights illuminated the map, signaling the annihilation of several players from the Kingdom of Kings, all engaged in leveling up. Only a scatter of loot remained, which Zhang Yi could hardly muster the enthusiasm to collect. What treasures could these players, barely at levels 13 or 14, possibly yield? With a nonchalant demeanor, he sheathed his staff, adorned with a purple ID, and departed, leaving nearby casual players in a state of astonishment. Bystander: could it be that Inua Qing Chung has succumbed to a murderous frenzy last night? Bystander B: the Kingdom of Kings truly brought this upon themselves. They have long bullied the common players, and now the tables have turned. Chapter 83: The Diabolical Speed of Monster Grinding with Zhang Yi's Current Prowess. He could effortlessly venture into the 3rd level of the City of the Undead to hunt the level 2630 undead. However, this map adheres to a progressive rule, requiring players to ascend from the 1st level, overcoming each layer's challenges to access the next. Upon reviewing his challenge progress, Zhang Yi noted that his hunting metrics for skeletal warriors, skeletal archers, undead mages, and undead assassins were nearing completion, each hovering around 800. After all, He had spent nearly the entire previous day grinding in the city of the undead. Nevertheless, as the undead exorcism quest could only be accepted once per day, Zhang Yi resolved not to squander this singular opportunity on lower difficulty levels. He promptly accepted a level 5 difficulty quest with a coefficient of 500 to venture into the second level of the city of the undead today and hunt 400 skeletal shield guards and 400 holy knights, all above level 24. After accepting the quest, adorned with a purple ID, Zhang Yi stepped into the city of the undead under the gaze of countless players. According to the game's mechanics, a player with a purple name would drop all equipped items upon death. In District 886, it was common knowledge that every piece of equipment on the top-ranked player, Inua Qing, was invaluable, unaware that Zhang Yi's gear was bound. Many players eyed his possessions with envy, though most dared not provoke him. A few, blinded by greed, recklessly attempted to eliminate Zhang Yi, only to find their efforts resulted in further increasing his notoriety. Zhang Yi's attributes rendered him nearly invincible. Even archers and assassins wielding armor-piercing attacks posed no threat, as the efficacy of their skills was limited, with his formidable defense surpassing 370 points. Even after accounting for armor penetration, those archers and assassins remained unable to inflict damage. Upon entering the first level of the City of the Undead, he encountered a group of players from the Kingdom of Kings, aged 14 to 15, teaming up to grind level 15 to 16 skeletons and undead. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi decided to assist them by sending them back to Hope Town free of charge. At the Resurrection Spring in Hope Town, several recently revived players from the Kingdom of Kings appeared bewildered. What just happened? Wasn't I grinding monsters? How did I suddenly die? Only upon reviewing their battle records did they discover the cause of their demise. Inua Qing. In the City of the Undead, first level, third region. As the average player level increased, more individuals dared to enter the third region to hunt level 1920 skeletons and undead. However, despite their elevated levels, many players struggled due to inadequate equipment and often banded together in small groups to face the tougher skeletons and undead. As they found it increasingly challenging to manage these foes, Zhang Yi, wielding his radiant staff, began to solo the encounters. Boom! With a swift incantation, a fireball was unleashed, striking a level 20 skeleton archer within effective range, inflicting a staggering 963 points of damage and resulting in an instantaneous kill. The notification echoed. You have slain a level 19 skeleton archer, earning 60 experience points and 1 sin value. Originally, the experience points for a level 19 creature amounted to 100, but due to Zhang Yi's excessively high level, the final yield was reduced by a significant 40. In the world of Apocalypse, players who exceed the level of their adversaries by 5 or more levels receive additional experience bonuses, while defeating creatures of a lower level results in diminished returns. In addition to experience points, monetary rewards were also considerably lessened, merely serving to accumulate sin value. Solo grinding proved to be a slow endeavor, thus activating the multiple attacks ability of the Flowing Light Staff. Zhang Yi commenced a massacre in the third area of the City of the Undead. Boom, boom, boom. With an impressive agility attribute of 132, Zhang Yi wielded his staff with a swiftness surpassing that of archers and assassins, unleashing a barrage of magical orbs that obliterated the surrounding skeletons and undead from a distance of 3,050 meters. Observers, who struggled to defeat 2 skeletons or undead simultaneously in groups of 3 or 5, were utterly astonished by this spectacle. Player A exclaimed, "Goodness! Why is there such a vast disparity among us mere mortals? Surely he must be the favored one of the heavenly luck group." Player B added, "My goodness! Let us keep our distance. We might inadvertently become collateral damage." Thus, under Zhang Yi's explosive output, he accomplished the 4 kill challenges of a single layer within just 1 hour. When the progress for all 4 challenges reached 1,000, the system's notification chimed. Congratulations on completing the challenge of the City of the Undead. The teleportation portal to the second layer is now open. No sooner had the words been spoken than a shimmering light curtain appeared before Zhang Yi, beckoning him to step through. A privilege reserved for those who had completed the first layer's challenges. As his surroundings shifted, Zhang Yi found himself in the second layer of the City of the Undead, where the layout mirrored that of the first layer, albeit with foes transformed into shield-bearing skeleton sentinels and undead paladins riding spectral steeds, wielding skeletal longbows. The level 21 creatures no longer posed a challenge for the 23-level Zhang Yi. He proceeded directly through the first area of the second layer, advancing to the second area, where the skeleton sentinels and undead paladins had reached levels 24 and 25. In comparison to Zhang Yi's data, even the level 25 Shield Guard and Holy Knight possess relatively modest attributes. However, each has a rather formidable talent. Skeleton Shield Guard, Physical Common Creature level, 25 talent, Retaliation. The Skeleton Shield Guard reflects 10 of the damage received back to the attacker. Physical Attack, 390 Physical Defense, 280 Magic Defense, 240 Health Points, 3250 Skills, Shield Strike. Cleave description. Similar to Knights Among Humans, these Skeleton Shield Guards exhibit formidable defensive capabilities. It is advisable not to challenge them unless one possesses sufficiently high offensive power. Undead Holy Knight, Physical Common Creature level, 25 talent. Undead Shot. The arrows of the Undead Holy Knight are imbued with necromantic power, dealing an additional 10 of the enemy's maximum health as damage with each successful hit. Physical Attack. For 85 Physical Defense, 220 Magic Defense, 185 Health Points, 1980 Skills. Barrage. Undead Arrow description. In contrast to the Skeleton Shield Guard, the Undead Holy Knight boasts impressive offensive capabilities, though its frail vitality serves as a significant weakness. The Undead Shot talent further enhances the output potential of the Undead Holy Knight. Creatures of level 25 appear to be quite formidable foes indeed. Chapter 84. Fortune awaits. As of now, the only player to have entered the second level of the City of the Undead is Zhang Yi. Without further ado, he raised his Radiant Staff and commenced his assault. Boom. Activating a multi-strike attack, 2 magical orbs emerged from his basic attack, hurtling toward the 2 skeletal shield guards ahead. Critical hits of 696. Critical hits of 696. The golden numbers of critical damage leapt above the heads of the skeletal shield guards, a testament to the impressive critical strike rate granted by his 132 agility attribute. After all, at this stage, even a level 20 assassin fully dedicated to agility could only achieve a similar agility score, bolstered by equipment enhancements. Yet Zhang Yi is a mage, with a base 6-star agility growth as a beast master and an additional 5-star bonus from his dragon bloodline. His 11-star agility growth is only marginally lower than that of an assassin by 1 star. Presently, Zhang Yi embodies a formidable fusion of a violent assassin and a mage. However, as he inflicted damage upon the 2 skeletal shield guards, they reflect damage. Talent was triggered, causing Zhang Yi to sustain 2 hits of 45 damage each. The damage reduction, talent from his Magician's Trousers, mitigated a single instance of 25 damage. Then, as the 2 skeletal shield guards, armed with their swords and shields, slowly approached, Zhang Yi unleashed a flurry of rapid attacks, enabled by his remarkable agility. With a critical strike every 2 hits, he unleashed explosive damage, decimating them from a distance of several meters before they could even close in. Ding! You have slain a level 25 skeletal shield guard, gaining 220 experience points. Sin value 1. Ding! You have slain a level 25 skeletal shield guard, gaining 220 experience points. Sin value 1. Although he dispatched the 2 guards with relative ease, not allowing them to land a single blow, the effects of the reflect damage talent resulted in Zhang Yi suffering over 400 damage himself. With 2/3 of his health remaining and no recovery in sight, he proceeded to lock onto his next target. A chain lightning spell summoned 2 undead paladins and another skeletal shield guard, while a multi-strike attack combined with a fireball spell unleashed a series of explosive damages upon them. 537. 537. 1002 critical hit. 1668 critical hit. 348. 744 critical hit. With a mournful wail, one of the undead paladins was instantly annihilated, leaving the remaining 2 severely injured. One of the paladins managed to land a undead arrow on Zhang Yi before succumbing alongside its companion. The skill damage, combined with the bonuses from the undead shot talent, resulted in nearly 300 damage inflicted upon Zhang Yi, a notable hit. After vanquishing these shield guards and paladins, Zhang Yi found his health perilously low. He swiftly retrieved a level 5 health potion from his bag and downed it, instantly restoring 1,000 health points. The damage from the skeletal shield guards and undead paladins posed little threat to Zhang Yi. The real concern lay in their talents. Zhang Yi engages in a relentless endeavor, defeating 3 monsters with each wave, often exhausting an entire bottle of level 5 red potion for recuperation after each onslaught. The cost of a single level 5 potion reaches an exorbitant 40 copper coins, while the copper coin drop from a level 25 monster hovers around 15 coins, rendering his earnings merely sufficient to cover his expenditures. At this moment, the presence of a healer would be most welcome. Fortunately, Zhang Yi's inventory is well stocked with potions, allowing him to sustain his grinding for a considerable duration. Thus, he presses on. The challenge of conquering the second layer entails vanquishing 1,000 skeletal shield guards and 1,000 undead paladins. At his current pace, Zhang Yi estimates that he could complete this task within a day and a half, or at most, 2 days. In the vast undead city, he stands as the sole living soul. The solitude of monster grinding often breeds tedium, and as he slays the skeletal guards and undead paladins, he opens the chat interface to check for any messages regarding Hanyar's whereabouts. No private messages await him. Yet he stumbles upon a lively discussion in the regional chat channel, recently initiated. Return to Roots, Mail. Level 17 Beastmaster 3 pieces of 3-star equipment have been listed in the auction house. Has everyone seen it? Shame. Mail, level 19 Assassin, I've seen it. But what of it? The starting bid is 50 gold coins. Can you afford that? Oh my. Mail, level 20 Archer, oh my. I saw it too. There's even a superb archer weapon, the Golden Bow of the Undead. I desperately want it. Sweet. Female, level 18 Mage, who do you think has listed those 3-star items? Even 2-star equipment is so rare now. It's astonishing that someone has obtained 3-star equipment and decided to auction it. Shame. Who else could it be? It must be the renowned Inua Qingqing. All 3 pieces are related to the undead, clearly dropped by the Skeleton King. Yesterday, Inua Qingqing claimed the first kill and all the spoils, so these items undoubtedly belong to him, along with that Blue Knight skill book. One word, 9 seals Mail. Level 20 Assassin, honestly, can you lend me some money? I want to buy that Skeleton King ring. I promise to repay you double once I make some profit. Rogue, Mail, level 20 Priest, we might as well give up on that idea. I'm currently at the auction house, and the bidding for those 3 pieces has already surpassed 100 coins. Even if you borrowed money, you wouldn't afford it. The Storm family and the Kings of the Realm are competing for those items. As Zhang Yi surveys the chat log, a sense of anticipation begins to swell within him. It has only been 2 or 3 hours since he listed those 3 pieces of equipment, and the bidding has already soared to 100 gold coins. He wonders how high the price will climb by the end of the 24-hour auction. Zhang Yi feels a surge of excitement at the prospect of fortune. Patience is key. He lets them continue their slow bidding while he persists in his challenges and quests within the city of the undead. This endeavor consumed the entirety of the morning and into the afternoon until approximately 2 o'clock. Countless skeletal shield guards and undead paladins fell to Zhang Yi's prowess. Upon inspecting the quest interface, he discovered that the level 5 quest, Undead Exorcism, was marked as complete. An impressive tally of 400 skeletal shield guards and undead paladins had been vanquished by him. The efficiency of this solo undertaking was nothing short of extraordinary. Noticing that his potions were nearly depleted, Zhang Yi made his way to the outskirts of the undead city to submit his quest to the merchant, Alo. Congratulations. You have completed the level 5 quest, Undead Exorcism. You have earned 180,000 experience points, 2 gold coins, 15 level 2 enhancement stones, 168 human reputation points, and 1 level 1 energy crystal, as well as the equipment, Undead Necklace. Congratulations. You have completed this week's Elite Survival Task, Advanced Task. You have earned 1 resurrection opportunity. The survival task has been upgraded to Extreme Enhancement, Nightmare level. Details can be viewed in the task interface. Chapter 85, Bidding Limitless Enhancement, Nightmare level survival task description. You must elevate your level by at least 5 levels before the end of this week. Task reward, 1 resurrection opportunity. If your cumulative resurrection opportunities reach 5 upon task completion, this reward will automatically convert into another equivalent reward. Failure penalty, death. This survival task is particularly advantageous for players of lower levels, as it is easier for them to level up. For Zhang Yi, currently at level 23, the ascent has become increasingly arduous. Even in a solo venture on a level 25 map, he has only managed to raise his experience bar to 95 since morning. Despite the task rewards, it is somewhat regrettable that this task did not emerge before battling the Skeleton King, for defeating him would have granted Zhang Yi a 5-level increase, thereby completing the task. However, today is only Wednesday, with 4 days remaining. Even if he levels up by 1 each day, it will suffice to accomplish this task. Zhang Yi's ambition is to reach level 30 within this week. Among the task rewards, he is particularly pleased with a piece of the Undead set, the Undead Necklace, which is a 2-star item suited for level 23. Without hesitation, he retrieves 25 level 2 enhancement stones from his bag to initiate a wave of divine enhancements. Ding, ding, ding. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, your equipment, Undead Necklace, has reached enhancement level 25, unlocking the exclusive talent, Energy Attack. Energy Attack, a passive talent that grants the wearer an additional damage of 8 of their maximum energy value with each normal or skill attack. This talent is formidable. Even without the Undead Necklace, Zhang Yi's energy cap of 795 points would allow Energy Attack to augment his damage by 64 points per attack. It even surpasses the cost-effectiveness of Advanced Severe Injury. However, it is somewhat unfortunate that the Eternal Chain he currently wields possesses the Skill Enhancement talent, which also significantly boosts skill damage by 20. Such an exceptional talent is indeed a loss to part with. Thus, he replaces the Eternal Chain with the Undead Necklace. Ding. Congratulations, you have activated the Undead set, Mage set, with 2 pieces equipped, gaining a set bonus, casting speed increased by 5. After donning the Undead Necklace, he opens his status bar to find his energy cap has reached 900, meaning Energy Attack will bestow an additional 72 points of damage per strike. This marks the second 2-star piece of the Mage's Undead set that Zhang Yi has acquired since farming in the City of the Undead, aside from task rewards. The ordinary skeletal undead he encountered on the first and second floors yielded only 1-star items. Zhang Yi understands that only the skeletal and undead foes at level 2630 on the 3rd floor can drop 2-star undead equipment. Having farmed in the City of the Undead for so long, Zhang Yi's notoriety has long been expunged, restoring his white name. Using a return scroll, Zhang Yi, famished upon his arrival back in Hope Town, sought sustenance in a restaurant, replenishing his hunger to its fullest. Subsequently, he ventured to the auction house where he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the 3 pieces of 3-star equipment dropped by the Skeleton King had reached bidding prices of 170 gold, 180 gold, and 250 gold respectively. Furthermore, all the remaining 2-star equipment had been purchased by other players, leaving Zhang Yi with a total of 25 gold coins after the system deducted a 5 service fee. To his astonishment, the highest bidders for the 3 pieces of equipment were all from the Guild King of Glory. Indeed, after the recent boss battle, although the Guild Kingdom of Kings had suffered significant level losses, King of Glory had been reduced back to level 1 by Zhang Yi. Yet they emerged as the greatest beneficiaries. The system had rewarded each player in the 886 region with 3 gold coins, resulting in a total of 3,000 gold coins for the 1,000 players in Kingdom of Kings, assets that could be mobilized at the discretion of King of Glory. This was the foundation of King of Glory's willingness to bid such exorbitant amounts for the 3 pieces of equipment. Thus, Zhang Yi adjusted the auction time from the original 24 hours to 12 hours, effectively having the system's fees upon conclusion of the bidding. He understood that no one could afford to bid higher than this, as the Storm Clan was not known for their lavish spending, especially after their considerable losses. The gold coins rewarded by the system should be utilized for team enhancements, and investing them in these 3 pieces of equipment would sever their team's future prospects. As for the likelihood of the equipment falling into the hands of Kingdom of Kings, Zhang Yi harbored no concerns about them regaining strength through these 3-star items, for he had a nefarious plan in mind. As Zhang Yi adjusted the auction time, in a level 12 wild zone, King of Glory, having spent the better part of the day with teammates to ascend from level 1 to level 11, suddenly received a system notification. Ding. The auction time for the equipment you are bidding on, Golden Bow of the Fallen, Skeleton King's Armor, Skeleton King's Ring, has been altered by the seller. The auction end time has changed from 8 a.m. tomorrow to 8 p.m. tonight. If no higher bids are placed before 8 p.m. tonight, the equipment will be automatically sent to your backpack, and the corresponding gold will be deducted from your account. Startled, King of Glory thought someone had increased the bid again. The system notification gave him a jolt. However, he wondered why the seller would change the bidding time. King of Glory dismissively remarked, "Who cares? This is better. I can acquire those items sooner." At that moment, the level 15 knight, King returns, interjected. "But I heard the seller is one promised to the city, and these items were all dropped by the Skeleton King. Regardless of whose it is, once I purchase it, it shall belong to me." A hero does not inquire about origins, and a divine artifact does not question its provenance. The captain possesses a remarkable eloquence. The Supreme King applauded, as if suddenly struck by a thought, and addressed the game. By the way, Captain, I have heard from our comrades that many of them encountered the attack of Inua Ching Chung in the wild today. That Inua Ching Ching, upon encountering anyone from our realm, will indiscriminately unleash havoc. After claiming the boss's first kill, his arrogance has only escalated. Once I acquire that 3-star weapon, the golden bow of the fallen, I shall seek vengeance. The Supreme King gritted his teeth and declared, Inua Ching Ching, I shall ensure you experience the taste of being reduced to nothing. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Zhigui Lai interjected. Captain, the lowest level in this game is level 1. There is no 0 level. For heaven's sake, cease your chatter. The Supreme King kicked Wang Zhigui Lai and instructed, send someone to the auction house to keep watch. Be especially wary of that storm fellow, lest he snatch it away at the last moment. Apart from him, I fear no one. No one can outbid me for the price. The golden bow of the fallen must be mine. Chapter 86. The Undead's Golden Bow. After finishing lunch in the safe zone, Zhang Yi checked into a 5-star hotel for a brief respite. Now, he no longer hesitated to lavish his gold, for by 8 o'clock that evening, after selling 3 pieces of 3-star equipment and the skill book, Undead Stab, he would find himself a wealthy figure with a fortune of 800 gold coins. By around 4 in the afternoon, having rested sufficiently, Zhang Yi returned to the city of the undead, continuing his challenges on the 2nd floor while gathering divine bones and undead knowledge. Meanwhile, after enduring a long and grueling afternoon, by 7 o'clock, the player known as King of Glory eagerly returned to the safe zone with a group of comrades, having painstakingly leveled up to level 14. Rushing to the auction house, he found a constant stream of players coming and going. The auction house was indeed a captivating place. King of Glory hurried to the auction points for the Undead Golden Bow, Skeleton King's Armor, and Skeleton King's Ring, only to discover a throng of players already gathered there. Their eyes fixed enviously on the exquisite 3-star equipment. A level 21 warrior, staring intently at the 20-level 3-star Skeleton King's Armor in the display case, exclaimed, if this piece were mine, my health would at least double. A 20-level assassin, drooling as he leaned against the transparent case enclosing the 21-level 3-star Skeleton King's Ring, lamented, this is so tempting. I desperately want that ring. If I equipped it, I could take out Inua Ching Ching in one combo. Do you believe that? The crowd collectively scoffed. A tall, slender 20-level archer in a midriff-bearing outfit chimed in, I really want that bow. Whoever buys it from me, I will be their girlfriend. Okay. Seeing so many people drooling over the coveted equipment, King of Glory swelled with pride, knowing he was soon to claim the ownership of these prized items. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he stepped up to the counter, drawing the envious gazes of those around him. He had bid the highest price. All 3 pieces of equipment were his. Truly, he was the captain of the King of Glory clan, flaunting his wealth with over 600 gold coins. Not batting an eye. While reveling in his triumph, King of Glory began searching the crowd for the figure of Storm Angel. Upon failing to spot her, he couldn't help but feel relieved. It appeared that Storm Angel lacked the financial means to compete with him. Just as King of Glory was lost in his self-satisfaction, he suddenly noticed a cloaked figure hovering near the counter. Captain, that individual seems rather suspicious, warned King of Glory's comrade, the King of Supremacy. Gazing at the ID above the cloaked player's head, which read Level 18 Beastmaster, Squirtle, King of Glory dismissed the concern, saying, it's nothing. Apart from the Storm family, no one can afford these 3 pieces. As the clock struck 8, the game Honor of Kings was poised to acquire equipment when suddenly a system notification chimed. The auction for the item, Death's Golden Bow, you are bidding on has been surpassed by other players. Please return to the auction house to place a new bid. Startled, the player cast a glance and spotted the Beastmaster, Squirtle, engaged in bidding at the auction counter. Alarmed, the player dashed over to outbid Squirtle, only to be met with another notification. The bidding time for the item Death's Golden Bow has concluded. Regrettably, you did not secure this item, as it has been successfully purchased by player Squirtle for 251 gold coins. Immediately, the Beastmaster Squirtle emerged from the auction house, clutching the coveted bow, whereupon he was greeted by the long-waiting Storm Angel, who eagerly claimed the Death's Golden Bow from him. How careless. Squirtle was none other than Storm Angel's accomplice. The player, infuriated, confronted Storm Angel at the auction house entrance, exclaiming, you despicable scoundrel. How could you snatch it away at the last moment? With a calm smile, Storm Angel retorted, isn't the final second still part of the bidding time? He then waved the newly acquired Death's Golden Bow in front of the player, stating, "This bow is now mine. It would only languish in your possession. Here. It will reach its fullest potential." In the safety zone, the player felt powerless, forced to watch as Storm Angel departed with the bow. Fortunately, aside from the Death's Golden Bow, two other items, the Skeleton King's armor and the Skeleton King's ring, remained available and were successfully bid on by the player for 170 and 180 gold coins, respectively. Evidently, the Storm family lacked the financial might of the Kings of Honor, daring only to contest the most valuable golden bow. While refraining from further bids on the other two items, determined, the player resolved to keep a watchful eye on Storm Angel, planning to eliminate him once he exited, in hopes of reclaiming the Death's Golden Bow. To the player's dismay, however, Storm Angel, after securing the bow, headed to a hotel with his wife, Storm Fantasy. Fuming, the player gritted their teeth and entrusted the Skeleton King's armor and ring to the Knight, Returning King, and the Assassin, Supreme King. "You two must not let me down. My hopes rest entirely upon you," the player urged. "Train diligently, level up to your 20 swiftly, and with these two items, our kingdom, Kings of Honor, shall rise through you." Seeing their captain's generous spirit, Returning King and Supreme King were filled with excitement. "Thank you, Captain. We will stay up all night if need be, to level up as quickly as possible," they vowed. "My level is simply too low." In the realm of honor of kings, the protagonist mused, "This simply won't do. I must venture out with you all for an all-night leveling session. Otherwise, I fear I shall remain at this rank, not knowing when I might catch up to Yinhua Qingqing." He rallied those among them whose levels fell below 15, declaring, "Tonight, we shall level up through the night until we have exhausted our fatigue." The captain replied, "You are the only one in our team with a level below 15. In frustration, the protagonist delivered a swift kick to the esteemed player, asserting, "Call everyone. Let us go out and level up, no more chatter." Thus, after replenishing their supplies and having a meal, the protagonist, alongside Wang Ji Gui Lai and their companions, departed the safety of their zone, joined by dozens of players from Wang Ji Tianxia. Just as they stepped beyond the confines of safety, an ominous figure silently trailed behind them. Chapter 87. I remove all equipment to fight you, setting the stage for tonight's training in the 18-level map, Death Canyon. As the players of the Glory of Kings made their way toward Death Canyon, Wang Ji noticed that Wang Jizun frequently glanced back. Intrigued, Wang Ji turned to look as well, observing nothing out of the ordinary apart from the passing casual players. It is said that dogs can perceive what humans cannot. "What are you looking at?" Furrowing his brow, Wang Jizun glanced back once more and remarked, "Captain, that person behind us has been following since they exited the safe zone." Feeling a chill creep down his spine at Wang Jizun's words, Wang Ji turned to look again and indeed spotted a shadowy figure, a black-clad mage deliberately concealing their identity beneath a low-hanging magical hat, stealthily trailing them. Thus, Wang Ji halted, pivoted, and shouted at the mage, "Hey, why are you stalking us? Do you wish to die?" As soon as he spoke, the mage, standing several dozen meters away, lifted their head to reveal a face that left Wang Ji and his companions utterly stunned. It was Yinhua Qingqing. Instantly, the members of Wang Ji Tianxia recoiled in fear. Wang Ji found it particularly incredulous, for he had been careful to check for Yinhua Qingqing's presence before stepping out, believing himself safe. Little did he realize he had been targeted. And if not for Wang Jizun's warning, he would have remained oblivious. As they spotted Zhang Yi, the immediate reaction of Wang Ji Tianxia's players was to draw their weapons and prepare for battle, fully aware that even united, they stood no chance against Zhang Yi, for he had reached an impressive level of 24, while their average level barely grazed 16. Wang Ji, aghast, looked at Zhang Yi and stammered, "What do you intend to do? What do you think?" Zhang Yi replied, his smile under the moonlight appearing somewhat unsettling. Wang Ji swallowed hard. "The ones who killed your two friends yesterday, your other friend Lu Xuanda, had nothing to do with me. So what?" Zhang Yi said dismissively, drawing forth the radiant staff as he advanced toward the players of Wang Ji Tianxia. "Captain, this lunatic has been attacking anyone from Wang Ji Tianxia he encounters in the wild these past 2 days. We must flee." At Wang Ji's urging, Wang Ji nodded. "You guys hold him off. I'll make my escape first." With that, Wang Ji was the first to turn and run, followed closely by the others. None daring to linger and confront Zhang Yi, doing so would be tantamount to seeking death. However, just as they had barely taken a few steps, Zhang Yi inexplicably appeared before them in the blink of an eye. How could this guy be so fast? The return of the king is truly astonishing. Surely, The distance of the blink cannot be that far. Indeed, Zhang Yi was utilizing the 50 movement speed bonus from the Boots of Death and the active talent Swift. And after pursuing for a short distance, he executed a blink to instantaneously appear before the players of the Kingdom of Glory, without allowing them a moment of terror. Zhang Yi stood a mere dozen meters away and, before their very eyes, stripped himself of all his equipment. To avoid accusations of overpowering the weak, I shall make a concession. Aside from my shoes, I will remove all my other gear and face you. How does that sound? This audacious act left the players of the Kingdom of Glory utterly perplexed, while onlookers were equally astonished. Onlooker A remarked, "What is Inua Qingcheng doing? Stripping off all his equipment, is he not inviting death?" Onlooker B replied, "Indeed, he seems to be getting a bit carried away lately. Without any equipment bonuses, his defense is reduced to 0, and his health must only be around 200 or 300 points. Any single player from the Kingdom of Glory could easily eliminate Inua Qingcheng in just 1 or 2 strikes." Onlooker C chimed in, "But he is still wearing a pair of shoes, right? Shoes do provide some defense." Onlooker D countered, "What difference can a mere pair of shoes make? Whether he wears them or not, it changes nothing." Despite Zhang Yi's frankness, the players from the Kingdom of Glory remained suspicious and dared not approach him. "What trick is he playing?" wondered the return of the king. The Supreme King of Glory remarked, "Yet he has removed all his equipment. Even if he is trying to deceive us, it will take time for him to re-equip, and that time is ample enough for us to eliminate him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if we are only at a few levels, defeating an unarmed Inua Qingcheng is more than enough. Brothers, charge forth and eliminate Inua Qingcheng." With the Supreme King's command, the players of the Kingdom of Glory hesitated no longer, rushing towards Zhang Yi with their weapons drawn. To fear a defenseless individual would be utterly cowardly. As the others from the Kingdom of Glory charged, only one, the player known as Glory, remained stationary, suddenly comprehending something, and shouted urgently, "Brothers, retreat. Do not engage him. We have fallen into a trap." However, the fervent shouts of the crowd drowned out Glory's warning, and the Supreme King and his followers charged forward without hesitation, with the assassin, the Supreme King, leading the charge. He swiftly closed the distance, launching a thrust in tandem with the barrage of spells and arrows from his fellow mages and marksmen, all targeting Zhang Yi. In the next moment, the damage inflicted upon Zhang Yi was astonishing. 42. 1. Aside from the Supreme King, who utilized armor-piercing attacks, the rest could only deal a mere point of force damage. How is this possible? The players from the Kingdom of Glory were stunned. How can this individual possess such high defense without wearing a single piece of equipment? As the players of King of Glory were bewildered, a mere pair of level 22, 3-star enhanced Death God boots rendered Zhang Yi impervious to any damage that could breach his defenses. Upon hearing the battle notification ringing in his ears, a subtle smile graced his lips. "Ding. Player King of Supremacy has initiated a malicious attack against you, inflicting 42 points of damage. The opponent is now marked in gray." "Ding. Player King of Flying Arrows has initiated a malicious attack against you, inflicting 1 point of damage. The opponent is now marked in gray." "Ding." Gazing at the multitude of gray names before him, Zhang Yi swiftly equipped the Radiant Staff. With the full attack power bonus from the ring he had yet to remove, he unleashed a fireball directed at the formidable King of Supremacy. A critical hit of 1744. Instant kill. With a resounding thud, the King of Supremacy dropped an item before transforming into a streak of white light. Zhang Yi's gaze, however, was fixated on the equipment that had been dropped, the Skeleton King's battle ring. Chapter 88. The Return of the Belongings. Ding. You have slain the player's Supreme King. Due to the opponent's gray name, your sin value is 0. Until now. The late arriving Night King finally comprehended. Zhang Yi had deliberately lured them into initiating an attack that would result in gray names. Thus, when Zhang Yi subsequently killed them, he would not incur any sin value and would have a 100 chance of obtaining an item from their possession. However, by the time the Night King realized this, it was too late to halt his advance. Like a raging bull, he charged forth, his shield crashing against Zhang Yi, forcing him back several steps while inflicting a mandatory damage of 1 point due to his own gray name. Then, the now gray Night King gazed in terror at Zhang Yi, who had just instantaneously dispatched Supreme King. With astonishing speed, Zhang Yi unleashed a lightning chain that locked onto a single target, amplifying his damage coefficient to 120. Coupled with a basic attack, he dealt 2 critical hits of 1600 and a regular damage of 700 above the Night King's head. leading to his demise. With a clatter, an item fell from the Night King's body. It was the Skeleton King armor. A stroke of fortune. The game mechanics dictated that when a player dies and drops equipment, there is a high probability that an unused item from their inventory would be prioritized. Both Supreme King and the Night King were gray names, ensuring a 100 drop of an item from their bodies or bags upon death. Observing the two pieces of equipment on the ground, valued at a total of 350 gold, the 3-star Skeleton King armor and the Skeleton King's ring, those from the Glory of Kings behind him were mesmerized. They rushed forward, shouting, "Quick! Pick up the equipment." Meanwhile, the nearest group of players from the Kingdom of Kings, having followed Zhang Yi for these items, dashed towards them, eager to snatch them before Zhang Yi could. Yet, how could Zhang Yi, who had pursued these items with such determination, allow them to fall back into the hands of the Kingdom of Kings? At this moment, having just attacked Zhang Yi, the players from the Kingdom of Kings had all turned gray. Thus, armed only with a radiant staff and a silver bone ring enhancing his attack power, Zhang Yi furiously swung his staff. The effects of multiple strikes unleashed a torrent of magical projectiles that rained down upon the crowd of the Kingdom of Kings, inflicting chaotic devastation. High damage numbers erupted above their heads: 498, 954 critical, 988 critical, 480. A series of white lights flashed in rapid succession as the players from the Kingdom of Kings, with average levels plummeting to 15 or 16, could not withstand the might of Zhang Yi, a level 24 Beastmaster. They perished under the relentless barrage of the Radiant Staff. Those from the Glory of Kings stood in stunned silence. The speed, the critical hit rate, was this truly a mage? In an instant, over 20 players from the Kingdom of Kings were annihilated at Zhang Yi's hands, transforming into a pile of gold and enhancement stones scattered across the ground. With the ID still displayed in white as Zhang Yi, he calmly equipped himself before picking up the Skeleton King's armor and the Skeleton King's ring from the ground. A bounty of 350 gold coins, completely free. The player known as King of Glory was on the verge of tears, utterly exasperated, yet powerless to retaliate. With a face full of despair, he meekly implored Zhang Yi, "Brother, could you return the equipment? I purchased it with my own money." "Sure," Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly. "Just tell me how much you paid for it, and I shall sell it back to you." "How dare you?" Suppressed his inner fury and responded, "Fine, just put it back on the auction house, and I will buy it." "All right. Let us discuss it later tonight or tomorrow morning when I return." With that, Zhang Yi suddenly approached with the flowing light staff in hand. "What are you doing? Don't be so ruthless. What's your opinion?" Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Yi unleashed a fireball spell that inflicted a staggering critical hit of over 1900 damage, instantly vanquishing. As the only player with a white name in the realm of Kingdom of Kings, Zhang Yi accrued 100 points of sin after slaying, and his ID turned red. The items dropped by were of no interest to Zhang Yi. He deemed them a waste of time to pick up and simply turned away. Having already secured the two crucial items, the Skeleton King's armor and the Skeleton King's ring, while these possessions held little value for him, they represented a bountiful resource for other players. As soon as Zhang Yi departed, nearby players rushed over to seize the discarded items with fervor. At the Revival Spring Inn, Hope Town, after expending his last resurrection opportunity, found himself back at level 13. Having painstakingly climbed to level 14 only to regress, tears of frustration nearly escaping him. Inua Qingqing is truly my nemesis. Why am I so unfortunate to be placed in the same safe zone as him? He lamented in despair, unaware that in his previous life, Zhang Yi had shared similar sentiments. At that moment, King of Supremacy and King of Return emerged from the Revival Spring alongside, their jaws clenched in anger. "Captain, this Inua Qingqing is absolutely detestable. Should we not rally the entire team once more to eliminate him? Eliminate him? Are you insane?" Retorted. "Do you not realize that the gap between us cannot be bridged by mere numbers? What shall we do then?" Inquired. "The equipment we bought for 350 gold coins has just been taken back by him, and we have suffered yet another team wipe. Are we to let this slide?" Of course, we cannot let it go unpunished. Seem to devise a new strategy. Since we cannot directly confront him, we must shift our focus to another target. As he spoke, the Game Honor of Kings instantly opened the regional chat channel. He searched for the ID and found Inua Qingqing, subsequently blocking it. He then proceeded to post several messages in the regional chat. "Honor of Kings, I am offering a bounty of 200 gold coins. Double the price of Inua Qingqing. Whoever discovers the whereabouts of Yuru, please message me privately. Honor of Kings. I am offering a bounty of 200 gold coins. Double the price of Inuit Chi-Ching. Whoever discovers the whereabouts of Yuru, please message me privately. Honor of Kings. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Yi arrived in the city of the undead and entered the second level to grind. In a state of ample hunger, fatigue, and supplies, he played through the night until 8 o'clock the following morning, when suddenly, an announcement echoed throughout the server. Chapter 89. Regional Instance. City of Energy Server Announcement. Attention all players across all regions. A new challenge is about to commence. To enhance the gaming experience, the system will launch the Regional Instance, City of Energy, this weekend. More details can be found on the game's homepage. Server Announcement. Attention all players across all regions. A new challenge is about to commence. To enhance the gaming experience, the system will launch the Regional Instance, City of Energy, this weekend. More details can be found on the game's homepage. Server Announcement. Attention. Server Announcement. With every 2 adjacent safe zones as units, the dual region chat channel has been temporarily activated, remaining open until the conclusion of the City of Energy instance. Server Announcement. Attention. Hearing the repeated server announcements, Zhang Yi couldn't help but exclaim, is the final challenge in the novice zone finally about to begin? Meanwhile, in the newly opened dual region chat channel, players across various regions eagerly initiated discussions regarding this City of Energy instance. In Zone 886, where Zhang Yi was located, the players were no exception. Their assigned area was also a competitor in the City of Energy instance, specifically Zone 885. Dual region chat channel 885-886, unprecedented, Zone 885, male. Level 21 Mage City of Energy? What is that? Can anyone explain? Little Red Riding Hood, Zone 885, female, level 21 Assassin ISNT. They're an introduction on the game homepage. Just check it out. However, I saw this event on the Apocalypse official site before. You can consider the City of Energy as a battleground opened between every 2 adjacent safe zones. In the City of Energy, defeating instance monsters grants energy points, and killing players from the opposing zone allows you to plunder energy from them. After the instance concludes, the accumulated energy of all players from both safe zones will be calculated. The zone with the most energy will reward all its players. Additionally, the energy earned can be exchanged in the energy shop for various exquisite equipment and items after the instance ends. Sweet. Zone 886, female, level 20 mage. How thrilling. I hope the older brothers and sisters from Zone 885 will go easy on us. Rogue. Zone 886, male, level 21 priest. What are you saying? Can our Zone 886 really be bullied by those from Zone 885? Don't worry, sweet. Just stick close to Rogue, and I'll protect you. Iron Man. Zone 885, male. Level 20 knight. You pathetic players from Zone 886, prepare to be crushed. The message from the player named Iron Man ignited a rivalry between the 2 zones. Storm Dragon King. Zone 886, male, level 17 warrior. Watch your words. Who is the pathetic one? Once the City of Energy instance opens, we shall see. Spider-Man. Zone 885, male, level 20 warrior. What? You're not satisfied with being called pathetic? What a joke. You even have a level 17 player in your zone, haha. How can you even claim you're not pathetic? In the realm of Honor of Kings, a player from the 886th district, a male archer of level 15, proclaimed with disdain, fools, cease your incessant chatter. Await the emergence of the first team in the 886th district, Kingdom of Glory, and witness our dominance in the dungeon. Another player, known as Iron Man, expressed astonishment. My goodness, a level 15? The 886th district truly conceals its talents. A male assassin from the 885th district, age 22. Named Flying Shadow retorted, Kingdom of Glory? What is that? Have you heard of our 885th district's mythical battle team, the Proud Clan? Believe it or not, a single Proud Clan member can annihilate your entire 886th district. Meteor Shower, a 21-year-old archer from the same district, boasted, our top player in the 885th district, the Overlord, can eliminate all of you in an instant. Dancing Miracle, a female mage of level 20 from the 886th district, chuckled, oh, do you think only your district possesses great players? Our district boasts the legendary One Promise, who can single-handedly defeat 1,000 foes. As the players from the 2 districts engaged in a heated exchange within the chat channel, Zhang Yi nonchalantly closed the interface. To him, such verbal disputes were utterly trivial. Apocalypse was a world where prowess spoke volumes. However, The mention of the Proud Clan in the chat was noteworthy. Zhang Yi recalled his previous life, where Kingdom of Glory had been a tyrant in the 886th district, only to be brutally vanquished by the Proud Clan in the Energy City dungeon. Furthermore, the Proud Clan had later conquered the hidden dungeon, the Dragon Emperor's Tomb, underscoring their formidable strength as the backbone of the 885th district. Yet, in this life, reborn, Zhang Yi held little regard for the Proud Clan. He accessed the game's main interface and perused the details of the Energy City dungeon. The dungeon was set to commence on September 3, 2025, which was merely 2 days away, on a Saturday at precisely 10 a.m. The entry requirement was to reach level 20, and the dungeon would last for 3 days and 2 nights, concluding the following Monday at 10 p.m. In Energy City, players could earn energy by slaying monsters and could acquire 10 of the energy from defeating players from opposing districts. Upon the dungeon's conclusion, players could exchange their energy in the Energy Mall for a plethora of rewards, including experience points, currency, prestige, and equipment or skill books. To further incentivize participation, the system would implement a system protection mechanism, similar to the previous invasion of the Skeleton King boss in the safe zone. Players who perished within the Energy City dungeon would not lose their resurrection opportunities, nor would they drop items. They would only incur a 10 penalty on experience points. It was only Thursday, leaving 2 days until the dungeon's opening. Until then, he would continue with his endeavors. By 8 a.m., the progress in the Undead City's second level had reached 80, and Zhang Yi's level was nearing 25. After examining his sub-attributes, he noted that an entire night of relentless effort had brought his fatigue down to a perilous 10. Continuing was no longer viable. It was time to rest. Thus, Zhang Yi shattered a scroll of town return, and in an instant, he found himself back in Hope Town. Rather than succumbing to slumber immediately, Zhang Yi first made a visit to the auction house, where he discovered that the blue skill book, Undead Stab, available for a 24-hour bidding period, had sold for 80 gold coins. After deducting a 5 handling fee, Zhang Yi received 76 gold coins. Consequently, the total assets in Zhang Yi's possession astonishingly reached an impressive 830 gold coins. Subsequently, Zhang Yi relisted the Skeleton King armor and the Skeleton King ring, setting a uniform price of 200 gold coins for each, opting for a direct listing rather than an auction. Zhang Yi's intentions were unmistakable. He awaited the purchase of these 2 items by the Champion of Glory, fully aware that they would indeed be acquired, as fate would have it. Not long after Zhang Yi departed from the auction house, intending to enjoy a meal before resting at the inn, he received a system notification shortly after finishing his meal. Ding. The equipment, Skeleton King armor, you listed at the auction house has been purchased by a player. The system has charged a 5 handling fee, and you have received 190 gold coins. Ding. The equipment, Skeleton King ring, you listed at the auction house has been purchased by a player. The system has charged a 5 handling fee, and you have received 190 gold coins. Chapter 90. Found Hanyara once again. 380 gold coins were effortlessly acquired, a delightful windfall indeed. The exhilaration of dominating the realm of champions in this life is truly unparalleled. One might surmise that the creators of Honor of Kings are currently seething with frustration, having expended more than twice the value to procure a mere 2 items. After dining, Zhang Yi once more broadcasted a message in the regional channel, seeking the whereabouts of Han Yaro, yet he received no response. Whether it stemmed from empathy or lingering affection, Zhang Yi found himself increasingly concerned for Han Yaro. Abandoned by Han Feng and Guan Hao, she was now alone in this world, vulnerable to the whims of others, as she had previously lamented. She possessed nothing aside from Zhang Yi, and now, even he was absent. Han Yaro, where could you possibly be? With his fatigue level dwindling to 7, Zhang Yi checked into a luxurious 5-star room at the Hope Hotel. At his current level, the cost of such accommodation had risen to 50 silver coins per hour, with a recovery rate of 1 every 2 minutes. For Zhang Yi, who boasted over 1,200 gold coins, this expense was hardly significant. After resting from 8 o'clock until noon, Zhang Yi's fatigue was fully restored, a much quicker recovery compared to the 1-star rooms, which required at least 10 hours of slumber to achieve full recuperation. Upon awakening, he glanced at the information interface, only to find it devoid of any news. Thousands of players in District 886 had seen Zhang Yi's bounty message. With so many eyes on it, it was peculiar that none had encountered Han Yara. This left him with 2 possibilities. Either Han Yara had concealed her ID, or she had departed from District 886. Zhang Yi fervently hoped for the former. Having organized his thoughts, his next objective remained crystal clear. In the afternoon, he planned to revisit the City of the Undead to complete the challenges of the second level, thereby unlocking direct access to the third level, all while accepting a level 67 difficulty quest titled Undead Exorcism, with the aspiration of acquiring a full set of mage undead gear. Having amassed an excessive number of one-star undead sets from the first and second levels, he was merely a few pieces shy of assembling a complete one-star undead set for both warriors and assassins. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Yi arrived at the City of the Undead, proceeding directly to the second level to commence his quest. At that moment, aside from Zhang Yi, no other players could be seen in the entire second level, indicating that no one had yet completed the challenges of the first level. After dedicating an entire afternoon to the task, he finally conquered the second level challenge by approximately 4 o'clock, successfully leveling up to 25. He was then greeted by the pleasing notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the City of the Undead second level challenge. The teleportation array to the third level is now open. At this juncture, only a couple of teams had begun to ascend to the second level after completing the first, while Zhang Yi had already stepped through the luminous portal into the third level. This spectacle left those newly arrived players in awe. Player A, what the hell? Did someone just activate the teleportation array to the third level? Player B, my goodness, we have just entered the second level, and someone has already completed the challenges here. Player C, it must be Inua Changqing. He has always been soloing. It's terrifying, simply monstrous. The third level is home to the most formidable monsters in the City of the Undead, the level 2,630 skeleton guards and the undead protectors. Not only are they of a high level, but these two types of creatures also represent the pinnacle of power within the City of the Undead, boasting exceptional talents. Prior to this, all the monsters Zhang Yi had encountered were of ordinary talent, with only the Skeleton King possessing an epic-level talent, and the rare talent of the Dragon Emperor Guardian, Dragon Blood Swordsman. The Skeleton Guard's talent, Guardian, grants a 15 damage reduction to itself and reduces the enemy's attack speed by 20 when attacked. The Undead Protector's talent, Offense, increases its damage by 15 and can reduce the enemy's movement speed by 20 with its attacks. The combination of the Skeleton Guard and the Undead Protector, both possessing superior talents, can significantly diminish a player's combat effectiveness, necessitating a team of 5 level 25 players to barely contend with them. After all, they can guarantee the drop of 2-star equipment, placing them on an entirely different tier from monsters below level 25. Before entering the City of the Undead, Zhang Yi had already accepted a level 6 difficulty quest to hunt 200 skeleton guards and undead protectors, both level 2,628. Thus, upon reaching the third level, Zhang Yi brandished his radiant staff and commenced his grinding. Indeed, even for Zhang Yi, who had reached level 25, fully enhanced to level 25, and possessed 2 pieces of 3-star equipment, soloing the lowest level 26 skeleton guards and undead protectors proved to be somewhat arduous. Fortunately, under the condition of facing only 12 at a time, he managed to cope without any threat to his life, though the monster-slaying speed was rather slow. Starting at 4 in the afternoon, he continued this endeavor for 6 hours, only completing the level 6 difficulty Undead Exorcism quest by 10 o'clock at night. After submitting the quest to the undead merchant, Zhang Yi did not return, taking advantage of his remaining stamina. He returned to the third level of the City of the Undead to continue grinding. The rewards from the 5 pieces of 2-star equipment he had obtained in the afternoon, including 3 pieces of the undead set, had whetted his appetite. If he could grind here for a week, he felt confident he could collect an entire set of the 7 major classes undead sets, despite already possessing 3-star weapons and shoes. The base attributes of said equipment far exceed those of ordinary equipment of the same level and star rating. It is not an exaggeration to say that a 30-level 2-star undead staff offers a better cost-performance ratio than Zhang Yi's current 18-level 3-star radiant staff, and its attributes are undeniably stronger, coupled with the 50 attack speed bonus from the 7-piece mage undead set. This is why Zhang Yi remains steadfast in his pursuit of collecting 2-star sets, even as he begins to transition towards seeking 3-star equipment. With the intent of swiftly gathering a complete set of level 32-star mage's undead gear, Zhang Yi has resolutely prepared for an all-nighter. As midnight approaches, darkness envelopes the land. In Hope Town, the night remains bustling at 10 o'clock, with numerous solitary players entering and exiting. Some return from a long day of toil, seeking nourishment and rest, while others, well-rested, are ready to form parties to venture forth and slay monsters for experience points. Meanwhile, Wang Zhihao and Wang Jiwen have just returned from the wilderness. Suddenly, Wang Zhihao receives a notification. Ding. Player, Liang Shambua, requests to add you as a friend. Upon accepting the friend request, he is immediately greeted with an exhilarating message. Liang Shambua, I have located the player with the ID Yuru. Chapter 91. Tracking Han Yaro. King of Glory felt a sudden jolt and promptly replied to the message. Where are you? Are you certain it is her? Indeed, she has concealed her ID. But I personally witnessed her being the one whom Inua Ching Chung risked her life to protect back in the city of the undead. The other party did not immediately disclose the information to King of Glory, but instead inquired, Brother Yao, does what you said earlier in the regional channel still hold? It does, King of Glory responded. Provide me with her location, and when I find her, I shall reward you with 200 gold coins. All right, I trust you, Brother Yao. With that, the player known as Liang Shanbua, a level 22 archer, sent over a location. King of Glory, feeling a surge of excitement, urged, Brother, keep close to her and remember to update me with her location in real time. I am heading your way immediately. Liang Shanbua, no problem. Ending the conversation. King of Glory swiftly opened the location sent by Liang Shanbua and, upon examining the map, discovered that he was currently in the wilderness, quite a distance from the safe zone. Without a moment's hesitation, King of Glory gathered his group and set off. Just as the members of the Kingdom of Glory rushed out, this scene was observed by players from the Storm family who were idly wandering in the safe zone. Seeing King of Glory and his companions hastily exiting the safety of the zone, Storm Dragon King inquired with curiosity, what are the people from the Kingdom of Glory up to? They seem rather secretive. Storm Angel pondered. It appears they hurried out after receiving some information. Could it be that one of their members has encountered an elite monster or a boss in the wilderness? After a brief pause, Storm Angel declared, let us follow them. If there are benefits to be gained, we cannot allow them to seize it all. In the wilderness, along a road that resembled a desolate city, a priestess clad in a light blue robe, her ID hidden, walked slowly and alone. This priestess was none other than Han Yaro, her gaze vacant and fixed ahead. Han Yaro seemed to have lost her soul, listlessly traversing the road. Her enchanting beauty and ethereal presence drew the attention of numerous passing players. Passerby, look quickly. That girl is stunning. Why is she walking alone at night? Isn't she afraid of being targeted by perverts? Passerby B, indeed, she is beautiful. Hey, should we approach her for a chat? Passerby C, I think we ought to reconsider. We should have some self-awareness. How could such an extraordinary girl possibly be interested in us? Unless we are as powerful as King of Glory or as formidable as the top-tier player Inua Ching Chung, we stand little chance of earning her favor. Ignoring the murmurs of the passers-by, Han Yaro was interrupted by the familiar sound of a friend request. Player Inua Ching Ching has sent a friend request to add you. Looking at the friend request that had pinged several times today, Han Yaro once again pressed the reject button with a heavy heart. Han Yaro, can you not see that he no longer loves you? All he feels for you is mere sympathy. Han Yaro wept to herself, reflecting, he is now the foremost deity on the celestial rankings, while you are but a burden, incapable of anything other than dragging him down. So be it, Han Yaro, from this moment forth, do not disturb him again. As she cried, lost in despair, she wandered aimlessly in an indeterminate direction. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows several meters behind her, a man quietly followed. Above his head, a white ID displayed, level 22 archer Liang Shanbua. He trailed Han Yaro until they reached the boundary between Area 886 and Area 885. Observing as Han Yaro boldly stepped through the luminous barrier into Area 885, the archer Liang Shanbua was momentarily taken aback. He swiftly messaged the player known as Wang Ji. Yao Gu, she has entered the domain of Area 885. What should I do? Should I follow her? What could she possibly want in Area 885? Wang Ji promptly replied, follow her, continue tracking her. Provide me with your location. I am en route. However, due to the region's restrictions, if I enter Area 885, my identity will be exposed and I will suffer attribute suppression. Currently, the clash between Areas 885 and 886 is at the forefront of the Energy City, dungeon, and venturing into their territory at this moment. I fear. Fear what? Do you not have a chance to respawn? Liang Shanbua hesitated. I do have a respawn opportunity, but then what is the issue? If you are slain by them, I will unleash the full wrath of the Kingdom of Glory to avenge you, and additionally compensate you with 100 gold coins for your losses. Wang Zhi's words imbued Liang Shanbo with newfound confidence. Very well, Yao Ge. I shall continue to follow her. With that, Liang Shanbo hastened his pace to keep up with Han Yaru. On the other side, Han Yaru had just passed through the white light marking the boundary, entering a city ruin that was over 80% destroyed, teeming with biomutated beasts. At that moment, a system notification echoed in her ears. Attention, you have entered a non-affiliated area, Area 885. Within this region, you will experience a 30 attribute suppression, and your ID cannot be concealed, being forcibly marked with a red designation. The boundary will undergo a 10-minute cooldown. Only after that may you return to Area 886 through the barrier. As the system alert concluded, Han Yaru's previously empty ID illuminated above her. 886 area, level 19 Priest Yaru, while the normal ID displayed in white. The additional designation for Area 886 glowed a conspicuous red. At the boundary of the two areas, the surrounding ruins were inhabited by high-level biomonsters around level 22. Given her low level and the 30 attribute suppression, Han Yaru, now alone, dared not advance further and chose to remain where she was. Opening her friend list, Han Yaru gazed at the solitary friend displayed therein and sent him a message. Cousin, I have arrived. Where are you? Ding. After a minute, he replied, I was just engaged in monster hunting and missed your message. My apologies, Yara. Not a problem. Have you arrived? Please share your location with me. And remain there. I will come to find you shortly. All right. Han Yaru promptly sent her current location to the friend she affectionately referred to as cousin. She then closed the friend interface, and a sudden gust of cold wind enveloped her. Han Yaru, with her hands on her shoulders, felt a slight chill. At that moment, a group of players from Zone 885, who were currently engaged in leveling up by hunting monsters in the wilderness, seemed to have taken notice of Han Yaru and abruptly began making their way towards her. Chapter 92. The fallen bird faces the sky. 3 players approached, all appearing to be around 25 or 26 years of age. Among them was a level 22 warrior, a level 22 archer, and a level 21 priest, forming a rather typical trio for leveling up. As they drew nearer, Han Yaru instinctively took a step back, only to find herself halted by the barrier between zones 885 and 886, which stood like an impenetrable wall behind her. At that moment, a notification echoed in her mind. Ding. The area barrier is cooling down. You may pass again in 8 minutes and 32 seconds. By this time, the 3 players had reached Han Yaru, casting predatory glances over her. The leader, a level 22 silver-armored warrior with the ID, Reversed War in the Sky, grinned and said, Little sister, what brings you out here alone on such a late night? The wilderness is teeming with monsters. It's far too dangerous. Would you like us, your older brothers, to escort you back to safety? Feeling a surge of fear, Han Yaru lowered her gaze, avoiding their scrutinizing stares. No need. I'm waiting for someone, she replied. Waiting for whom? As soon as Han Yaru finished speaking, another level 22 archer, decisive battle in the galaxy, chuckled. Surely you must be waiting for me, right? At this moment, the shortest and most unsavory among them, a level 21 priest named Fierce Battle in the World, scoffed. Galaxy, you shameless scoundrel. She's obviously waiting for me. He turned to Han Yaru, smirking. Isn't that right, little sister? It's been ages since I've seen such a stunning beauty. Besides, she's not even from our district. Come on, brothers, let us take good care of her. As they spoke, the 3 strangers reached out menacingly toward Han Yaru. Meanwhile, not far away, Liang Shanbo, who had just entered the 885 zone behind Han Yaru, was hiding behind a large stone slab, witnessing the unfolding scene. He quickly opened his friend list and sent a message to Wang Zhirongyao. Brother, how long until you arrive? She's being targeted by a few ruffians from the 885 zone. It's getting dangerous. On his way to the 885 zone, Wang Zhirongyao received Liang Shanbo's message and felt a pang of concern. What on earth is this woman thinking? Wandering into the 885 zone alone at night is like a lamb walking into a den of tigers. Without delay, he replied, I'll be there in a few minutes. You must hold them off. Do not allow them to harm her. Liang Shanbo replied helplessly, but there are 3 of them. How can I possibly hold off 3 alone? Without the zone's pressure, it might have been easier, but right now, I'm under a 30 attribute suppression. It's like a father beating a son. Wang Zhongyao insisted. Brother, no matter what it takes, you must delay them. I'll raise the reward to 300. You must protect that girl and ensure she remains unharmed. Just hold on for 5 minutes at most, and I'll be there. Upon concluding his statement, Wang Zhirong swiftly closed the dialogue box. At that moment, Wang Zhiguilai, who was walking alongside him, observed the recent exchange between Wang Zhirong and Liang Shanbo with a perplexed expression. Captain, were we not supposed to capture Han Yuro and use her as leverage against Inua Qingcheng? If that is our objective, what does it matter who torments her, as long as she remains alive when we arrive? You understand nothing, Wang Zhirong retorted, continuing to run while delivering a swift kick that sent Wang Zhiguilai tumbling into a nearby ditch. Dazed, Wang Zhiguilai scrambled out of the water, exclaiming, "What the hell, have we changed our plan again?" In Zone 885, Han Yuro, under the oppressive gaze of 3 lewd men, drew her magic staff in a desperate attempt at self-defense, her eyes filled with trepidation. She had not anticipated encountering such trouble upon her arrival in Zone 885. Meanwhile, Liang Shanbo, hidden behind a nearby stone slab, summoned his courage and retrieved a flaming longbow from his back. If I perish, let the birds fly to the heavens. For 300 gold coins, I shall fight. Just as Liang Shanbo was poised to charge forth with his bow drawn, a piercing scream echoed from the front. The cry did not emanate from Han Yuro, but rather from the most repugnant of the men, Li Zhan Tiandi. As Liang Shanbo gazed ahead, he witnessed a flash of white light illuminating the scene. Before Han Yuro stood only 2 players, the priest Li Zhan Tiandi no longer among them. Damn it! With the demise of his ally, both Inai Zhan Songqiong and Zhu Zhanin, he turned in unison to behold a striking figure approaching them. Clad in silver chainmail, an imposing archer wielding a golden longbow advanced with formidable presence. Above his head loomed a shocking red ID, level 24 archer Ao Si Kun Xiong. Inai Zhan Songqiong and Zhu Zhanin, he, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this archer, instinctively stepped back. Ao Si Kun Xiong halted, his gaze icy as he glared at them, commanding, "You seek death." Initially bewildered by the abrupt assault from Ao Si Kun Xiong, the duo seemed to comprehend the gravity of their situation. Casting a glance at the helpless Han Yuro behind them, they suddenly knelt before Ao Si Kun Xiong, pleading, "Spare us. We had no idea she was your friend. Had we known, we would not have dared to offend her." Nearby, Liang Shanbo, hearing the appellation Xiongda, nearly spat out his drink in disbelief. What the hell, Xiongda? At that moment, the formidable level 24 archer, Ao Si Kun Xiong, clearly unimpressed by their apologies, raised his golden longbow, aiming it at the 2. "Spare you? That is not an option. You shall pay with your lives." As soon as the words fell, a flurry of arrows sprang forth with astonishing speed, akin to a rain of projectiles. The remarkable prowess of the archer allowed him to unleash a barrage of over a dozen arrows in but a single second, targeting the 2 opponents. Reverse battle and galactic showdown. The swift onslaught of the arrows left them no time to evade. In the blink of an eye, they were pierced relentlessly, each strike inflicting damage in the range of 200 to 300 points. The relentless assault continued without respite, and they were denied even a moment to retaliate. In an instant, their health bars were rendered empty. A double kill. Chapter 93. Arrogance over all as 2 beams of white light illuminated before Han Yaro, Liang Shanbo, who was concealed behind a nearby stone slab, stood in stunned silence. The players, reverse battle against the sky and decisive battle in the galaxy, both at level 22 and seemingly equipped with exceptional gear, were annihilated in mere seconds by the formidable arrogance overall. The most astounding aspect was the astonishing attack speed. 10 shots in a single second? Surely, it was as if he had activated an attack speed hack. After effortlessly dispatching the 3 players, arrogance overall, whose ID had turned a deep crimson, approached Han Yaro. He paid no heed to the items that had fallen to the ground. His full attention was fixed on her. "Yaro, I'm sorry for being late. Are you all right? Did they bully you?" "No." Han Yaro shook her head, gazing at him with gratitude. "Cousin, thank you for saving me. There's no need for thanks," he replied with a smile. "It is only natural that I protect you." His voice hardened as he added, "But those fools dared to bully my cousin. They are simply seeking death." A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Noticing Han Yaru's silence, he feared that his intense emotions had frightened her, and he quickly regained his composure. "Yaru, I'm truly happy that you sought me out. I'm sorry for bothering you, cousin," she said, a hint of shame in her voice. "My brother and the others, they all perished. I was left with no way out." Memories of her brother, Han Feng caused tears to well up in her eyes. Upon hearing this, arrogance overall felt a surge of anger. Who killed your brother? Tell me, Yaru, and I will avenge him. Han Yaru shook her head and replied, Cousin, may I stay in your 885 district for a while? After a few days, I will return to our 886 district. In truth, her arrival in the 885 district was merely an attempt to evade Zhang Yi. Of course, you can stay in our 885 district for as long as you wish. Rest assured, with me around, no one will dare bully you again. His happiness was palpable upon hearing her request. Thank you, cousin. Han Yaru offered him a grateful smile, then curiously inquired, by the way, how are you so powerful? You dispatched those three in an instant. Her praise filled arrogance overall with excitement. Yaru, let me take you back to the safe zone. We can talk more on the way. Han Yaru nodded in agreement. All right. Thus, arrogance overall led Han Yaru away. Meanwhile, Liang Shanbo, who had been watching anxiously from the sidelines, prepared to contact King of Glory when suddenly a group of players burst through the regional barrier behind him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as several players from Kingdom of Glory, including King of Glory himself. Liang Shanbo hurried to join forces with King of Glory. Yao Ge, you have finally arrived. Where are they? Wang Zhirong Yao glanced around and, upon spotting the spoils scattered on the ground not far ahead, exclaimed in astonishment, Did I not instruct you to protect her? How could she still be defeated? Not at all, Yao Ge, Liang Shanbo replied. It was those players who bullied her that ended up perishing. After I sent you a message, I intended to confront them, but out of nowhere, an archer appeared and single-handedly dispatched all three of them. He even took your row with him. What? Was it coercion? Wang Zhirong Yao inquired, astonished. No. I overheard Yaro refer to that archer as her cousin, and she seemed to have come here specifically to find him. Cousin? He is capable of taking on three opponents alone? Yang Shanbo, feeling a lingering dread, remarked, Indeed, I sense his strength rivals that of our district's renowned player. Yi Nua Qing Cheng. You should have seen his attack speed. It was as if his hands were a blur, and his damage output was astonishing, leaving me utterly dumbfounded. Wang Zhirong Yao, uninterested in this matter, asked, Which direction did they head? Over there. Liang Shanbo pointed towards the path that Ao Shi Kun Xiong and Han Yaro had just taken, and then addressed Wang Zhirong Yao. Yao Ge. My task is complete, so, about the 200 gold we discussed. To Liang Shanbo's astonishment, Wang Zhirong Yao promptly extracted exactly 200 gold coins from his bag and traded them to him. He then led several members of Wang Zhitianxia towards the direction Liang Shanbo had indicated. Seeing this, Liang Shanbo quickly called out, Yao Ge. That archer is incredibly formidable. You and your companions cannot possibly defeat him. Please do not pursue. Wang Zhirong Yao disregarded Liang Shanbo's warning and continued his pursuit of Ao Shi Kun Xiong. Liang Shanbo shook his head. Ignoring the advice of the wise will lead to regret. Having said this, he prepared to leave District 885 and return to his own area when suddenly, a large group of players burst through the barrier ahead, the Storm family. Encountering Feng Baotianshi and his companions, Liang Shanbo was utterly perplexed. What was happening? Were both Wang Zhitianxia and the Storm family intent on vying for the affections of Yi Nua Qing Qing? Feng Baotianshi, having just arrived, scanned the surroundings and directly inquired of Liang Shanbo, Where is Wang Zhirong Yao? Having just witnessed members of Wang Zhitianxia enter, Liang Shanbo knew precisely where they had gone. Not daring to offend Wang Zhitianxia, yet equally unwilling to displease the Storm family, he pointed in the direction Wang Zhirong Yao had departed, that way. Without further ado, Feng Baotianshi immediately led his group in pursuit. Meanwhile, Ao Shi Kun Xiong, escorting Han Yaro towards the safety zone 885, turned to the silent Han Yaro and assured her, Yaro, fret not. From this day forth, with me by your side, no one shall dare to bully you. Seemingly lost in thought, Han Yaro was brought back to reality by his words. She glanced at Ao Shi Kun Xiong and smiled, saying, Thank you, cousin. With an air of superiority, he deliberately showcased his prowess before Han Yaro. I am currently the top player of Zone 885, and I command a prestigious guild, the Proud World Family, consisting of 2,000 elite members. In the entirety of Zone 885, there exists no rival capable of challenging me. All who encounter me must yield. After boasting of his achievements, he cast a self-satisfied glance at Han Yaro, anticipating that she would gaze at him with admiration. To his surprise, Han Yaro remained contemplative, her head bowed, seemingly oblivious to his declarations. Feeling somewhat awkward, he chose to remain silent. After a brief period of shared silence, he suddenly turned and embraced Han Yaru tightly. Yaru, from this moment onward, allow me to be your protector.